Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedian, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker and Portland Hoffa. Our guest, Leo DeRocher, famous manager of the Brooklyn Dodgers. Win Murray and Al Goodman's orchestra. It's Texaco time. Good evening to y'all, folks. Tonight I'm proud as all get out to present a little old boy from down yonder who's here to spread a little old hijink. And here he all is, little old Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Colonel Wallington, a word with you just a second. What was that southern accent?
I've been down in Baltimore, Fred.
You've been down in yonder, huh, in Baltimore.
Yes, sir.
Jimmy, a dialect like that you can get staying under a sun lamp 10 minutes.
Shut my mouth, can I help it?
Well, if you can't help it, I'll help it. Now, we can't have you talking like that around here all night. There's a bridge game going on in the green room right outside. Now, you get into the bridge game and play north until you shake off that hoe cake accent you've got there. And while you're gone, we entertainment lovers will turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. Another chapter in Broadway theatrical history is closed as the world's longest-run play, Tobacco Road, gives its final performance at the Forest Theater. Texaco News presents a summary of facts that highlighted the career of this wonder show. First, a date that will go down in history.
December 4th, 1933.
On December 4th, 1933, the play Tobacco Road opened unheralded on Broadway. The documentary drama of life among a depraved section of the American populace was roundly panned by every New York theater critic. One critic said,
Tobacco Road doesn't belong in the theater. A turkey belongs in a barnyard. This show is a turkey with a capital Turk.
A prominent gossip columnist said,
No one can applaud Tobacco Road. It is impossible to hold your nose and clap at the same time.
But despite scallions and dire predictions, Tobacco Road proved to be a phenomenal success, running 3,180 consecutive performances. Today, it is just a memory, and native New Yorkers are saddened as the city's longest-run play is closed. The oldest resident in Greenwich Village says,
New York ain't the same no more.
Well, how do you mean, Graham?
Well, first they tore down the Waldorf Hotel.
Yes.
Then they tore down the Hippodrome.
Yes.
Then they tore down the 6th Avenue L.
Uh-huh.
Now Tobacco Road is gone.
Yeah. All the landmarks are going, Gramp. It isn't much like New York anymore, is it?
If I hadn't just seen the mayor go by hanging on a fire truck, I'd swear I was living in Bridgeport.
True. And now some of the people associated with the Tobacco Road Company. The advance man who toured America with road companies of the production, Scene Gross. How long did you tour, Scene?
I was out with Tobacco Road 7 years.
7 years. You cleaned up on the road, I imagine.
The first year, we played every other principal city right out to the coast.
Every other? Well, why didn't you play every city?
We were banned in every other city.
Oh, so you had to play...
Every other city.
Well, what happened the second year?
We played every other of the other cities back from the coast.
That was the second year. That washed that up. But now, what about the third year?
Well, the next 3 years, we played small towns. Every year, the towns kept getting smaller.
Well, how small were they?
One town, the fire department didn't have no engine. The chief just had 8 foot of hose.
8 foot of hose?
Yeah, he could stand in a square and put out a fire any place in town.
They must have been entertainment mad there. Well, that brings us, of course, to the 6th year.
Well, the 6th year, we was playing the show in a trailer.
Tobacco Road in a trailer? Where?
Well, the first 6 months, we played thoroughfares and arteries.
Yeah, then?
Toward the end, we got off of cement and started playing detours.
You got off of cement with the show. Well, did you take the trailer out again this year?
Nah, we'd played every whistle stop, town hall, basement, and service station in the country.
Well, where did Tobacco Road play in 1941?
This year, we hit the road on foot.
Well, how did you get audiences?
We played motels, overnight camps. If your car broke down, we'd do a show in the gutter for you.
No kidding.
Yeah, I was knocking on farmhouse doors.
For what?
I'd say, "Good morning, madam. Do you want to see Tobacco Road?"
And if she did?
We'd do the show in the front yard.
You don't say.
We were chasing people through fields.
Chasing people for what?
Well, after we got them winded, we'd make them see the show.
Well, tell me, what is the smallest audience you played to?
One guy, he was caught in a bear trap.
Well, tell me, Scene, where did your show close?
Oh, it ain't closing yet. I quit.
What became of the actors?
They're taking the show out again next year.
But where can they play?
Who knows? The leading man bought a compass.
I wish him success in his new fields, and thank you, Scene Gross. The original Jeter Lester of Tobacco Road is still alive and here with us tonight. What is your name, sir?
Well, nobody remembers. I've been to Equity and all over. Nobody remembers.
Nobody remembers.
No, sir.
Well, don't you know your own name?
Well, I used to know it. Then I got to playing Jeter in the show.
I see.
Everybody started calling me Jeter, and they've been calling me Jeter ever since. Just call me Jeter.
All right, Jeter. Well, tell me, how long did you appear in Tobacco Road?
Well, sir, I played Jeter till I got too old.
Too old to act?
Yeah. First, the other actors was holding me up. Then I was creeping around.
You played Jeter creeping around the...
Finally got so old I couldn't creep no more. When they started dragging me around on the stage, I quit. Skin kept coming off of my stomach.
Oh, it's... Who took the part then?
My son took over.
Your son. And how long did he stay with the show?
Well, my son played Jeter till his Social Security started.
He played it right up.
Then his son took over.
I see.
My grandson was playing Jeter right up to the very end.
In other words, 3 generations in your family have played the Jeter Lester part.
All of us played the Jeters till we got them.
You don't say.
I still got the Jeters. See, my hand shakes so bad, I quit tipping my hat.
You quit tipping your hat? Why?
It looks like I'm strutting.
Oh. That's a little risque at your age, and thank you, Jeter Lester. The passé ingenue who played Lovey May during the entire run of Tobacco Road is Mary Beth Frond. How do you feel now that Tobacco Road is closed, Mary Beth?
I'm as happy as a hawk full of hen meat.
Are you a hillbilly, or a hillbelle, rather?
No. Years ago, I was with the Avenue B Little Theater Guild.
The Avenue B, huh? Then you haven't talked like this all your life.
No. When I was playing down on Avenue B, I'm talking like this without an accent.
Oh, Without an accent, I see.
Then I'm joining Tobacco Road. I'm catching a hillbilly ballad. Suddenly, I started talking like this, like Rube.
Like a roof, huh? Well, the same thing happened to Wallington down in Baltimore. But he didn't stay long enough. Now, you say you're happy Tobacco Road closed.
Yes, I was getting fed up.
Fed up? How do you mean?
Well, during each show, Lovey May had to eat a turnip.
Oh, so at the end of 7.5 years...
I had ate over 3,000 turnips.
3,000 turnips?
Yep, I was operated on 3 times.
For what?
Turnips.
Well, did you have any other ill effects?
Yep. From going barefoot in the play, my feet fanned out.
Your feet fanned out, did they?
And when the show closed, I couldn't get shoes big enough to fit me.
What are you wearing now?
I got on 2 open-toed briefcases.
Yes, they look mighty chic in a sloppy way. Now, with this dialect and your feet fanned out, you'll have a hard time getting another part.
Only part I can play is Lovey May.
Does this mean, then, that you are through with the theater?
No, sirree. I'm opening again Monday night.
In what?
Tobacco Road.
But Tobacco Road just closed.
This is a revival.
Well, didn't take long, did it? And thank you, Mary Beth Frank. And now, 2 boys who came up from Dirty Hollow, Kentucky, especially for the closing of Tobacco Road, the Setters Brothers. What is it you boys do?
Well, the traipsing troubadours.
The traipsing troubadours?
Yeah. We traipse around and sing.
You do? You sing... You sing what?
Mostly warnings and calamity songs.
Calamity songs? You mean songs like The Wreck of Number 49, They Chop Down the Old Pine Tree?
Yeah. Happen as a calamity, we sing it down.
Oh, we sure do, yeah.
Well, tell me now, what calamity songs have you boys written?
You shouldn't have pulled up the bucket, baby. Mother was still in the well.
And there's another one. The devil's in that deck of cards.
The devil's in that...
A curse upon the coyote who ate my sister Sal.
Yeah, that was a smarty. I like that one.
I remember it. Just missing the hit parade about 40 years ago. And you boys feel closing Tobacco Road was a calamity?
Sure was.
Winds wrote a song about it.
What's it called?
We're coming, Brother Jeter, 100 million strong.
That's the song. And how does it go?
Let's show him.
When the news rang through their mountains that they closed Tobacco Road, every gun come down from its cabin wall, hillbillies began to load. They can close the Burma Road, they yelled, on the road to Zanzibar. But when they close Tobacco Road, my jeepers, they're going too far. So hold on, Jeter, those Yankees will explode, 'cause we're coming up from Dixieland to reopen your Tobacco Road. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker sings Throwing Pebbles in the Millstream.
Throwing pebbles in the millstream while I sit and dream of you. Every ripple brings a memory of each dream I ever knew. How plain I can see your dear face, the picture of our first embrace, the ripple that shows our first kiss takes a ride with the tide. Then I waken from my reverie, and my heart is thrilled anew, throwing pebbles in the millstream while I live a dream come true. I know that love has me in hand. I carve your name on every tree. I ask the daisies where I stand as I go through the stream where I always sit and dream. I can see your dear face, the picture of our first embrace, the ripple that shows our first kiss, takes a ride with the tide. Then I waken from my reverie, and my heart is thrilled anew, throwing pebbles in the mill stream while I live a dream come true.
Thank you, Kenny. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, lend an ear to this familiar strain. Yes, here they come, this year's crop of June brides, marching up the middle aisle to take on their marital responsibilities. This month, thousands upon thousands of them begin cooking their husbands' meals, sewing buttons on their husbands' shirts, donning their husbands' socks,
and driving their husbands' cars.
Yes, you're right, Larry Elliott. The automobile is a factor in modern marriages. Today, a young man not only wonders if his bride can grill a steak, he also hopes that she can shift gears.
And the chances are she can. Recent figures show that in America today, about 1/4 of all car drivers are women. Yes, 1 out of 4.
Is that a fact?
Yes, we know for a fact, too, that the ladies have had something to do with the rising popularity of Texaco Sky Chief gasoline. It's only natural that they would, for the ladies are quick to recognize and enjoy great surging power on the road, yet power that handles smoothly in traffic. Sky Chief power doesn't balk when you've got a tight parking space to fill. It's less likely to stall at low speeds. It cuts shifting down to a minimum. And over and above its labor-saving side, the ladies respond to the graceful ease of Sky Chief power, the quiet, flowing way it does everything from a standing start to climbing a hill. Yes, ladies, Texaco dealers know the men have no monopoly on that Sky Chief feeling. Men and women both like to fly the highway with Sky Chief, Texaco's premium gasoline for those who want the best.
Leo Goodman has just completed Largo from the New World Symphony. And now, lady... hello, Portland. I didn't see you. Say, what are you so excited about? You look as though you just seen arsenic and old lace, or arsenic without the old lace or something. What's wrong?
There are 10 men outside with clubs.
10 men with clubs?
Yes, and one of them says he's your guest tonight.
Oh, well, there's nothing to be alarmed about, Portland. Our guest this evening is Leo DeRocher, the manager of the Brooklyn Dodgers.
But those 9 men with the clubs.
Don't be frightened, Portland. That's probably the Brooklyn team.
What is the Brooklyn team?
Well, it consists of 9 men.
Is it like the Supreme Court?
It used to be, but no more. Now, don't bother me with any questions. I've got to get things ready here. Kenny.
Yes, F.A.?
Mr. Goodman.
Okay.
And you too, Portland.
Yes?
Now, listen, all of you. Our guest tonight is Leo DeRocher, manager of the Brooklyn Dodgers.
Brooklyn Dodgers? What's that?
Quiet. Quiet, Kenny. It's a baseball team. Now, Mr. DeRocher is used to a lot of noise and excitement over there at Ebbets Field every day, and we have got to make him feel at home when he gets here tonight.
Oh, you mean make a lot of noise?
Yes, plenty of noise. Portland, you can yell, he's safe, he's safe.
He's safe, he's
He's
safe.
safe.
Uh-huh.
And Kenny, you yell, take that bum out.
Okay, take that bum out. Take that bum out.
And what is Goodman yelling?
Well, you yell, hot dogs, get a red hot.
My old business already.
Yes, no wonder you're out of business before you don't... but never mind that. I bet you got out of it quicker this time than you got out of the business the first time. But never mind that. Now, do you want to run through that again? You know what your line is. What is your line?
My old business already.
No, the line you're supposed to yell when Mr. DeRocher gets here. You yell...
Hot dogs, get a red hot.
All right, now, that's understood. And no mustard. Just have them plain because we're running late. We don't want to stretch it. Now, don't forget, after I introduce Mr. DeRocher, now everybody yell good and loud. Are we all set?
All set.
I'm ready.
Okay.
All right, now break it up, everybody. I'll bring him on. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I present the dynamic and popular manager of the Brooklyn Dodgers, baseball's man of the hour, Mr. Leo DeRocher.
Good evening, Fred.
Well, good evening, Mr. DeRocher.
He's safe.
Get a hot dog, get a red hot.
Wait a minute. Quiet.
Get a hot dog.
Mr. Goodman.
I've only got one left.
Well, get back up on your podium and eat it there. I'm sorry, Mr. DeRocher.
What was that, Fred?
Well, we just wanted to make you feel at home, Leo. We cooked up a little baseball atmosphere. How was it?
Confidentially, it sounded like Ladies' Day in Cincinnati.
You haven't met our cheering section, have you?
Only over the air, Fred.
Well, this is Kenny Baker. Kenny, this is Leo DeRocher.
Hi, Leo.
Glad to know you, Kenny. Say, you're a husky kid. I could use you on first base.
I don't sing bass. I'm a tenor.
That gives you an idea of what I'm up against around here, Leo. This is Mr. Goodman.
How are you, Al?
Personally, I'm betting the Cubs for a long pull.
Now, wait a minute. Don't mind him, Leo. He's been picking horses for 20 years and hasn't picked a winner yet. And this is Portland.
Glad to know you, Portland.
Thank you. What is baseball, Mr. DeRocher?
You don't know what baseball is?
Well, Portland comes from Philadelphia, where I understand the game isn't played in either league.
I still don't know what baseball is.
Well, baseball is a game, Portland. A player stands at home plate, hits the ball, and runs around the bases back to home plate.
You mean he runs all around and ends up right where he started from?
That's right.
Oh, it sounds silly to me.
Oh, please, now, Portland, you go and help Mr. Goodman eat his hot dog.
All right.
Your digest description of the game was very good, Leo. That is baseball as it is universally played.
Except by the Giants.
You mean they use another technique?
Yes, the Giants have some game they play up there. I don't know just what it is.
The game there? Well, it's the polo grounds. Maybe the Giants are playing polo without the horses up there.
Well, that's possible, Fred.
But tell me, Leo, how long have you been manager of the Brooklyn team?
This is my third season.
And before coming to Brooklyn, the gateway to Queens?
Well, I was with the St. Louis Cardinals 6 years.
Yeah?
Before that, the Cincinnati Reds. And before that, I was with the Yankees when Babe Ruth was burning up the league.
You've had more traffic with diamonds than Brother Tiffany. Well, now we may as well get down to business, Leo. Do you mind if I ask you a question that has everyone in Brooklyn worried?
You mean the $64 question?
The 64. The answer to this question, Leo, will be worth a lot more than $64. And the question is, do you think the Dodgers are going to win the pennant this year?
Well, it's a little early to predict, Fred, but I think we've got a great chance.
Well, which teams do you figure will be battling it out with Brooklyn come October?
Well, right now, I'd say the St. Louis Cardinals and the Cincinnati Reds.
Well, how about the Giants?
The who?
Well, it's my mistake. If Bill Terry is listening in, this is the Bob Hope program.
Well, Bill has got too many worries these nights to be listening to the radio, Fred.
Since you went over to Brooklyn, Leo, you've about ruined us radio comedians.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, when the Dodgers were nicely down in the cellar, I could always get a laugh saying Brooklyn fell out of the National League today and got down in the help wanted column. But now you're in first place, the radio comedians are sunk.
Well, I'm sorry, Fred. It's every man for himself.
Well, to what do you attribute Brooklyn's new lease on life?
Well, I think the credit should go to Larry McPhail.
Mr. McPhail is the president and general manager of the club, isn't he?
Yes, he's a brilliant executive, and he knows baseball. He built up the Brooklyn Dodgers by getting players like Medrick, Higbee, and Herman. And he also helped to develop some of the younger men like Reese and Reeser.
Well, didn't Mr. McPhail also help to put over night baseball?
Well, yes. He's mainly responsible for its popularity. Take my word for it, Fred. Larry McPhail's a smart fellow and a great boss.
Well, that's a nice tribute, Leo. Tell me, what is it that makes Brooklyn such a great baseball town anyway?
Well, it's the fans. Believe me, a Brooklyn baseball fan is like no other living creature.
Like no other... Well, anthropologists who have done research work in the bleachers at Ebbets Field say that the Brooklyn fan has the temper of Gargantua, the sentimentality of a sob sister, and the lungs of a hog caller.
Well, you're right about the lungs, Fred. I've played ball all over the country, and I can swear that 10,000 fans in Brooklyn will make more noise than 50,000 any place else.
Yes, if the wind is right, you can hear a bad decision at Ebbets Field as far north as Yonkers. Just between ourselves, Leo, is it true that umpires in Brooklyn ride to and from the ballpark in armored cars?
Well, nothing an umpire does would surprise me.
I heard one time that in moments of sheer abandon, fanatical Brooklyn rooters have been known to throw things at the umpire.
Why, I'm surprised at you, Fred. It's against the law to throw things at an umpire.
Well, I know, but do the fans over there ever do it?
You mean, do they break the law and throw things at an umpire?
You know what I mean.
Well,
That's all I wanted to know. Do you players ever get to know some of the rabid fans who keep coming out to Ebbets Field day after day?
Yes, there's one old lady who's 70 if she's a day. She's out in the bleachers every afternoon, ringing a big cowbell and hollering her head off.
Yes, probably the wife of an old goods humor man. Are there any other unusual customers?
Well, there's one man who comes out every day with a big oxygen tank and a load of balloons. And every time Cookie Lavagetto makes a play over third base, this fan releases a balloon with Cookie written on it.
A balloonatic, eh? tell me, Leo, you are one of baseball's leading shortstops. Do you plan on playing much yourself this season?
Well, only when Reese can't play, Fred. Reese is doing a great job at shortstop.
Well, how does it feel to be head man? Do you find it difficult to handle a mob of baseball players?
Not our bunch, Fred. You see, we don't have much temperament on our team. The Dodgers are out to win ball games and give the fans the best they've got. A team with that spirit is going places.
It certainly is. Well, Leo, it's been nice of you to come over tonight and bat out a few verbal fungos. Now, before you go, there's just one more question.
Well, what is it, Fred?
Well, you have consummated a couple of, shall we say, innuendos involving the New York Giants. Now, tell me, what started this feud? What has Brooklyn got against the Giants?
What have you got against Jack Benny?
You mean it's that bad?
It's worse, Fred.
It's worse, eh? Well, you're a little better off than I am, Leo. I didn't get a chance to lick Benny twice on Decoration Day.
And we're not through yet.
I see what you mean. Well, good night. Good luck in the World Series.
Thanks, Fred. Good night.
Good night, and thank you, Leo Jerome. Thank you, Leo. That was swell. And now Texaco's girlfriend, Miss Wynn Murray, sings Thumbs Up.
Thumbs up, don't you let that spirit dip. Thumbs up, stiffen up that upper lip. If there's a job to do, we're gonna do it right. When the job is done, we know each Yankee son of a gun will have his thumbs up, just to show that we're okay. Thumbs up, that's the Yankee Doodle way. How can we go wrong when we're 100 million strong to holler thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up today? When there's work to do, it's true that we have always done our share. So once more from shore to shore, today we stand together, saying, thumbs up, don't you let that spirit dip. Thumbs up, stiffen up that upper lip. If there's a job to do, we're gonna do it right. When the job is done, we know each Yankee son of a gun will have his thumbs up, just to show that we're okay. Thumbs up, that's the Yankee Doodle way. How can we go wrong when we're 100 million strong to holler thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up today?
Very nice, and I want to say thank you, Wynn.
You're welcome, Mr. Allen.
What? What was that you said, Wynn?
I said you're welcome.
Well, gad, Winnie, this is a surprise. In all my years in show business, and all the thousands of times I've said thank you to artists, you are the first one who has ever said you're welcome. How did you happen to say you're welcome?
My Texaco dealer always says it.
Ah, that explains it. Texaco dealers are the ones who know how to say you're welcome and mean it. Am I right, Jimmy?
You're absolutely right, Fred. When you stop at a Texaco dealer, whether you need gasoline or not, you're welcome. The green and white Texaco registered restroom sign is something that tourists appreciate. A welcome sign in all 48 states. The ladies, particularly with the little folks along, trust this sign that identifies a spick and span restroom, a pleasant place to freshen up during the journey. Texaco dealers are proud of this trust and pledge to keep these restrooms not only clean, but equipped with running water, soap, towels, and mirror. Everything for your comfort and convenience. And to help maintain this pledge, a famous fleet of inspection cars covers America, Texaco's White Patrol. So the next time you're out in your car, watch for the Texaco registered restroom sign. Remember, you're welcome at Texaco dealers. The Texaco Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
That was You Should Be Set to Music, played by Al Goodman under the direction of his orchestra. He's up there pointing. He doesn't know what's going to happen. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Congratulations, Mr. Allen.
Well, thanks, Portland, but why the congratulations?
This is your birthday, isn't it?
See, that's right. Darn it, I was hoping nobody would bring it up. Oh,
Congratulations, F.A.
well, thanks, Kenny.
And to you, I, Goodman, am also saying congratulations. It says here.
2 lines a week he has. He's got laryngitis already. Well, thanks, everybody. It says here. It certainly, what's this? More congratulations? Come in.
Mr. Allen?
Yes?
I'm from Western Union.
I know. I can see the outline of the bicycle seat. What's on your mind?
Well, seeing as how this is your birthday and you're so popular, Western Union figures a lot of telegrams will be coming in for you.
Oh, and you bear form tidings?
No, sir. I've been assigned to cover your birthday exclusively.
You were good.
I've got a portable ticker set up outside the door.
Fine.
I'll pop right in with anything that comes over the wire right away like that.
Well, that's awfully nice of you personally.
Yeah, thanks. We're permitted to accept tips, you know.
Why, so I have heard.
Seeing as how everybody was remembering you, I thought if you want to remember me...
remember you? To whom?
Oh, this is going to be like pulling teeth.
Something tells me I'm going to have trouble with that bald-headed boy.
And now for your birthday present.
Presents? Why, you didn't buy presents for little old wrinkled me.
We sure did.
Oh, you shouldn't have done it. I hardly know what to say.
Oh, it's nothing, F.A. Just our job, that's all.
Yes, I see what you mean.
Here's my present, Mr. Allen, and many happy returns.
Well, thank you, Portland. What is this?
It's a birthday cake.
This piece of paper? Well, where's the cake? Did you forget to wrap it up?
No, that's the cake. It's a recipe.
The recipe for the cake.
All you have to do is baking it delicious.
Fine, I'll whip it up right away. Well, come in. Yes?
No telegrams yet, Mr. Allen. I thought I'd look in and let you know.
Well, thanks for looking in and letting me...
I've got everything ready on my end. How about you?
Well, I'm ready.
You got plenty of change?
Yeah.
Well, then everything's going to be tip-tip.
That's tip-top.
Oh, this bum can't even take a hint.
I'll report that boy. I'll go to the president.
President is reminding me. I, Goodman, am giving you your birthday present. Many happy returns.
Well, thank you for the president, Mr. Goodman.
Gosh, a candle.
Yes, what is this candle, Maestro?
Obviously, I am waxing sentimental.
This is for my birthday cake?
After you are baking it, obviously.
Well, fine. A combination present. A candle for my cake, and after eating it, I need dental floss. I can use the wick.
Wick, he is saying.
Why not?
A candle on a birthday cake represents a year, not a wick.
You mean week, as in that last joke.
Week? This is the nickname of another orchestra leader, Wechter Young. We are calling him Week for short.
That's Victor Young. Vic.
Vic. That's what in a candle is burning, the Vic.
Well, finally we got back to where we started, which is most unusual on this Come in.
Any telegrams yet, Mr. Allen?
You're asking me? You're from the Western Union, remember?
Yeah, that's right.
You're supposed to be bringing me the telegram.
We haven't had any for you yet. Hey, has that other company been snooping around here?
No. Nobody has brought any telegrams.
Well, it's getting kind of late, ain't it?
Well, it's my birthday. Why should you worry?
Well, that's right. I guess the wires will come pouring in any minute now. I'm all prepared. You all ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
You sure you got plenty of change?
Plenty.
Look, if you want to break a big bill, I can run out. Frankly, I feel like running out. I'm full of...
Now, wait. Look, if you feel like running out, I tell you, I'm going to bake a cake here, and I'll need a few things. You can get me a couple of eggs.
Eggs? You're sending out for eggs on this program?
What a birthday. Insults, a non-existent birthday cake, a candle to stick into nothing.
Are you ready for my present now, F.A.?
I'm ready for anything now, Kenny.
Here you are, F.A., and many happy returns.
Well, thank you. What is wrapped in this little piece of Kleenex?
It's a match.
A match? What can I do with a match on my birthday?
You can light the candle to put in your cake when you get it baked.
Obviously. You keep out of this.
Hey, now listen here, Bud. I got a wife and kids. I've been standing around here all night, and I ain't made a nickel yet.
Well, what am I supposed to do?
Can't you get some of your pals to send you a wire? I gotta live too, you know.
You've gotta live?
Yeah.
Name one reason why.
Don't change this subject. Haven't you got a friend?
I have been in radio 9 years. I haven't got a friend left, only relatives.
At least one wire would help, it'd keep up my courage. Can't you get just one wire?
All right. I'll send myself a birthday greeting.
Oh, good.
Now take a message.
Yep.
Fred Allen, care of Texaco Star Theater.
Uh-huh.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Signed, your greatest admirer, Fred.
Well, you can have 10 words for the same price.
I don't want 10 words. Just deliver that wire.
Oh, okay.
Fine thing, my birthday, and I have to come in.
Telegram for Mr. Allen.
Right here, boy.
Shall I sing it? I'm in good voice tonight. I'll put it on a cat of the Texaco Star.
Don't bother with the score. Just give me the libretto.
Okay, yes. Here you are, right here.
Thanks. Well, what are you waiting for?
It's collect.
Collect? Who would send me a collect birthday wire?
Who? Why, you would...
Only a rat would do a thing like this.
What'd you with that guy?
Take this wire.
What'll I do with it?
Tear it up. I don't want any greetings from Crumbs.
Crumbs, but you sent the wire.
You're sticking up for him, hey?
The
That's the last straw. Scram, you.
You bet I'll scram. I'll be lucky to get out of here with my bicycle.
Why, that hairless hireling. If he comes in here again, I'll pot his skin.
Yeah, that boy ought to be ashamed of himself, picking on an old man.
Who's an old man?
Well, you're a year older, F.A.
Why, years don't mean anything to me, Kenny. Where I come from, men are men, and we live for eons. Did you ever hear of Fergus Milford?
Fergus Milford?
Yes, Fergus Milford from Old Orchard Beach, Maine. He used to be an acrobat on the Orpheum Circuit. When Vaudeville died, Fergus was 108 years old and was still opening the show in St. Paul.
108 years old and still an acrobat?
Doing handsprings and things on teeter boards. When Vaudeville folded up, Fergus went out to Hollywood to try to get into pictures. That was 6 years ago. Fergus must be 114 years old by now.
Well, I never heard of anybody by the name of Fergus Milford in Hollywood.
Well, I know he's out there because when he arrived, he sent me back my pogo stick. He borrowed it for the trip.
108 years old and he went out to Hollywood on a pogo stick? I don't believe it.
That's the truth.
Oh, yeah? Well, prove it.
Well, I can...
Mr. Allen! Mr. Allen!
Are you here again? I told you...
But you finally got a telegram. It just came. It's from Hollywood.
Ah, Hollywood. Probably birthday greetings from the entire movie industry. What does it say?
It says, wire me $20. Have heavy date with Lana Turner.
And who is that from?
It's signed Fergus Milford.
You see, Kenny, where I come from, men 114 years old are still chasing sweater girls. Now, what have you got to say to that?
Sing, Kenny.
The glow of sunset in the summer skies, the golden sparkle of the fireflies, the gleam of love light in your lovely eyes. These These are the things I love. A silver moonbeam peeping through the trees, a bed of tulips nodding in the breeze, the look you give in answer to my pleas. These are the things I love. Oh, once I thought that life was just a winter thing. My heart was cold, and then you came to me, and like a breath of spring, you turned the silver snow to gold. A robin's serenade when day is through, the babbling brook beside our rendezvous, your sweet voice whispering, darling, I love you. These are the things I love. They say that all who love are blind, but that is not the case with me. For more and more each day I find my love for you has made me see the glow of sunset in the summer skies, the golden sparkle of the fireflies, the gleam of love light in your lovely eyes. These are the things I love. A robin's serenade when day is through, a babbling brook beside our rendezvous, your sweet voice whispering, darling, I love you. These are the things, these are the things I
And thank you, too, Mr. Goodman. Mr. Goodman's music is exceptionally fine tonight, don't you think, Jimmy?
Do you call that music?
Well, don't you?
Bluntly, no.
Now, look, Jimmy, you're not only treading on dangerous ground, you are also standing with your back exposed to an orchestra leader who uses a Bowie knife for a baton. Now, you'd better either retract that statement or explain yourself.
Oh, Al Goodman's music is fine as far as it goes, Fred. But after all, what is it? Sound and fury, signifying nothing. What's music to my ears is a sound that means something.
For instance, James?
Well, for instance, this. Now, there's a sound that means something. To all the world, the sound of a fire engine streaking down the street means full power. You just know there couldn't be any duds, those useless slow-action elements, in a gasoline specially made for fire engine duty. Texaco Fire Chief was designed for fire engines, ambulances, patrol cars, and other emergency duty vehicles. Fire Chief turns in the brilliant performance the drivers of these vehicles demand because the duds are out, removed in the refining. Fire Chief is full power. Full power instantly ready at the start, on the pickup, in every pinch that calls for sudden speed. Yes, Texaco Fire Chief at regular gasoline prices is the emergency duty gasoline. All action, not a dud in a tank full. Next time, try a Texaco dealer.
And now, the Texaco Workshop Players. Tonight, they present a radio murder mystery. It's called Who Plugged the Announcer While the Announcer Was Plugging? Or One Long Pan Comes Through on a Ghost-to-Ghost Hookup. Music, maestro.
This is station DRIP. Bend Over, makers of the Bend Over Belt Buckle Watch, the watch you have to bend over to see, bring you the correct time.
The correct time is exactly 12 minutes to...
12 minutes to what?
I don't know. The hour hand just fell off of my watch.
The correct time is exactly 12 minutes to. And now, stand by for our next program, Mother Mumble.
If days seem drab and life seems dull, do not grouse or grumble. There is one who has more trouble than you. we bring you Mother Mumble.
Yes. Once again, Chilton, the maker of Chilton's Chili, brings you Mother Mumble. But before we tune in on today's heartbreaking adventure of Mother Mumble, the lovable old hag, we present our sponsor, the man behind Chilton's Chili, Mr. Chilton in person.
Thank you. This is Chevney Chilton, maker of Chilton's Chili, saying, Chili-o, folks, how have you been? I'm the only sponsor who appears on his own program. My chili is the only chili that's shot out of a gun. Later in the program, we'll show you how it's done. Mother Mumble shoots a mess of chili from a gun. I catch it on a plate. Then Mother Mumble bolts it down before your very eyes. Yum, yum. I thank you.
Yes, folks, men are crazy about Chilton's Chili. Mr. Norval Doak of Torn Twig, Tennessee, right?
I ate me a mess of that Chilton's chili. My stomach got so hot on the outside, it fried my vest.
Housewives, too, praise Chilton. Mrs. Nippy Dink of Possum Point, Arkansas, right?
I'm 82 years old. I ate a can of Chilton's Chili. Didn't stop jitterbugging for 2 days. Scrub me, Daddy. Hey, what'd you say, Jackson?
Chilton's Chili is the only chili that is shot out of a gun, like this.
Oh, I'm shot.
Mr. Chilton! Mr. Chilton, Mr.
Why,
Chilton!
he's dead.
Keep your places, studio audience. Don't anybody move. I'll call the police. Hello? Help! Police! Murder in Studio B.
Attention, Radio Town Special Police. Attention, Radio Town Special Police. Report to Studio B. Murder in Studio B. All 40-cent tours following police to look at body. It will be 10 cents extra, that is all.
Open that door, sound man.
Yes, sir.
Greeting, Miss America, from butter to butter and toast to toast, all sips of tea. Let's go to fresh.
Hey, who are you, Bud? Walter Winchell in pigtails?
Not Walter Winchell Figtail. I am Detective One Long Pan. It all comes back to me now, 'cause I'm the finance man. You better pay what you can. Oh, it all comes back to me now.
Oh, brother, a Chinese Kenny Baker.
You bet, Long Pan Chinese. Like Lock City, the Long Pan 60% coolie inside.
If you're a detective, what are you doing in Radio City?
Long Pan do guest shot, the gangbuster. Here murder alarm come pronto. Now, confidentially, what happened?
Chevney Chilton, the chili baron, has been murdered.
Very good. Long Pan go to town. First, grill Thin Man over here. Oh, you come clean, Mr. Thin Man.
That's not the Thin Man, it's the microphone.
Oh, microphone, not the Thin Man. Long Pan audition microphone. Long Pan tell funny story. Hello, Soaks. Funny thing happened on way to murder. Panhandler come up to one long pan handler. Oh, some subtle star.
You're wasting your time, Long Pan. We're off the air. That Mike is dead.
Oh, first you say Chivy Chilton dead. Now you say Mike is dead. You come clean, you bad boy. Who is dead?
Mr. Chilton, the sponsor.
Oh, yeah? Who are you, Mr. Baggy Pants, with eyes to match?
I am Ben Growler, the announcer on this program.
What you know about murder, Mr. Prowler?
Well, we were doing the same commercial we've been doing for 7 years.
What commercial?
Chilton's Chili is the only chili that's shot out of a gun.
Shoot the chili to me, Willie?
Oh, no. No. Mother Mumble shot the chili out of her gun, and Mr. Chilton caught it on a plate.
You say Mother Fumble shoot gun. Very suspicious.
But my gun was loaded with chili, Long Pan.
All the same, it may be chili killy.
How can chili killy that silly?
Oh, very good poem. You send Edgar Guest, maybe catch him $2. But no time horse around. Long Pan, not horse around on premises. What happened, Mother Stumble?
For 7 years, 5 mornings a week, I've been shooting the chili at Mr. Chilton. It's in my contract.
And after you shoot chili?
Mr. Chilton would hand me the plate of chili, and I'd eat it at the microphone.
If you shoot chili out of wet gun, what makes noise?
The sound man fired a real gun to make the shot.
Aha, important clue. Sound man fire real gun. Very suspicious.
Yeah, but my gun only shoots blanks, Long Sam. Look, I'll break open my gun. See, now, nobody can't kill nobody with no blanks.
Oh, very baffling. And who killed Chivy Chilton?
Maybe it was a heart attack, Long Pan.
Heart attack. Hushed off. Long Pan examined body. But first, very, very good. Holy smoke. Body mess. chili all over front like a ketchup windbreaker.
Yeah, when Chevney fell, the chili spilled off the plate onto his vest.
Exactly. And mystery solved, Mother Bumble. Long time unless you for murder Chivy Chilton.
You're insane.
And you are guilty party.
Can you prove it, Long Pants?
Solution very simple. Sound man stand at side, no bullet hole in Chivy Chilton's side. Mother Gumbo stand up front, bullet hole in front. You see?
Oh, yes. A bullet hole right through his Kiwanis button. He wore it. He wore it in his tie.
Oh, I see. That's exactly. Mother Grumble fire chili killed Chivy Chilton.
All right, I did it. I had to do it.
Why you killed your old sponsor, Mr. Tumbo?
It was that commercial. For 7 years, 5 mornings a week, Chilton made me eat that chili. For 7 years, every afternoon on the repeat show, I was eating more chili.
Too much chili make hot.
I must have eaten 40 tons of chili. My stomach felt like an oven. My breath was burning holes in my veils. My front teeth are clinkers. Beans rattle around when I walk.
Holy smoke.
I begged him to change that commercial. He laughed at me. I couldn't stand it. So I slipped a bullet inside a chili bean and I killed him.
Exactly.
I killed him. I'm glad. I'm glad.
But not laughing. No laugh on murder program. You can't laugh on murder case. Exactly. Long pan closed case. Drop charges.
You mean I'm not guilty of murder, Long Pan?
Not murder. Justifiable sponsor side. Aesop say man who make chili deserve to go to hot place. Weak finish, also music cue. Fortunately. Just a final word from Larry Elliott.
The United States government is asking the people of America to buy defense savings bonds and stamps. This money will be used to finance the National Defense Program. Tonight, we are calling to your attention this message. Buy a share in America. Buy that share by purchasing defense stamps and bonds tomorrow at your post office or bank.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. Next week, we'll have America's #1 publicity man, Monty Prosser. Hear how stars are made stars, how gigantic ventures are made gigantic next Wednesday night. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast and inviting you to drive in anytime. Remember, you're welcome.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. The Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedian, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker and Portland Hoppa. Our guest, Monty Prosser, America's #1 press agent. Win Murray and Al Goodman's orchestra. It's Texaco time. Well, folks, summer is practically here, and most people are laying around the beaches enjoying themselves. Well, I'd be out at some beach enjoying myself, too, if I didn't have to hang around and say, here he is, Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's getting awful, Jimmy. I must be slipping or something. It took 3 men to start my reception tonight. And, Jimmy, did I understand you... Did I understand you to say that you prefer the ocean waves to the ether waves?
And I wasn't kidding, Fred. I can enjoy myself at the beach.
Enjoy yourself?
You heard me.
Oh, Jimmy, have you ever been buried in the sand up to your neck and had a fat boy come along and plunge a beach umbrella into your Adam's apple?
I know, Fred.
Have you ever been asleep on a beach and suddenly awakened to find a mosquito with his nose under your skin, blowing little lumps in your arms?
No, Fred.
Have you ever worn white flannels within 5 feet of a dirty sheepdog shaking himself?
Why, no.
Well, do you know, James Wallington, that statisticians say that our leading beaches will be entirely gone within 30 years?
The beaches will be gone?
Yes, Jimmy, they're being eaten. Slowly but surely, the nation's popular beaches are being eaten up by the great American public.
Oh, really?
Yes, Jimmy. Tons of sand, grain by grain, are being consumed in salads, sandwiches, and on the ends of hot dogs eaten at the seashore. Why, I know a fat man out in Rockaway who is so full of sand right now that when he perspires, it's stucco.
Gosh, Fred, I didn't know that. You know, I was a sap to say I could enjoy myself at the beach. I ought to kick myself.
Well, if you're too busy, Jimmy, I'll be glad to take care of it for you.
Oh, no, Fred.
A short walk from here, the way you're putting on weight.
No, Fred, I can handle it all right. I'm pretty limber.
No kidding. You certainly fooled me. I thought you were semi-rigor mortis there. And now, while Jimmy is trying to make a good impression on himself, we, the literati, turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlights from the world of news. Any campus in America. As college year officially ends, commencement exercises get underway at the leading universities throughout the country. Since the outstanding students at the larger colleges have been acclaimed and publicized, tonight the Texaco News highlights some of the small intellectual fry whose insignificant collegiate activities might otherwise go unnoticed in the hurly-burly of our times. Now, first this evening is Tyler Schultz. And what was it you did again, Tyler?
I excelled in athletics at Quince University.
Quince University?
Yes,
you excelled in which sport?
I won more letters than any student in college history.
Well, good for you.
Yes, sir. I won my Q in football.
Q for dear old Quince.
Yeah, I won my Q in baseball.
Fine.
My Q in basketball, Q in hockey, Q in track, Q in lacrosse.
Well, did you, tell me, did you wear your letters graduating?
Did I? Instead of a gown, I wore my sweater.
You wore your sweater?
Yes, sir.
Well, you must have been a sight.
I had Q sewed all over me sweater, front and back.
Well, could you get them all on?
Not all of them. The Q's I had left over, I carried in both hands.
You carried the others. Well, if your hands were full, how did you take your diploma?
I brought a friend with me. They handed it to him.
That was a man you could trust, I know.
Yeah.
Well, what are you going to do now that you have won all these Q's?
I'm going to open a pool room.
I'll join you behind the 8 ball later, and thank you, Tyler Schultz. The only man to be honored by a college for an act of sabotage is T.J. Smith Smythe. And what is your college, T.J.?
I have a crew haircut, I'm wearing a raincoat, and I have on dirty sports shoes.
Oh, a Harvard man.
Yes, and I've got a nasty letter from Ann Sheridan to prove it.
Well, fine. Well, now, what is this act of sabotage for which you were cited?
Well, last November, I went to New Haven in the dead of the night.
Yes?
I crept into the Yale Bowl.
Yeah?
I placed 2 termites in the Yale goalposts, one in each pose.
Uh-huh.
20 years from now, in the fall of 1961, during the Harvard-Yale game, the Yale goalposts will topple over and no one will know why.
Devilishly clever. No one will know why but you.
Exactly. I shall sit back in my advertising agency and roar.
Yes. Yes, you should. Now, wait a minute. How do you know that you will be in an advertising agency 20 years from now?
I'm a Harvard man.
Oh, my mistake.
No, my mistake.
Well, have it my way. Smith Smythe. A senior who made is that a suit or your underwear that you... Well, I like to make sure we have so many people coming to the microphone. A senior... It looks like a Balbriggan Union suit that had been pulled through a meerschaum pipe. I mean... I don't know. Well, a senior... A senior, now, don't take off just your coat, because if you come to yourself, you will realize the horrible things you are doing on radio and give up. Now, a senior who made a name for himself at, what college was that again?
Strictly Subnormal.
Strictly Subnormal, I
Yeah.
know. And what is your name again?
Wasador Sheehan.
Wasador? That's an odd name.
Why, it's the past tense of Isidore. Isidore.
I see.
My parents lived in the past tense. I got a sister named Used to Beatrice.
Used to Fine.
I got a brother named Receipt.
Receipt, Sheehan?
Yeah, Receipt is Bill in the past tense.
Don't bother with the rest of the family, please. Now, you were honored in some way, you say, Wasador?
The graduating class at Strictly Subnormal voted me most likely to succeed.
Most likely to succeed. You were outstanding in your studies?
Nah.
Oh, you were a football hero?
Nah.
I know. You were the life of the class.
Nah.
Well, you must have excelled in something.
I was a dope.
Then why did the students at Strictly Subnormal vote you the most likely to succeed?
For 2 reasons.
1.
My father's worth $1 million.
2.
I got an uncle on the draft board.
Thank you, Wasador Sheehan. Another student who had a low IQ was Falcon Prawn. What college did you attend, Falcon?
They asked me not to mention no names.
Oh, that I can understand after looking at you. Well, what studies did you take up, Falcon?
I took a note to become a tree surgeon.
I see.
I once seen a tree die. That's when I took a note.
You took a note?
Yeah. I once seen a tree die.
We heard you the first time. Now, you say you spent 4 years studying tree surgery?
Mostly in the upper branches.
Well, just what was your course?
The first year I spent underground studying roots.
And the second year?
They dug me up.
And then?
The last year I studied trunks. This year I done emergency operations. Mostly oakectomies.
Oakectomies. You went all through the flunk for what?
The conduct unbecoming a tree surgeon.
Well, what happened?
Well, sir, my final exam was to cure a sick tree.
Yeah.
A hickory.
A hickory?
Yeah.
You had to render first aid?
Yeah, you see, the tree was in a coma. I tried a sap transfusion.
You gave your own blood? Did it help?
No, the tree was failing fast.
Yes?
I tried an amputation, cutting the fungus off the fronds.
Yeah?
Well, I done a neat job.
And still no improvement?
No, I decided on a final diagnosis.
Yes?
I shinnied to the top of the tree, suspecting acute twigitis.
Acute twigitis?
Yeah.
And when you got to the top?
The professor yells up. He says, "What do you see up in the tree there, Hickory? The hickory prawn?" I says, "Nuts, Professor."
And?
He says, "Nuts to you, prawn, you flunk."
And you are giving up tree surgery?
No, I'm starting in next year again as a freshman.
You are determined to become a tree surgeon.
I got it. I took a note. I once seen a tree.
This is where we came in. Thank you. And now a young lady who was valedictorian of her class, Miss Jinx Feinschreiber. What was your school, Jinx?
Mrs. Rabinowitz is finishing, but positively school.
And you read the valedictory address?
Yes, only I'm not reading, I'm reciting.
Oh, excuse me.
And it's not an address, it's a poem.
Oh, a class poem. Well, what was the title of the poem?
Was willst du, girls of 41?
And how does it go?
Was willst du, girls of 41? As out into the world you go. Some to Jersey, some to Stamford, some to Cleveland, Ohio. Girls, will you go into business? Will you travel, take a tour? Will you time to mind your business, thinking of l'amour toujours? What willst du, girls of 41? Facing life, don't play the fool. Let our motto be Eureka! Girls of Rabinowitz is finishing, but positively school.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker. Kenny's first song tonight is Time Was.
Graduation rings one lovely yesterday. Time was when we wrote love letters in the sand, or lingered over our coffee and dreaming the time away. And hayrides and midwinter sleigh rides and never apart. Hikes in the country and there's more than one tree on which I've a place in your heart. Darling, every tomorrow will be complete if all our moments are half as sweet as all our time was then. We have a world of memories, you and I, the kind you cherish more and more as the years go by. Picnics and hayrides and midwinter sleigh rides and never apart. Hikes in the country and there's more than one tree on which I've a place in your heart. Time was when we had fun on the schoolyard swings, when darling, every tomorrow will be complete if all our moments are half as sweet as all our time was
Larry, as Kenny was singing just now, a vagrant thought flitted through my mind. I
Yeah?
suddenly realized that something big has gone out of my life. Gone forever.
Really? What's that, Fred?
The World's Fair, Larry. I could go out to Flushing and while away an idle weekend standing in line at the Futurama or sniffing Grover's gardenia. Well, now the trial honor's down, and my life is like the fairgrounds. There's no point to it.
Oh, cheer up, Fred. Part of the fair is still going on. What's more, it's on the road.
Well, don't tell me they've crammed that whole thing into a trailer, Larry.
No, Fred, but you remember Jimmy Lynch and his troupe of Death Dodgers at the Goodrich exhibit?
Well, do I? Why, those daredevil drivers thrilled millions at the fair last year.
Well, then you'll be glad to know that Jimmy Lynch and his troupe are now giving exhibitions all over the country. Ladies and gentlemen, don't miss this hair-raising, stunt-driving exhibition when it comes your way. You'll see cars sent screeching around hairpin turns at breakneck speed, taking off from a springboard into midair, deliberately crashing, rolling end over end. It's breathtaking. But make no mistake about it, when Jimmy Lynch and his men take their lives in their hands, nothing, absolutely nothing is left to chance. Says Jimmy Lynch, success of car stunts depends on perfect timing. To make sure of split-second action from our motors, we use Texaco Sky Chief gasoline exclusively. And to protect against high-speed engine heat, we use nothing but insulated Haviland motor oil. Thank you, Jimmy Lynch. And, Mr. Motorist, for matchless performance in your car, try Texaco Sky Chief and insulated Haviland, both premium products of your Texaco dealer.
Goodman has just played intermezzo. This is National Flag Week, ladies and gentlemen, and the United States Flag Association asks that we honor Flag Week through displaying the flag at our homes or at our places of business during the coming week. And now, hello, Portland. I didn't see you. Well. Say, what is the big idea? What are you doing with all of those traveling bags?
Oh, I'm leaving for Hollywood.
You're leaving for Hollywood? Well, why Hollywood? Don't you know that another girl in Hollywood is like one more flea on a St. Bernard dog? Why go out there?
Well, I've been on your program a long time.
Oh, you mean you want more money?
No, I'm getting a living wage. It says here.
Someone has interpolated that, no doubt. Well, then, if you're getting a living wage, what are you kicking about?
Well, I'm not getting any place. Girls get ahead in Hollywood. Look at Lana Turner and Priscilla Lane.
Well, they've got something. Those girls have glamour.
Well, how can I get glamour?
The quickest way to get glamour, Portland, is to hire a press agent.
Oh, what does a press agent do?
Well, you'll find out in just a minute, because our guest tonight is one of the country's leading press agents. He's a master exploiter, a cafe owner, and only last week he turned Madison Square Garden into the biggest dance hall in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present Broadway's dynamo, Monty Proser. Well, good evening, Monty.
Good evening, Fred.
Well, it certainly is a pleasure to meet the man behind New York's most popular nightclubs, the Beachcomber, the Copacabana, the New Piping Rock Club at Saratoga, and the Dance Carnival at Madison Square Garden. You know, I don't even know what to call you, Monty. Are you an entrepreneur, a restaurateur, a dancer-tour, or what is your title?
I think you'll be safe in just calling me a salesman, Fred.
Well, you're rather soft-spoken for a super salesman, Monty.
Noise doesn't get results in my business, Fred. A good salesman has to have ideas.
Well, you say you're a salesman, Monty, and still you have no samples here. Now, what is it you sell?
Well, I sort of specialize in glamour.
Glamour. Glamour is a mystery quality suddenly acquired by a mediocre actress just before Hollywood releases her first picture. Is that right?
Whatever it is, I've been selling glamour for the past 15 years.
You mean you've been glamorizing restaurants, glorifying the great American cover charge?
Not quite, Fred. Until a short time ago, I was a press agent out in Hollywood.
Ah, Hollywood. Hollywood, the home of the verbal fanfare, where everything is glorified from a picture star to a cheeseburger, which isn't such a far cry in some cases. Well, for whom did you work out there in Adjective Land?
I was with Walter Wanger at the United Artists Studios.
And what stars did you publicize?
Joan Bennett, Charles Lawton, Hedy Lamarr, many others.
Well, tell me, how does a publicity man go about glamorizing a person, Monty? You just can't grab a girl from behind a steam table in a cafeteria and make her a star, or can you?
No, if a girl wants to get any place in the theater or in Hollywood, she has to have talent.
Well, all right. Now, let's take a mythical case. Let's say an obscure blues singer is working in a chili bistro on 52nd Street, the El Stencho. And her name is Maisie Mulligan. Now, you're called in as a publicity press agent to make Maisie a star. Now, what happens?
Well, in publicizing a person, Fred, the first thing I look for is a gadget.
Well, what is a gadget?
Well, a gadget is sort of a thing.
A thing? What's a thing?
Thing is what we call a gimmick.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Look, we're not getting any place. Just what is a gimmick?
A gimmick or a gadget is an angle, a slant.
Ah, slant. You finally came across a word I know. A slant. What you mean is that you have to find something unique about Maisie Mulligan which you can build up.
Exactly. Every good press campaign is based on a gadget.
Well, Maisie has a voice range of 3 octaves. She's a Vassar graduate, and she has red hair. Now, do any of these suggest a gimmick?
The red hair is perfect, Fred.
What about Maisie's 3 octaves and her background?
Well, there's no glamour attached to a voice or a college education, but with red hair, you've got something.
And what is the first thing you do with Maisie Mulligan?
I get rid of that name.
No kidding.
I'd give her a name to match the red hair.
A name to match her red hair, for instance?
Well, I'd call her something like Cherry Dare.
Cherry Dare?
Yes, Cherry Dare, the scarlet songbird.
Well, you've got something there, Monty. Now, what happens to Cherry Dare, Cherry Dare, the scarlet songbird now?
I tried to get her a job as a Powers model.
Why?
Well, today models are the glamour girls, Fred. They get all of the publicity.
Well, all right. Now, let's say Cherry becomes a Powers model. What is your next step in her climb to stardom?
I'd make sure she's seen at the right nightclubs and keeps her name in the gossip columns. Good romance with some glamour boy is helpful, too.
Monty, don't tell me that all those hot items in the columns, who's this and you know, are running a temperature, or what hat baron isn't tipping it to Broadway Rose. Now, don't tell me these items aren't on the level.
Most of them are, but quite often it's a gadget.
Well, all right. Now, let's say you cook up a column romance for Cherry with a well-known musical comedy star named Fumpet de Vere. Better known on the road than in town. How is all of this, how is this romance and everything in the columns, how is this all helping your client get out to Hollywood?
We give her this publicity build-up for a few weeks, and sooner or later some talent scout gets interested and she gets a screen test.
And if the screen test is successful?
Then Cherry Dare is on her way to Hollywood.
And so Maisie Mulligan, the little blues singer, becomes Cherry Dare, the scarlet songbird, Hollywood's latest sensation. And then, of course, your work is over.
No, it's just beginning.
You mean even when she's a big star?
Yes, we've got to keep her before the public. That means new gadgets and new gimmicks.
Well, how do you mean?
You know, magazine and press stories. She could get lost in a storm or start wearing a new kind of sweater. Or we could make up a name for her, like the Whap Girl.
The Whap Girl? Say, whap is a better word than oomph, Monty. See Cherry Dare, the Whap Girl. Say, you ought to use whap sometime.
Yeah, I think I'll remember it.
Good. But tell me, Monty, how did you get into the nightclub business? What was the gimmick that made your beachcomber here in New York such a success?
It was a drink called the Zombie.
Ah, yes, the Zombie. The Zombie is supposed to be so powerful you can only serve 2 to a customer.
That was strictly a gimmick, Fred.
Well, it certainly took the city by storm. Somebody came out with a drink called the Hurricane that could only be served 1 to a customer. And finally, the topper, a drink called the Thunderbolt. The Thunderbolt was so powerful, nobody could drink it. The waiter just served it, and you fell down. And the police were called as a chaser. The patroller wife was the chaser.
That sounds like a pretty good gimmick, Fred.
Well, tell me, what about this latest venture of yours in Madison Square Garden? Isn't that supposed to be the biggest nightclub in the world?
Yes, it is, Fred. We can accommodate about 15,000 people. We have 3 name bands playing every night. 5,000 jitterbugging, refreshments and sandwiches. It's really quite a sight.
It's really a rainbow room for John Doe.
Yes, it's the one place in New York where everybody can have a good time.
Say, you know, if you keep doing things in a big way, Monty, you'll soon be known as Billy Rose with the water drained off.
No, Fred, Billy's in a class all by himself.
Yes, I hear Billy Rose is thinking about putting a floor show in the Grand Canyon with Superman as the master of ceremonies. Well, thanks a lot for this little peek into the fabulous land of press agentry, Monty.
It's been a pleasure, Fred, and I might add, a gimmick.
I get it. Thank you, and good night, Monty Rosa. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Win Murray, Texaco's girlfriend, to sing for us Calling All Hearts.
Calling all hearts, calling all hearts. Cupid's mad as he can be. Calling all hearts, calling all hearts. He swears he'll solve the mystery. Someone had the nerve to fall in love without asking Cupid's permission. Who can be the fool who broke the rule? Every heart is under suspicion. Calling all hearts, calling all hearts. Uncommitted, someone committed, love in the first degree. It was me. in a heart today, lost or strayed or stolen away. Who done it? Calling all hearts, calling all hearts. Cupid's mad as he can be. Calling all hearts, calling all hearts. He swears he'll solve the mystery. Someone had the nerve to fall in love without asking Cupid's permission. Who can be the fool who broke the rule? Every heart is under suspicion. Calling all hearts, calling all hearts. Uncommitted, someone committed, love in the first degree.
That was very nice. And now, ladies and gentlemen, just a brief word from Larry Elliott.
As you all know, our sponsor, the Texas Company, has donated this hour of time to the United States government from July 2nd to September 24th to be used in behalf of national defense. Mr. Henry Morgenthau, Jr., Secretary of the Treasury, accepted the offer, stating, quote, "We will make good use of these radio facilities by bringing the audience a program of wholesome entertainment." End of quotation. And so on July 2nd, the Texaco Star Theater yields its place on this radio network to the Treasury Department's new show with the title Millions for Defense. Up to this moment, the Treasury Department has informed us that the following stars have volunteered to entertain you during the first few weeks of the broadcast series: Bing Crosby, Grace Moore, Judy Garland, Lily Pons, Eddie Cantor, Al Jolson, Bob Ripley, George Jessel, Mickey Rooney, Bob Hope, Dorothy L'Amour, Charles Lawton, Deanna Durbin, our own Fred Allen, Jack Benny, the entire cast of Information Please, and Abbott and Costello. These stars are contributing to a great national cause. You and I and every American can share in the same investment by putting our savings into defense stamps and bonds to make America safe as we save.
The Texaco Star Theater resumes immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York. That was Wise Old Owl, played by Al Goodman and his orchestra. The orchestra appearing through the courtesy of Local 802, their instruments through the courtesy of Joe's Pawn Shop on a loan out. And now, ladies and gentlemen, What's going on here? Mr. Goodman, stop that music. Stop that music. Quiet. What is this? Who started this portable pandemonium?
Mr. Goodman and I are helping Kenny.
Helping Kenny do what? Set a decibel record?
Kenny's giving...
For whom is Kenny auditioning? There's no one here but us.
The man is listening over the radio down in Coney Island.
He's listening to what?
Kenny's audition.
Yes, if I make good tonight, I'm going to be a barker at Coney Island.
A barker at Coney Island? Why should you go to Coney Island?
The last time we went to Coney Island, Mama had to get weighed 10 times.
Your mother had...
2 weeks, F.A. I've got to get a job for the summer.
Well, I can get you a job. The president of the Good Humor Company is a friend of mine.
I can't be a good humor man, F.A.
Why not?
A bicycle ruins my disposition. I'm not in a good humor.
You mean riding a bicycle makes you a sore head?
Oh, no, it's just the opposite. And besides, I'd rather work at Coney Island.
Who wouldn't? That's where you are seeing the hula dancers.
Maestro.
Boom, boom.
Maestro, please. Stop with that sinus serenade there. Now, Kenny, what were you saying about Coney Island?
I went down there Sunday to look around.
Did you get any offers, Kenny?
I was swamped with propositions, Porty, but I wouldn't take them. Not me.
What propositions?
One man offered me a job as an orange runner.
An orange runner?
Yes. This guy has 2 orange juice stands and only 1 orange.
Oh.
As customers order, he wants a boy to run from one stand to the other with the orange.
Oh, to run back and forth with the...
This Goodman years ago was doing for a chain of delicatessens.
You ran with an orange, Mr. Goodman?
No, they are having a specialty noodle suit.
So?
So, Goodman is riding on a motorcycle between 20 delicatessens with the noodle.
Listen, please go away someplace. What? Remind me to give you one fare to a small town. Fare one way to a small town later. What other jobs were you offered, Kenny?
I could have been a living canopy.
Oh, what's a living canopy, Kenny?
I was supposed to hold a big umbrella over the tattooed man so his pictures wouldn't fade in the sun.
Oh, an awning for a walking mural, huh?
Yeah. I could have had another job as Eskimo Joe.
Eskimo Joe? What was that?
Eskimo Joe gets frozen in a cake of ice every morning. At night he comes out.
Well, how does Eskimo Joe get out of the ice?
At 6 o'clock they give him a hot foot.
Some jobs.
No wonder you're auditioning as a barker, Kenny.
Yes, Porty. I've practically got this job on a catapult, almost.
What do you mean, practically almost? What's holding the job up?
I gotta get a celebrity to go in the first bucket.
Bucket? What is this catapult?
It's one of those daredevil rides, Mr. Allen.
Yeah, Faye. Say, you're a celebrity. Gee, if you'll take the first ride...
Oh, no. Not I. I have no desire to be the one at the post-mortem who isn't moving.
Oh, the catapult isn't dangerous, F.A. It's a long steel spring with a big iron bucket on the end.
Yeah?
20 men bend the spring down to the ground.
Yeah?
They let it go, and zip, the bucket shoots up in the air.
I see. And where am I?
You're in the bucket, brother.
I am not only in the bucket, something tells me I am about to kick it.
Very entertaining. But personally, Goodman is preferring the hula-hula dancer.
Please, with that nasal nocturne, Maestro. Now, let me get this thing straight, Kenny. You say the bucket shoots up into the air, and I am in it.
Yes, catapulting through space.
Well, where do I land?
What's the difference? They have big nets.
Big nets? Well, nets to the man who owns it and nets to his catapult. Now, suppose I don't reach the net. Suppose I land short. Short an arm or a leg or something like that.
Oh, don't worry, F.A. You'll get plenty of distance. This year they have a new spring in the catapult. It's very powerful.
No thanks.
Oh, but you'll be the first one to take a ride. You'll get all that publicity with it.
No. Look, Kenny, I was up in the air once. As a boy, I had a ride piggyback. That cured me.
But I got to get a celebrity.
Well, why don't you try Mr. Goodman? He's a celebrity, especially in Brooklyn.
Goodman is going in the bucket only with the hula-hula dancers.
Well, no musical accompaniment this... Well, I guess Mr. Goodman isn't your man either, Kenny. He can't get his mind off the ground, only as far as those grass skirts.
Maybe I can help you out, Kenny.
No, Portland, you're not going up in that bucket. Now, it's no use, Kenny. Nobody around here is going to take a chance on that catapult.
But the man said if I could find a celebrity, he'd not only hire me as a barker...
What else?
He said he'd name the whole resort after me.
He'll change the name of Coney Island?
He'll call it Kenny Island.
No kidding.
Once when Goodman is playing there, conducting a jukebox, they are naming Coney Island after me.
What did they call it during your engagement?
Corny Island.
That I did. Well, Kenny, I'm sorry your job is off. Now, how about singing your number and just forgetting the catapult?
Oh, but I can't, F.A. I'm going to get that job if I have to take the first ride in a catapult myself.
Gee, there's the telephone.
I'll answer it. Hello? Yes, this is me. You have? Oh, shucks. Okay.
Who was that?
The man at the catapult. He says not to bother. He's got a man to take the first ride in a catapult. A Mr. Prentice of Brooklyn.
Mr. Prentice is the test pilot,
Yeah.
huh?
And he said the new spring was a big success.
Fine. Did Mr. Prentice land in the net?
Man didn't say.
Well, it's just a minor detail. Come in.
Sorry to interrupt your program, Mr. Allen. I have a special announcement.
Well, go right ahead.
Calling all Trans-Pacific Airliners. Avoid passing over Honolulu. Obstruction over Honolulu at 20,000 feet. And that is all. Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Just a minute. That obstruction over Honolulu, is that a tropical storm?
No, it's some man in a bucket. He's treading air.
Guys, Mr. Prentice of Brooklyn.
There you are, Kenny. If I had listened to you, I would precisely at this very minute be somewhere over Honolulu.
Yeah, F.A., and for only 10 cents.
Honolulu? The hula hula dancers. Boom, boom.
Play, maestro. Sing, Kenny.
There dwelt on a time in a forest of sighs one Vilia, a nymph with mysterious eyes. One day a young hunter encountered her there. One look and his heart he gave into her care. My one precious dove, pity the heart that is dying of love. Vilia, oh Vilia, pray thee to rest here with thy head on my breast. Vilia, Vilia, my one precious dove, pity the heart that is dying of love. Vilia, oh Vilia,
Beg pardon, sir. Are you Professor Wallington?
Professor Wallington?
Yes, I was told that Professor Wallington, the eminent astronomer, was appearing on this radio program.
What is this, Jimmy? Is this gentleman looking for you?
I don't know. I'm Jimmy Wallington, sir, if there's anything that I can do.
No. I want Professor Wallington, the astronomer. I understand he has discovered a star that shines all night despite the weather.
Oh, well, I'm that Wallington, and I know what you mean now. Despite the hour, despite the weather, there's one star that shines all night. The familiar Texaco star.
Fascinating. Tell me more.
The highway may be dark and lonely. The windshield splashed with rain. The time may be 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. But soon, up ahead, a light comes into view. And under it, there'll be a man waiting to serve you. An alert, capable Texaco dealer. For Texaco dealers at certain convenient points on all national highways have gone on 24-hour duty for the entire touring season. Yes, at all hours, you'll find a Texaco dealer who'll gladly clean your windshield, add water to the radiator, set you straight on your route, offer you the convenience of a fully equipped registered restroom. So plan your trips with Texaco all-night service and Texaco quality products in mind. Remember, even after midnight, you're welcome at a Texaco dealer.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Texaco Workshop Players. Tonight they present a drama of big business called The Saga of the Great American Drugstore, or over the pill to the poorhouse. Music, maestro.
One of the marvels of modern merchandising is that great American institution, the drugstore. The modern drugstore is a museum of miscellany, a rodeo of nostrums and notions that description. And the most confused of these nux vomica shrines is the great Allen Drugomat. We find the dynamic tincture tycoon entering his store to address his employees.
Attention all, attention everybody. Good morning, employees.
Good morning, Mr. Allen.
Now, today is the great Allen Drugomat's 10th anniversary.
Hooray!
And for 10 years, what has been our Drugomat slogan?
You name it, we've got it.
You name it, we've got it. Correct. Now, let's all get back to work. Jarvis.
Yes, sir?
Put an extra salted peanut in the 10-cent bags today. This is our anniversary, you know.
Yes.
Bildad.
Yes, sir.
Number 7. Bildad, how are things going in the taxidermy department?
Fine, Mr. Allen. I'm stuffing an owl.
Good for you, my little man. Put an extra handful of Excelsior in the stomach. This is our anniversary, you know.
Yes, sir.
Pardon me, sir. Where is the horse harness?
Horse harness, 2 aisles over.
Thank you.
You name it, we've got it.
Why can I get a pair of the jitterbugs that hang down in the back?
Way down in the back you want them, or medium down?
Way down.
Well, next, where is that? 2, let me see now, the jitterbug pants at the ready-to-wear department. Oh, yes, next to the jewelry counter. You didn't thank me, sir, but it's all right. You name it, and we've got it.
Hey, buddy, it's a floor show.
The floor show?
Yeah.
The only drugstore in the world with a floor show. Just follow that waitress. Order a 3-decker sandwich.
Yeah.
The chef will whip out his accordion, and the girls will do a number.
Oh, boy, what a drugstore.
Yes, sir. You name it, we've got it. Stop trembling, Forsyth. What's wrong?
It's a customer, sir. He's asking for something I never heard of.
And you a drug clerk, Forsyth?
I know, sir, but it's...
It's what?
It's something we haven't got.
Haven't got? Ridiculous. Our slogan is, you name it, we've got it. If the customer has named it, we've got it. Where is this potential saboteur?
It's that little man over there.
With the piping on his vest, and the peach stone watch fob, and the frayed spats.
Yes, sir.
The heliotrope left spat, and the lavender right spat.
Sir? What shall I do?
I'll handle this, Forsyth. Will you step over here, sir?
Yes, sir. Look, all I...
What is your name?
Piddly. Aubrey Piddly, sir.
Well, I'm F.A. Allen, president of the Allen Drugomat. You name it, we've got it. Now, Mr. Piddly, just what is it you want?
I want an aspirin.
A what?
I want an aspirin.
I told you, F.A.
Steel yourself, Forsyth.
Look, sir, if you haven't got an
Haven't got. This is a drugstore, Piddly. We have everything. You name it, we've got it.
Yeah, but I gotta get back to work.
Where do you work?
Across the street in the factory. It's too noisy. That's what gives me the headache.
Headache?
Yeah, that's why I want the aspirin. I got a headache.
A headache? A headache is brought on by noise. Why didn't you say so? What you need, man, is something to shut out the noise. Here, now, slip on a pair of these no-din earlaps, Mr. Piddly. There you are.
I can't...
15 cents, please.
Hey, I can't hear you.
30 cents! Now, you get back to the factory, Mr. Piddly. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Yeah, that was a close shave, Forsyth.
What was that he was asking for?
An aspirin. Obviously, he invented the word, made up a name, and has been repeating it and convinced himself. Why, he must be demented.
Probably no such thing.
But, we'd better make sure, Forsyth. Have Miss Prendable check over our inventories and see if she can find anything that even remotely sounds like an aspirin.
Yes, sir. Oh, it's 1 minute to 12, sir.
Oh, 1 minute to 12? The lunch crowd will be here any second.
There goes the factory whistle. They're coming, sir.
Stand back! Here comes the known rush!
Coming up. A nice orderly crowd today. Only 4 casualties. Just roll this little old lady under the counter here.
Excuse me.
You're too late for lunch, sir.
I ain't here for lunch.
Well, what is it you want?
I want an aspirin.
Piddly, are you back here?
Yeah, my headache is back with me.
Now, let's face it, Piddly.
Yeah.
You came in here a short time ago with a headache.
Yeah.
You said it was caused by the noise.
Yeah.
I sold you a pair of earlaps.
I had to take them off.
Why?
They started my ears sweating.
What?
Now I not only get a headache, I'm wet behind the ears. Hey, look, can I get an aspirin?
Now, just a moment. Just a moment. Keep your toupee on, Mr. Piddly. Mr. Forsyth.
Coming, sir.
Mr. Piddly here still has his headache, probably vitamin D deficiency. Put him under one of our sun lamps.
Yes, sir. I forgot to tell you, sir. The Greyhound Bus Company just called up. They ordered another one.
That's the second Greyhound bus we've sold this week. Not bad, hey, Piddly?
Yeah, but look, could I get an aspirin?
Stop saying that word. Now, you just run along with Mr. Forsyth here. Just a mild canter. Don't run along. I doubt if Mr. Piddly could keep up. Just run along or canter along with Mr. Forsyth. A few minutes under that sun lamp, Piddly, and your headache will be gone like the good old days.
Come along, Mr. Piddly.
All I want is...
Well, Mr. Piddly, a service. I'll get about
pardon
my...
me, sir.
Oh, you wish to see me, young man?
Yeah, I'm trying to get a job as a pharmacist.
Pharmacist, eh?
Yeah, I just graduated from the School of Pharmacy, sir, with high honors.
High honors, eh? Well, we'll soon see. I'll give you a quick pharmaceutical test. Are you ready?
Oh, yes, sir.
What is a PB?
Peanut butter sandwich.
Draw one.
Coffee.
Chinese boiled dinner.
Chop suey.
An actor and his radio script.
Ham and eggs.
Bad news in a nutshell.
Hamburger in a bun.
Bookends.
2 pieces of angel cake.
Chorus girl's breakfast.
Coke with cornflake float.
Do you know how to repair a Mickey Mouse watch?
Oh, yes, sir.
You're hired.
Oh, thank you, sir.
You're going places in the pharmacy game, son. Now, slip a smock on over your raincoat there and go to work.
Oh, yes, sir.
Just a minute.
Yes, sir?
Do you know what an aspirin is?
Wait. An aspirin? No, sir. I never heard of an aspirin.
Good. Well, go to work.
Yes, sir.
And remember, small scoops in the ice cream cone.
Oh, yes.
Well, fine. Now,
Now, just take it easy, Mr. Piddly.
Dad, who is this? Oh, it's Piddly. Look at your face, Piddly. What happened, Forsyth?
I'm afraid he stayed under the sun lamp too long, sir.
Your face is black, Piddly. What about your headache?
Could you all sell me an aspirin?
Dad, he's got a southern accent.
Yes, and I still got a headache.
Well, naturally, Piddly, I've just noticed your celluloid collar there. It's too tight. The blood is cut off from your head. A headache is often caused by poor circulation. Now, there's only one thing to do.
Could you all get me an aspirin?
No. The pain is in your head.
Yeah.
Now, we'll put a mustard plaster on your stomach. That will draw the pain from your head down into your stomach. We'll put 2 hot water bottles on your legs. That will draw the pain down into your feet. Are you following me, Forsyth?
Yes, sir. The headache is now on Mr. Piddly's feet.
Good. We'll take off his shoes and stockings, put him in a vibrating machine, and shake him well.
Is that going to cure my headache?
Your feet are bare. The vibrator will shake the ache out of your system, and also that dialect, I hope. Now get to work, Forsyth.
Come, Mr. Piddly.
Look, one little aspirin.
Gad, if this only works, Piddly will forget about that confounded aspirin, and our slogan will be saved.
Well, Mr. Allen.
Oh, yes, Miss Prendable. Have you looked through our inventories?
I looked through everything. There's no such thing.
No aspirin?
Here's our drug list.
Acids, adding machines, alarm clocks, angina pads, anchors, arch supporters.
See, there's no such thing as aspirin.
Well, that's good enough for me. Now, if I can only convince Piddly... here he comes with Mr. Forsyth. What news, Forsyth?
Mr. Piddly has had his vibrator treatment, sir. I put it in high.
He seems to be still shaking.
I shook the daylights out of him, sir.
Good. How do you feel, Mr. Piddly?
Hey, who am I?
Dad, he doesn't know who he is.
I must have shaken his brain all up, sir.
Hey, Where am I?
He doesn't know where he is.
Who are you two guys?
Quick, Forsyth. Hand him his shoes and stockings. Put his hat back on.
You mean, sir?
He doesn't know who he is, where he is, or what he wanted.
The aspirin, sir.
Don't mention that word, Forsyth. We'll get Piddly out on the street. He won't know he was ever in here.
And our slogan?
You name it, we've got it, we'll be saved.
Eureka, sir.
Take his other arm, Forsyth.
Yes, sir.
Come, Piddly.
Where am I going? Who am I, huh?
Your name is Piddly.
Yeah,
You're going
Piddly.
bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That's a good boy.
Yeah, all right.
You're all set, Mr. Piddly.
Yeah.
You've got your shoes and stockings.
Yeah, stockings.
Your hat.
Yeah.
Your swagger stick.
Yeah.
Good. You've got everything.
Yeah, all but one thing.
What?
I want an aspirin.
Thank you. And here is Jimmy Wallington, M.D., Master of Duds.
Fire chiefs and the men who drive fire engines, ambulances, and patrol cars always turn thumbs down on poor performance. That's why duds just never stand a chance in that company. And that goes for gasoline duds, too. Those sluggish, slow-action elements that are a drag on your engine. They're not wanted. And they're not present in Texaco Fire Chief, the gasoline designed for fire engines and other emergency duty vehicles. Yes, the duds are out. That explains those speedy fire chief starts, the lively pickup, and power in the pinches. When you fill up at the fire chief pump, you're getting only the elements that are rich in driving energy, the powerful ones that work to give you mileage, save money. So next time, try a Texaco dealer and Fire Chief, the emergency duty gasoline. It's all action, not a dud in a tank full.
Thank you, Jimmy, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. Next week, Mr. Thomas Dewey will be here to have a word with you. Mr. Thomas Dewey, next Wednesday night. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast, and inviting you to drive in anytime. Remember, you're welcome.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedian, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker and Portland Hopper, Win Murray and Al Goodman's orchestra. It's Texaco time. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've been looking for relief from the warm weather, we now present that comic cyclone.
Yes.
That breezy buffoon.
Here.
That Zephyr Zany.
Yeah.
In other words, that bag of wind. Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what's going on here. The program starts, and Mr. Goodman, the first thing, leaves out a chord. Could we have that chord now? Could we play the chord, after all? Very good. As long as you're in here, you may as well get the whole program. And now, the show started, and Jimmy, you were over there. Now, you can make it faster from over there to the microphone. Go ahead, now, try it again.
Start it this way.
Yes, you can. You can. Come on, and here he is. How's
that?
All right.
Got it?
Now, the next thing don't laugh now. Your mustache goes up your nose when you do it. And another thing I want to take up with you before I forget it, about this opening here. You just called me a bag of wind. Now, speaking of wind, Mr. Wallington, you are no air pocket yourself. You have called me some terrible things on this program, Mr. W., but a bag of wind, that's the worst yet.
Oh, Fred.
That's the last straw.
Fred.
That cures me. I'll never speak to you again.
You won't tell this next joke with me?
You heard me. I'm not talking to you.
Not even in the commercials?
No.
Not even if I ask you a question?
No.
But you've got to talk to someone. Who will you talk to?
Well, don't worry about me. When I feel like talking, I can talk to Mr. Goodman here.
Oh, yeah? What can you say to Goodman?
What can I say? I can always say, Mr. Goodman, will you join me in turning to the latest news of the week? Now, wait a minute. What a musician. Even his fanfares are in broken English. He's leading with a crooked stick or something. Now, wait a minute. Mr. Goodman, can we have a fresh fanfare? One of those I saw in the window? Well, that's better. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. Broadway, New York. As the seasonal curtain drops on the Broadway theater this month, many actors succumb to the lure of the summer playhouse. Little theater groups spring up in barns and haylofts around the country, dispossessing crops and cattle in the name of art. Tonight, the Texaco News interviews a group of obscure nobodies who are involved in summer theater activities this year. First, Mr. Titus Craw, a farmer who turned his barn over to a group of actors.
Don't mention actors to me.
What, just a
Don't mention actors to me.
Well,
Show me an actor, and I'll show you Jezebel every time.
Well, now, Mr. Craw, please. If you don't like actors, why did you turn your barn into a summer theater last year?
Well, I'll tell you. Last summer we had a bad drought. It was a sizzler.
The heat bother your crops?
Shriveled everything.
Did, huh?
My cucumbers got so hot they was giving off a dull green glow.
Your cucumbers?
Yeah, they looked like Mazda pickles on a neon vine.
You're lucky they didn't get hot enough to weld the summer squash on the string beans. Ripley would have moved in and taken over the farm. Well, it must have been terrible.
I had to wet my feet to walk around the farm.
Why?
Radishes was giving me the hot foot.
Kidding.
Well, I seen the harvest was going to be a mess of clinkers.
So you rented your barn?
To the Tinker Bell Players. Don't mention actors to me.
Now, don't get excited, Mr. Craw. What happened?
Well, first thing I knew, my barn was full of berets with actors under them.
Yeah, really? Did they live with you?
Now, they was too cheap to pay room rent. They stayed out back of the barn.
The actors lived in the field?
They slept 2 acres of my corn flat the first week.
They did, huh? Well, how did they eat?
On the sly.
On the sly, eh?
Hens started disappearing from the coops.
Yeah.
Eggs was missing from the nests. Turkeys started going one by one.
You couldn't catch them, huh?
Not first off. They was too cute for me.
They were.
And then one day I swooped down.
What caused you to swoop?
Well, this morning I'm hiding in the barley bin.
Yeah?
I seen the leading man kneeling on the stage.
Yeah?
His hand is stuck out through the door and it's going up and down.
What did you do?
Well, I jumped out of the barley bin and I says, "Hey, Ham, what you doing there?" He says, "I'm rehearsing." "Rehearsing what?" says I. "Shaking hands," says he. "Shaking hands with who?" says I. "With the man off stage," says he.
He was kneeling down to shake hands?
He says in the play, this man outside the door's a midget.
Oh, I see.
Well, I'd never seen a midget. This was my chance, so I run round back.
What did he look like?
I still ain't seen no midget.
You mean the leading man wasn't shaking hands with a midget?
He weren't shaking hands with nobody.
Then why was his hand going up and down?
He was milking my cow. Don't mention actors to me.
As you wish, and thank you, Titus Craw. A young New York producer who experiments in the summer theater is Roderick Dubille. I don't place your name in the theater, Mr. Dubille, or Dubille, rather.
Surely you must have heard of me. I am known around the automat as Roderick Dubille, the frustrated Saroyan.
The frustrated Saroyan. You're a frustrated Saroyan, eh? Well, you are devoting your life to the theater.
To me, the theater is merely a test tube. In it, I brew all human emotions.
Oh, I see. And how do audiences react to your play?
What does it matter? The audience means nothing. The theater means nothing. The play means nothing.
And you?
I mean something.
Well, I didn't...
Did you see my play, Thread?
Thread? What was it like?
The curtain rises. Yes? 200 sewing machines are on the stage, sewing. A silkworm enters. The machine aids, he mutters. The silkworm sneers. The sewing machines cringe. Curtain! Think it over.
Yes, I thought later in the week
You saw my play Crash?
Crash?
The curtain goes up. A bass drum is center stage. The drum is a cymbal. On the drum rests a cymbal. The cymbal is a cymbal.
Yeah.
The audience ponders. A termite smacks his lips. Curtain! You see the work I am doing?
Yes. Yes, I do, unfortunately. Well, in your opinion, Mr. Dubille, what is wrong with the theater?
The theater is afraid to experiment. Why should the actors always be on the stage and the audience in the seats?
Well, that is the custom, isn't it?
Custom, my buskin. I am changing all that.
When?
This summer. I am opening my season at Mooney's Meadow, New Hampshire.
Mooney's Meadow?
I am doing an Ibsen play in a windmill.
The actors perform inside the windmill?
Yes.
But where are you putting the audience?
The audience rides around in buckets on the 4 giant paddles. As the paddles pass the bottom of the windmill, the audience peeks in the door. Snatches of the play are seen.
But how do the people in each bucket know what the whole play is about?
Very simple. After the windmill stops, the groups from each bucket are introduced, views are exchanged, it dawns on them.
Remarkable, I must say. A revolutionary technique.
Thank you.
Well, tell me, Mr. Dubille, what do you do when your season closes?
They come for me.
Who?
I don't know who they are. It's always the same 2 men in white coats.
And these 2 men carry a straitjacket?
How did you know?
They come for me, too. A little-known actress who is back from her summer season already, Miss Cuddles Cudahy. You have concluded your season, Cuddles.
One night washed me up, mister.
Really? What happened?
Well, I've been navigating a Minsky melon all winter.
Navigating a Minsky melon?
Doing a bubble dance.
Oh, a bubble is the Minsky melon. You're in burlesque, I take it.
I'm on every 15 minutes with different bubbles. Big bubbles, little bubbles.
Really? Junior bubbles?
Yeah.
No.
For the finale, I'm supposed to be the spirit of wine. I dance behind a grate.
You do? But tell me, how did you get into the summer theater?
Well, one night I'm sitting in my dressing room putting a blowout patch on my bubble.
Uh-huh.
Well, there's a knock on the door.
Yes?
It's a talent scout. He signs me for some summer theater. The Vinegar Vat Volunteers.
The Vinegar Vat Volunteers. Well, you were going to appear in a legitimate play.
Yeah, the author wrote in 2 extra parts for me and me bubble.
Oh, well, that's very nice. We could be together. Well, why did you quit?
Well, the Vinegar Vat Volunteers is putting on their shows in this vinegar vat. Well, it's full of cracks and nut holes.
Oh, you mean the wind blows through?
You can fly a kite in the dressing rooms.
You can, really? But what happened?
Well, comes opening night. I dance on the stage with me bubble. I'm supposed to be a fawn toying with a gooseberry.
A fawn toying with a gooseberry, huh?
Yeah. Well, I start toying.
Yeah.
I'm controlling the bubble beautiful.
Oh, good for you.
Suddenly a storm comes up outside. The wind starts whistling through the vat.
Yes?
And in no time, the stage is a tornado of zephyrs, gales, and gusts.
And you kept dancing?
It's me and the bubble all over.
What did you do?
Oh, what could I do? It's murder. The wind is blowing. I'm dancing with the bubble. I'm dancing without the bubble. The bubble is dancing with me.
What a dilemma.
Yeah. First the wind blows, then the furniture blows, then the scenery blows, finally the bubble blows.
Well, how did you ever get off the stage?
In a patrol wagon.
Well, tell me, Cuddles, what are you doing the rest of the season?
30 days starting tomorrow.
You're perhaps the first bubble dancer to ever take a rap, and thank you, Cuddles Cudahy. And now a theater manager and actor who is disbanding his company, Sir Cedric Levine. You have been in show business a long time, Sir Cedric.
For 20 years, Sir Cedric is managing for always his own place. Mostly sequels.
Well, how do you mean, Cedric? How do you mean sequel?
So soon a play is opening uptown. Downtown by Levine is opening a sequel.
Well, I don't get it.
Well, I'll give you for instance.
Good.
Uptown is opening The Man Who Is Coming to Dinner.
Yes?
By Levine, downtown is opening The Man Is Asking for Bicarbonate.
A sequel, I see.
Yes. Uptown is opening The Corn Is Green.
Yes?
Downtown, I'm calling it By Levine It Is Ripe.
These were all sequels?
Every one. My sister Eileen is coming out my brother Morris. Panama Hattie, Brooklyn Becky.
You played these shows in your own theater?
For 20 years, whole winter, Sir Cedric Levine is bringing the drama to Delancey.
What, was it successful?
Who knows? In the lobby, I'm selling men's suits wholesale.
You combine business and buffoonery.
Between the two, I am breaking even.
Well, tell me, what do you do in the summer?
Summers, I am closing up downtown and going up the river.
Oh, you give shows on the river, do you?
Up and down the Hudson is floating Levine's combination showboat and popular prize delicatessen.
But tell me, what did you sell?
Salami with Gilbert and Solomon. Mostly revivals, especially the salami.
The salami?
Yeah.
You had a company of singers with you?
Who needs singers? I personally am singing all the songs with different kind of voices.
Oh, a one-man choir?
Yes, in Pinafore I'm singing, I'm sweet little Dixie Cup, dear little Dixie Cup, sweet little Dixie
Sir Cedric. You mean sweet, not Dixie Cup, you mean sweet little Buttercup, don't you?
On Levine's showboat, brother, you are not getting even in the lyrics.
Fine, now what about your plans for this summer?
Well, for the first time in 20 years, this year, Levine's showboat is not sailing.
Why not?
The Senate is not making up its mind.
What has the Senate got to do with your showboat going up the river?
I am writing, do I need or don't I need? The Senate is not answering.
Do you need or don't you need what?
Convoys.
Well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker sings Two Hearts That Pass in the Night.
Silent ships go riding, meet and pass, and then are gone like summer rain. We met even so, love, how are we to know, love, if we part tonight? When we may meet again. Ooh, magical light of the moon, knowing how soon night is gone. Two hearts that join in a glance and discover romance as are made, only to fade with the dawn. So, for an hour you were mine, and my heart was aglow with a power beyond tasted delight. Must they always be lonely, alas? Two hearts that pass in the night. So, for an hour you were mine, and my heart was aglow with a power beyond divining. Two hearts have tasted delight. Must they always be lonely, alas? Two hearts that pass in the night.
That was swell, Kenny. Believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, as I was coming to the studio, on my way to the studio tonight, I heard an automobile parked at the curb muttering to itself. I went over to the thing, and I heard the car saying,
"Honk, honk. Today I am a sedan. And boy, am I in a spot.
So I said to the car, "What's the matter, little car?"
My owner's planning on taking me on a vacation trip.
Yeah?
Don't let him do that to me.
Why not?
I ain't ready. My chassis ain't been marked. My crankcase is full of worn-out oil. I got a rear tire that's ready to blow out any minute. Don't let him take me. I'll spoil this trip.
Now. Don't be so ungrammatical, little car. Wipe those tears off your headlights. Now, I tell you, I can get Larry Elliott to fix everything up for you. Now, tonight, when I get down to the program, I'll have Larry speak to your owner and say,
Mr. Car Owner, let a Texaco dealer get your car in shape for hard vacation travel. He'll safeguard the chassis with a Marfac job, Texaco's famous chassis lubrication service. You change the crankcase over to insulated Haviland or Texaco motor oil for full engine protection in high-speed, hot weather driving. And if your car needs new tires or a battery, most Texaco dealers carry a complete line of nationally advertised brands. There's still another way your Texaco dealer can help make your trip a safe and pleasant one. Through Texaco Touring Service, he will secure all the information you need about any trip you have in mind, give you a complete up-to-the-minute routing that will avoid detours, take you around large cities, and give you your choice of the shortest or most scenic route. So before you start your vacation trip or any trip, see a Texaco dealer.
That was two guitars played by Maestro Goodman and 17 men who followed him home from the racetrack the day he won the Daily Double. Now, at this time, hello, Portland. Say, what is in that package you have there? Something for me?
Oh, no. It's a box of eggs I'm sending to my cousin in the Army.
Oh, he likes eggs, does he?
He hates eggs, but he says it's too much trouble to eat meat in the Army.
What trouble?
Well, he says before he can enjoy a hamburger steak, he has to go out and count the mules.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's another egg you can put in the package for your cousin.
Say, Porty, have you seen my yo-yo?
No, Kenny.
Mr. Goodman, have you seen my yo-yo?
Who could seeing a yo-yo? A yo-yo you are hearing, not seeing.
What do you mean, philosopher? You hear a yo-yo?
Yo-yo is a part of a yodel. Yo-yo-yo.
Now, wait a minute. Stop that hog calling, Mr. Goodman.
Yes, a yo-yo isn't a yodel, Mr. Goodman.
So what is a yo-yo?
It's a thing that goes up and down on a string.
Sure. Only one thing I know is going up and down on a string.
What is that, Maestro?
A violin player's little finger, the pinky.
I ought to know better than talk to the man.
No, Mr. Goodman. A yo-yo is like a string top.
How can a top be a string? This is two different things, altogether opposite.
You got your tongue confused now. Say, how do you're not only breaking English, you are shattering it tonight. How do you mean two different things altogether opposite?
A top is a top, obviously.
Obviously. And string?
String is a rope that is never having a chance.
Fine.
String could also be thread with a goiter.
Please, Maestro, now.
Guys, I gotta find that yo-yo. It's holding up my packing.
Oh, what are you packing, Kenny?
Oh, everything, Porty. My Superman belt, my Mickey Mouse sweater, my cellophane pinwheel. Now, if I can only find my yo-yo, I'll be all set.
Did you see Kenny's yo-yo, Mr. Goodman?
Yo-yo you are not seeing, you are hearing. Yo-yo.
Now, wait, Maestro, please. We've done that routine. The rest of us are on the next page. Now, turn over there.
Oh, excuse me.
You stop going to night school now. You see what happens. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. Now, what's this about packing, Kenny? Don't forget, this program isn't finished until next Wednesday night.
Oh, I can't wait to get away, F.A. I'm all in.
All in from what?
I've been working hard all winter. Look at all the songs I've sung. Amapola, Jeannie with the light brown hair. Amapola, Jeannie with the light brown hair. Amapola.
Kenny has worked hard, Mr. Allen.
I've been singing like a dog. Why, I've taken Kathleen home so many times she's going to sue me for breach of promise.
Goodman also is working hard.
What do you mean, you work hard?
It is easy every week to get harmony out of 20 relatives.
I see what you mean. Take the instruments away from your orchestra, and what have you got?
A family reunion.
Right. Now, look, Kenny.
Oh, I'm a wreck, F.A. I'm going to get out in the woods and rough it.
Rough it?
You bet. I'm going primitive, F.A. No milk on my Krispies. No trim in my toast. No Eskimo pies.
Gosh, you'll be practically a savage, Kenny.
Oh, I can see myself now. There I am, lost in the forest. My wedgies covered with dust. My hair tousled. My mustache all matted.
Wait a minute. You haven't got a mustache.
I'll grow one. Hair grows in the forest. Look at the possums. Look at the bear.
Well, you've got a bare upper lip now. You're too young to grow a mustache, Kenny.
Once, when I, Goodman, was a little shaver, I am trying to grow a mustache.
How'd you make it come out, Mr. Goodman?
I am rubbing on my lip chicken schmaltz. The whites of 2 eggs and a turkey giblet.
And a mustache grew?
2 hairs are growing out and 4 feathers.
Fine. Well, if you want your upper lip to look like a sparrow's wing, Kenny, there's your recipe.
Well, you can laugh, F.A. When I get back, you won't know me from Tarzan.
Well, where are these woods, Kenny?
Oh, I don't know, Porty. It's a place called Camp Kill Care. It's a branch of the Rover Boys.
The Rover Boys, yeah. Say, have you enrolled?
Well, I sent in my application, and I'm just waiting to be examined.
And if I know radio, whoever is at that door has something to do with your examination. Come in.
Company!
What is this? A runt in a Boy Scout suit all alone walks in here and yells, "Company halt."
Who's Kenny Baker?
I'm Kenny Baker.
When you're addressing a superior officer, Baker, say sir.
Yes, sir. Sir?
Well, say, who are you, Sprat?
I am Chief Tetley, officer in charge of Camp Killcare.
Oh, are you going to examine Kenny?
Yes, madam.
Oh, I knew it all the time. I knew it.
Baker has made application to become a rover boy. If he meets our requirements, I shall pass him today.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy, what, Baker?
Oh, boy, sir.
That's better. Have you learned your rover boy code?
Yes, sir. A rover boy is trustworthy. A rover boy is loyal. He is courteous. He is friendly. He is kind. He is physically and mentally on the alert.
Very good, Baker. Does a rover boy ever lose his temper, Baker?
No, sir.
What does a boy do if he's tempted to become angry?
He recites the official rover boy reminder poem, Control.
And how does our control poem go?
A rover boy, when his anger mounts, he never speaks. He stops and counts. He never utters that nasty word. He never emits a resounding bird.
What does the rover boy do, Baker?
He counts to 10 while his anger is mounting.
And if he's still mad at 10?
He keeps on counting.
Bravo, Baker! Gad, lad, you've got the stuff. Always remember, if you're about to lose your temper, count to 10.
Yes, sir.
Now, Baker, salute. I'll induct you. Kenny Baker, by the powers duly invested in me, I hereby proclaim you to be a member of the Rover Boys in good standing. From this day forth, you are to be known as Tenderfoot Baker.
Tenderfoot Baker. Gee, thank you, sir.
Congratulations, Tenderfoot.
Thanks, Sporty.
Congratulations, Tenderfeet Baker.
Thanks, Mr. Goodman.
Well, all right now. If you're finished, Kenny, tell this little think to haul drum here.
Who is this person, Tenderfoot?
This is Mr. Allen, Chief Tetley.
Grotesque chap, isn't he?
Why, you little crumb. I'd like to be a pigeon for about 2 minutes.
You, sir, have the manners of a mink. Why, if I...
Don't lose your temper, Chief.
Oh, yes. 1, 2, 3...
Why, I ought to pull your nose down and bend it into your mouth.
If I didn't have this drum on...
If I had a hairbrush, I'd fill you so full of bristles, you'd have to shave before you could sit down.
Don't tempt me, or I'll push your Adam's apple up into your sinus, and you'll have 3 bags under your eyes.
Quiet, or I'll peel off your skin and make a duffel bag out of it.
That's done it. That's done it. Why, you...
Oh, Chief Tetley, remember, control.
Oh, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5...
Gosh, you should be ashamed to pick on a little boy, Mr. Allen.
Well, he started on me, didn't he, Mr. Goodman?
The kid is pulling a knife on him. This I'm seeing personally.
Why, I ought to pull that drum down over that brat's head and make a sarong out of it.
46, 47, 48...
49, 50.
51.
Oh, cut it out, fellas. Do you want me to get thrown out of the Rover Boys?
Yeah. Fortunately for a certain party, my temper is cool.
Why, you little schlump.
Mr. Allen, control.
Oh, all right. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Very well, Tenderfoot. You have your camping equipment, your jacks and beanbag.
Oh, yes, sir.
Jacks and beanbag? What do you Rover Boys do in camp?
We have scads of fun. I plan each day.
Well, what is the routine, Chief Tetley?
We rise at the crack of dawn for toothbrush drill and chow.
Yes?
Then a busy morning hiking, tying knots, visiting our feathered friends, lunch, and we're ready for our nap.
You couldn't demonstrate a nap right now, could you?
Oh, quit heckling, F.A. What comes after lunch, Chief?
We pick wildflowers.
Oh, goody.
Then a hectic afternoon wigwagging, and home higgledy-piggledy straight to our tents for flap maneuvers.
Flap maneuvers?
Yes, flap right, flap left, flap up, flap down, flap, flap.
We get the idea. You're flap happy.
Gee, Chief Tetley, a day in camp sure sounds exciting.
Yes, it is, Tenderfoot. But it's after supper the fun begins.
With me, too, after supper it begins. Cramps with heartburn.
Maestro.
What comes after supper, Chief Tetley?
Oh, it's rollicking, really. I convulse the lads with a Peter Rabbit story. When the laughter dies down, a brief sing, taps, and we turn in.
Oh, I can't wait for the sing, Chief Tetley.
Well, I'm always in the mood for a sing, Tenderfoot. How about singing our Rover Boy song right now?
Oh, let's go, Chief. We're Rover Boys, we like to rove. We rove all over the map. A Rover Boy who doesn't rove is nothing but a sap. Too high, Chief. We hike, we swim, we hunt, we fish, we do everything but work. A Rover Boy who takes a job is nothing but a jerk.
All right. That's the end of that. That's the blow-off.
I'll expect you at Camp Killcare next week, Tenderfoot.
Yes, sir.
And don't forget the password is chickadee.
Chickadee.
Yes. Good night, all.
And now Win Murray, Texaco's girlfriend, sings What Do You Do on a Rainy Day?
What do you do on a rainy day? Where do you go when it rains? Can take a walk when the rain starts to play a tic-tac on my window pane. I always save for a rainy day a special something to do. And so whenever the weather is gray, I spend an afternoon with you. Cocktails for two, firelight and dancing. It's cozy within while it's stormy without. Looking at you sets me romancing. Your eyes are so tender they seem to surrender. What do I care if the day is drear? One sweet solution remains. We simply kiss and the sky is clear, and that's what I do when it rains. For most people it's most distressing when the rain comes tumbling down. For me there's nothing depressing about a rainy day in town. What do you do on a rainy day? Where do you go when it rains? Can't take a walk when the rain starts to play a tic-tac on my window panes. I always say for a rainy day a special something to do. And so whenever the weather is gray, I spend an afternoon with you. Cocktails for two, firelight and dancing. It's cozy within while it's stormy without. Looking at you sets me romancing. Your eyes are so tender they seem to surrender. What do I care if the day is drear? One sweet solution remains. We simply kiss and the sky is clear, and that's what I do. That's what I do when it rains.
Technical Star Theater will continue immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I present an eminent man of science, the well-known professor of dudology, Mr. Chamomile T. Week, Jr., who will speak to us this...
Fred, hold everything.
What's the trouble, Jimmy? I was just about to ease gently into a commercial here.
Hey, Fred, there's a man outside who says he wants to speak to you.
Well, he'll have to wait until after the program, Jimmy. I can't
But
stop...
Fred, they say this man is District Attorney Dewey.
Who?
Thomas E. Dewey, the New York District Attorney.
You're listening to Same Time, Same Station, the best of old-time
I don't
radio.
know, Fred.
And I'm your
Maybe you'd better
host,
ask him yourself.
Jerry
Well, if
Hendigas.
it's really the district attorney, don't keep him waiting out there, Jimmy. Tell him to come in.
Right.
please.
Will you come in, Mr. Dewey?
Well, this is indeed an honor and a pleasure, Mr. Dewey.
Thanks. It's nice to see you, too, Fred.
You're not here on business, I hope.
Yes, I'm afraid I am.
You mean I have done something?
Well, it's nothing you've done, Fred. It's something I want you to do.
Not 30 days, Mr. Dewey.
No, Fred, but after what I've heard here tonight, that wouldn't be enough. I'm here on business, but it's a cheerful sort of business. I want to sign you up for the USO, the United Service Organization.
Yes, I've been reading about the USO, Mr. Dewey. The organization plans to run service clubs for the soldiers and sailors, doesn't it?
Exactly. The government is building 360 of these camps in the near towns, near the big camps. And the USO is raising money to operate them.
But I thought that the Army and the Navy had taken over all of the men's recreational activities.
That's true in the camps. But we didn't send these men to concentration camps. No American boy wants to stay in camp all the time. When he gets a night off, he wants to go to town as a free American. And he has a right to see a few folks in civilian clothes, to get away from the brass hats and the sergeants. But when he gets to town, there's literally no place for him to go. The towns near these camps have business sections 4 blocks long. There's no place to sit down except on the curb. In the last 6 weeks, I've visited a great many of these big camps with 30 or 40,000 men. They're put down in areas where there's nothing but grass and acres around, and a few little villages some miles away. These places have accommodations only for their own folks. And when thousands of men come for an evening or the weekend, well, you can imagine what the towns look like. That's where the USO comes in. We're raising $11 million to give our men some decent place to go.
Well, how is your drive progressing, Mr. Dewey?
The response has been swell, Fred.
That's fine.
In fact, I expect to have a mighty handsome progress report to make public in about 2 days. I got a wire this afternoon you might like to hear about. Up in Bath, Maine, they have a great shipbuilding center.
Yes, I know it.
And they have a quota of $1,700 in Bath, Maine.
$1,700.
And the drive's been going 2 weeks. And from these shipyard workers, they've raised not $1,700, but $5,800, and they say they're going to keep right on going for another month.
Well, that's swell.
People all over the country seem to want to help as soon as they learn the need. This is the first chance most of us have had to do a part in national defense, and millions of people haven't had their chance to contribute at all. So I'm able to announce tonight that they needn't wait until they're asked. They can mail in their dollars as much as they can send to their local USO committee. Or, if they haven't a local committee yet, to USO Empire State Building, New York. And in return, they'll get a USO pin as a sort of badge of honor to show that they've done their part to back up their own country's defenders.
Well, thank you a lot for coming here tonight to tell us about the USO, Mr. Dewey. You say the address is the Empire State Building, New York City?
That's right, Fred.
Well, I'll be happy to mail in my check right after the program.
Well, if I can be sure of that.
Yes, you can be sure.
Here's the USO pin anyway. I'm happy to pin it on you. You're in the Army, behind the Army now.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Dewey. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker has chosen for his second number, Beautiful Dreamer.
Starlight and dewdrops are waiting for thee. Songs of the rude world heard in the day, loved by the moonlight, have all passed away. Beautiful dreamer, queen of my song, list while I woo thee with soft melody. Gone are the cares of life's busy throng. Beautiful dreamer, awake unto me. Beautiful dreamer, awake unto me. Beautiful dreamer, beam on my heart, keen as the morn on the streamlet and sea. Then will all clouds of sorrow depart. Beautiful dreamer, awake unto me.
That was swell, Kenny. You're welcome, you're welcome, you're welcome.
What's the matter, Fred? What are you mumbling about?
Well, I'm just rehearsing, Jimmy. You're welcome.
Rehearsing what?
Well, I'm rehearsing that phrase the Texaco dealers use. You know, you're welcome. As one of the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers, James, I certainly should know the right way to say you're welcome. You know, with the
Well, that's simple, Fred. Just say, you're welcome.
Oh, no, Jimmy. It's not as easy as all that. There are so many ways, different ways you can say it. For instance, you can say, you're welcome, or you can say, you're welcome, or you're welcome. Why, you can even sing it.
No.
Have to be careful, you know, these times. Those notes I sing, those are my own notes. My lawyer's right here.
Look, Fred, let me tell you, it doesn't matter how you say it.
No?
If you're a Texaco dealer, people know you mean what you say regardless, because the motoring public has found that there are many practical ways in which Texaco dealers make you feel you're welcome. One of the most appreciated, especially by the ladies and by families on long trips, is the Texaco Registered Restroom Service. For the green and white Texaco Registered Restroom sign assures you absolute cleanliness. A place completely equipped with soap, running water, fresh towels, and a mirror. Wise motorists have long realized how much this meant when they were driving far. And now they can enjoy this Texaco highway courtesy when they're driving late, too. For now and throughout the touring season, Texaco dealers will offer all-night service at certain convenient points on all national highways. So stop in anytime, day or night. Remember, you're welcome at Texaco dealers.
Now, the Texaco Workshop Players. Tonight they present their sequel to that great classic of the bull ring, the drama that made a star of Rudolph Valentino and recently won new laurels for Tyrone Power in his 20th Century Fox picture, Blood and Sand. Ladies and gentlemen, some of the dialogue in the following play is spoken in pure Castilian Spanish. During the action of the play, these native speeches will be translated for you by Professor Don Luis Valdego. Professor Valdego.
Gracias. Buenos días, señores y señores. ¿Dónde está? English translation, I will explain.
Thank you, Don Luis Valdego.
Mucho gracias. English translation, okay.
On with our dramatic slice of life, as life is sliced in sunny Spain. Our sequel, then, to Blood and Sand.
Blood and Sand, a romantic tale of the most colorful figures in old Spain, the bullfighters. For 10 generations, the greatest family of toreadors to grace the bull rings of all Spain were the Don Allens. Don Jose Allen the Magnificent, Don Humberto Allen the Fearless, and many others. But today, the story is different. Today, shirking the tradition of the gallant Don Allen name, is the notorious Spanish coward, Don Federico Allen. His record...
In 20 years of bullfighting, Don Federico has yet to kill the first bull. Every bull in Spain has already tasted Don Federico. At bull rings, he is billed Don Federico Allen, for whom the bulls drool.
Our drama tonight concerns the final episode in the craven life of this notorious anemic coward. It is called No Blood and No Sand.
The scene, the opening day of Madrid's Fiesta Grande El Toro.
Fiesta Grande El Toro. English translation, the biggest bullfights.
We find Don Federico in his dressing room. As the hour of the fight draws near, the management, taking no chances, has nailed up all doors and windows. Pancho, Don Federico's faithful dresser, enters the room.
Buenos dias, Don Federico.
Pancho, mon amigo, toreadoro, I'll soon be on the floor, the bull will never roar, I'll be full of goro.
It is good to hear you sing. You are happy.
I am sing, Pancho, but I am not happy. Today, I am to fight the bull.
See, for 50 years I have served the Don Allens. Never before one is afraid.
Today, one is afraid.
Why you are afraid? Tyrone Power is killing the bull?
See, but that is not the real bull. Inside the bull, Tyrone Power is to kill. Inside the bull is Don Amici. I am to fight the real bull.
Today is your last chance, Don Federico. You must bring back the honor of the family. You must kill the bull.
Not me, Pancho. Adios. Tell the bull I went this way.
It is too late to run, senor. They have bolted the doors.
Bolted the doors? See, today the honor of the Don Allens is at stake. There is but one way out.
They have nailed the window also, Don Federico.
Caramba, I am trapped like the ratto in the trappo.
English translation, the jig is up.
What to do, Pancho? What to do? I am frightened of the bull.
Polo grasa. Polo grasa.
English translation, chicken fat. Delicious.
You come from the Toreador family. For 200 years, the Don Allens are making with the bull.
Not Don Federico.
See, Don Federico. Oh. You are the bravest bullfighter in old Spain.
Oh, no.
You have the courage of the tiger. You have the heart of the lion. You...
Go on, Pancho. What you waiting for?
Lightning to strike me.
Oh. You make joke.
No, senor. Think you are brave, and you will be brave.
See, you say I am to be brave. I can say I am brave.
See.
But who will tell the bull I am brave?
The bull will not know.
Polo grasa, polo grasa.
English translation, chicken fat. Still delicious.
You cannot pull the bull over the bull.
But you must fight this bull.
No. At heart. Don Federico is vegetarian. I will not fight.
Are you ready, Don Federico?
Bachelero, my manager. I am quitting. I resign.
Quitting? You're crazy. The arena is sold out.
But I am frightened.
Don't worry, Mouseheart. Everything is el fixo.
English translation is in the bag.
Get away, Professor. You bother me.
You have nothing to worry about. Everything is el fixo.
English translation, same as before.
Beat it, Professor. You're overdoing it.
Excuse, please.
What do you mean, El Fixo, Bachelero?
I mean you are not fighting a bull.
No?
No, you are going to fight a cow.
The, cow?
See, I fix it. We hook the girdle on the cow. The crowd will not know the difference.
See. It's good. But the cow, she has horns?
No, we cut them off and put on rubber horns for her.
See, it's good. Hard rubber?
No, a sponge rubber. Now, are you happy?
Oh, see, very happy. This cow, she has teeth?
I pull out all her teeth. What can she do? All right, so she'll gum you a little.
You have done well, Bachelero. Suddenly I feel the brave blood of the Don Allens coursing through my veins. Today it is Don El Frederico against the wild beast. Today I am to kill.
English translation? He'll murder that bull.
I will kill.
Bueno. I will go out and sneak that cow past the judges. Adios.
Pancho, mon amigo.
Si, Don Federico.
My Toreador suit, Pancho. The velvet tights.
Si.
The satin windbreaker. The chinchilla spats.
Si, senor. In the tights, I will stuff Excelsior where it should be muscle.
Plenty stuffing, Pancho.
Si.
My dancing sweetheart, Carmencita, will to be in the stands. More stuffing, Pancho.
Si.
Today, Don Federico will be the big man. I will kill. Someone is to the door, Pancho.
Si, I will see.
Si, senor.
I do the conga from hunger. I do
Carmencita, my little dancing pigeon.
See, my big, strong bullfighter.
See, after I am killed the bull, you will marry me, my little zoftig tamale.
See, my cucaracha grande.
Kiss me, my little enchilada.
See, my oomph, muchacho.
It's good.
What is going on here?
Bachelero, bring on the bull.
What bull? We are sunk, Don.
Sunk?
See, the bull. The judges discovered it was a cow.
Caramba, how is this?
Just as we passed the judge's stand, the cow's girdle started slipping. I tried to pull it down. Before I got it fixed, she gave 4 quarts of milk.
So what is going on?
Your boyfriend's got to fight a real bull, Carmencita.
Which bull?
The judges have selected El Zombie.
El Zombie?
The most ferocious bull in all Spain.
Haga el fame de dame mi paquete. ¿Cuánto dura la televisión de nada español? Caramba, feliz.
English translation? The insurance man is to cancel in the policy.
This is no good.
See, Don Federico, it would be suicide to fight El Zombie. Look at him. Here is his picture on the program.
This bull, she is looking like Boris Karloff on all 4.
El Zombies travel all over the world like Elsie, the cow. He's won prizes everywhere.
What is this hanging on the left horn?
That is the photographer who took the picture.
See? This bull, she looked familiar.
Well, I go tell the judges it's all.
Wait, caramba, this bull I will fight.
What?
Don Federico Allen will fight El Zombie.
This is station ONION Madrid. Direct from the Chili Bowl, at this time we bring you the bullfight of the century. Don Federico Allen, the famous coward, has announced he will fight the man-killing bull, El Zombie. The crowd is wild as Don Federico enters the ring. Will Don Federico run? Will he collapse from fright? No! Don Federico finishes rolling his cigarette. He lights it calmly as he waits for El Zombie to enter the arena. And now, as we wait for El Zombie, just a few words from our sponsor. I want my money back. And now the bullpen door opens. El Zombie charges into the ring. The fight is on. It's man against beast. But no matter who wins, we're barbecuing the loser. El Zombie sees Don Federico. The bull dashes across the ring. It's going to be a massacre. I can't look. Wait a minute, folks. What is this? The bull is charging. Don Federico doesn't move. He's calmly puffing his cigarette. El Zombie is almost on top of him. Don Federico disdainfully blows some smoke in the bull's face, and El Zombie stops dead in his tracks. Don Federico coolly approaches him, raises his sword, and with one thrust it is over. Don Federico has killed El Zombie. And now we take you to the bull ring for a few words from Don Federico himself. Take it away, bull ring.
And here he is, folks, Don Federico Allen.
Grazie, signore. The great name of Don Allen, she is vindicated.
But how did you make the bull stop in his tracks, Don Federico?
They say El Zombie has win prize all over the world.
See?
I am look at the picture. I am recognize El Zombie. In America, he is win prize and pose for billboard picture to advertise La Tabac.
See?
I am smoking La Tabac. I am blowing smoke in El Zombie's face. He is afraid to kill me. I kill him.
He was afraid to kill you?
See, as employee, Bull Durham Company, El Zombie cannot afford to lose a customer. The end. Music, Goodman. Now, since actions speak louder than words, we're a little late, ladies and gentlemen, so good night. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. 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 This is the Columbia Broadcasting.
The Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedian, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, Portland Hoffa, Win Murray and Al Goodman's orchestra. It's Texaco time. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel sorry for you sweltering around your radios on a hot night like this. There's only one way I can help you cool off. And so I give you that big frost, Fred Allen, in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I wish that man would dim his scalp in the front row. His scalp is shining right in my eyes there. Could you arrange to dim that, mister, as we go? Well, thank you, and good evening. Sorry you came now, huh? And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And look, Mr. Wallington.
Yes, Fred.
Now, this is our last program. After all of the insults you have bounced off me all year with varying success, I had hoped for a final kind word this evening. But no, you go right ahead and call me a frost. Now, the least you could...
I'm sorry, Fred. I was only trying to make the folks forget the warm weather.
By calling me a frost?
It's the power of suggestion, Fred.
Oh, is it?
Yes. Now, for example, I say a cold word, I feel cool.
Feel cool?
Yes.
Huh?
And for the same reason, I wear cool, light clothes.
That explains that double-breasted cobweb you've got on this evening. What is that? A mocha chair cover with sleeves in it you have?
No, it's just a super light suit for summer.
Well, the least you can do is wear a slip with that thing. You have about as much privacy in that suit as a loaf of bread has in its dirty cellophane.
Well, I'm dressing to match the weather, Fred.
Who invents these new styles for men? You know, I can remember, Jimmy, when all a man had to do to prepare for summer was file his way out of his long underwear and slip on a cretonne ensemble. He was all set to go.
Oh, that's old-timey, Fred. Men's clothes today are practical.
Yes, they are, especially those new open-toed shoes the boys are wearing on Broadway now. They've got a special opening on the side so you can slide your toes out and pick up a cigarette butt. And those... Oh, you hear that, little baby? You have to be very funny to make them laugh that young, Jimmy. I hope you appreciate that. Either the baby doesn't understand or it's giving me the benefit of the doubt. And those new summer shirts that hang outside the trousers, Jimmy. Today, when you see a man walking along with his shirt hanging out, you can't tell whether the man's in style or if he's just absent-minded. There's no way of telling. Styles today. Why, with women wearing slacks and men wearing high heels, you don't even know to whom you are talking anymore. The only way you can tell is to offer the party a cigar. If the cigar is accepted, it's a woman.
Well, I'm sorry I started the whole thing.
Oh, so am I, Jimmy, the way those jokes turned out.
Well, let's change the subject,
No
Fred.
sooner said than done as we turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. Summer arrives officially on June 21st, and the local weather bureau reports temperature of 94 degrees, the highest recorded in the city for 1941. Continued heat wave blankets entire country as temperatures mount. At Huron, South Dakota, mercury reads
93.
At Cincinnati, Ohio,
97.
Chicago, Illinois,
99.
Nutley, New Jersey.
Bingo!
To check on severity of the most recent heat wave, Texaco News turns to the past and reports the heat waves that have made history in years gone by. Now, a Civil War veteran reports on the record heat wave in his day, Major Hoagie Creep.
Howdy, all.
Well, howdy, Major.
Howdy.
You remember a record heat?
I sure do. It was back in 1862. I was a colonel in the Northern Army.
In the Northern Army.
We was getting ready for the Battle of Antietam when this heat wave come up.
Well, how hot was it, Major?
Pup tents was having distemper. That's how hot it was.
They were, huh?
Yes, sir. Cannons was hanging down limp.
The cannons were hanging down limp? Really?
Yes, every time we shot a cannon, the ball went into the ground.
You don't say.
Yes, sir. One morning, shooting at the enemy, we struck oil in 40 places.
Gosh, that was some heat.
Yes, sir. There was one day the sun most killed me, Junior.
Sunstroke?
No. I was standing in a tent with General Grant.
Yeah?
Sun was beating down.
Yeah?
Grant's medals was all melted together. There was one big nugget hanging on his chest.
One big nugget hanging on General Grant, eh?
Yes, the general handed me a cigar butt and said, Colonel, throw this away. I said, all right, Ulysses.
And you did?
Oh, first I took a couple of drags out of the cigar
naturally,
myself.
the old habit, yes.
Yes, and I stepped outside into the sun and tossed her away.
Well, how did the sun almost kill you?
Well, I stepped back into the tent. Grant took one look at me, whipped out his gun, and fired.
Heavens.
Fortunately, he missed me.
Well, you said the sun almost killed you.
It did. You see, when I stepped out of that tent, I had on a blue uniform.
Oh.
In 2 minutes, the sun faded that blue uniform gray.
And that's why General Grant shot,
Yes, he thought I was a Confederate spy.
Well, I still think you are, you old fumpet, and get out of here. And thank you. Thank you, Major Creep. Another heat wave of years ago is reported by Holcomb Meacham. What year was this, Holcomb?
1876.
1876.
Yes, sir. I was a boy soloist in them days.
You were a boy soprano?
Lord, my voice was so high I had to quit singing indoors.
Well, why?
Outdoors, I should say.
Make up your mind. You have enough mind left to make up, I assume.
Yes, I had to quit singing outdoors because nightingales used to follow me giving their mating calls, trying to get me to go up in the trees.
Oh, I see. Well, never mind your feathered escapades, Mr. Meacham. Now, what about this heat wave?
Well, sir, it was the morning of June 23, 1876.
Yes?
Tom Edison sent for me.
The great Thomas Edison, hey?
Yes, sir. He just invented the phonograph. He wanted me to sing the first record.
And you did?
Yes, sir. I sang, "Oh, my darling Nellie Gray, they have taken you away." Jeepers, it was hot. Edison was sweating and I was sweating.
You were only a little boy.
But I could sweat. I could out-sweat a boy twice my size. I was some sweater. Had big pores, that's how I done it.
Oh, I see. Well, what happened after you sang your song?
It was so hot the record melted.
Well, could Mr. Edison play it?
Well, he blew on the record to gel it a mite. He says, I'll try her and see how she sounds. And he did.
Well, did it sound anything like you?
Lord, no. I sung into the phonograph, "Oh, my darling Nellie Gray, they have taken you away."
And what came out?
Hudson Rose and under the rock
So that's where that song came from.
Yep. 'Twas an accident. Nobody could write a song like that to pop us.
I don't see how they could.
No, so you could say that again.
Yes, I would if I had time, but I haven't. And thank you, Holcomb Meacham. A hillbilly mother recalls a famous heat wave, Mrs. Gowdy Dulce. What year was it, Mrs. Dulce?
1911.
1911?
Reckon so. I can only count up to 10. Learned on my toes. Only got 10 toes.
Oh, you only have 10 toes. Well, why don't you use your fingers? Then you can count up to 20.
Can't can't count on the fingers.
Why not?
Need both hands to count on my toes.
Oh, you use...
2 hands. One hand to hold my foot, t'other hand to spell off my toes.
Oh, it keeps you pretty busy counting, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, now, about this heat wave, was it bad?
It was cooking. I was sitting out back of the shanty in a cane-bottomed chair.
Was there any air?
Well, I was patting the dog. When he'd wag his tail, I'd get a little gust.
Well, that's better than nothing.
Yeah. I was sitting there in the cane-bottomed chair, dozing. About supper time, I got up.
Yes?
The cane-bottomed chair got up with me.
The chair got up with you, the heat?
My skin was sticky. That cane just closed in.
Well, what did you do?
What could I do? Everywhere I went, there was a chair.
Well, couldn't you shake it off?
I tried to. I congaed a mite and give a few bumps.
Yeah.
Chair wouldn't budge.
Well, what did you do?
Well, I sat back down till bedtime. Then I got into bed, chair no.
Must have been uncomfortable.
'Twas. Sat up in bed a while, then I turned over. The blanket went up like a curtain at a minstrel show.
It did really. Well, did the chair finally loosen?
You don't know a cane bottom, mister. I might as well have been in a bulldog's mouth.
Well, you're rid of the chair now. How did you do it?
Well, there's only one thing to do.
What?
Next morning, I got up, went back up in the woods alone.
Yes?
Laid face down onto the moss.
And?
2 days later, the chair was gone.
Gone? A miracle?
No, woodpeckers.
Woodpeckers. Thank up your troubles, and thank you, Mrs. Dowdy. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker. For his first number tonight, Kenny sings Cowboy Serenade.
While I'm rolling my last cigarette, sing that cowboy song I never will forget. Yippee-ki-yay, the sun's almost set, and I'm rolling my last cigarette through the sagebrush when evening is near. Comes that melody a cowboy holds so dear. Yippee-ki-yay, the sun's almost set, and I'm rolling my last cigarette. Come on, old paint, this time we're traveling alone. Gonna meet her where the good green pastures are grown. So while twilight and purple hills fade, from a campfire comes that cowboy serenade. Yippee-ki-yay, the sun's almost set, and I'm rolling my last cigarette.
Very nice, Kenny. Say, Jimmy.
Yes, Fred?
Jimmy, your vacation starts tomorrow. Now, you're going back home to California, and I have a scheme that will get you out there in a hurry and won't cost you a cent.
Well, how?
Well, look, Jimmy, for months now, you've been talking about fire chief and fire engines. Every fireman in America should be a fan of yours.
Well, how's that going to get me to Hollywood?
Well, you simply go to the nearest firehouse and ask for a lift to the next town, you see. The firemen will get out their newest hook and ladder or fire engine and ride you there in style. You get out at the next town and ask for another ride. Why, the firemen of America will forward pass you across the country in no time. Nothing will be too good for the eminent Dr. Wallington, M.D., master of dud.
Oh, no, nothing doing, Fred.
No?
No, sir. If I put my 206 pounds of dead weight on a fire engine, I'd be a dud myself.
Why is that?
Well, when there's firefighting to be done, when seconds may mean a life, there's no place for duds in firefighting equipment. No place for anything that doesn't work, for anything that fails to deliver maximum performance. So there's no place for gasoline duds in fire engine tanks. That's why Texaco, by careful refining, eliminates the duds. You won't find those sluggish, slow-action elements in Fire Chief, the gasoline made for fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency duty vehicles. Fire Chief gives you fire engine power and action, the kind that all types of vehicles in emergency service demand. And if you want a gasoline with quick getaway, a powerful cruising range, and plenty of miles per gallon, switch to Texaco Fire Chief, the emergency duty gasoline at regular gasoline prices. It's all action, not a dud in a tank full.
That was Two Hearts That Pass in the Night, rendered by Maestro Goodman and his playmates. And now, ladies and gentlemen, since this is our last program of the season... Oh, the door, always the door. Come in.
Step right in, Doctor.
Thank you.
Yes, gentlemen.
We're looking for Mr. Allen. Isn't that the name, Doctor?
Yes, I have Fred Allen here on my post-mortem slip.
Post-mortem? What is this?
Are you Fred Allen?
Well, yes.
Why, he's standing up, Doctor.
Oh, fudge. And I'll put back my embalming fluid.
Now, wait a minute. Unless you want to use some on yourself, Doctor. Now, wait, who are you, boy?
I'm Phil Claus, representing the Jiffin Insurance Company. I believe you have a policy with us.
Why, yes. Is something wrong?
We're thinking of canceling your policy.
But I've been paying on that policy for 40 years. It's an 80-year endowment.
Regardless, you're a bad risk, Mr. Allen.
A bad risk? I'm in perfect health.
With those bags under your eyes?
These are bee bites. I can prove it. Bitten by 2 bees.
Those skin snoods are a symptom of an occupational ailment. At this time of the year, Mr. Allen, an epidemic breaks out among you radio comedians. Yeah. A disease called micrococky.
Micrococky?
Yes. As the season ends, radio comedians start seeing things that aren't there. Like options.
Oh, yes. Could be.
And they start hearing things that aren't there. Like laughs.
Yes, I've heard things that haven't been there.
It's that radio grind. Isn't that right, Doctor?
Absolutely. This man looks like a bad risk.
But you can't cancel my policy.
The doctor will decide. Will you examine Mr. Allen, Doctor?
Yes. Will you get down on all fours, Mr. Allen?
On all fours? You're a doctor?
Yes, but you're the first human I ever worked on.
Now, wait a minute.
All right. I'll examine you. Doctor, you take down the results.
Okay.
Pulse 76.
Pulse 34.
Temperature 97.
Temperature 28.
Chest 44.
Chest 8.
You have friends outside who are listening, have you? Look, he's getting it. I could back up and hear it better, really, Jeff. Look, he's getting it all wrong.
Please. Doctor, will you listen in on your stethoscope?
I'll try. Take a deep breath, Mr. Allen.
What is it, Doctor?
I ain't sure. Sounds like Amapola to me.
That is the final proof. I'm sorry, Mr. Allen. We'll have to cancel your policy. You're teetering on the brink of micrococky.
You're a bad risk.
Now, look, gentlemen. This is my last program. I'm going away for a long rest. I'm going to forget radio. Please, please don't cancel my policy.
Well, all right. We'll take a chance. But I warn you, Allen, you've got to get away. Shall we go, Doctor?
I'm ready if you are.
All right, then. Tag, you're it, Doctor.
Well, I may have micrococky, but I'd hate to have what those 2 gentlemen have. I'm certainly glad I'm going away. Micrococky. Gosh, say, Mr. Goodman.
Goodman is on deck. You can make with the funny insults.
No, not tonight, Maestro. This is our last program of the season. Now, tonight, we rise above our petty radio squabbles and face each other man to man.
This you are saying in all sincerity?
In all sincerity, Maestro. Tonight, as we take leave of one another, I want to say that you are a wonderful musician and a great guy. You're the kind of a man can take by the hand and call a man.
Mr. Allen.
Yes, Mr. Goodman?
Only once before in my life has a man spoken to Goodman like this.
Well, who is the man?
Who knows? He is selling me a stolen overcoat.
Maestro, something tells me that just not seeing you for 3 months is going to be a vacation in itself. Say, hello, Portland.
Hello,
I didn't
Mr.
see
Allen.
you coming in there. Well, Portland, are you all set for your vacation trip?
Not quite.
Oh, is something holding you up?
Yes, Mama and I were all set to go by car, but they advised us to go by train.
Who advised you?
The finance company.
Oh, they did. Well, it's nice of them to give you that service. Well, I'm going away on my vacation. I'm taking a real rest, away from the hugger-mugger of radio, the jokes, the censors, the actors. I've got to get rid of this micrococci. The doctor just told me.
Well, where are you going, Mr. Allen?
Yes, on 10 envelopes, I want you should write your name with the address.
Write my name and address on 10 envelopes for what?
Every week, I, Goodman, am putting into one envelope a piece of paper, sticking on a stamp, and dropping it in a mailbox in front of my house.
Just a plain piece of paper? You're not going to write anything?
Who can write? Goodman is just showing off for the neighbors.
Oh, I see. Well, look, Mr. Goodman, and you too, Portland. I'm sorry I can't tell you where I'm going to spend my vacation. I've got to be alone. I've got to forget radio.
Well, have you found a place you can do it?
Well, I certainly have. Why, the place I'm going is so private, the owners don't even tell their guests how to get there.
Well, then how are you going to find it?
On the 1st of July, they're sending me a road map and a bloodhound. That's with the single room. You get the bloodhound. Now, Where are you going this summer, Portland?
Well, if you're not telling, I'm not telling.
If nobody is telling, also Goodman is not telling.
Well, it's all right with me as long as you both have a good time.
On this I am insisting. We are going to be alone. Just me, Mrs. Goodman, and the orchestra.
You're going to have privacy with the whole orchestra along?
What can I do? I am owing them 2 weeks' salary. To the North Pole they would follow me with pickets yet.
Well, personally, I think it's a good idea. Our going to different places, we'll all have a good rest from each other, and we're... Oh, hello, Kenny. I didn't see you.
Hi, everybody. What's jumping?
Oh, nothing. We're just talking about vacations.
Yes, aren't you going away, Kenny?
You bet I am, Porty. I had a tough year, singing every Wednesday and fighting for my salary every Saturday. I need a rest.
Are you going to that boys' camp?
Not me. I was down there on a due bill over the weekend. I almost starved.
What do you mean you almost starved?
Well, for breakfast they ring a bell.
And?
That's all, brother.
Well, what about lunch?
For lunch, you get 2 worms and a fish hook. You have a choice. If you don't like the worms, you can fish.
Oh, I see. Well, that's nice.
What is supper, Kenny?
Supper is the big meal. Each kid gets a club, and the chef points out a rabbit track. I'm winded, and I'm still hungry.
Well, no wonder.
The only chow I saw for 3 days was a dog.
Kenny, you didn't eat that dog.
Oh, no, F.A. Darn that indigestion.
Kenny!
Well, I was starving, Porty.
Oh, you're exaggerating.
Oh, yeah? They had it in for me at the start. When I got there, the camp chief told all the boys that they could have pets.
Uh-huh.
One kid had a baby squirrel, another kid had a tame gopher.
Oh, did you have one, Kenny?
For 10 minutes. The pet I picked out, they made me take right back.
What were you petting?
A little blonde from the girls' camp across the lake.
Yes, you can learn a lot in camp, Kenny.
You sure can, but they won't let you. None of that camp stuff for me. I'm going to a place where I can be alone all summer.
Well, I know just how you feel, Kenny. I'm going to be alone, too. I don't want to scare you, but I'm teetering on the brink of micro-cokie.
Micro-cokie?
Micro-cokie.
Yes, Kenny.
It's a different stages. There was micro-cocky and micro-cokie now.
Yes, Kenny. Mr. Allen has to spend the summer away from anything that reminds him of radio.
And also all of you.
Oh, too bad you didn't find this place I'm going to, F.A. What a spot to be alone.
Mama and I have got the real place to be alone, Kenny.
Not like Goodman. Goodman is alone, but positively.
Oh, no. I got the ideal place. Alone up there in the hills at Rabinowitz's retreat.
What did you say?
Rabinowitz's retreat.
Rabinowitz's retreat?
Yeah. What's the matter?
Why, that's where Mama and I are going.
Likewise, Goodman.
Oh.
What's the matter, F.A.? You're turning white.
What's the matter? This is terrible. I'm going to Rabinowitz's retreat. Oh, now, wait a minute. Maybe it's a different spot. Look, has your place got a broken-down fence around it?
Yes.
Has it got a brook running through the living room?
Yes.
Is there a pine tree growing in the parlor?
Yes.
Is it 2 miles north of Rivkin's Ravine?
Yes.
It's the same place. Now, look, you can't do this to me, folks. I'm a tired old man with micro-cookie. I've got to get away from anything that reminds me of radio. I've got to be alone. Portland, you can't go there.
But Mama paid a $5 deposit.
All right. I'll give you your deposit back. Here's $5. Go up to Old Orchard Beach in Maine. Have a good vacation.
Goodman is also paying $5 deposit.
Well, here's your money, too, Maestro. And now, Kenny?
I paid $340.
What?
That's 3 months in advance. I got $2 off that way.
Oh, the dealer's rate. $340? Well, I can't get in touch with the Morris plan at this time of night. Kenny, you call up Rabinowitz right now. Tell him you want your money back.
But, F.A.,
Kenny Baker, if you have a spark of human decency in that little chicken breast of yours, you'll call Rabinowitz.
Okay, I'll phone. I'll be right back.
In my condition, that's all I need. The place crawling with radio people, I've got to be alone.
You don't want anyone there, Mr. Allen?
Nobody, Portland. If I want to see anyone else, I can look in the mirror.
This could be pretty lonesome. Also gruesome.
Not for me. I've been looking at people for... Well, Kenny?
Everything's all set, F.A.
Good. You got your money back?
Only half of it. Rabinowitz says there's an old man there who'll buy my reservation. He wants to be alone, too.
An old man? Who is he?
Rabinowitz says he's a bald-headed old guy on the verge of a nervous breakdown. He's got to have quiet.
You're going to have company, Mr. Allen.
That's not bad. A tired old gentleman. He needs rest. So do I. I can see the two of us now, dozing on the veranda in our rocking chairs with our slippers on, at peace with the world and with each other. Say, by the way, Kenny, what is this old boy's name?
I don't think I ought to tell you.
Why not?
You're not going to like it.
I won't like it. A poor old man creeping around. What's his name?
Jack Benny.
You were right, Michael. Sing, Win.
In a town in Sweden, by a stream so clear and cool, a boy would sit and fish and dream when he should have been in school. Now he couldn't read or write a word, but happiness he found in a little song he heard, and here's how it would sound. What's that Rolson on the Rillera and the brawler suet? What's that Rolson on the Rillera and the brawler suet? What's that Rolson on the Rillera and the brawler suet? What's that Rolson on the Rillera and the brawler suet? Now the Rolson is a Swedish town, the Rillera is a stream, the brawler is a boy and girl, the Hutsat is their dream. Hutsat Rolson on the Rillera and the brawler suet. Hutsat Rolson on the Rillera and the brawler suet. Hutsat Rolson on the Rillera. Hutsat Rolson and the brawler suet. Hutsat Rolson on the Rillera. Hutsat Rolson and the brawler suet. Now the Rolson is a Swedish town, the Rillera is a stream, the brawler is a boy and girl, the Hutsat is their dream. Hutsat Rolson on the Rillera and the brawler suet. Hutsat Rolson on the Rillera and the brawler suet. Hutsat Rolson on the Rillera. Hutsat Rolson and the brawler suet.
Miss Winmurray has just sung the Hutsat song, which was originated, as you know, by Holcomb Meacham, I believe, earlier in the evening. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a timely message from Larry Elliott.
As Americans, we are proud of our first line of defense, the United States Navy. But even when the fleet's in, we get only an inkling of what a tremendous operation our Navy really is. Its battleships, destroyers, airplanes, plane carriers, cruisers, and submarines must be maintained in far-flung activities. Behind them are the operation of Navy yards, ammunition depots, railroads and transport equipment, and sea bases throughout the world. So it is with special pride that we say the Navy sails with Texaco. For this is the 6th consecutive year that the United States Navy has awarded the Texas Company its lubricating oil contract. And again, during this period of national emergency, land and sea units of the Navy will be lubricated by Texaco. The Texaco Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
That was just a dash of a little bit south of North Carolina, or vice versa, played by Mr. Goodman. Ladies and gentlemen, radio is full of surprises, and we have a surprise for you this evening. This afternoon, when I came here to the studio for rehearsal, I found 4 college boys who had come all the way from Oklahoma to audition for Major Bowes. Now, as we know, the Major is convalescing from his recent illness, and his program won't be, and incidentally, he's making excellent progress. Isn't that right, Dr. Hepner? Dr. Hepner is associated with Major Bowes and is here tonight and just told me that the Major is getting along swell. I know we'll all be glad to hear it, but the Major's program won't be on the air this week, and Major Bowes is listening in to us tonight. Now, so that the boys who have come all the way from Oklahoma will have a chance to sing for the Major this evening, we are moving over on our program and making room for the boys with us here tonight. I'd like to have you meet, then, the Oklahoma A&M Cowboy Quartet. Now, boys, would you mind getting around in front of me there? You've got me surrounded here. You can move back when we start to sing. Would you mind getting, because I don't know who's who here. We didn't have time to rehearse anything. And first, I'd like to call the roll. What is your name, may I?
Bart Foster.
Bart Foster, and where do you come from, Bart?
Drumright, Oklahoma.
Drumright, Oklahoma. And what is your name?
I'm Robert Eddy.
Robert Eddy, and where do you come from?
Okmulgee, Oklahoma.
Okmulgee, Oklahoma. And you, sir?
I'm Charles Wilbanks, and I live at Stillwater, Oklahoma.
Stillwater, and you're the tenor, I can tell.
No,
You're the second tenor, huh? And what is your name?
I'm Dean Brewer from Fairview, Oklahoma.
Oh, you're the tenor. You're a half a tone. I sense that right away. Well, what college do you fellas go to? I can't speak to all of you, so I'll select Bob here. Robert, you mind if would you act as interlocutor?
Yes, sir.
Well, what college do you boys go to?
We go to Oklahoma A&M College in Stillwater.
The Oklahoma A&M College at Stillwater. Right. And what are you studying down there?
Well, I'm studying engineering, electrical engineering.
Electrical engineering, and the other boys?
We have an accounting major and 2 music majors.
2 music majors. Mm-hmm. We have everything here but the real major, who really should be here talking to you fellas tonight. Well, do you sing at college, do you, the quartet?
Yes, we're on the entertainment bureau up there with 120 members of the college student body.
The student body, are they enabled to make extra money while they're studying through
That's the way they work their way through college.
Entertaining.
Entertaining.
Well, that's a nice feature for the college to have. It enables you to function and perfect yourself artistically at the same time. Well, tell me now, how did you come to miss the Major's program, fellas?
We were in Indianapolis on our way to New York when we heard it over the radio last Thursday listening to his program.
You heard that the Major was ill, and you didn't turn back, eh?
No, we came right ahead.
You came right ahead. Well, when I talked to you today, I thought it was a shame you'd come that great distance without not having a chance to go on the program. So that's why you're here right now.
That's what we hoped you'd think.
What?
That's what we hoped you'd think.
Well, no, you didn't either, because you'd never seen me before. And if you knew me, you would be surprised that I thought that. I mean, after all. But we're happy.
When we saw you, we were surprised.
Well, everybody's surprised. Those who don't run when they see me are automatically surprised. Well, I tell you, we're very happy to have you fellas here, and you're going to have your opportunity to sing, and you've been on the air, and you won't have made your long trip for nothing. Now, what song are you going to sing?
Reluctant Dragon.
Reluctant Dragon. Well, you go right ahead.
One fine day while on my way to Ipswich by the sea, I met a rather charming chap who asked me into tea. It seems he was a dragon, you know the kind with wings, teeth and tails and claws and scales and all those dragon-like details. I admit I jumped a bit when he began to sing. I'm reluctant dragon, what ho, my soul, the very reluctant dragon. Oh, Betty, Betty, don't you know? They call me the timid dragon. What rot? I'm not.
I just won't fight. I'd rather play. I know I shan't get hurt that way.
Here we go gathering nuts in May. Oops, I'm reluctant. After we had sipped our tea, a thought popped in my head. A dragon here? By Jove, that's queer. He really should be dead. I said, look here, I said, aren't you a bit extinct? Then the blighter gave a cry and heaved his bosom with a sigh, wiped a teardrop from his eye, then blushed and coyly wept. I'm reluctant dragon, what ho, right so, the very reluctant dragon. Oh, Betty, Betty, don't you know, they call me the timid dragon. What rot, I'm not.
When others fight, I run away. It's just because I'm built that way.
I'm to be queen of the maid today.
Whoops!
I'm reluctant.
I'm reluctant.
Thank you very much. That was the Oklahoma A and M Cowboy Quartet. You want to take it? Well, now I'm happy, the boys are happy, and I'm quite sure the Major's happy. I wish we had time to call him up and get his reaction right away. And here is our favorite announcer, Larry Elliott.
Your favorite, Fred? Well, what's the matter with Jimmy Wallington?
Well, you know Wallington. He's all right, Larry, but he has one bad habit. You know that pause for station announcement thing he does all the time?
Mm-hmm.
Every week we're just getting going well here, and he breaks in to announce a short pause. Why does he have to do that?
Well, it's a rule, Fred.
Well, I know, but why? When you go to see a moving picture, the manager doesn't ring down the curtain in the middle of the picture, come out on the stage and say, "Ladies and gentlemen, you are sitting in the Paramount Theater."
Well, one purpose it does serve, it sort of breaks the tension and gives you a fresh start. It's like when you're out driving and you see a Texaco dealer's sign ahead.
Texaco dealers don't have pauses for station announcements, Larry.
No, Fred, but Texaco dealers have a welcome sign that invites you to break the tension of a long motor trip. It's the green and white Texaco registered restroom sign. Turn in there when you find your eyes tiring from road strain, nerves a trifle on edge. You'll find driving easier after a fresh start. And your family, too, will be grateful for the chance to tidy up in a clean, pleasant place, always fully equipped with running water, soap, towels, a mirror. Yes, everybody appreciates Texaco registered restroom service. And now, as a further courtesy, Texaco dealers are extending their welcome to 24 hours a day, with all-night service throughout the touring season at certain convenient points along all national highways. Stop in for Texaco products and Texaco courtesy. You're welcome anytime.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker returns to sing his farewell song of the season, My Sister and I.
My sister and I remember still a tulip garden by an old Dutch mill, and the home that was all our own until. But we don't talk about that. My sister and I recall once more the fishing schooners pulling into shore, and the dog cart we drove in days before. But we don't talk about that. We're learning to forget that fear that came from a troubled sky. We're almost happy over here, but sometimes we wake at night and cry. My sister and I recall the day we said goodbye, and then we sailed away, and we think of our friends who had to stay. But we don't talk about that. The warm and lovely world we knew has been struck by a bitter frost. But my sister and I recall with a sigh the world we knew and loved and lost. My sister and I remember still a tulip garden by an old Dutch mill, and the home that was all our own until. But we won't talk about that. My sister and I recall the day we said goodbye, and then we sailed away, and we think of our friends who had to stay. But we won't talk about
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Texaco Workshop Players. Tonight, as their farewell faux pas, they pay tribute to a great radio institution, the Hour of Good Intentions.
And now, the Hour of Good Intentions. The Hour of Good Intentions is brought to you each week by Eggleston's Eggs. But first, our Eggleston theme song.
Eggleston's eggs are the best eggs laid. They're full yolked and vitamin-y. When a hen lays an egg for Eggleston, she says, I'm giving the best that's in me. A tickle, 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 tickle.
Yes, Eggleston's eggs are served everywhere. It's the modern sign. On the high seas.
On horseback. In your home. Don't forget, folks, if you want the best in eggs, try Eggleston.
And now, the Hour of Good Intentions.
The Hour of Good Intentions is conducted by radio's beloved advisor on personal problems, Rodney Allen. And here he is, humanity's counselor, that Solomon of Sorrow, everybody's big brother, Rodney Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, friends. Tonight again, our studio is crowded with little people from all walks of life who are here to have their problems solved. And so we proceed with our grief. Is case 701 ready?
Yes, Mr. Allen, this young lady.
My name's Beulah Ottinger.
We don't use names on our program, sister. What are your initials?
B.O.
Very well, miss. What problem brings you to the Hour of Good Intentions tonight?
Well, I got two boyfriends.
Two boyfriends?
Yeah, I don't know which one I'm married. That's my problem.
I see. You like both boys?
Yeah, the first boy is swell. His name is...
We mustn't mention names, miss.
Oh.
This is a radio program. You can open your heart, you can speak freely, but you mustn't mention names.
Yes, sir.
Now, what is your trouble?
Well, my second boyfriend is swell, too. He works at the...
Don't mention his place of business, please. This is radio, sister. We have to be very, very careful. Now, go right ahead, unburden yourself. Tell me everything.
Well, last night I was eating with the first boyfriend at the...
Don't mention the name of the restaurant, please.
Okay. It's right next to the...
We'd better not identify the neighborhood.
Well, my second boyfriend rushes in and says...
You better not quote that.
And my first boyfriend says...
Don't mention that either, please.
Well, I gotta decide which to marry. That's my problem, Mr. Allen.
Yes. Well, my advice to you, young lady, is don't marry either of these men until you know more about them.
But I know...
Here you are contemplating matrimony with two men. What have you been able to tell me about them? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
But you didn't...
Now, take my advice, little girl. Don't marry either of these men.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Don't mention it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to mention
I know, but you did
anything.
mention it. You did. We speed another happy soul on her way, her problem solved, and turn then to case 761.
It's this gentleman right here, Mr. H.K.
Yes, Mr. H.K.
I called her a lame brain and a Humpty Dumpty. I shouldn't have done it.
Now, compose yourself, H.K.
I called her a lame...
You called whom?
My wife, Mabel.
Yes?
That's why she walked out on me.
She walked out on you?
Yeah.
And when did this happen?
July 4th, 1916.
25 years ago.
I've looked for Mabel every place. Macy's basement. In the audience at We the People. Oh, I gotta find her.
I may be able to help you, H.K. You say your wife left you 25 years ago?
Yeah, I called her a lame brain and a Humpty Dump.
Oh, shame on you.
Yeah.
Why did you lose your temper?
It was Rollo's fault.
Rollo?
He was our son, a no-good brat. Mabel was always taking Rollo's side.
And on July 4th, 1916, something crucial happened?
Yeah. Rollo put a firecracker in my cornflakes. Went off in my mouth and blew out all of my teeth.
You lost your head?
And my teeth.
And your teeth.
I started beating the brains out of Rollo with a loaf of French bread. Mabel comes rushing in.
Yes?
She says, apologize to Rollo, you.
Yes?
I says, oh, yeah? You're a lame brain and a Humpty Dumpty. With that, Mabel picks up the kid and the loaf of French bread and leaves.
And now you want your wife back?
Yeah, I'll do anything.
Well, the hour of good intentions may be able to help you, H.K.
That's good.
Mabel, if you are listening in tonight, please call this studio.
Yeah.
Your husband, H.K., is waiting for you.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Rowland.
Now, if you'll sit down, H.K.,
Sit
perhaps
down, yeah.
Mabel's call will come in.
Yeah,
I'll
I'll
go right ahead with the program.
Oh, why did I call her a lame brain and a Humpty?
And now, case 749. Is that you, brother?
Yes, Mr. Allen.
And what is your problem?
I formerly worked in a bank. I got $18 a week, and I wasn't happy.
Why?
On $18 a week, I couldn't go no place. I couldn't do nothing.
This made you unhappy?
Yes, sir.
Proceed.
One day, I stole $87,000 from the bank. And I quit my job. Today, I'm out all day going to the racetrack, ball games. Nights, I'm catching shows, going to nightclubs.
And, are you happy?
I'm happy while I'm enjoying myself.
Yeah.
But when I go home at night...
Yes?
I get to thinking about the $87,000. My conscience bothers me, and I'm unhappy.
And your problem is?
Should I go on enjoying myself on this tainted money and be an unhappy part of the time?
Yes?
Or should I go back to work in the bank and be unhappy all of the time?
There is no substitute for honesty, son. And my advice to you is to give up this life of luxury and ease.
Yes, sir.
Go back to that bank tomorrow morning. Put on your alpaca jacket and go to work as though nothing had happened.
Yes, sir. And should I mention the $87,000 I stole?
Not unless they mention it to you. And now...
Oh, any news yet, Mr. Rowland?
Just a minute, sir. Who are you?
I'm H.K., case number 761. Remember, I'm waiting to hear from my wife,
Oh, yes,
Mabel.
yes. Nothing has come in yet. Just sit down. Have patience, H.K. Case 714. Your trouble, madam?
A man has proposed to me.
Man has proposed. Is the party reliable?
He's got money, he's getting feeble, and he has plenty of insurance.
Well, then why don't you grab him?
That's my problem. I've been married before.
Is your first husband living?
I don't know. That's what's holding me up. I didn't divorce him.
No legal separation?
No, I left him.
Incompatibility?
We were always fighting.
About what?
Our son. I always took the child's part. He called me a lame brain and a Humpty Dumpty.
Madam! Your name is Mabel?
Why, yes. How did you know?
Ladies and gentlemen, many miracles have been wrought on the hour of good intentions. Tonight again, fortune smiles on one who has come to us. Mabel, I have a surprise for you. Milton, bring case 761, H.K. here.
Yes, Mr. Allen.
Look, I only want to know...
Steady yourself, Mabel. Prepare yourself for a shock.
Oh, yes, Mr. Allen. You sent for me?
This woman, H.K.
Yeah, what? Mabel.
Homer.
Oh, Mabel, I'll never call you a lame brain and a Humpty Dumpty again.
Promise?
I promise. Come back to me, Mabel. It's Homer begging.
All right, Homer, I'll come back.
Oh, kiss me, Mabel.
Oh, Homer, wait till I raise my veil.
Yeah, Mabel.
Homer, how's Rollo, our son?
Well, ain't he with you?
Why, no, Rollo ran away when he was 10. I always thought he went to you.
No, Mabel, where is our son Rollo?
What did Rollo look like, folks?
He had a head like a cantaloupe.
He didn't have no chin.
His ears grew way back on his head.
He was narrow between the eyes.
Well, he looks like 1,000 people we have had on this program already. Didn't he have any outstanding blemishes?
Yes, his nose.
His nose?
Yeah, Rollo's nose hung down. It didn't have no bone in it.
No bone?
You see, he blew his nose too hard as a boy. The bone came out.
Wait a minute.
What, Mr. Allen?
Look.
Why, you can bend your nose all around, Mr. Allen.
Your nose has got no bone in it.
Yes, it hasn't.
Rollo!
Kiss me, Pop. Our family, after 25 years, reunited.
Thanks to the hour of good intent.
Yes, and we'll never be separated again. I am a domestic relations expert now. From now on, I shall run the family.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm still a father.
Rollo knows best, Homer.
Yes, Dad. Just leave everything to me. You're not too bright, you know.
I ain't too bright.
Yes, Rollo's right. Apologize to him, Homer.
So you're taking his side again?
Yes.
Why, you lame brain, you Humpty Dumpty.
Where's my loaf of French
Why,
bread?
I ought to
Now,
give it to you.
Case 1-7, your problem, brother?
I called her a lame
This
brain
is
and
where
a
we
Humpty
came
Dumpty.
in. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Harold N. Graves, Assistant to the Secretary of the Treasury, speaks to us from Washington, D.C.
Thank you, Fred Allen. Ladies and gentlemen, I speak to you tonight in behalf of the United States Treasury Department to announce that beginning next week and continuing throughout the summer, at this same hour, the Treasury will present its own radio program over the Columbia Network. The radio time has been given us by the Texas Company, and we are very happy to accept their generous cooperation. In making our programs, we are being helped by the entertainment world to provide one of the most enjoyable hours ever presented to radio listeners. From nationally known figures of grand opera, of the theater, of the screen, of radio, and of the writing profession have come scores of offers to assist in the Treasury program. We wish to acknowledge the patriotic support of these many distinguished artists. The people who will entertain you this summer on the Treasury Hour will represent America at its best. Tonight, we are proud to read the roster of our first program. Honorable Henry Morgenthau, Jr., Secretary of the Treasury, will speak briefly about the great purpose to which the Treasury Hour will be dedicated. He will tell you about defense savings bonds and stamps and the part they play in the national defense. This first program will present Fred Allen as Master of Ceremonies, Grace Moore, Judy Garland, Mickey Rooney, Barry Wood, Irving Berlin, Lynn Murray, and Information Please, with Clifton Fadiman, John Kieran, Franklin P. Adams, and Oscar Levant. Charles Lawton will give his unforgettable recitation of Lincoln's Gettysburg Address. Al Goodman will conduct the orchestra, Ray Block will conduct the choir, and the announcer will be Larry Elliott. As a special feature, the Liberty Bell will be rung from Independence Hall in Philadelphia, recalling to every home the meaning of America, the meaning of liberty, the meaning of the freedom which our fathers established and which we are determined to defend. We cordially invite you to join us next Wednesday night at this same hour. Thank you, and good night.
And thank you, Mr. Harold N. Graves. Incidentally, ladies and gentlemen, Major Bowes just called us up and said that he's very grateful and he was happy that the boys were not a disappointment. He says to tell you that he'll be on deck very soon. This is our last program until October 1st, ladies and gentlemen, and at this time I want to thank everyone who has worked so hard to keep the Texaco Star Theater on its toes all season. I know that you will enjoy the great summer show, Millions for Defense, and so until October 1st, this is Fred Allen saying goodbye and thanking you for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. And don't forget, drive in anytime. You're welcome.
Welcome to the Texaco Star Theater, ladies and gentlemen. We invite you to enjoy the next 60 minutes with Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, Portland Hopper, our special guest, Mark Hellinger, the winner of the Texaco College competition, Miss Betty Roberts from the University of Kentucky, and Al Goodman's orchestra. An hour of mirth and melody brought to you by the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow is Thanksgiving Day, and most people are looking forward to a big dinner with a roast bird. We bring you now a man who doesn't have to wait for Thanksgiving to get the bird. He's Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and congratulations on your novel opening, Mr. Wallington. All week long, every comedian on the air has been telling stale jokes about Thanksgiving. At least you might start us off with something a trifle more unique, Jimmy.
Oh, I can't help it, Fred. I always look forward to Thanksgiving.
Well, why?
Oh, that food. That big dinner, trolling those giblets through that gravy.
Trolling the giblets through the gravy, huh? Mm-hmm. Jimmy, you are not going to overdo it tomorrow.
Well, why not? Everybody overeats on Thanksgiving.
But you overeat every day, Jimmy. Well, you're getting so fat now, when you sit down, you leave grease spots. Nobody knows when they see a chair whether someone has just left Crisco on it or you have stood up. I mean, but remember, while you're eating tomorrow, that skin will only stretch so far. If you get any fatter, you'll have to wear a tail light, Jimmy. There's no question about it. You are a glutton with a capital glut. Glute, I could have said. I think it would have been funnier with glute, don't you?
I tell you, though, Fred, you're exaggerating the whole thing. Have you ever seen me eat?
I certainly have. Look, I was standing with a crowd on 6th Avenue one noon last week. The crowd, we were watching a steam shovel excavating, you see, and a little boy ran up and yelled, "Wallingtons and Lindy's!" 40 people left that steam shovel flat and rushed over to Lindy's to watch you eat.
Well, regardless, Mr. Allen, all I hope is that there's enough turkey to go around tomorrow.
What part of there's enough for you to go around the turkey? What part of the turkey do you like best, Jimmy?
Well, I eat everything but the feathers.
Oh, you eat the feathers too, Jimmy. Oh. That pillow you've got hanging down there didn't come... That didn't come from white meat, brother, and you know it.
Quit kidding, Fred. Say, what part of the turkey do you prefer?
Well, I have no choice, Jimmy. We have a large family, and for 30 years I have been getting the same portion.
What part is that?
Well, if the turkey was a boat, Jimmy, and the boat had just been launched...
Yes?
The part I get would taste of champagne.
That does it.
I thought it would. I had hoped it would.
It
and
does.
so then we turn... It does. And so we turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its weekly highlight from the world of news. Washington, D.C. Under a recent ruling, OPA Bureau of Conservation sets up local salvage committees throughout the country to determine what household materials shall be saved and collected in the various sections. For the New York territory, OPA deputy says...
In the New York area, we will campaign for waste paper. Save your waste paper.
Tonight, Texaco News... Tonight, he looks as though he's got his on him. I don't know. Tonight, Texaco News interviews a small group of patriotic citizens who are getting behind the OPA drive in their waste paper campaign. Now, first, Mr. Landis Knob. You have swung into action, Mr. Knob?
Yes, I wrote a letter to the Times.
You did? What happened?
The letter came back. I forgot to put a stamp on it.
Well, I imagine Washington had a pleasant trip while he was out. What did you say in your letter, Mr. Knob?
Well, I called on America to eliminate the use of all superfluous paper. I compiled a list.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Well, what paper can we do without?
Those traffic tickets that cops give out?
Yes, we can. We can do without those.
Yes, those paper bloomers on lamb chops?
Yes, we can do without those.
The people should decide whether they want greasy fingers or democracy.
Don't ad-lib, Mr. Knob.
Well, I couldn't help it. I was carried away.
I see, but not in time. You got here. I mean, that's it. Don't ad-lib. Stick to the paper, the paper campaign. Now, what other paper hints have you?
Well, Kleenex should be used on both sides.
Very good.
Radio scripts are a waste of paper. All radio scripts should be done away with.
Well, wouldn't this do away with radio comedians?
That's the idea. Yes, I've got scads of paper suggestions here.
Written on your cuff there?
Yes, I don't want to waste paper.
Oh, naturally.
I've also made up a paper slogan.
What is your paper slogan?
Don't be snobbish, save your rubbish.
Don't be snobbish, save your rubbish.
Oh,
huh?
yes, it's sweeping the country.
Well, have you personally cut down on anything besides paper, Mr. Knob?
Oh, yes. I've stopped telephoning, riding in the subway, and eating in the automat.
To save what?
I'm conserving brass.
Well, what has brass got to do with telephone calls, the subway, and the automat?
For years, I've been using slugs.
You look like the type of man who would do it, and thank you, Mr. Landis Knob. And now a young man who bungled his first attempt to cooperate in the waste paper campaign, Mr. Norvex Fifield. You said that you came to grief, Mr. Fifield?
That I did.
What happened?
Well, yesterday I had a pain in the stomach, so I went to the doctor.
Yeah?
The doctor started to write a prescription.
And?
I said, don't write that prescription, Doc. Save that paper.
And he did?
Yeah, he told me the name of the medicine.
Well, did you buy it?
No. On the way to the drugstore, I forgot the name of the medicine, and I still got the pain in my stomach.
Oh, isn't that a shame? Well, perhaps I can help you. I'll name a few medicines. They may bring it back to you. May remind you. Was it belladonna?
No.
Sulfanilamide?
No.
Formaldehyde?
No. Now wait a minute. It's beginning to come back. I think I got it.
Good.
Name a state on the West Coast.
On the West Coast?
Yeah.
California?
No.
Oregon?
No.
Washington?
Now come a little farther east.
Little farther east, All right. Idaho?
No.
Wyoming?
No.
Utah?
Come a little farther east.
A little farther east. Illinois?
No.
Indiana?
No.
Michigan?
Michigan, that's it. Michigan.
Michigan, huh? Fine. Well, what is the name of the medicine?
Don't rush me. Name some important cities in Michigan.
Cities, let me see. Battle Creek?
No.
Kalamazoo?
No.
Detroit?
Detroit, that's it.
Detroit. Fine. And the medicine is?
Well, don't get ahead of me now. Name some big industries in Detroit.
Industries. Automobile?
No.
Shipping?
Shipping. Where do they ship?
On the Great Lakes. Have you got it?
Not yet, but you're getting warm.
I'm getting warm.
Yeah, now just name me a couple of lakes.
Lakes. Let me see. Lake Superior?
No.
Lake Huron?
No.
Lake Erie?
Erie. Now I'm all set.
Well, it's about time. You've got it?
Not quite.
Well, what now?
Well, what big historical event took place on Lake Erie?
Well, in 1813, there was a big naval battle.
Who was in it?
Commodore Perry.
That's it.
You've got the name of the medicine?
Perry Garrick.
Perry Garrick. Do you realize in your untutored way what you have done?
No.
You have spoiled my whole night.
That I did.
That you did, and double did, drop did, and did out of here. And now a housewife with a most unusual story, Mrs. Brunhilde Spratt. You got behind the waste paper drive, Mrs. Spratt?
I overdone it.
You did? What happened?
I went to the house and sent in every piece of paper I could lay me hands on.
You did? Paper bags?
Paper bags, paper napkins,
Yeah.
paper doilies, writing paper, tissue paper, sandpaper, blotting paper.
Good for you.
I took the paper off my husband's cigarette.
You did? Good.
Then I pried the wallpaper off the walls and sent that in.
You sent that in. You didn't overlook a thing, did you?
I even took them little tags off of all the tea bags.
You did? You sent in every piece of paper in your house?
That's how I overdone it.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, finally, there was a big fracas, and my husband walked out.
After the fracas, he walked out, did
Yeah.
he? He told you off, did he?
Yeah. Brunhilde, he says, when you took the newspaper out of me shoes, I didn't say nothing.
Uh-huh.
When you sent in me library, all them Morocco-bound police gazettes, I then complained. When there wasn't no paper to wipe the lather off me razor, he says, I wiped it on me union suit legs.
Yes?
But, he says, when you sent in my 2 pieces of cardboard and put me out of work, I'm through.
Your husband's 2 pieces of cardboard?
Here's a picket.
And he left you flat, you say?
Yeah, he put on his shoes and said, today I am a bachelor in scram.
A bachelor? Well, he's still married to you, isn't he?
He is, but I can't prove it.
You can't prove it? Why not?
Well, in the heat of the paper drive,
Yeah?
I sent me marriage license to the OPA.
And now you are a widow?
No, I went back to my first husband.
But losing your marriage license doesn't mean anything. You are still married to your second husband.
No, he tells me.
Better late than ever. And thank you, Mrs. Brunhilde Spratt. Well, I guess that concludes...
Excuse me, brother.
Oh, not you again.
Yeah, Falstaff sent me.
Falstaff, Openshaw, that rhyming tramp?
Yeah, Falstaff's still in a clink.
Still in jail, huh? Well, that's good.
Yeah, he sneaked out some more poems through a trustee.
Well, we're not interested in...
Have you heard bake me a cake like Mother used to make with just a hacksaw inside?
No, I...
Come with me to the belfry, Jenny. We'll kick that gong around.
No, I haven't.
Don't back out of that cattle car, Mother. The brakeman might see your calf.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Look, it so happens at the moment we are discussing the OPA drive for waste paper.
Precisely why I am here. Falstaff wrote a poem about paper.
What is it called?
Paper.
It's called paper, huh? Well, how does the paper poem go?
Paper is a substance made from rags or grass or trees. Paper was invented in AD by the Chinese. Didn't paper cause the troubles man has known throughout the ages? If paper wasn't first made, we wouldn't have history's pages. Ain't paper used for treaties with their economic thuggery? Don't diplomats use paper for international skullduggery?
Uh-huh.
We can all blame paper for the world's sad state today. It's on account of paper the world arms for the fray. Yes, if it wasn't for a paper shortage, the world wouldn't be haranguing. And the man who started all this fuss would still be paper hanging.
Very good. Falstaff Openshaw. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is Kenny Baker time. Ably supported by Maestro Goodman, Kenny sings Can't You Hear Me Calling Caroline?
When old Bob White gives his call, Caroline, Caroline, I miss you at the sunset when the evening shadows fall, Caroline, Caroline, I miss you when the moonbeams out on the river shine. Oh, can't you hear me calling? Oh, yeah, Caroline. Can't you hear me calling, Caroline? It's my heart a-calling, darling. Lordy, how I miss you, gal of mine. Wish that I could kiss you, Caroline. Ain't no use now for the sun to shine, Caroline, Caroline. Can't you hear my lips a-saying? Can't you hear my soul a-praying? Can't you hear me calling,
Thank you, Kenny. That was swell. If Caroline...
Planes now leaving on TWA, Pan American, Northwest Airlines, Delta Airlines, Braniff Airways, National Airlines, Continental Airlines, and Mid-Continent Airlines. All aboard.
Say, what, Jimmy? What is this? Are we out at LaGuardia Field all of a sudden, are we?
Why, no, Fred, that's a roll call. A Texaco roll call of the great airlines of America. TWA, Pan American, Northwest, Delta, Braniff, National, Continental, and the Mid-Continent Airlines. Millions of American travelers have flown these airlines. Their passenger planes are a familiar sight in every section of the country. And they are Texaco users all. Yes, more revenue airline miles in the United States are flown with Texaco than with any other brand. And that fame in the air has a real down-to-earth meaning for you as a motorist. For the maintenance engineers of these great airlines are experts in motor efficiency. And you put yourself right in line with their expert opinion when you drive your car in at a Texaco dealer.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, as our guest this evening, I am indeed happy to present...
Mr. Alice!
Well, Portland. Say, you are all dressed up this evening. What's cooking?
Well, you said our guest tonight is a big man from Hollywood.
Oh, he is, but he's not a dashing glamour boy, Portland. Our guest is Mark Hellinger. He's a motion picture producer.
Oh, is there any difference between a Hollywood actor and a producer?
Oh, there's a big difference. Actors get Oscars, producers get ulcers.
Well, Kenny says Mr. Hellinger can put me in pictures.
Well, he can, but Mr. Hellinger isn't in New York on a scavenger hunt. That's one for me. You can't get into pictures, Portland, unless you can act.
Well, what has Jack Benny got that I haven't got?
Well, he's got a girdle left over from his last picture.
But how does Jack stay in pictures?
Oh, who knows? He's got something on the industry. He's Mickey Rooney's grandfather or something.
Hi, kid.
Oh, hello. Hi,
Kenny.
Kenny.
Where's the big movie typhoon?
Oh, typhoon. That's tycoon, Kenny. A tycoon is a big businessman.
What's a typhoon, then?
What's a typhoon? Well, a typhoon is something with Dorothy Lamour in it.
I thought that was a sarong.
Oh, no. A sarong is a South Sea turban with no sense of direction. It's a sort of a sunken muffler, I think you're called. And now, I want to warn you, we can't waste Mr. Hellinger's time tonight because movie producers are very busy men. They live in a world of speed, hustle, bustle, and brisket.
Aren't producers those guys everybody has to yes all the time out in Hollywood?
That's right. Yes, that's right.
If we yes Mr. Hellinger, Kenny, maybe he'll put us in a picture.
Oh, no.
That's a swell idea, Porty. Let's rehearse.
Uh-huh. Yes, Mr. Hellinger. Yes, Mr. Hellinger. You bet. Yes, Mr. Hellinger.
Now, cut that out. Mr. Hellinger is pestered everywhere with people trying to get into pictures. Now, I'm going to introduce him, and please don't bother him. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the writer of one of the most widely read newspaper columns in America, the gentleman who more recently has produced such smash movie hits as The Roaring Twenties, Brother Orchid, They Drive by Night, Torrid Zone, and High Sierra. Meet Mr. Mark Hellinger. Well, good evening, Mr. Hellinger.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
Well, how are things out in Hollywood?
Oh, I'd rather not talk about things, Fred.
You rather... Well, why not?
Well, everyone who comes from Hollywood always talks about Hollywood. I'd rather not.
Rather not, yeah. Well, how are conditions in the picture business?
I'd rather not talk about conditions, Fred.
You'd rather not talk, and you're a producer?
Well, I'd rather not mention my work, Fred.
Well, what company are you associated with now, Mark?
Well, I'd rather not mention the company, Fred. You see, that might sound like advertising.
Well, have you just finished a picture that's about to be released?
Well, let's not go into that, Fred.
Well, all right. We'll be through in no time at this rate. If you don't want to discuss these things, Mark, now, do you mind if I give our audience and our listeners a short Hellinger background resume?
Well, if you must, Fred, but I know it's going to be embarrassing.
Well, you just have to stand there and blush, that's all, Mark. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest tonight, Mr. Mark Hellinger, lives in Glendale, California.
I live in Hollywood, Fred.
Hollywood, yeah. Is it? At present, Mr. Hellinger is a producer at the Paramount Studios.
It's 20th Century Fox.
20th Century Fox, sir. Mr. Hellinger has just completed a new picture called How Green Was My Valley.
It's Rise and Shine.
Rise and Shine, eh? And Rise and Shine opens at the Rivoli Theater here in New York City.
It's the Roxy.
The Roxy, is it? Well, the premiere is on November 26th.
It's December 8th.
Well, I guess that's the works, Mark. Did I overlook anything?
Just one thing, Fred.
What?
You forgot to call me Lubitsch.
I was coming to that when you interrupted. But say, I haven't introduced you to my little unit here, Mark. This is Mr. Hellinger, Portland.
Pleasure, Portland.
Don't you think Betty Grable is working too hard at your studio, Mr. Hellinger?
Oh, I don't think so, Portland.
Betty must be pretty tired. She's in all the pictures.
Yeah, she's very popular.
If Betty Grable ever breaks down, and you need a star in a hurry...
Look, if Mark needs a star, he can always find one in front of a Texaco station. This is Kenny Baker, Mark.
Hello, Kenny.
Hi, chum. How's Tyrone Parr feeling these days?
Well, Ty's all right so far as I know.
He's getting pretty gray, isn't he?
Is he?
That white hair sure shows up in Technicolor.
Now, Kenny.
What, can I help it if Tyrone Parr is an old man?
How do you...
What you want in a picture business today is new blood, right, M.H.?
M.H., yeah, how do you...
Well, that's right, Kenny. We're always looking for new talent.
You should see me in a sweater.
Kenny...
Well, I'll keep you in mind, Kenny.
Can we audition for you, Mr. Hellinger?
I can walk like Charles Lawton.
Well, you can walk like Charles Lawton. You start walking, Kenny. Mark and I want to talk, right, Mark?
It's about time. What's on your mind, Fred?
Well, first, tell me, what's holding up the opening of your new picture, Rise and Shine? Is there a priority on dishes? Is that holding the thing up?
No, Fred, it isn't scheduled to open until December 8th.
Well, are you going to have one of those big Hollywood openings at the Roxy, you know, with the celebrities and the searchlights?
There's another kind?
Not that I know of, no. But say, how long have you been out at Glamour Junction, Mark?
It's 5 years now, Fred.
5 years. Well, do you think New York has changed much since you've been gone?
No, Fred. Mayor LaGuardia is still here.
That's right.
The flea circus is still here.
Yes, that's right.
And you're still telling the same jokes?
Well, tell me, do all those funny things I read about happen around the Hollywood studios? You know, producers eating aspirin, actors eating each other out there.
I don't believe all you hear about Hollywood, Fred. Picture making is a serious business today. And all the companies are turning out better pictures than ever before. 20th Century has some great pictures coming out.
20th Century, that reminds me, Mark. Don Amici is on your lot, isn't he?
Yes, Fred, he is.
Well, Mark, as friend to friend, have you ever seen the real Don Amici?
I often wonder.
You don't know?
Well, I'm not sure, Fred. Some days when I'm in conference with my boss, Darrell Zanuck, I get a peculiar feeling.
Peculiar feeling? Spooky?
Yes, something tells me it's just Don Amici playing Darrell Zanuck.
Don Amici. He's all over, huh?
Oh, F.A.
Yes, Kenny?
When can we audition for Mr. Hellinger?
Later, Kenny. Say, tell me, Mark, how do you producers out in Hollywood know what sort of pictures to make?
Well, pictures go in cycles, Fred.
Cycles. I remember the Mr. Motorcycle. But what causes these cycles?
Well, audiences and the times determine the type of pictures that will sell.
In other words, the public makes the trend.
That's right, Fred. Next spring, I may be making a Shakespearean picture. I'll be looking for Shakespearean actors.
Well, where can you get Shakespearean actors?
What light through yonder window breaks? It is the east, and Juliet is the sun.
Oh, Romero! Wherefore art thou, Caesar Romero?
Quiet. The Crisco Kid. Well, tell me, Mark, after the Shakespeare vogue dies out, what will happen?
Who knows? I may be making a gay 90s picture. Old-time singers will be in demand.
She was only a bird in a gilded cage.
And a beautiful sight to see.
Do we get the job?
Now, quiet. You two. Well, all right, after a gay 90s cycle, Mark, what follows?
Well, times may change, Fred, and I'll do another picture like Rise and Shine, a comedy full of gags and laughs. I'll be looking for comedians.
Hey, Gracie.
Yes, Georgie Porgy?
How can you keep a dead fish from smelling?
Cut off his nose! Yuck.
Wait a minute. We have enough yucks around here now. This is the last straw.
Get it, Mr. Hellinger?
Yes, Mark gets it, I get it, and if you don't stop, you'll get it.
You can reach me in care of the Y, Mr. Hellinger.
I'm at the YW, Mr. Hellinger.
And I'll be at the psychopathic ward.
Oh, don't get excited, Fred.
Well, it burns me up, Mark. Just because you're a movie producer, everybody bothers you trying to get into pictures. I guess I'm probably the first person you've met who hasn't asked a favor of you.
Well, you are, Fred, and I appreciate it, too.
And I appreciate your kindness in paying us this little visit tonight, Mark.
Oh, forget it, Fred. We're friends.
No, Mark. Now, you're a busy man. You dropped everything just to be with us here tonight.
Oh, forget it, Fred. We're friends.
Why, you put our program over tonight.
Oh, forget it, Fred. We're friends.
Someday I'll repay this favor, Mark. Someday I'll come out to Hollywood and I'll star in one of your pictures.
Forget it, Fred.
I get it.
Good night, Fred.
Good night, and thank you, and good luck with Rise and Shine, Mark Hellinger. And now, ladies and gentlemen, now that Kenny isn't going to Hollywood, he rejoices in an Irving Berlin medley. Kenny is waiting, Mr. Goodman.
Remember the night you said I love you. Remember you vowed by all the stars above you. Remember we found a lonely spot, and after I learned to care a lot, you promised that you'd forget me not, but you forgot to remember. A pretty girl is like a melody that haunts you night and day, just like the strain of a haunting refrain. She'll start upon a marathon and run around your brain. You can't escape. She's in your memory by morning, night, or noon. She will leave you and then come back again. A pretty girl is just like a pretty say it with a beautiful
Say, Kenny, I just noticed while you were singing there, what is that on your upper lip?
I'm growing a mustache, F.A.
Oh, are you really?
Yeah, I'm going to become an airplane pilot.
Oh, and you have to have a lip toupee for that, do you?
Sure. I've been seeing Dive Bomber and those other aviation pictures, and all the pilots have mustaches.
Well, from the looks of that sideburn under your nose, you'll never make it, Kenny. Why, Guy Kibbe has more hair in his comb than you have on your upper lip there.
Gosh, what am I going to do? I'd give anything to fly.
Well, you don't have to go up in the air to fly. Larry, tell Kenny how he can practically fly on the ground.
Why, thousands upon thousands of drivers in all 48 states know the answer to that one, Fred. It's Sky Chief, Texaco's different premium gasoline. The very name Sky Chief tells you here's a gasoline that will give your driving something of the thrill of flying. Yes, Sky Chief does just that. Your car takes off in a flash with a surge of soaring power. You're away under cruising speed smoothly and without apparent effort. On the hills, there's only a quiet zoom and lift to tell you that you're climbing. Even in traffic, it's fun handling a car with power like that. Flexible power that keeps your car spirited at any pace. So try it yourself. Don't just drive. Fly the highway with Sky Chief, your Texaco dealer's premium gasoline for those who want the best.
The Texaco Star Theater continues in just a moment when Fred Allen returns to present this week's winner in the Texaco College competition. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, Dame Fortune smiles upon another talented young performer nominated for fame by the students of an American university. Each week, a winner is brought to New York for an appearance in the Texaco Star Theater as Fred Allen's guest, with all expenses paid plus a cash award of $200. All right, Fred, the welcome mat is ready and waiting.
And so am I, Larry. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we proudly present the University of Kentucky's most talented undergraduate, a charming, Titian-haired co-ed, Miss Betty Wells Roberts. Well, welcome to the Texaco Star Theater, Miss Roberts.
Thank you.
Since you are a real Southern belle, Betty, I hope that our Northern hospitality won't seem to be sort of a letdown.
Oh, I'm sure it won't, Mr. Allen. I've been having a wonderful time.
Well, that's fine. Is this your first trip to New York?
Why, no. I went to school here for a short time. But my home is in Kentucky, and I love it.
In Kentucky, huh? Say, it must be beautiful down in the bluegrass country. I once heard of a cow in Kentucky that ate so much of that bluegrass, she mooed indigo. Tell me, Betty, in what course are you majoring at the University of Kentucky?
Romance language.
Romance language? You mean like ooh's itty baby is ooh? Baby talk?
I mean the Romance languages. French, Spanish, and Italian.
Oh, of course. Parlez-vous, si, and gratia?
Oh, you studied Romance languages, Mr.
Oh, yes. I majored in Pig Latin. My diploma was a swine skin, Betty. Right after graduation, I had it smoked so it wouldn't spoil. I've got it hanging out back now.
Well, where did you go to college, Mr. Allen?
Well, I'd rather not say, Betty. It will only embarrass the faculty. After I graduated, I sued and got my tuition back. But about your college career, do you participate in any extracurricular activities?
Why, yes. I'm a member of Kappa Delta sorority.
Kappa Delta, huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, when I was at college, I tried to get into Kappa Delta.
But a sorority is a girls' society.
Well, I found that out. But, Betty, your school now isn't far from Churchill Downs. Have you ever attended a Kentucky Derby?
Well, I tried to last year, but there was such a crowd that I didn't get in until an hour after the race was over.
An hour after the race was over? Well, that's exactly what happened to the horse I bet on in the Derby last year. You know that my horse came in so late, a man from Borden's was riding him when he came. And still to come in were 3 of Crosby's horses. Well, now, Betty, you are a senior at the university. That means that you will graduate this coming June. Now, what about your career?
Well, I'd like to write for radio if I could.
Oh, Betty. Think of your parents, your self-respect. Writing for radio is no career for you.
Why not, Mr. Allen?
Well, to begin with, most radio scripts, you know, aren't written. The average radio script is like goulash. It accumulates. And it's all wet when you finally get it together in that respect.
But I'd like to be a good writer, Mr. Allen.
Oh, a good writer? Then you should make a fortune, Betty. A good writer in radio will indeed be a novelty. Now, before you regale our listeners with a song, I'd like to ask a favor of you, Betty, if you don't mind.
Well, not at all.
Well, the governor of Kentucky, the Honorable Keene Johnson, was kind enough to honor the occasion of your appearance here tonight by sending me a homebred Kentucky Thanksgiving turkey. Now, when you get back to Kentucky, I'd like to have you give the governor, the Honorable Keene Johnson, this little can here. In this can is a print of the last picture I made. Now, you give this to the governor, then we'll each have a turkey. Thank you, folks who saw the picture. Thank you very much. And now, Betty, what are you going to sing for us?
Night and Day.
Night and Day. Ladies and gentlemen, the University of Kentucky's most talented undergraduate, Miss Betty Wells Roberts, sings for us Night and Day. Mr. Goodman?
Night and day
under the sun. Whether near to me or far, it's no matter, darling, where you are. I think of you night and day, day and night. Why is it so that this longing for you follows wherever I go? In the roaring traffic's boom, in the silence of my lonely room, I think of you night and day, day and night. Under the hide of me, there's an oh such a hungry yearning burning inside of me, and its torment won't be through till you let me spend my life making love to you, day and night, night and
Miss Betty Wells Roberts, and thanks to the University of Kentucky for sending you here to be with us tonight. Now, next week, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you the most talented undergraduate of Tulane University at New Orleans, Louisiana. After listening to the three finalists over station WWL, the Tulane students voted. Their ballots have just been tabulated, and the winner is Miss Gloria Spencer. Miss Spencer, we'll be waiting for you here next Wednesday night.
Mr. Allen.
The door's wide open. Yes, Portland?
Mama wants to know if you can come out tomorrow and bring a couple of friends.
A couple of friends for what?
Well, Mama's been knitting sweaters for soldiers. She just finished one. She needs 3 men to try it on.
3 men to try on the sweater, huh?
Mama's sweater came out with 6 arms.
6 arms on it. Well, your mother certainly believes in an armed force, doesn't she?
Yes, Mama's in tune with these emergency times.
And so are the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers, Portland, only they're in tune the right way. Will you tell us about that, Jimmy?
In tune with these emergency times, Texaco dealers are on the alert to make your car run better and last longer. They have the quality products, too. Those Texaco brands famous for protection, long mileage, and economy. Make it a point to start your car's conservation program right now. Get your car in all-around good condition for cold weather driving at the nearest Texaco dealer. He'll start with a crankcase, drain off your old, worn oil, and refill with insulated Haviland or insulated Texaco motor oil. He'll change over the transmission and differential to Texaco gear lubricant for easy shifting, smooth running. And then he'll carry his car conservation program into the chassis. Put an end to squeaks and needless chassis wear with a Marfac chassis with a thorough expert job like Safe Side. Texaco service saves. Texaco service.
Now the Texaco Workshop Players. This is the little group that calls any play a costume play if they have to wear their shoes. It's a murder mystery. It's called Death Comes to BARNEGIE Hall for One Night Only, or One Long Pan Digs a Symphony Orchestra and Finds the Killadilla. Music, Arturo. Music, Arturo. Music, Arturo.
And so we say buenos noches to Xavier Houlihan and his Samba Serenaders.
Xavier Houlihan and his Samba Serenaders came to you direct from the Enchilatke room at Max's Chili Grotto. Just off Route 1 at Tenafly, New Jersey. Xavier Houlihan and his Samba Serenaders may be heard again over this same station, but I doubt it. I too.
We take you now to Barnegie Hall, direction of Leopold Stoccanini.
Good evening, Symphony Band. Here we are at Barnegie, waiting for conductor Stoccanini to appear. Ross, to tell you about tonight's concert. And Ross.
Good evening. The Philphonic Symphony welcomes you to its weekly concert here at Barnegie Hall. Leopold Stoccanini as Tchaikovsky. The life of Tchaikovsky, as we all know. Tchaikovsky was born. Tchaikovsky died. Much for Tchaikovsky. Tonight our guest soloist is Benny Glubman, the so-called king of swing. Well, I see we're ready. Mr. Stoccanini is wobbling around on the podium, I see. He's taken his rubber gloves off, his long, lean hands are prepared, and the first number will be Tchaikovsky's Concerto in A-sharp minor. Something has happened here at Barnegie Hall, music lovers. As Benny Glubman started his clarinet solo, 2 shots rang out of key incidentally. Benny Glubman fell dead. And now, if you will excuse me, I shall go and call the police. This is Stilton Dross signing off to call the police.
Calling all cars. Soloist killed at Barnegie Hall. Calling 1 long pan. Report at Barnegie Hall. Wear your mandarin coat with the tails long pan. It's formal. Calling 1 long pan.
Oh, greetings and wickets, alligator. Detective 1 long pan reporting. B-I-B-O-Bo. B-I-B-O-Bo, use life boy, B-O will go. Long pan and fine fetter, long pan and good voice tonight.
Please, if you're auditioning for Major Bowes, he's 2 blocks down.
Well, who are you, Mr. Longhair?
I am Leopold Stoccanini, conductor of the Symphonic.
Baba Paul Huckawinnie, abductor cigar and tonic.
Go away, please. I'm expecting a detective.
I am Detective 1 long pan, buddy. Pell Street Superman. It's a bird, it's a plane, it's 1 long pan.
Well, why didn't you say so? There's been a murder, Long Pan.
Who, confidentially, who murder?
Oh, this man on the floor, Benny Glubman. He's been shot.
Ah, murder solved. Long Pan fast like Quicksilver. Hi-yo, Quicksilver! Murder solved.
Wonderful. Who shot him?
Benny Dubman, not the shot.
But I distinctly heard 2 shots.
Regardless, Benny Dubman, poison.
Poison?
Exactly. You see, tongue hang out. Tongue all black.
His tongue... Oh, that's his clarinet. It's still in his mouth.
Oh, long pan, silly Billy. Long pan, examine body again. Let me see. Let long pan see. Oh, 2 bullet holes in right temple. Long pan close in.
Oh, whom do you suspect, Long Pan?
Everybody. Where's orchestra?
The men are waiting in the rehearsal hall down this corridor.
Let's go. Benny Glubman did get shot where he fell. X marks the spot. In his head he's got 2 cola. He can't drink his Pepsi Cola. Nickel.
Oh, the orchestra's in here, Long Pan.
Very good. Long Pan forget melody, but carry on regardless. Let's go.
Quiet, men. Quiet, please. This is Detective 1 Long Pan.
Hi-ho, everybody.
Hi.
You, hi-ho. You line up, everybody. Long Pan Grill Band, 1 by 1.
Pardon me. Can I be excused, Mr. Long Pan?
Who are you?
Oh, this is Cy, my tuba player. Cy Krupski. Yes, I would prefer to get away early.
Not now, buddy.
Look, I live in the Bronx. If I get caught in that late subway crowd with my big tuba, it is murder. I got to go.
Not now. You stick around, buddy.
Oh, the last subway jam I got in, they flattened out the tuba.
Flattened tuba?
Yes, when I'm getting off in the Bronx, I have a cymbal.
too bad, Mr. Krupski. Long Pan whiz into action. Long Pan Leonard Klein.
Well, how?
You, Mr. Flockenedy, you put orchestra back in original position, you see, and make snapping.
Yes, all right. Men, take your instruments and get back in your symphony positions. Come now. Hurry up. Ah, there you are, Long Pan. They're all back in place.
Very good. Now, where did the Benny Bubbleman stand when murdered?
He was right in front of me with his clarinet, about there.
Very good. About there, you say. Now, what the number orchestra play?
Tchaikovsky's Concerto in A sharp minor.
Exactly. Now, you play concerto until part where shots were fired. You catch on? You catch him, you?
Yes.
You then stop.
All right. Stop after the fourth bar, men. 1, 2.
Oh, very good. Very pretty. Very good.
Yes. Right there, as Benny Glubman started his clarinet solo, the 2 shots were fired.
Okay, now you were in front of Benny Flubman, violin player and back to Benny Flubman, lady with harp, right side of Benny Flubman.
Where can I go now, Mr. Longpen? I've got to get this tube in the subway.
No. You, Krupski, you sat to left side of murder man, Benny Dubman. You, violin player, lady harp player, and Mr. Socanini, you stay. Everybody else, go. Slam,
All right,
everybody else, out, everybody out. Now, you 4 people line up.
Oh, this is ridiculous, Longpan.
Maybe so, maybe not so. One of you 4 killed Benny Dubman.
But how could I kill him? I was conducting the orchestra with my bare hands. I've got a perfect alibi.
Lullaby, very good. Maybe too good. Maybe
I was in front of Glubman. The 2 bullet holes were on the right side of his head.
Okay, you are excused, Mr. Socanini. Excuse you. Now, you, Miss Happy Lady, what is your name, Toots?
I'm Miss Dilly.
Oh, Miss Dilly, huh? Happy to know you, Longpan. Happy to know, Miss
Thank
Dilly.
you.
You sit on right side of Benny Dubman and Miss Dilly. Maybe you know who murdered Benny Dubman?
Yes, I did it.
Jesus.
I can't hold it any longer. I confess.
Why you kill Benny Clubman, Miss Dilly?
It was an accident. I only wanted to frighten Misha Horlick.
Misha Horlick? Who is Misha Horlick?
I am.
Oh, Misha violin player. You, Misha Horlick. What you know about murder?
I am innocent. I haven't done anything.
You've been stealing my harp strings, Misha Horlick.
Stealing harp strings? You explain to Misha Dilly.
This miser is too cheap to buy violin strings. He's been stealing the strings off of my harp and cutting them down.
Oh, Misha, you bad boy, Misha.
That's why I fired the 2 pieces of buckshot. I wanted to teach this tightwad a lesson. I must have missed Misha and killed Benny Glubman.
You know what this means, Miss Dilly?
I know. Back to Spitalny.
Very good. Where is gun, Mr. Dilly?
Gun? I didn't have a gun.
No gun? How you shoot a buckshot?
With my harp string, like a bow and arrow.
You demonstrate, please. You show one long pass.
Certainly. You see, I put the buckshot on the harp string like this and pulled.
Oh, very good. Mystery solved. Long pan, unless you, Mr. Dilly.
Now, wait a minute, Longpan. I heard 2 gunshots. Harp strings don't sound like a gun.
Collection, please. Mystery not solved. You, Mr. Horlick. Long pan, unless you for murder Benny Dubman.
Well, why should I kill a brother musician? I'm working.
That's good enough for one long time, Mr. Horlick.
And please, if I don't get in the subway with my tuba...
Not so fast, Mr. Cy Krupski. Long pan unless you for murder of Benny Bubman.
Why me?
You are only suspect left. You must be guilty. Very simple.
You're insane, Longpan. Krupski was sitting on Glubman's left.
Yes, you said the bullet holes were in his right temple. How could I shoot around his head? And besides, I haven't any gun. Search me.
You bet. Long pan give you quick fresh. Oh, fat boy.
Never mind.
Oh, fat boy.
Never mind.
Oh, fat boy.
Never mind that. I haven't any gun, have I?
No Lewallo, eh?
No Lewallo.
No Lewallo, eh?
You're stymied, Longpan. Why don't you give up?
Yes, I've got to get down in the subway with my tuba.
Hold on, Mr. Krupski. Before you go, maybe you like to play tuba for one long pan?
No, I practiced all day. I am all puckered out.
All puckered out. Very good. Long pan play tuba.
Here, put down the tuba. You have no union card?
Long pan personal friend, Mr. Patillo. Long pan play scale.
What was that? Yes, what were those two shots?
Mystery again solved. Long time arrest you, Mr. Krupski, for murder Benny Clubman.
This you can prove?
This I can prove. Mr. Krupski, you drop a bullet down tuba mouthpiece. You blow a bullet down into valve. When you press E-flat key, bullet explodes.
But Krupski was sitting on Clubman's left long pad.
Exactly, but tuba wind round and round and round. Bullet come out and curve, hit Clubman opposite side.
Yes, you got me with my tuba down long time. I did it. How did you know?
And this shows our music taste, Mr. Krupski. P.I.T. Look.
That's right, Krupski.
Not the Krupski. Tchaikovsky.
Tchaikovsky?
Exactly. P.I.T. Peter Ilyich Tchaikovsky. Fess up, Tchaikovsky.
Yes. It's my great-grandfather's tuba case.
Exactly. You change cough and Tchaikovsky to croup. Call yourself not Tchaikovsky, Cy Krupski.
Is this true, Krupski?
Da, Leopold, da. Tchaikovsky, the great composer, was my great-grandfather. How proud I was of that name until...
Until what, big boy?
Until they started swinging Tchaikovsky's beautiful music, taking his melodies, calling them moon love, our love, tonight we love. This was the last straw.
Well, why?
When Globman is starting to swing my great-grandfather's concerto in A-sharp minor and expecting me, Tchaikovsky's great-grandson, to sit there and play too, to contribute to his mockery, I killed him. Too young, Globman.
Mystery solved for final time, positively. Let's go, Tchaikovsky.
Long time. Will I get the gallows for this?
Aesop say, man who devote life to classical music will never swing. Oh, long time always swing. Like they're all sitting on the MC with a chum chumming. Just a final word from Larry Elliott.
Help put the membership drive of the American Red Cross over the top. Never in its history has the need for or the demands upon its worldwide facilities been greater. Join the American Red Cross now through your local chapter.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. Next week, our guest will be the Hollywood charmer, Miss Edna Mae Oliver. And the winner of the Texaco College competition at Tulane University, Miss Gloria Spencer. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast, inviting you to tune in again next Wednesday night and to drive in at your Texaco dealers at any time. Remember, you're welcome. Good night. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Theater, ladies and gentlemen, we invite Allen, Kenny Baker, Portland Hoff-Bone, the winner of the Texaco College University of Texas, and Al Goodman Melody, brought to you by the Mordens from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, next week, we in this country pay tribute to the Bill of Rights. Republican and Democratic parties both agree that our American Constitution is the strongest in the world. Tonight we bring you the party with the weakest Constitution, Fred Allen, in person.
Thank you. I can remember when I was king-sized, Jimmy. Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And before anything hilarious occurs, Mr. Wallington, in rebuttal to your opening remarks, may I ask, what is wrong with my Constitution?
For one thing, it could use a few amendments.
You really mean that? Well, I wouldn't talk about my constitution with that flushed complexion of yours, Mr. Wallington. You look as though you had just had a ketchup transfusion, if it's any good to you. Your face is as red as an Indian's kneecap.
For your information,
Have you
Mr.
ever
Allen.
seen an Indian with a short blanket? I mean, do you realize the simile here?
Oh, I see.
Have you ever seen an Indian? Oh, let it go.
No, but I just want to tell you something, Mr. Allen.
Yeah?
Just for your information, I am not red. I'm ruddy.
You are ruddy for an oxygen tent, if you know.
Why, I'm in great shape. Every day I go to a gym.
What, you go to a gym? Well, so do I.
What does your gym do for you?
Well, my gym doesn't send me pretty flowers, brother. And before you start singing the chorus, Jimmy, I shall turn nimbly as only I can to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. Washington, D.C. Division of Simplified Practice of the National Bureau of Standards calls a conference to discuss the shortening of toothpicks. Texaco News interviews the man in the street to get his reaction to the new toothpick legislation. Now, our first guest at this time is Dr. Rancid Squirm. You are and he lives up to his name, as you can see. Fore and aft. He looked rancid, and he's squirming as he stands here. Well, you are an authority on the toothpick, Dr. Squirm.
Yes, wood has been my life's work.
Wood has, huh? Have you, or how did you first get interested in wood, Doctor?
As a little boy, I had shingles.
That started you off?
Yes, at college I specialized in trigonometry.
In trigonometry, huh? And then?
In 1910, I conducted my great experiment.
Your great experiment? What was that, Doctor?
I planted myself underground with an acorn.
Both of you underground, you and the acorn, huh?
Yes, a friend watered us daily.
That was starting in 1910.
Yes. In 1925, Ripley found me growing out of an oak tree, none the worse for my experiment.
You were found growing out of an oak tree. You lived for 15 years as part of a tree?
Yes.
Well, has it bothered you in later life, Doctor?
Oh, no, not at all. Of course, I still have birds' nests under my arm.
Well, naturally.
Yes, I have moss growing up my right leg.
Oh, you have? Well, I thought you had on a green puttee, Doctor. It's moss, huh?
No, and you see, when I take off my hat...
What are those holes in your head, Doctor?
Woodpeckers.
Well, I must say that you are just the man to take over. You've also lived in a tree so long, you laid an egg here. I must say that you are just the man to take over our wood conservation campaign, Dr. Squirm. Are you conserving wood in radio?
Oh, yes. I'm taking berry wood off the hit parade.
Yes?
I'm cutting the woodwind down in all orchestras.
You are how?
I'm making all piccolos shorter.
You're shortening the piccolo? But the piccolo is pretty short now, Doctor.
When I get through, a man playing a piccolo will look as though he's smelling a Tootsie Roll.
It will be short and sweet, in other words. Well, this is almighty interesting, Dr. Squirm, but what about the toothpick?
Yes, the toothpick. The toothpick today is 2 5/10 inches long.
Yes?
It will be shortened 2/10 of an inch.
2/10 of an inch?
Exactly.
Well, how much wood can you save? I don't get it.
Nobody gets it. That is the general idea.
You are trying to confuse people intentionally?
Oh, yes. When the toothpick is shortened...
Yes?
You won't see the point.
Well, that is putting it bluntly, and thank you no end, Dr. Rancid Squirm. A hillbilly belle... How did he get out of here? Did anyone hear him leave? A hillbilly belle who has her opinion of the toothpick shortening is Miss Gansey Dowdy. That's right, isn't it, Miss Gansey Dowdy?
Yes, sir.
Has the new model toothpick bothered you, Gansey?
I'm in a swivet right now.
You are? How do you mean?
Well, I got buck teeth.
Yes, I see you have buck teeth there.
Well, my 2 front teeth jut out like a beaver's.
Yes, you look as though you're coughing up a mahjong set from here.
I can eat corn on the cob through a Venetian blind.
Nice to know. We'll put some up if we ever ask you over in corn season. But about the toothpick, Gansey.
Well, I used to tote a toothpick day and night.
You did? Why?
Well, my front teeth are out so fur. Stuff keeps blowing in them.
Stuff keeps blowing in your teeth? Well, what sort of stuff?
Oh, gravel, twigs, clinkers, and all sorts of berries in season.
Oh, berries in season. I see.
Every night before going to bed, I'd set out the coal hod.
Yes?
Then I'd take my toothpick, prod my buck teeth, and jimmy out all the rubbish.
You jimmy out your teeth, huh? Now, and with this new bobbed toothpick...
Well, I had to give it up. Pick's too short.
The pick's too short, huh? Well, how are you cleaning your front teeth now, Gansey?
I got new system.
Oh, you have? Or how do you work it?
Well, first I set out the coal hod, same as before.
Yes?
Then I take my old man's fiddle.
Yeah?
Put a pinch of pepper up my nose.
Yes?
When I sneeze...
Yes?
My two buck teeth snap between them strings.
The teeth snap over the strings, yes?
There's a chord in G flat, and the rubbish fall, and the rubbish fall, and the rubbish fall, and the into the coal hod.
Well,
falls out into the coal hod.
Well,
falls out.
That's a very...
It falls out into the coal hod.
Well, that's a very... well, how do you musical dental floss, in other words?
Yeah.
Well, how do you get the fiddle off your face later?
I goose grease the strings.
You do?
They slip out and eat anything.
No. Well, this wood conservation has sure caused you plenty of trouble.
What?
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 Caused you plenty...
First.
How, Gans?
It could be worth to cut down the handles on vacuum cleaners.
Yes?
I sure will be holding the bag.
Well, that's one way to get all the dirt, and thank you, Gansey Dowdy. And now a man who has his own philosophy is Waldemar Kunkel. What is your reaction to the new abbreviated toothpick, Mr. Kunkel?
Well, to me, the length of them calorie nibblings don't make no never mind.
Don't you ever use toothpicks?
Not me. I got my own routine.
Well, what is your routine, Mr. Kunkel?
Well, I only got one tooth. There, you see.
Oh, it is a Lulu, isn't it?
Yeah. When I open my mouth, it looks like an elk wearing a red vest. Or a graveyard in Red Bank, you might say. Yeah, well, I'm a big eater.
You're a big eater? Well, how do you carry on your gluttony with only one tooth?
Well, luckily, my tooth is right in the middle of my mouth.
Oh, dead center, isn't it?
Yeah, whatever I'm eating, I put right in the middle of my plate.
I see.
Then I bend my head down and spear it.
You spear it, huh? And then?
Then I wolf it around inside my mouth till my tooth gets tired.
Yes.
Then I swallow it whole. Swallow it whole. Swallow it whole.
Well, good for you.
Yeah, that's why I don't eat no toothpick.
Well, you do take oral precautions, though, Mr. Kunkel.
Oh, you bet. After I'm finished eating.
Yes?
I take a mouthful of coffee and sluice it around in my mouth.
You sluice it around, huh? Well, that's fine.
Then, just in case...
Yes?
I open my mouth, let me tooth hang out.
You let it hang out, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Then I rim me tooth with this finger.
Well, no wonder. Well, no wonder. Well, no wonder. Well, no wonder. No wonder the toothpick... No wonder the toothpick shortening holds no terrors for you.
Only one thing bothers me.
You mean with the wood conservation?
Yeah, I hope they shorten all pool cues.
Why?
If I'm going to end up behind the 8-ball.
Yes?
I'd like to be nearer to it now.
Yes, you might as well. You won't have so far to go in later life, and thank you, Waldemar Kunkel. Well, that about concludes our...
I beg your pardon?
Falstaff Openshaw.
The shoddy Swinburne at your service.
Well, where have you been?
The warden sends his regards. Need I say more?
You have really been in jail?
I didn't get this haircut at Harvard.
I should say not. Well, never mind that. Now, those poems you grapevined out the past few weeks were really terrible.
I have written some others.
Well, that is your misfortune.
Have you heard, when I called her dear, her face lit up 'cause she had a lantern jaw?
No, I haven't.
I'm doing no harm in this grain car brakeman. I am only feeling my oats.
No, I haven't heard that.
Or, don't roll that stranger's dice, mother. They're loaded, and so is he.
Now, wait a minute. Look, tonight we are discussing the digest toothpick and wood conservation.
Precisely why I am here.
You?
I have written a song about wood conservation.
A song?
Yes. I have brought the San Quentin Jubilee Singers here to render it.
Oh, these are the San Quentin Jubilee Singers here. A small and untidy group, I must say. Well, what is your song called?
What will become of the old oaken bucket?
Well, for the wood conservation. Well, how does it go?
Give us the key, 2792.
Okay. When the Bureau of Standards starts calling a conference to shorten the toothpick, it's time to rebel. In place of things wooden, we'll soon have a substitute, and the old oaken bucket will be gone from the well. When the bucket is gone, and it may not be long, instead of old oaken bucket, we'll be singing this song. Oh, gone is the bucket, the old oaken bucket, a big Dixie cup, it now hangs in a bar.
Thank you, Falstaff and the San Quentin Jubilee Singers. And now, from the vocal riffraff, we turn to the king of song, Kenny Baker, with Al Goodman and his orchestra cooperating. Kenny's first song is Begin the Beguine.
When they begin, it brings of music so can I know it brings back a memory evergreen. I'm with you once more under the stars, and down by the shore an orchestra's playing, and even the palms seem to be swaying. When they begin the beguine, who live it again is past all endeavor, except when that tune clutches my heart, and there we are swearing to love forever, and promising never to part. What moments divine, what rapine, what rapine, what rapine, what rapine. Nature serene, disperse the joys we had tasted. And now when I hear people curse the chance that was wasted, I know but too well what they mean. So don't let them begin the begin. Let the love that was once a fire remain an ember. Let it sleep like the dead desire I only remember. When they begin the begin. Oh, yes, let them begin the begin, make them play, till the stars that were there before return above you, till you whisper to me once more, darling, I love you, and we suddenly know what heaven we're in when they begin the begin. When they begin
Say, Jimmy.
Yes, Fred?
Jimmy, this letter here, I think got mixed in with my fan mail this week. The other one was for me. I think this one is for you.
What does it say, Fred?
It says, let me see, I opened it by mistake, of course. It
Oh,
says here, dear friend, I know my car should be protected against cold weather, but just how? Should I have my wife knit a cozy for the exhaust pipe? Should I buy a pair of ski pants for the car's rear end? Please advise me, signed Perplexed. Can you answer this, Jimmy? Might as well do it now.
Why, surely. Take a letter, Fred.
All right, I'll take it right away. Okay.
Dear Perplexed, as a car owner, you know you should protect your car's vital parts right now against cold weather. You want easier start, easier shifting of gears, a smoother ride all winter long. And that's what your Texaco dealer offers you with his complete winter conditioning. The right winter grade of insulated Haviland or Texaco motor oil in your crankcase means not only motor protection, but also quicker starts, less waste of gasoline, less strain on your battery. And you'll have a much easier riding car, too, when your Texaco dealer completes his winter conditioning with Texaco's famous Marfax chassis lubrication service. So start now driving a safer car, a better performing car. See your Texaco dealer without delay for complete winter conditioning. Signed, respectfully yours, Jimmy Wallington.
I'll mail it right away, Jimmy. Comes now, ladies and gentlemen, our guest. At this time, may I present...
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland. You bear tidings this evening, do you?
Yes. Did you hear Jack Benny Sunday night?
Did I hear who?
Jack Benny?
Yes. I heard old locked-in flavor. I heard him. Let him out for a half an hour on the Sabbath.
Well, didn't you think Jack was swell as Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde?
Well, I couldn't tell which was which. You know, when Benny plays Dr. Jekyll without his toupee, you can see Hyde through what's left of his hair. You know? Two characters in the one suit that way. Say, what is that book you have there?
Oh, it's a French dictionary.
French, really?
Oi, oi.
Oi. Well, what is that?
Oi means yes in French. It's spelled O-U-I.
Oh, that's we. We means yes in French. What do you need with a dictionary, Portland? Are you pressing a flower or something?
No. Our guest tonight is French, isn't she?
Yes, she's Miss Simone, the famous French actress. And we are going to greet Miss Simone in English.
We're not going to show off?
No, we are not flaunting our... You say a joke under your breath that only you got. No, we are not going to show off linguistically this evening. You know, every time we have tried to salute a guest in her native tongue, we've opened our collective mouth and put our collective foot in it. Now, remember Carmen Miranda and remember Anna Mae Wong?
Yes, they gave it to you good.
Yes, they did. In assorted languages, they gave it to me. I had to have two interpreters to know when I was insulted. Well, tonight I'm not taking any chances, Portland. I am greeting Miss Simone in English.
But what if she answers you in French?
We'll all be out of here 20 minutes early. We'll all be 20 minutes.
Why don't you play safe, Mr. Allen?
Play safe? How?
You welcome Simone in English, and let Kenny and me welcome her in French.
Why, that's a sensational idea, Portland. You know, that way we won't be taking any chances. Where's Kenny?
Oh, Kenny!
Oh, Kenny.
Oh, wait a minute, Kenny. What is the idea of paging yourself?
That wasn't me.
Well, I distinctly heard two calls.
This studio has an echo.
Yeah?
Every time I sing, I hear myself.
You sing, you hear yourself?
Yeah.
Well, don't you like yourself?
Sure, but I keep wanting to stop in the middle of my songs to yell bravo.
Oh, now, look, there's no echo in here, Kenny, or I'd have had to stop every 5 minutes to hiss myself since last October. Now, let's get going. You have got to master some French in a hurry this evening.
French? You mean that stuff they write on cologne bottles?
Yes, Kenny. You and I are going to greet our guest in French.
Well, who is it, Forty?
Simone.
There goes that echo again every time.
That isn't an echo, Kenny. Simone is our guest star. Now, look, you see this word here in this French dictionary, bienvenue?
Bienvenue?
Yes. Well, bienvenue. Bienvenue means welcome. Now, when Miss Simone comes in, I am going to say, welcome, Miss Simone, in English, you see. And you and Portland will say, bienvenue, Mademoiselle. You see, that means miss in French. Mademoiselle. Now, have you got that?
Bienvenue, Mademoiselle.
Very good. Very good. Now, we can't go wrong. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I present Hollywood's most charming importation, the popular international screen star, Miss Simone Simone. Well, welcome, Miss Simone.
Bienvenue, Mademoiselle.
Well, Miss Simone?
Nu, Landman, was machst du?
Well, we have done it again. Where did you ever pick up those words?
Well, while you're rehearsing to greet me,
Yes,
Mr. Goodman is rehearsing me to greet you.
Mr. Goodman. Nu Landsman, was magst du? That is Mr. Goodman at his pure Castilian best.
I have said something wrong, no?
No, Simone, you have said something right, yes. But you haven't met your fan club, have you? Now, this is Portland, Miss Simone.
How do you do, Portland? Oi, Mademoiselle.
The Goodman has also left his mark on you, Portland. And this Miss Simone is Kenny Baker.
Hello, Kenny Baker. I have heard you sing.
Oui.
You are très bien.
Mercy, Mademoiselle.
Now, alone, Kenny.
I don't get you, F.A.
Alone, Kenny. Elle beaucoup.
Give it to me in English, Pop.
Scram.
That I can understand.
Well, Miss Simone and I are going to parlay the voo around a little. Simone?
If you say so, big boy.
Well, fine. Now, I have some very interesting questions to ask you.
Good. Can I have a 64-franc question first?
The 64-franc question. Well, this isn't a quiz program. We just ask questions on this program because we're nosy, you see. Now, I have some questions here that I don't think you've ever been asked before.
That will be novel.
Yes, it will. Now, first... Oh, wait, now. First, how do you like New York?
New York is wonderful. New York is everything.
Oh, well, not everything, Simone. We don't have those famous those famous wines you have in France.
No, but here you have the wonderful Brooklyn champagne.
Brooklyn champagne?
Yes, it is, how do you call it? Pepsi Cola?
Pepsi Cola. That is the champagne that only costs nickel.
Yes, but the bubbles, it's tickle.
Fine. Now, my next unusual question here is, what do you think of New York, its sights, and its skyline?
Oh, it is wonderful. When New York lights up at night, it looks like une grande épingle boule automate.
Épingle boule automate? Well, what is that?
A pinball machine.
What do you think of American men?
American men are all very handsome.
Well, thank you.
You are American?
I get it in any language. I don't know. I see what you mean. Now, tell me, how do you like our American food, Simone?
I like very much donuts.
Donuts, huh?
I like very much to plonger.
Plonger? Plonger with a donut? What is that?
Plonger in French is dunking.
Oh, it is? Well, you see here, plonger is something else again. But tell me, Simone, quiet now, quiet. We're trying to get along. Tell me, Simone, do you enjoy American humor? You know, American jokes and wisecracks?
I always laugh at American jokes, but I do not know what they mean.
Well, perhaps now, if I told you an American story in French tonight, you might have a better idea of our humor.
Oh, that would be funny.
Well, now, don't be too sure. If I get stuck with some of the French words, why, you can help me out.
Wait.
Now, wait a minute. Don't laugh yet. Now, wait till I tell the story.
It is good?
Well, that will be up to you, of course. Now, here's the story. I'm going to tell it in French, and you follow me closely. Un jour, un Indien promenait un petit cheval. Comprenez?
Wait. An Indian was riding on a little horse.
A little horse, a pony. Comprenez pony?
Oui, pony.
Pony. Derrière l'Indien, c'est quoi aller à pied. Comprenez?
Oui. The Indian squaw was walking along behind.
Uh-huh. Un homme du full of brush. Un homme du full of brush s'est promené en automobile on Lincoln Highway.
A full of brush.
Yeah, full of brush.
A full of brush. A full of brush man driving an automobile on Lincoln Highway.
Uh-huh. L'homme du full of brush a poursuivre l'Indien et arrêter le Model T.
The full of brush man saw the Indian and stopped his Model T.
Oui. Indien, il dit, comment je fais jerk? Which is the same in any language. Comment je fais jerk que vous promenez un petit cheval et votre squaw allez à pied? Comprenez?
The full of brush man says to the Indian, why are you riding a pony, jerk, when your squaw has to walk?
Oui. Et l'Indien dit, squaw n'y pas petit cheval.
And the Indian said, ooh, squaw has no pony.
Fini.
Fini?
Oui, fini.
Oh.
You see? Now you like American humor, huh?
Very much. You see, I laughed.
Yes, you did laugh fine.
But I still don't understand.
Well, I might as well give up then. It's been very nice of you to pay us this little visit.
And it's been very nice of you to pay me this little salary.
Don't mention it, Simone.
Oh, but before I go...
Yes?
I would like to talk about what you're going to pay me for my appearance tonight.
Well, there's a time and place for everything, Simone.
But I'm very worried.
We'll discuss your salary later.
But I do not understand American money.
You what?
I don't know one coin from another.
Oh, well, now, before it slips my mind, perhaps we'd better discuss your salary, Simone.
You will explain American money to me?
I shall explain the money and how.
Oh, thank you.
Now, it's like this, Simone. You see, money...
Oh, isn't anybody going to stop this?
Beat it, Kenny.
Please, Miss Simone, don't let Mr. Allen explain money to you.
Why not?
He explained money to me when I signed my contract.
What happened?
Sister, I ain't behind that counter at Sloppy Joe's because I like pineapple juice.
Go along, Kenny. I'll take care of this. I can go along with the gag. I can explain money. I can explain money to Miss Simone as well as the next fellow.
Are you listening, Mr. Morgenthau?
Now, quiet, Kenny, please.
Now, go ahead, Mr. Allen.
Now, just what is it that you don't understand about our money, Simone?
Well, you're going to pay me for tonight 1,000.
Uh-huh.
1,000 what?
What? This is where I start explaining. Now, I could give you $1,000 or 1,000 quarters. I might even give you 1,000 nickels.
Nickels sound good.
Nickels are good. Nickels are wonderful. You know, dollars get all dirty. They pick up germs. Dollars make a nasty lump in your stocking when you're out.
Dollars are no good?
Oh, they bend in the middle and everything, dollars. What are dollars? They're nothing but old paper.
And what are nickels?
Oh, nickels are beautiful, Simone. Shiny little gems of metal. You know, you can't put $1 in the slot at the automat. Oui? You can't put $1 in a subway turnstile. Oui? You can't put $1 in a pay telephone. Oui? But a nickel you can put in all of those things. Oui?
Nickels sound good.
Oh, fine. Nickels sound good, and nickels it is. Now, tomorrow, I shall pay you in nickels. I shall send over a lot of packages, 1,000 nickels. Oui?
But you will do me one favor, Mr. Allen.
Oui?
The nickels, You will send in small packages, oui?
Oui, I shall wrap each nickel individually. Anything to please you.
You're very kind. But one thing.
Yes?
About these dollars. I am very curious.
Yes?
So, you will please to wrap up the pretty little nickels in the dirty old dollars, oui?
Oui, mademoiselle.
Bonsoir, Monsieur Allen.
Au revoir, Matter Harry, alias Simone. Thank you very much. Well, that brings us to Kenny Baker again. Loyally supported by Al Goodman's orchestra, Kenny sings Shepherd's Serenade.
Long ago, when the world was gray, I strolled away from the throng. Gone the plans that were once so gay, and gone the hopes held so long. Dusk was slowly falling on the leaves. The birds were hushed in every tree. Suddenly, so bright, so strong, down from the hill came a song. I heard a lonely shepherd playing. It was a haunting melody. I heard the music clearly saying that he was happy as could be. He played and he played. The world was forgotten like castles in air. My every care began to fade. If he would only play forever, his little shepherd's serenade.
Ladies and gentlemen, a message from Larry Elliott about pride, problems, and a promise. First, a word about pride.
Like millions of other Americans, the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers are proud of the fact that they are in business for themselves. Each one operates a private local business in his own community, a business identified with Texaco because its owner prefers to sell Texaco quality products.
Now, the problems.
Today, like most other local businessmen, Texaco dealers face new problems brought about by the nation's defense efforts, by the displacement of manpower, by extraordinary demands for materials.
And a promise.
But under any circumstances, your local Texaco dealer will continue to do his best to serve you and his entire community, and at the same time do his share for defense.
just a moment, ladies and gentlemen, Fred Allen returns to welcome the University of Texas' most talented undergraduate to the Texaco Star Theater. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
Each week, ladies and gentlemen, on the campus of one of America's institutions of higher education, the students conduct an election to determine the most talented undergraduate attending their particular university. The prize is an all-expense trip to New York City to appear in the Texaco Star Theater as a guest of Fred Allen, plus a cash award of $200. Now, Fred, are you ready to present tonight's winner?
Yes, Larry. From the famous 40 Acres campus at Austin, Texas, we bring you the University of Texas' most talented undergraduate, Joseph Phipps. Congratulations, Joe. What do you know? Here you are on the Texaco show. And welcome, Joseph.
Well, thank you, Mr. Allen.
Well, now that you're up here in what is so laughingly called the big town, what would you like to see?
Well, being as this is the big town, I think I'd like to see everything. Some of the big radio shows, one or two of the legitimate plays,
Yeah.
the Associated Press office, the Empire State Building.
Uh-huh. Well, you know, you can go up on top of the Empire State Building for $1.10. And if you want to see Al Smith, it's 15 cents extra, I think. Open a window and he looks out, I believe.
Well, Mr. Allen, I've heard a lot about the Stork Club, too.
Well, it's cheaper to see Al Smith. There's no cover. But tell me, how does New York compare to Austin, Texas?
Well, I suppose New York is a bigger city than Austin, but then Texas is the largest state than New York State, too.
That's right. It's 50-50, isn't it? Texas is the largest state in the Union.
That's right. Well, you could pick up the city of New York and carry it down there.
Now, wait a minute. Joe. There's only one man alive who can carry the city of New York, and he's Mayor LaGuardia. Yes, sir. The mayor carries New York every 4 years and then sets it down for 4 years to get his wind back. But Texas is a great state, Joe. You have a lot of things down there that we sure don't have up here.
Well, I think that's right, Mr. Allen. For example, have you ever seen 7 million head of cattle all jammed in the same corral?
Did you ever ride in our subway, Joe? It's the same idea without the horns. I understand that Texas had a great football team this year, Joseph.
Yes, sir, that's one thing we did have. We started off like a house afire at the first of the year and won all of our first games.
And then something happened?
The football team got a big write-up in Life magazine.
Got a write-up in Life magazine, and after that?
The next 2 games, we tied one and lost one.
After Life, there was no hope, huh? And Texas is playing its postseason game behind the 8 Bowl this year, isn't it?
Well, it might look that way to some people, Mr. Allen, but we have several boys on the team there. I'm sure they're going to make most of the All-Americans.
Well, I hope so, Joe. Texas must be a great university.
Yes, we do have a fine school, Mr. Allen. From the original 40 acres, the university has grown now to more than 200 acres.
200 acres. You know, if that happened in Rhode Island, your college would have grown out of the state. But tell me, is Texas a wealthy college?
Well, not especially wealthy. Financial pressure has been much less, though, since 1923. That was when oil was discovered on University of Texas land. Oil's what keeps the university going.
What do you think keeps me going, Joe? We are sort of oil conscious here on the Texaco program. Our orchestra conductor, Al Goodman, used to slick his hair down with chicken fat when he first came on the program. Now he marfacs his toupee, as you say. But about your college, Joseph, is there any other important data?
Well, there sure is. You see, we have a Senate group there in the University Law School, and they've elected you an honorary member of the Senate.
An honorary member of that Senate. Well, that's very nice, Joe.
And the boys there at the law school, they asked me to present you with a 10-gallon hat.
Well, thank you, Joseph. This is it, a 10-gallon hat, and I have a 2-quart head. Now, I wonder what... Joe, I'm very grateful to you and to the Senate student group at the law school for their kindness tonight.
Well, there's just one thing about that hat. It's a $50 hat, and we hope it fits.
Well, if it costs $50, Joe, it's going to fit if I have to get a set of lumps on my head to fill it.
Now that you have a real cowboy hat, I'd like to extend to you an invitation to attend the Texas Roundup next spring.
Yes, Governor Stevenson sent me a wire inviting me too, Joseph. It was very nice of him. And I tell you, I may come down as a spectator. You know, I'm not much of a horseman, Joe.
Well, everybody who learns to ride, they've got to start out like a tenderfoot.
Oh, tenderfoot. Whoever invented the word tenderfoot had no sense of direction, Joe. Imagine me with this hat on a horse yet. Can you? Now, my scouts inform me that your voice is quite familiar to folks down there in Texas.
Well, I hope it is, Mr. Allen. To help pay my way through law school, I've been doing radio announcing at station KTBC there in Austin.
KTBC there in Austin, huh? And since you're studying law, I know you must be active in the debating society. Now, what would you like to do on our program tonight?
Well, Mr. Allen, perhaps to remind us all that this country is one of the few spots left on Earth where civil liberties are neither a promise nor a memory, but an everyday reality, our nation on December 15th commemorates the 150th anniversary of the Bill of Rights. And in connection with this, I have a few words I'd like to say.
Well, you go right ahead, Joseph. Ladies and gentlemen, the University of Texas' most talented undergraduate, Joseph Phipps.
Now, old Thomas Jefferson, he said one day, the people have got to be protected. I won't be here for very long, so come what may, their rights have got to be respected. Such a prophetic fellow. And according to his lights, he wrote a bill, the Bill of Rights. All of our problems, all of Bill of them contain a solution. The first of which, please note, respecting an establishment, or the exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble, and to petition the government for a redress of their grievances. So you see, young man, you can say what you like, you can print what you like, you can print what you like, you can print what you like, you can meet whom you like, if you get it through your head that said, quote,
make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof or abridging the freedom of speech.
And to petition the government of their grievances. That's the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights.
The Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights.
Don't lose it. Don't lose it.
Thanks to the University of Texas for letting you come up to join us here tonight. Now, next week, ladies and gentlemen, our college Oklahoma. After hearing the three competition finalists over stations KOMA, Oklahoma City, and KTUL, Tulsa, the Oklahoma students held their election. Ballots have just been counted, and the winner is Jack Wilson. We'll be looking for you next Wednesday, Jack. Well, all right, Jimmy.
Thank you, Fred. Action speaks louder than words, ladies and gentlemen. For example...
Put a little more expression in it, Jimmy.
Did you say something, Fred?
I said put a little more expression into your reading, if you don't mind, Jimmy.
Fred, you're not trying to tell me how to do this commercial,
Well, no, Jimmy, I'm just suggesting. I'm not trying to...
I've been reading commercials for years.
Well, I know that, but after...
When I read a commercial, it's red.
Well, I realize that, but this particular commercial could stand a little more expression, Jimmy.
Why, that's ridiculous. For your information, Mr. Allen, nobody can read this commercial any better than I'm reading it.
Look, Jimmy, I don't want to argue, but I will bet you $5 that I can do a better job than you are doing right now.
You'll bet me $5?
Yes, and I'll ask the audience to be the judge.
Oh, fine.
Now, never mind, Jimmy. Don't, fine, not yet. Wait till I get through. You just, listen.
Okay, it's a bet.
It's a bet. All right, here I go. Action speaks louder than words. For example, words can't possibly be as convincing as the action of Texaco Fire Chief, the emergency duty action of a gasoline designed for fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency duty vehicles. Now, up to now, I'm better. Do you agree? Up to now. Just step on the starter with Texaco Fire Chief in the tank. Just that one quick start will tell you more than a million words. Try Fire Chief action. Feel Fire Chief's sustained power. Check the long mileage. Now I'm coming into the finish, you see, where I completely overwhelm. Yes, if you want action that speaks louder than words, try a Texaco dealer and famous Fire Chief, the emergency duty gasoline at regular gasoline prices. There you see, Jimmy, that's what I mean. I leave it to you, folks, which, I mean, after all. Jimmy, you only $5. All right, And now the Texaco Workshop Players. This is the only little theater group to ever have a performance of Uncle Tom's Cabin foreclosed by the FHA. Now, tonight, they dedicate their drama to that gallant body of men, the New York Department of Sanitation. This opus is called How Clean Is My Alley? Or don't pick up anything you see in the street. It may be a collector's item. Music, maestro.
Music, maestro. Music,
Wait a minute.
maestro. Always the same thing.
Quiet, please.
The same routine every week.
Wait a minute. Who is that mumbling in the audience? What is it you want, sir?
I want something new. Every week it's one long pan or hillbillies.
And you want something new?
Yes, something timely. Why don't you play a sketch to remind people to do their Christmas shopping early?
Look, brother, that's one of the things that is wrong with people today. People are slogan happy.
Why, do your Christmas shopping early has been a slogan for 20 years.
All right, so it has. And in 20 years, only one man has reacted to that slogan. He did his Christmas shopping early, and that slogan ruined his life. Did you ever hear of Homer Preebles?
No.
Well, sit down there, stranger. I'll tell you the story of Homer Preebles, the man who did his Christmas shopping early. Homer Preebles was what Dr. Gallup might call an average man. Homer was a white-collar worker and 100% slogan conscious. For Homer was exposed to his first slogan at the age of 3. One day, as he sat in the nursery with an interpreter explaining his blocks, little Homer heard a voice over the radio say,
"Kitty, tell your mother you want cornies now."
No sooner had Homer heard his first slogan than he obeyed that childish impulse and ran to his mother and said,
Mama, I want cornies now.
Later, Homer survived adolescence some way, and when he heard the slogan, "Two can live as cheaply as one," Homer got married. He saw his dentist twice a year. He bought his wife the right soap chips. And when he heard the slogan, "Do it now," he even asked his boss for a raise. Homer's boss said,
"No, Preebles.
Ain't I worth more money, Mr. Hassan?
That is beside the point, Preebles."
I know. As I came in, you turned away.
Exactly.
I'll get a cake of Lifebuoy soap tonight.
That's the stuff, Preebles. You'll be a vice president in no time.
And so Homer went through life responding to every slogan instantly. But on the morning of December 5th, 1938, Homer Preebles saw the slogan that was to be his downfall, to disrupt his entire life. Fanning the hot breakfast coffee with his morning newspaper, an ad caught Homer's eye. He said,
Look what it says here in the paper.
Do your Christmas shopping early.
Yeah, where's my Mickey Mouse sweatshirt?
Where are you off to, Homer?
I'm doing my Christmas shopping early. I gotta go.
Leaving the house at a dog trot, Homer arrived at the big department store. Except for some men working about, the store was empty. As Homer entered, a floor walker approached him. The floor walker said,
"What are you doing in here?" I want to get a hot water bottle for my Aunt Aggie.
Oh, we should stop decorating the store for Christmas. Drop everything because you want a hot water bottle for your Aunt Aggie.
It's for Christmas, though.
It's 20 days to Christmas. Why don't you go home?
So I'm doing my Christmas shopping early.
Oh, a wise guy, huh? How do I know you ain't sniffing around here early to get a line on our Christmas decorations?
Honest, mister.
You look like mail order Joe. How do I know you ain't a spy from Sears Roebuck?
Look, don't bother. I'll go over to Macy's.
I knew it. A Macy man.
Yeah, but wait.
Brother, I'll put some decorations on you that Macy can't copy. Take this. And this. And this.
2 hours later, Homer, battered and unconscious, was found lying outside the store. He was carried home by 2 Boy Scouts, who split a good deed for that day. For many weeks, Homer lay in a coma. There was no Christmas present for Aunt Aggie that year, but sunshine and clean living finally got in their dirty work, and by December 1931, Homer was as good as second hand. I lost 8 years there. We'll never get off the air. Resolved to do his Christmas shopping early, Homer bustled into the Mammoth department store. A floor walker swept forward to meet him.
Good morning, sir. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Look, I want to get a hot water bottle for my Aunt Aggie.
I shall give you my personal attention.
So all I want is...
165.
Yes, sir.
This way, please.
So who's 165?
He's one of our new salesmen.
165 reporting, Mr. Kincaid.
This gentleman is a customer, 165. Now, you know what a customer looks like. I'll test you.
I'll come through, sir.
We shall see. This gentleman wants a hot water bottle. I want you to sell him a pair of snowshoes.
But I want a hot water bottle.
Quiet, please. We're testing. Go ahead, 165.
Yes, sir. Now, sir, what is your pleasure?
I want a hot water bottle for my Aunt Aggie.
What your Aunt Aggie needs is snowshoes. Now, if she get out in the snow and exercise, your Aunt Aggie's circulation would improve. She wouldn't need a hot water bottle. Shall I wrap these snowshoes?
Well, I don't want snowshoes, I told you. I want a hot water bottle.
What's wrong with these snowshoes?
Nothing.
Then what are we waiting for?
You got your hand in my collar.
And I'm not taking it out, brother, until you know when.
Okay, I gotta breathe. Give me the snowshoes.
A sale, Mr. Kincaid!
Congratulations, 165. You're going places.
What about me? Where am I going?
You know where you can go.
With snowshoes?
His Christmas money gone and carrying a greasy snowshoe under each arm, Homer trudged wearily home. No hot water bottle for Aunt Aggie this Christmas, but the snowshoes were stored in a clothes closet. Another year fled by, and soon it was December 1940. Homer was off again to do his Christmas shopping early. Intent on exchanging his snowshoes for the hot water bottle for Aunt Aggie, Homer mushed his way into the Mammoth department store. Placing the snowshoes akimbo on the counter, he said to the clerk,
I want to exchange these snowshoes for a hot water bottle.
Goody, I'll call the manager. Mr. Pennypacker.
Come in.
When I get the hot water bottle...
Quiet, will you? Here's Mr. Pennypacker.
Well, Griswold, I'm a busy man. What is it you want?
This gentleman has snowshoes.
Has no shoes, eh? Everybody should wear shoes. You'll catch cold, chum, going around in stocking feet.
Who's in their stocking feet? I got shoes.
Griswold, didn't you just tell me this man has no shoes?
Well, no, sir. He has shoes, but also he has snowshoes.
You say he has shoes?
Yes, Mr. Pennypacker.
And still he has no shoes?
Yes, sir.
Griswold, you're drunk. Drinking on duty is a violation. Turn in your gardenia. You're fired.
I can explain.
I doubt it, but carry on.
The last Christmas, I came in here to buy my Aunt Aggie a hot water bottle.
That's perfectly clear. Go on.
But instead, through no fault of mine, I get snowshoes.
That's what I've been trying to tell you, Mr. Pennypacker.
How could this lummox purchase snowshoes?
From the salesman who sells snowshoes.
We have a shoe salesman here who sells snowshoes. He's fired. Now, what can I do for you, sir?
Look. See this?
Yes.
What is it?
It is a package.
Look inside. What do you see?
2 tennis rackets.
You're nuts. Them snowshoes.
I know them snowshoes. They're tennis rackets.
Mr. Pennypacker, I resign.
So do I.
Hey, go on.
Don't ask us. We don't work here.
He ran out of the store yelling, "I am a hot water bottle." He was rushed away to a psychopathic ward, and for 6 months, Homer thought he was a hot water bottle, and every time he saw a pair of bare feet, he'd lie down. But finally, Homer stopped seeing feet, and this year it was a different story. Now, tonight, Homer Prebles, fully recovered, is here to tell us about it himself. What have you got to say, Homer?
The slogans is a curse.
One slogan caused all of your trouble.
Yeah, do your Christmas shopping early.
Well, did you finally get your Christmas shopping done?
Yeah, this year I got Aunt Aggie a hot water bottle.
Congratulations. And how did you do it, Homer?
I done my Christmas shopping early.
You mean the slogan finally worked?
Yeah, but I had to do my shopping good and early.
How early, Homer?
I was in the store before it opened up.
So you finally got your hot water bottle.
Yeah, and 30 days for breaking and entering.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is the true story of Homer Preebles, the victim of a slogan, do your Christmas shopping early. Well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. Next week, our guest will be Miss Luella Parsons, Hollywood's first lady of the columns, and the winner of the Texaco College competition at the University of Oklahoma. This is Fred Allen saying Oklahoma. This is Fred Allen saying good night. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's Texaco time. This program will be interrupted for any important news flashes. And now, Larry Elliott. This is the first Texaco Star Theater broadcast ever to go on the air without its distinguishing air signature, the sound of the siren and bell. This change has been made because the siren has now become a signal of alarm and danger throughout our nation. So to avoid any possibility of confusion or disturbance to our listening audience, the sound of the siren and bell will be missing from the Texaco Star Theater until further notice. Yes, within the last 2 days, America has seen great changes. The shock of being at war has made itself felt in the heart of every American and has influenced the thinking of every citizen. Tonight on the air, we hope that our Fred Allen show, going on as usual, will provide our audience with helpful diversion. For civilian morale is important when the first task of every American is to help make America strong. To this task, we dedicate our manpower, our machines, our industries. In this respect, the Texas Company is proud to report that the strength of our vital oil industry is by far the greatest in the world. Even the Texas Company alone produces more petroleum than all of Europe, exclusive of Russia. Yes, all of us have our job to do in helping to make America strong. And every American pledges with heart, hand, and mind to make it stronger and stronger. Welcome to the Texaco Star Theater, ladies and gentlemen. We invite you to enjoy the next 60 minutes with Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, Portland Hoffa, our special guest, Miss Luella Parsons, the winner of the Texaco College competition, Jack Wilson from the University of Oklahoma, and Al Goodman's orchestra. An hour of mirth and melody brought to you by the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, for 4 days last week, New York was in a fog. We bring you now a man who has been in the fog for 40 years. He's Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Jimmy, I was hoping that as we neared the Yule, we could start this show tonight, without arguing. But, what is that? Choco. Since you, have you got a funny line in your script that I haven't got? But since you have seen fit to enter with a quip on your shoulder, I shall proceed to knock it off, being the boss.
But, Fred, you look as though you've been in a fog for 40 years.
And you look as though you have been in the rain for 40 years, Jimmy.
In the rain?
Yes, Mr. Wallington, you are the biggest drip I have ever seen. You can't deny that. You are so wet. Now watch that mugging while I'm reading the line. I mean, even when you turn around without doing anything, I consider that mugging. You are so wet, Mr. Wallington. If you ever lie down, the government will stock you with trout.
I was only kidding. You don't have to get sore about it.
Well, why shouldn't I get sore, Jimmy? You pulled that gag about the fog. Now you ruined my whole newsreel. The newsreel, I've got 4 people here tonight to talk about fog. I'm sorry, folks. I won't be able to use you folks tonight. Some other time, possibly. I'll keep you in mind.
Well, good night, Mr. Round.
Good
night,
Mr.
Round.
No,
Good night,
no,
folks. Thanks
no,
for-
you don't. I came all the way from Nutley, New Jersey to tell my story.
Well, I realize that. I know. You are Mr. Fulcrum T. Biddle. I have your name on my cuff here. When we signed you in Nutley last week, you are the hunter who had trouble in the fog. Is that right?
Yes, I am an old Boy Scout. My wife was a campfire girl.
You met in the woods, did you?
Yes. My wife was tracking a skunk. She overtook me. It was love at first sight.
That I can understand.
Yes, every year on our wedding anniversary, I go out into the woods and shoot a deer for my wife.
You do?
Yes,
Shoot a deer,
yes.
huh? Well, did you start out this year?
Oh, yes. I had my high boots, my gun, my compass, and my deer call.
That is your deer call, is it?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Well, where did you start from, Mr. Biddle?
My backyard in Nutley.
Oh, you did?
Yes.
Well, was the fog bad as you left?
Oh, it was terrible. I bounded into the woods. I couldn't see a thing. I blew my deer call.
What happened?
Well, sir, there was no answer. The fog kept getting worse.
Yes?
I got down on all fours and started crawling.
You were crawling through the fog on your hands and
sir.
knees?
Finally, I found some deer tracks.
You found some deer
Yes, sir. I
tracks.
followed the deer tracks to an old cave. I looked in.
And there you found?
4 little boys on pogo sticks.
Well, what did you do, Mr. Biddle?
I blew my deer call. And I was off again. For 4 hours, I kept crawling on my hands and knees in that fog, blowing my deer call for dear life. Just like that.
That sounds more like an opinion than a deer call. As an old moose man myself. But tell me, you were crawling on your hands and knees, blowing your call intermittently. You didn't give up.
I was just about to when suddenly,
Yes?
out of the fog, I saw
You saw
a pair of antlers.
antlers?
Yes, sir. I raised my gun and fired.
Yes?
The fog lifted. There I was on my hands and knees
Where?
in front of the A&P store in Nutley. I was humiliated.
Well, you did bag a deer, Mr. Biddle.
It turned out to be a man carrying a hall tree.
The antlers were man with the hall tree.
Yes.
So you didn't get your deer after all.
No, I got a summons. The man is suing.
The man is suing? What did you say to the man? I get it, and thank you for your labial contribution, Mr. Fulcrum Biddle. Well, now we guess we can get on with the show now.
Not quite yet, old boy.
Falstaff, Openshaw. Well, not tonight. We don't want any tonight.
But I have written a fresh batch of poems.
We are not interested.
Have you heard Goodbye, Sweet Flossie, Here Comes the Posse?
No.
Or, She listened to me prattle as we sat among the cattle?
No, I haven't.
Or, That's not a piece of burlap, brakeman. You're yanking my mother's shawl.
Now, wait. Wait, Falstaff. Tonight, we are where we're supposed to discuss the recent foggy spell.
Precisely why I am here.
You?
I have written a poem about it.
And what is your fog poem called?
An epilogue to fog.
An epilogue to fog. Well, how does it go?
Poets for eons facing starvation have turned to the weather for inspiration. They have written odes to the sleet and snow, to the rain and the frost, and the wind moaning low.
The wind.
But I am a poet, a renegade. A song of fog is my serenade. When I sing of fog, I'm all agog, like a hog in a bog or a frog on a log, like a polly with its wog or an egg in its nog. Yea, the muse I flog to sing of fog.
Well, thank
the
you very
reason I
much.
chant of fog is plain. I run a lighthouse up in Maine. Fog is what makes my living for me. Where would I be but for F-O-G?
Well, thank you very
If there was no fog on that lonely reef, my lighthouse would close, and I'd be back on relief.
Well, thank you very much. And from the ridiculous, we turn to the sublime and welcome Kenny Baker. Loyally supported by Al Goodman and his orchestra, Kenny sings El Rancho Grande.
I got no looks, no dinero. I'm just a gay caballero. With my guitar, joy I'm bringing, and where I go, I keep singing. I have a Rancho Grande, it's just across the border. Each day I'm in my saddle, rounding up the cattle. The cowboys close beside me are true companions as we ride down through the canyon. I have a Rancho Grande, it's shaped like my sombrero. The trees grow all around it, the mountain tops around it. A little senorita is waiting for me on my Rancho Big Grande. Give me my bridle and my saddle and my old pinto I'll travel. I'll get the cowboys a-riding out where the rustlers are hiding. I have a Rancho Grande, it's just across the border. The cowboys close beside me are true companions as we ride down through the canyon. I have a Rancho Grande, it's shaped like my sombrero. A little senorita is waiting for me on my Rancho Big Grande. Hey, hey!
Well, that was swell, Kenny. Say, Jimmy.
Yes, Fred?
I meant to ask you before, how come you've lost that frosted, that chapped look you used to have?
What chapped look?
Well, you know, Jimmy, now you're from California, and I remember distinctly that last winter when our cold weather set in, you were carrying a portable smudge pot around the city here.
Oh, well, this year I'm a changed man,
Well,
Fred.
I notice now that you seem to enjoy cold days. How do you do it? You make yourself mad and get hot under the collar and pray that it'll go lower down?
No, it's very simple, Fred. I enjoy cold weather now because I got myself in a good physical condition.
Oh, you lost that blue look by getting in the pink.
Uh-huh.
Color matter of color, I see.
And let me point out that getting into good condition for winter is not only wise for you and me, but for our cars. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to enjoy driving your car despite cold days, don't delay seeing your Texaco dealer for complete winter conditioning. That means having the old, worn oil changed so that you'll get quick battery and gasoline-saving starts in any weather. It means seeing that the right grade of quality lubricant is in the transmission for easier shifting of gears on coldest days. And going further, it includes a change over to winter lubricants at all vital points in the chassis for smoother, easier riding. So drive in at your Texaco dealer and drive out with an easier handling car, and a safer car, too. He's trained to do skilled, thorough work, and he uses these quality Texaco products. Haviland, his premium motor oil, or insulated Texaco motor oil, Texaco transmission lubricant, and Marfac for the chassis. Do it tomorrow.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I present our guest, the lady who probably knows more about Hollywood than the Hollywood Chamber of Commerce. She is Miss...
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland, Well, what's with you?
I won't have time to tell any jokes tonight.
No fun tonight, huh? Why not?
Penny and I are going to surprise our guest.
Surprise hour. You know who our guest tonight is. It's Miss Luella Parsons, the famous Hollywood columnist.
Wait till you see the big Hollywood reception Penny has fixed up for Miss Parsons. Hey, Penny?
Yeah, you bet, F.A. Why, you can't sneak her on. Miss Parsons is from Hollywood.
Well, no, but how can we give her a big reception with three of us?
Mr. Goodman bought a special fanfare.
A fanfare?
It cost $15. He got it wholesale.
Through a friend. He knows a man with fanfare. Well, what kind of a
Relative, I thought.
What kind of a fanfare is it?
Well, Mr. Goodman, will you play Miss Parsons' fanfare, the $15 one?
That cost $15 wholesale, huh? What was that little thing on the end?
That was the sales tax.
Here's your speech, F.A.
What speech? What do I want with this speech?
Well, you're supposed to be the MC in the lobby.
Oh, an MC, but at a Hollywood premiere, Kenny, the MC brings movie stars to the microphone.
That's all fixed.
Yes. Porty and I will imitate the stars arriving.
You two will imitate her. This is going to sound like Grauman's Pekingese. It's going to the dogs.
Yeah, I put a box of wet cement right in front of the stage door.
Wet cement for what?
Kenny's going to get Miss Parsons' footprint.
Well, he may get it where he's not expecting it. Miss Parsons, I hear, is quite limber. And if she has cement... If she has cement on her foot, Kenny will think he is backed into a cornerstone. That is
Okay, let's go with the broadcast, F.A.
Well, something tells me I shouldn't, but all right.
Look, make like a crowd, Porty,
All right.
All
right. Good evening, movie fans. Here we are in the lobby of the Texaco Star Theater about to preview Miss Luella Parsons. All the Hollywood stars are here tonight. There goes a friend of Slim Somerville's. There goes one of Dr. Kildare's patients. Yes, the stars are out tonight. And here to our microphone comes Miss Netta Darbo. Miss Darbo, are you here to welcome Luella Parsons?
Yes. I always listen to Fred Allen's program.
Well, thank you.
I want to be alone.
Don't overdo it, Portland. You get a little chance like that. You think somebody's listening in California, you overdo it. And now, look who's here, ladies and gentlemen. Look who's here, Nelson Neddy. How do you do, Nelson Neddy?
How do you do? How do you do?
You are going in to cheer Miss Parsons?
No, I'm here to get singing lessons from Kenny Baker.
Thank you, Half Nelson Eddy.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
And here's another well-known star, one we all love. Your name escapes me, sir.
Maybe this will help you.
Why, of course, you're Johnny Weissmuller, aren't you?
No, I'm John Barrymore's doctor.
He hasn't paid you yet, I get it. Well, still the stars flock by, and here comes the star of the evening, the first lady of the Hollywood columns. Miss Luella Parsons. See what you did? You pawed it too soon. I really ought to read the whole thing over and make you do it again. Well, good evening, Luella, if I'm not too familiar.
Not at all, Fred. And thank you for this gala reception.
Oh, well, we just tried to give you the old Hollywood rinky-dink, Luella. How did it sound?
It sounded grand. You know, I thought for a moment I was Abbott and Costello. You had everything but the spotlight.
Yes, we wanted a spotlight. We thought we could make Mr. Goodman's bald spot do. But his skin went dim at the last minute. And while we're waiting for Mr. Goodman to glow, you and I can tango.
What's on your mind, Fred?
Well, Luella, you know all the gossip about Hollywood. You've spent years making other people famous. How about coming out from behind your typewriter tonight and giving us the lowdown on you?
Well, Fred, there really isn't any lowdown. People all over the world are interested in Hollywood. I just try to print the news as I see and hear it.
Well, how many newspapers carry your daily column?
Well, I should say about 300, including 5 in South America.
5 in South America. If Mr. Zanuck hears that, he'll have Don Amici playing the life of Carmen Miranda.
Fred,
Yeah?
Miss Parsons is you put my name in her column.
Now, Kenny, will you go away? Kenny, go away. Well, tell me, excuse me, Luella, but tell me, how do you manage to get the news of the industry and the stars first? You have little men who hide in producers' offices disguised as bookends?
Not at all, Fred. I get the news right from the stars themselves. Well, only yesterday, Mickey Rooney telephoned to me from Hollywood to tell me of his engagement to Ava Gardner. And a little later, Constance Bennett wired me that the stork had brought her a 6.5-pound baby girl.
You didn't hear from the stork personally,
No,
did you?
he forgot to call me.
Well, why did the stars call you up, Luella?
Well, you see, Fred, many of the boys and girls came to me for advice before they were stars.
And after they became famous?
Many of them still ask my advice about their marriages, quarrels, contracts, the horses they own, and about everything else.
Well, do they take the advice you give them?
But never.
That's the way it is with advice. A lot of people can't take it. Well, now, how did you first get involved in the picture business?
Well, you see, I started as a writer in the old S&A studios in Chicago.
The old S&A studios.
Right.
You'd better be careful, Luella. You'll give away your age.
You know, I don't try to hide my age anymore. After all, when a girl gets to be 30...
I know. I know. When a girl gets to be 30, she stays there. But when did you start writing movie gossip?
On the old Chicago Record Herald. I started writing picture news for fun.
And your daily report became the world's first syndicated movie column.
That's right.
Hey, Fred, ask her about my name.
In a minute. I know your name. I'll ask her in a minute. Now, about Hollywood. Which came first, Luella? You or Hollywood?
Well, I guess Hollywood came first. In those days.
Now, wait a minute. Wait for our laughs here. The doc won't like it. The doc won't like it if you talk on our laughs.
No.
Which came first, you or Hollywood?
Well, I guess Hollywood came first. But in those days, it was just a small town. And the stars were all our neighbors.
I know. Those must have been glamorous days.
Indeed, they were. You know, Fred, I remember when John Barrymore married Michael Strange. What a wedding.
Oh, I read about that in the Encyclopedia Britannica. Little May Robeson was the flower girl. Now, tell me, was Cecil B. DeMille with the beret askew loose in Hollywood at that time?
Yes, I'm afraid he was. He was making 10 Commandments and the King of Kings.
Mr. DeMille was the father of epic production.
Yes. You know, in those days, he used horses by the hundreds and extras by the thousands.
Well, it's a lot different today. I hear that in his next picture, the Lone Ranger is going to be a pedestrian. Yes, sir, the OPM has stepped in and taken his silver, I understand.
Oh, say, Fred, if Miss Parsons is going to use my name, why, Kenny is spelled with a small K, and there's one B in favor.
Okay.
Tonight, anyway.
Wait a minute. Go through that again. You see, Miss Parsons, he cannot resist you. You've upset Kenny here. Now, go ahead, Kenny.
Well, look, Miss Parsons, my first name is spelled with a small K, and the last name, Baker, is spelled with a small B.
Yeah. And you'd like to be in pictures.
What has Charles Boyer got that I haven't got? And where can I get it in 6 easy lessons?
Oh, now, look, Kenny, you haven't the profile to be a movie actor.
Profile, he says. Look who's talking. Why, you look like Santa Claus came down your nose and left a bag under each arm.
Kenny, you irk me with a capital J. Well, Luella, I know you are always stalking news. How would you like to walk out of here tonight with a scoop?
Why, I'd love to, Fred.
Well, now, confidentially, do you know an old character actor out in Hollywood named Benny?
Of course. But you can't tell me anything about Jack Benny, Fred.
I can't tell you anything about Jack Benny, hey? Where was he born?
Why, in Waukegan. Everybody knows that.
So he hoodwinked you, too, huh? How would you like to know that Benny was born in Chicago?
In Chicago?
After the Chicago fire, Benny's family fled to Waukegan on a hook and ladder.
Now, Fred, you know very well Jack isn't that old.
He isn't that old. Benny started the Chicago fire.
I don't believe it.
Why, when Benny was a little baby, Luella, he was too cheap to buy milk. He used to crawl into Mrs. O'Leary's barn and have lactic traffic with her cow. Well, sir, one cold night, Benny wanted some warm milk. He built a fire under the cow. Excelsior.
I think you're prejudiced, Fred. Everybody out in Hollywood is crazy about Jack Benny. He's just a fun-loving boy.
Boy, she. Say, do you know a girl out there who calls herself Mary Livingston?
Of course I do. Mary is Jack's wife.
Wife, Mary Livingston, is Jack Benny's daughter.
Fred Allen, how can you say a thing like that?
I have the proof, Luella. Years ago, Benny was married to a little seamstress in Philadelphia. Her name was Betsy Ross. There is your scoop, Luella Parsons, and good luck to you.
Well, I can't print that. Besides, I like Jack Benny.
Well, then you are his public, Luella. Say, tell me, have many changes been made in Hollywood?
And so forth. Hollywood in general is de-glamorizing itself.
It's coming down to earth.
Exactly. The old days of dark glasses, mammoth swimming pools, and general exhibitionism are gone.
Good.
Another thing I like is that during the past year, there have been fewer divorces and more babies in Hollywood than in any year I can remember.
Well, of course, Luella, now that the stars have taken off their dark glasses, the stork can finally see to whom to deliver. Well, it's been swell having you with us tonight, Luella. Is there anything that we've overlooked, as far as your work is concerned?
No, Fred. I think we've covered my career pretty well.
Well, after writing about Hollywood and the stars for 25 years, I guess you have covered about every big story out there.
No, Fred. Some of my biggest stories I've never printed.
Well, why not, Luella?
Well, getting scoops and inside news. They bring fame to a Hollywood columnist. But no story is important enough to break another person's heart. That's all today. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, and good night, Miss Luella Parsons. Thank you very much. And now, Kenny Baker. Kenny Baker, as Hollywood hopes blasted, finds solace in song. Kenny Baker singing The Angels Came Through.
skies, there they are in your eyes, for the angels came through. You are the sunbeams to wear in your hair, sure enough they are there, for the angels came through. When you wanted a love song, angels composed it, then they enclosed it deep in this red rose I give you. You are someone whose love wouldn't die. Funny thing, so did I. And the angels came through. All of the things that we hope and we pray for, that we wish every day for, seldom come true. Yet you are one who gets everything to sun. Angels just love to bring them to you. You are the two little stars from the sky. There they are in your eyes, for the angels came through. You are the someone whose love wouldn't die. Funny thing, so did I. And the angels came
Fred Allen returns in just a moment to bid welcome to the most talented student of the University of Oklahoma. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, another young college student appears to take his place in the spotlight at the Texaco Star Theater. The official choice of his fellow students as the most talented undergraduate within their ranks. Each Wednesday night, a separate university is thus honored. Its winner is brought to New York for a coast-to-coast radio appearance as Fred Allen's guest with all expenses paid, plus a salary of $200. And here is Fred himself, the chairman of our reception committee.
Well, thank you, Larry. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to stop taking bows where it's not for you. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we are pleased to have you meet the University of Oklahoma's most talented undergraduate, Jack Wilson. Jack? Well, congratulations, Jack, and welcome to our Texaco Star Theater.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Tell me, is this your first visit to New York?
Well, yes, sir, it is.
What do you think of our town, Jack?
Well, I've heard so much about New York that I thought I might be disappointed when I finally got here, but I wasn't.
That's the first kind word New York has had in many a day, Jack.
Have you ever been down in Oklahoma, Mr. Allen?
Oh, many times, Jackson. When I was in vaudeville years ago, I played Tulsa, Oklahoma City, Enid, Sepulpa, Bartlesville, Okmulgee. Well, you know, back in 1920, Jack, if you lived in any small town in Oklahoma and saw a small, mangy pony, 4 scurvy dogs, and me get off a train, that was the vaudeville show for that week.
Well, I'm afraid that was a little before my time.
Well, fortunately for you, Jack, that dog act was nothing to brag about. You know, Oklahoma and New York have a lot in common, don't you think?
Well, I don't know. You know, an Oklahoma cowboy would sure get a laugh out of the horses you have here in New York.
The horses? How do you mean, Jack?
Well, I saw a horse today with a braided tail and fancy rubber shoes on.
Oh, wedgies, yes, the horses. Yes, our city horses are a little effeminate, Jack. You know, if a man gets on a New York horse and doesn't sit side saddle, the horse looks around. He knows it's a tourist aboard. But enough of this equine small talk. Tell me, Jack, what are you studying down there at school?
Law. I'm a senior law student.
Law student? Well, that's peculiar, Jack. 5 of the 8 college boys who have been on our program this season have been law students. You know, if we keep getting lawyers, people won't know this program from the Goodwill Court. Is your father a lawyer too, Jack?
No, sir. My dad's a salesman. He sells aluminum cooking utensils.
Well, how can your dad sell aluminum when the government has a priority?
Well, that's what he keeps telling them down at the office.
I see. Your dad has a sideline. He's a Bob Hope fan. Very pleasant sideline, too, I might add. But tell me, Jack, are you a fraternity man?
Yes, sir. I'm a Beta Theta Pi, and I'm also a member of the Phi Delta Phi, the legal fraternity.
You're living on the frat of the land, in other words. The farmers at the school I attended years ago had an agricultural fraternity. It was called the Alpha Schmalpha Alfalfa.
I've never heard of the Alpha Schmalpha Alfalfa.
Oh, well, it was just a corny outfit. Our fraternity pin was a spot of succotash worn low on the vest. But not changing the subject, have you done any Christmas shopping while you've been in New York? Have you bought any presents?
No, the only present I have is one for you, Mr. Allen.
Oh, a present for little old underdone mentally Jack?
Yes, sir. Mr. Joseph A. Brandt, the president of Oklahoma University, has asked me to present you with this Indian headdress.
Well, that's very nice of Mr. Brandt. Put it on. An Indian headdress, and how I can use a feather in my cap. Well, are you going to swear me in, Jack?
Yes, sir. In the name of the American Indian Exposition and the Comanche tribe of Anadarko, Oklahoma, I hereby appoint you, Fred Allen, a Comanche chief.
Today I am a Comanche. Well, now that I'm a chief, Chief Schmeeth, Jack, I think I'll celebrate with some entertainment. My spies tell me that you sing and play the piano.
That's right.
And what are you going to sing and play for us tonight?
Well, Mr. Allen, I'd like to play and sing the Louisiana Lullaby.
Go right ahead.
The Louisiana Lullaby. Now it's sweet and it's low. You sing it as you rock by. The Louisiana Lullaby. Now it's blue, I know. It makes a weeping willow cry each night by the light of the moonbeams. I can hear it calling softly. It seems to whisper, come back with your jewelries. Southland's waiting. What Dixie wants me. Oh, I wish I hadn't said goodbye. Oh, I love it so. The Louisiana Lullaby. Oh, it's pretty bye. Each night by the June dreams, Southland's waiting. Oh, Dixie wants me. I wish I had said goodbye. Oh, I love it so. The Louisiana Lana, the Louisiana Lana, the Louisiana lullaby.
And thanks to the University of Oklahoma, Jack, for letting you join us here tonight. Now, next week, ladies and gentlemen, the most talented undergraduate of the University of Missouri. After listening to the three finalists over station KMBC in Kansas City, the Missouri students conducted their own election. Ballots have just been tabulated, and the winner is Hamer Fleet. Well, we'll be looking for you next Wednesday, Hamer. And now, I guess, Jimmy, while we're waiting for Hamer to get here, I think it's your turn.
Thank you, Fred. Fire engines don't have starting trouble in cold weather, ladies and gentlemen. Their engines...
Put a little more expression into it, Jimmy.
Did you say something, Fred?
Well, I just said put a little more expression into it, if you don't mind.
Oh, you're starting that again.
Now, I'm not starting anything, Jimmy. I'm only suggesting.
Now, look, I told you last week. I've been reading commercials for years.
Well, I know that, but none of us is perfect, Jimmy.
Well, I'm the exception, Mr. Allen. When I finish reading this commercial, it will be read.
Well, I realize that, but while you're reading it, Jimmy, I just ask you to give us a little more expression, that's all.
For your information, Mr. Allen, nobody can read this commercial any better than I'm reading it.
Look, Jimmy, I don't want to argue, but I will bet you $5 that any person sitting here in our audience tonight can do a better job than you're doing now. Anybody in the place here.
And you'll bet me $5.
I'll bet you $5. I'll pick any stranger out of the audience.
And the party will read this commercial.
Better than you.
It's a bet.
All right, I'll go down in the audience and pick out anyone. Now, who'd like to come up and read this commercial?
Right.
Anybody like to come up and read it?
Oh,
want to come up?
Him.
Come right up. It's all right, sir. I've only got so many steps in my legs. I'd like to save them if I could.
Now we're going to find out.
Yes, we're going to find out. Thanks a lot first for coming up. So may I ask your name?
Charles Weil.
Charles Weil. Do you live in New York?
I do.
In New York City?
Yes, sir.
And what is your occupation, Charles?
I am unemployed at the present.
You are? Well, you're working right now. And the way it looks, you may be here from now on, I hope. We'll see about that right away. Now, Charles, there is the commercial. You go ahead and read it.
Fire engines don't have starting trouble in cold weather. Their engines roar into action at the drop of a hat and warm up fast. They must have quick power and full power.
Very good.
It was to meet those requirements that Texaco first developed Fire Chief gasoline.
That's good. You gave us 2 words. He gives us 1 word.
Fire Chief is called the emergency duty gasoline because it was designed for fire engines, ambulances, and other vehicles in special service. Texaco Fire Chief comes to you loaded with power. It's ready to go at the push of the starter. It brings you quickly up to cruising speed. It delivers good long mileage, too, for every gallon. So next time, try a Texaco dealer and Fire Chief, the emergency duty gasoline at regular gasoline price.
All right, Jimmy, you owe me $5. Charles did it much better than you did. Thank you very much. And thanks for coming in. Starting next week, ladies and gentlemen, the announcer on this program will be Mr. Charles Weil.
ladies and gentlemen, the Texaco Workshop Players. Tonight they present for you a burlesque of one of radio's oldest and most popular programs, Death Valley Days. This version tonight is called Death Valley Takes a Holiday, or He Died with His Boots Off, and the Indian Saw 3 Heels. Music, Sheriff.
This is station BMT, the breath of Broadway. Tonight, we bring you another true story as told by the old scout.
Well, howdy, folks. Tonight.
Before we hear from the old scout, just a word from our sponsor.
Death Valley Takes a Holiday is brought to you by Fink's Fish Balls. Fink's Fish Balls contain only the cheapest fish. At all leading fish markets, Fink paid less for fish than all leading fish manufacturers combined.
At the Fulton Fish Market,
Fink paid 18% under the market price.
At Fisherman's Wharf, San Francisco,
Fink paid 42% under the market price.
At the Trenton Trout Auction,
Fink paid nothing for fish he stole. That is why Fink's Fish Balls may not be the best, but they are the cheapest. If it's Fink, it's a fish ball.
And here, ladies and gentlemen, is your host, the life of Death Valley, the old scout in person.
Well, howdy, folks.
Well, old scout, what thrilling story of the desert have you got for us tonight?
Well, I want Eamon to talk on the desert tonight, Mr. Brown.
No?
No, t'other night I seen a moving picture. It was called They Died with Their Boots Off.
Isn't that the story of Custer's Last Stand?
Well, not all of it, Mr. Brown.
Didn't that gallant band of 600 men fight off 6,000 Indians until every white man was killed?
Not every white man, Mr. Brown. There was one of Custer's men that got away. A fellow by the name of Luke Allen.
Luke Allen? Why, that's your name, old scout.
Well, if you want to pin me down, Mr. Brown, it is. I ain't never had skunk to mention it afore. Might to get into Luella Parsons' column and sound like bragging.
But you were the sole survivor of Custer's Last Stand.
Yeah, and how I came to be is my story tonight, Mr. Brown. You'll recollect the creed of the West.
A man always died with his boots on.
The brave man always died with his boots on. That's how I come to escape that horrible massacre.
What happened, old scout?
Well, most of the 600 men was dead, Mr. Brown. There was only 4 of us left. We was trapped in a little prefabricated cabin up on a hill. Outside, the Indians was a hollering and a shooting. Then all of a sudden, like, it got quiet. Long John Bildad, one of our boys, spoke up.
Hey, something's up. Them redskins have stopped the shooting. Maybe they're holding a powwow. Maybe them red fiends is gonna burn us out.
Man, we only got one chance.
What's that, Wild Bill?
One of us has got to get through to Errol Flynn to get help. If an Errol Flynn knowed we were surrounded, he'd come a-running.
Yeah, Flynn saved the Santa Fe. He sure can save us.
One of us has got to make a run for it, man.
But that's almost certain death, Wild Bill.
Man, we ain't a-showing the white feather, are we?
No.
Then one of us has got to take a chance. That's far and squaw, men. One of you boys has got to get word through to Errol Flynn.
Wait a minute.
One of us, boys. What about you, Luke Allen?
Yeah,
how about
wait
me?
a minute. Hold on, men. I can't go. I'm liable to get killed.
You ain't afeard of the last roundup, Luke.
No, I ain't. But when I die, Wild Bill, I'm dying with my boots on.
But what's that?
Look, men.
Luke's barefooted.
Barefooted. And if I'm barefooted, I can't die with my boots on, can I?
Where is your boots, Luke?
Well, running for the cabin, my boots dropped off. About a mile down the trail. Now, I can't die here with my boots down there.
Now, hold on. If you loses the draw, Luke, you can borrow boots from one of us. You can die with our boots on.
Now, that's an ID. That's far and squaw, ain't it, Luke?
It sure is far and squaw, Swayback. What size boots do you wear?
Mine, size 9.
9, see? What's yours, Wild Bill?
My boots is 10s and a half.
Long John?
My right one's size 11. The other one's a 12. My left big toe is king size.
Well, you got your choice, Luke. We got 9s, 10 and a halves, 111, and 112.
Now, ain't that just my luck? My boots is size 18 AAA. We'll get along with the drawing, man.
Now, hold on, Luke. You ain't a-getting out of this.
Well, 'tain't me, Wild Bill. It's tradition. If there ain't no boots to fit me, how can I die with my boots on?
I got an ID, and it's far and squaw.
What's far and squaw?
Before we draw lots to see who goes for Errol Flynn, we'll draw lots to see who goes for Luke's boots.
That's far and squaw.
That'll let you join us in the first draw, Luke.
Well, okay, men, I'll draw.
Get slips way back.
Got 'em ready right here in my hat. Man that draws the shortest slip goes for Luke's boots.
That's far and squaw.
Okay, draw, man.
I got mine.
Give me
Hold
one.
up the hat.
Now, hold out the slips, man. Who got the shortest?
Jumping Jimson hits me.
Sway back. You go for Luke's boots, Sway back.
Jeeper.
Well, good luck, Swayback.
Okay, and if they get me, tell 'em back home I died with my boots on. Open the door. Goodbye, man. Go.
Well, he died with his boots on. Too bad Swayback couldn't have given him the slip.
Speaking of slips, reminds me, Luke.
Yeah, Wild Bill.
When we held out them slips after the draw, I noticed you had 2 slips. One was behind your back.
Well, must have been a hangnail. I got wide hangnails, you know.
Well, come on, man. Let's draw again. We got to get Luke his boots. Hold on now. This time we ain't a-drawing slips.
We ain't?
There's only 3 of us and this loaf of raisin bread left.
How can you draw with bread?
I'm cutting 3 slices of raisin bread. We'll each pick a slice. Low man with raisins and his slice goes for Luke's boots. Now cut. Take your slice, Long John.
Okay.
Luke.
Okay.
This is mine. Call your raisins. I got 6.
I got 5.
I got 4.
Looks like it's you, Long John.
Good luck, Long John.
Okay. And if they get me, tell 'em back home I died with my boots on. Open the door. Goodbye. Go.
Well, he died with his boots on. Must have been that same redskin that got Swayback.
Yeah, hit the daily double today, didn't they?
Well, Long John's eyes sure was bad.
Sure was. His eyes were so bad, reckon he never seen that bullet come in.
Long John never seen the 2 of them raisins in your bread was horseflies, neither.
You ain't incinerating, Wild Bill.
You was low bred, Luke Allen, and you knows it.
I want no lower bred than you was.
Well, 'tain't no use in ruckusing, Luke. One of us 2 has got to go for your boot.
Well, hand me the knife. I'll slice this raisin bread again.
Not this time, Luke. We'll roll dice.
Well, okay, suits me. I got my dice right here in my post.
We ain't using your dice, Luke Allen.
Why not, Wild Bill?
Them dice of yourn are so loaded it takes 2 men to roll them. We'll roll my dice.
Well, suits me.
First man to roll a 7 stays.
Suits me.
The other man goes for your boots. I'll roll first.
6.
Your roll, Luke.
Mind if I roll them one at a time? I got a small hand.
Not as long as it's far and squaw.
It'll be far and squaw. Now, here's my first roll. 5. You got to roll a 2 to win. Come on, Dice. I'm requesting a 2. Ha! Well, I'll be dag-nabbed. A 2 it is. Now, 2 and 5 make 7. Well, good luck, Wild Bill. Okay. Anything to get me, tell 'em back home I died with my boots on. Open the door. So long, Luke. Well, he died with his boots on. Then that, Mr. Brown, is how I became the sole survivor of Custer's last stand.
Gad, old scout, that Indian got Wild Bill, too.
Yeah, Mr. Brown, there I was alone.
What did you do?
Well, first thing I did is put my elk's tooth back on.
Elk's tooth?
Yeah, you see, when I rolled out that 5, I needed 2 to make a 7. Well, my elk's tooth had 2 cavities. I hit the dice, I rolled out my elk's tooth, and made my 7.
Well, what happened when you were left alone, old scout?
Well, before trying to escape, I wanted to see if that Indian had any ammunition left. I opened the door. He did have. I knew then there was no chance of getting word through to Errol Flynn.
You were sunk, old scout.
I thought I was buzzard bait, sure enough, Mr. Brown. But thinking of Errol Flynn, give me an idea.
Yes?
I opened the door. I called to the Indian. Hey, Chief! The Indian come to the door with his feathers at attention. The Indian says, I says, do you know Errol Flynn? I played with Errol Flynn in Santa Fe.
Me play with Errol Flynn in Dodge City.
Brother!
What a brother!
Well, with that, we was friends, Mr. Brown.
You and the Indian were brothers.
We was brothers under the Flynn. That's how it comes, Mr. Brown. The old scout is still here alive tonight.
And if you don't get any applause when you finish this story, old scout,
you can tell the sponsor, I died with my boots on.
Well, I guess that about winds everything up, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us tonight. Next week, our guest will be Ned Sparks, the famous Hollywood star, and the winner of the Texaco College competition at the University of Missouri, Hamer Flea. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast, inviting you to tune in again next Wednesday night and to drive in at your Texaco dealers at any time. Remember, you're welcome. Good night.
Now, for further developments on the war situation, we take you to the CBS newsroom. This is John Daly reporting from the CBS newsroom in New York, and here are the latest developments in the war with Japan. First, a bulletin that has just come in, date-lined Manila. An Army communique today said that Army bombers had scored 3 direct hits on a Japanese battleship of the Hiranuma class, the 29,000-ton class, at a point 10 miles northeast of northern Luzon. A fire was started on the ship, says the bulletin. 2 bombs dropped close alongside the ship. The battleship was said to be blazing fiercely when the bomber left the scene. It's now about 2 o'clock on Thursday afternoon in Manila. Japanese forces still appear to be tacking at many points in the eastern Pacific, but there have been no important developments in the last few hours. The principal attack seems to be going forward on the Philippine island of Luzon. According to the latest War Department communique out of Washington, Japanese landings on the west coast of Luzon have been repulsed, and enemy losses apparently have been large. But Washington admitted that the Japs have gained a foothold on the northern coast, probably between Vigan and Apari. There is almost no news from other American possessions in the Pacific area. The Army Command in Honolulu reports that Hawaii has suffered no enemy attacks at all since Sunday, and the islands are described officially as quiet. All citizens, among them several thousand Japanese, are said to be cooperating with the authorities. Hawaii is now under martial law. As for operations in other areas, Japanese troops have captured the British airdrome at Kota Baru in the northern sector of British Malaya near the Thai border. South of Kota Baru, British forces are putting up vigorous resistance. And Singapore, Britain's naval base in southeastern Malaya, is being reinforced by naval and air units from the Dutch East Indies and India. About an hour ago, Columbia's shortwave listening station here in New York
heard the British radio say that the Dutch fleet has left Batavian waters. Quoting Singapore dispatches, BBC also said that 270 American and British subjects have already been interned in Japan. From Singapore Direct comes word that an undisclosed number of survivors have been landed at the British naval base from the British warships Prince of Wales and Repulse, which the Japanese sank yesterday. The Associated Press reports that Columbia correspondent Cecil Brown is among those rescued from the Repulse, and so is O'Dowd Gallagher, correspondent of the London Daily Express. Both Brown and Gallagher were previously reported on board the Prince of Wales. So far, there is no news of Admiral Sir Tom Phillips, commander of Britain's Far Eastern Fleet. Regarding operations farther north, the British say they have stabilized their positions at the Crown Colony of Hong Kong and repulsed 2 Japanese attacks. Chinese forces are advancing against the Japanese in the Canton area, which is a few miles north and west of Hong Kong. On our own west coast, California is now blacked out from the Mexican border north to a point west of Boulder Dam in Nevada, and the 4th Interceptor Command says this is not a practice blackout. Here is a report just in about that area. The Army announced tonight that unidentified planes were over and south of Los Angeles, and that the planes of the 4th Interceptor Command had been sent aloft to determine if they were enemy aircraft. A few hours ago, all radio stations in the Los Angeles area were shut down under orders from the Army. In Mexico, a large-scale move to reinforce Mexico's Pacific coast defense is underway. All Mexican troops, planes, and gunboats that can be spared are at this moment moving westward, and it was announced in Mexico City that General Lázaro Cárdenas, the former president, has been named the commander-in-chief of all Mexican armed forces on Mexico's Pacific shoreline. And that is the latest news on the Far East. The next special news broadcast will be heard over many of these stations at 1:30 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Columbia, which is keeping its network open all night, will continue to interrupt its regularly scheduled programs to bring you the latest news. John Daly speaking. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. 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 Is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Welcome to the Texaco Star Theater, ladies and gentlemen, and a special welcome to our armed forces all over the world who will hear this program by shortwave. Tonight we present Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, Portland Hoffa, our special guest, Miss Marlena Dietrich, the winner of the Texaco College competition, Dr. Regan from Fordham University here in New York City, and Al Goodman's orchestra. An hour of mirth and melody brought to you by the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, in this week's issue of Look magazine, there's an article about this program. Here comes a man who's been thumbing the magazine all week. That's why he's got a dirty look. He's Fred Allen in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And, Jimmy, I'm glad that you mentioned that article in Look magazine this week.
Why, Fred?
Well, the editors were planning to do a piece on Mr. Benny's program, too, but after a quick conference, the idea was hastily abandoned, I understand.
You mean that Look turned Jack down?
Well, in a nice way, in a roundabout way. After listening to his program tonight, the Look people sent Mr. Benny a note and told him that if he wanted his turkey written up, he could try the Poultry Digest. They were glad to handle it.
Tell me, Fred, how was Jack's show tonight?
Oh, it had feathers on it tonight. You know, tonight Mr. Benny broadcast from Mather Field. That's an air navigation center out in California. And after Benny got through with the air out there, I understand the Army pilots refused to go up in it for 2 days. But the program opened up with Benny telling about the first time that he flew. As a child in Waukegan, he was out with a kite one day and wouldn't let go. A pontoon came up there in Waukegan, and he wouldn't... That's a wet typhoon, a pontoon. But this pontoon came up, and Benny wouldn't let go of the kite, and, of course, he was carried away to St. Joe. It shows, in order to go up in the air, you have to be lighter. So it shows that even as a little boy, Mr. Benny was full of hot air, even in those... And incidentally, that's how he got the name of Benny, I understand. He was flying over Philadelphia, and people thought it was Benjamin Franklin, you see, and they said, there goes Benny, and, of course, the name stuck to him with the kite and the key. But after that, there were a couple of Mother's Day jokes. Phil Harris sent his mother a lock of his hair, and Benny sent his mother a lock of skin from his scalp, And then a postal telegraph boy came in, and Benny sent me a war bond, so he said, by postal telegraph. He said it was a war bond, but it just came, Jimmy, and it's a war stamp, I see, when it gets here. Benny didn't even have enough saliva to paste the stamp in a book. So he sent the war stamp by a messenger boy who drools, in case And then the finish of the program, the sponsor sent for Benny to tell him that he wouldn't be on the Jell-O program next year. He's going to advertise another product for General Foods. The sponsor, I understand, had a choice. Benny has been shaking more than the product lately. And the sponsor either had to step up the Jell-O or take Benny off the program. So the sponsor took the easiest way out, Jimmy. That's about all there was to it tonight.
Well, you can't pick on Jack much longer. He's through in about 3 more weeks.
Yes, I know that. Benny has to go off the air, at the first sign of summer.
Oh, why, Fred?
Well, in that California heat, his show would hatch, Jimmy. It's just self-preservation. Well, so much. Now, please don't applaud too much now. You may tire later on when the script gets thin, you see, and we'll need you and you'll be all tired out. We won't... Well, Jimmy, that's enough for the dribble. Let us turn to the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. War Ration Book number 1 is issued as millions in New York City, Brooklyn, and Long Island rush to register for their sugar stamps. To check on the consumer reaction to sugar rationing, March of Trivia visits various schools about town to bring you the highlights at registration centers. At PS 99, a man was heard to say,
the idea is to share sugar. We got to make sure the Axis gets their lumps.
Thank you. A little schoolgirl standing in line with her mother was heard reciting,
roses are red, chrysanthemums are round. Sugar's still sweet if it's only half a pound.
At PS 6, a truck driver says,
one question on that sugar form is crazy. It says give children's height. I got a baby 6 months old. How do I know how tall it is? Kid can't stand up.
Well, what did you fill in for the baby's height?
I measured him in the crib.
And?
And I put down he's 2 feet 6 long-wise.
That would help. And now, a man who isn't any too well pleased about the whole sugar business. He's Heinz Haggerty. How has the sugar rationing affected you, Heinz?
It's only changed me whole design for living, that's all.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, the first day I go out to get some sugar books.
Yeah?
I'm moseying down 46th Street. I see a big line.
Yeah?
I get in the line. I'm waiting there about 2 hours.
Uh-huh.
Finally, the line moves up.
Yes?
I get into a big room. A guy's sitting at a table.
Mm-hmm.
The guy says, sign here.
And you sign?
I sign, and the guy gives me a bus ticket.
A bus ticket instead of a sugar ration book?
Yeah, I says, what do I need with a bus ticket? I ain't going no place.
And he?
He says, that's what you think, brother.
You were in the wrong line?
I was in a draft board.
Well, tell me, did you finally get your sugar book?
Who needs it? I'm leaving for Fort Dix in the morning.
Good And thank you, Mr. Hines Haggerty. And now a young lady who is helping housewives cope with sugar rationing. She's Miss Prudence Nickel. You are doing some sort of sugar work, Prudence?
Yes, I am the originator of the Victory honey bun.
The Victory honey bun?
Yes. No sugar is used in the recipe.
Oh, no sugar. Well, how do you make a Victory honey bun?
First, an ordinary bun is placed on the table.
Yes.
A petunia is stuck in each end of the bun.
Uh-huh.
A sleeping bee is placed in the petunia nearest the hostess.
I see.
As the hostess is about to serve,
Yes.
she rattles the petunia.
She rattles the petunia.
The bee awakens and flies out.
Yes.
The bee sits on the bun for a fraction of a second and flies buzz, buzz to the opposite petunia.
And the ordinary bun is no longer an ordinary bun.
When the bee stands up, voila, a Victory honey bun.
Well, I must try one of your honey buns tomorrow.
One thing is very important.
The ingredients?
No, the selection of the bee.
Oh, I see.
Before you let the bee sit on your honey bun,
Yes.
be sure the bee is reliable.
I see. Thank you, Prudence Nickel. A man who doesn't seem upset about the sugar rationing is Johanna Duval. That's the small Y, isn't it? What is your business, Johanna?
Well, I'm with the circus.
Oh, are you one of the clowns, are you?
No, I'm a kangaroo feeler.
What is a kangaroo feeler?
Well, with the circus, people is always buying popcorn and Cracker Jack.
I know that.
When they finish, they don't see no cans to throw the paper in.
And?
When they pass a kangaroo, they pull out the kangaroo's pouch and throw in their Cracker Jack boxes and all newspapers.
They throw them in the kangaroo, do they?
Yeah.
And your job?
Well, nights I go around with a flashlight.
Uh-huh.
I feel down in the kangaroo.
Fine.
If I feel anything, I put my head down the pouch and see what it is.
And, then you remove it?
If I can lift it, I take it up.
If you can't lift it?
I tip the kangaroo upside down, it falls out.
Well, being a kangaroo feeler must be difficult work.
It ain't so hard after you get your hand in.
Getting your hand in is the secret, huh?
Yeah, sometimes a kangaroo is ticklish. It's a job.
Well, I can imagine. Now, what about the sugar rationing?
Well, what sugar ration?
Well, haven't you seen the papers this week?
No, I only read what I find in a kangaroo.
You're getting your news direct from the front, and thank you, Johanna Duval. Well, I guess that concludes...
Hold your horses, Mountebank. Falstaff's here with jibe and plank.
My dear... My dear, you are a riot of mirk tonight, I must say that. My dear Mr. Openshaw, if you're here this evening with more poems...
Have you heard, said the owl to the fowl, one more scowl, and I'll pull your jowl till you howl, foul?
No, I haven't heard that.
Or, get back in the hen house, Nellie. You belong with those other clucks.
No, I haven't heard that.
When the sergeant peeked out of the patrol wagon, Mother was carried away.
Now, wait. That is the last straw. Tonight we are talking about sugar.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
What is your rondelay called?
The OPM had a word for it.
Well, how does it go?
Our language has a new word. You hear it every day. It's R-A-T-I-O-N. It's a word that's here to stay. I don't dislike this new word. I'd rather not denounce it. I'd prefer not to even use the word till I know how you pronounce it. I hear it on my radio. The announcer says it's ration. He even spells it out for me in true moronic fashion. I hear a college man expound. He insists the word is ration. The college man defines it, says it's simply conservation. Is it ration? Is it ration? I wish I knew, alas, because they're doing it to sugar, and they're doing it to gas. How it's pronounced don't matter. Call it ration, call it ration. By either name, I'm for it if this word will help our nation.
Thank you, Falstaff. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this is Mother's Day. It has long been Kenny Baker's custom to dedicate a song to mothers on this day. Now, Kenny observes his custom at this time, and the song he has chosen is For My Mother, Al Goodman conducting.
I see the light of heaven in your eyes, Mother dear. The brightness of the sun in your smile, Mother dear. I feel the magic of God's hand in all you do for me. His masterpiece of mystery. I'm thankful for the tenderness and care I have known. I'm thankful, too, that God and you chose me for your own. Each night I say a prayer for you. I know He will hear. May God bless and keep you always. My mother. My mother
For My Mother, sung by Kenny. And here's Jimmy Wallington to tell us about Fire Chief Gasoline.
Oh, not tonight, Fred. Tonight I'm talking about Fire Chief Power. Yes, power, ladies and gentlemen. Power that...
Jimmy, put a little life in it if you don't mind.
What?
I said when you say power, put some power in it.
How do you mean?
Well, let me see the announcement there. I'll show you how to
There
read
it is.
Oh, thank you. Yes, now, watch me, Jimmy. You may learn something, but I doubt it. Yes, power, ladies and gentlemen. Texaco Fire Chief Power. That's what you buy when you stop at the Fire Chief pump. Now, that's what I mean, Jimmy. Now, you try it.
All right. Power. Power. Power.
Well, you're trying, Jimmy. That's all I can say for you. But it's a little better, though. Let me hear you read the rest of it.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you want power that goes into action when you step on the starter. Power that holds steady and sure as you get underway. Power that covers a lot of miles per gallon on the highway. Now that every mile counts, use a high-quality gasoline, such as Texaco Fire Chief or Sky Chief. The Texaco dealer's premium gasoline.
That was Happy in Love, played to the hilt by Al Goodman and his rippling relatives. And now we come to the highlight of the evening. It is with pleasure that we bring you...
Mr. Allen!
Portland. Well, what's cooking tonight, or hasn't your mother paid the gas bill?
Mama wants to know if you'll sign this slip.
Don't tell me your mother's now in the rackets number around here.
No, this is for carpooling.
Carpooling? You mean where people take turns riding each other to work to save gas and tires?
Yes, Mama's making up all kinds of carpooling clubs.
Carpooling? Well, make up your mind while your mother's making up her mind, too. I know the hyphen threw you, didn't it, there? We have actors here who can't read hyphens. It has to be up and down, or they don't know what it means. But your mother's making up all kinds of carpooling clubs. You say, how do you mean?
Well, there's the Get Sick in Groups Club.
Get Sick in Groups Club? What's that?
If you're sick, you wait till 4 other people on your street get sick before you send for the doctor.
You do? What does that do?
Well, instead of making 5 trips to your neighborhood, the doctor only has to come once. It change the doctor's tires.
Well, that ought to help. That's... Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hi,
I could
Effie.
see you come in.
Hello, Kenny.
Hi, Porty.
You're just in time, Kenny.
Will you sign my slip for carpooling, Kenny?
What's that?
You share your car, Kenny. It cuts down your gas and oil bills and the wear and tear on your tires.
Yes, Kenny. You ought to go in for carpooling.
I don't know. That's pretty risky.
Risky? How?
Well, my uncle pooled with 5 other guys where he works.
Yeah?
Each day a different fella drove the whole gang to work.
Yeah, I see.
My uncle's day was Saturday.
Your uncle's day was Saturday.
Yeah.
What happened?
Friday night, the finance company grabbed my uncle's car.
And?
Saturday morning, the 5 guys showed up at my uncle's house to get driven to work.
And when he told him his car was gone?
They not only beat his brains out, he had to carry the 5 guys to work piggyback.
Well, you're... There's no pool like an old pool. Your uncle's, in spite of all the piggybacking to and fro, your uncle still saved rubber, Kenny.
The heck he did. He ruined his suspenders.
Well, all right, kids. It's about time for our guest. And tonight, we have a scoop, one of Hollywood's greatest stars.
Oh, shucks.
Oh, what's wrong, Kenny?
Every time we have a movie star, Porty gets silly.
I do not.
What happened when we had Tyrone Power? Every time Mr. Allen said Tyrone Power, you screamed.
Tyrone Power.
That's what I mean.
Yes, I said... it was in E-flat the last time, though. She went down the tone this time. But you don't have to worry tonight, Kenny. Our guest is a lady star, Miss Marlene Dietrich.
Marlene Dietrich?
You took the words out of my mouth, Kenny. Now go away, both of you. This is a moment I want to share with me. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present the distinguished screen favorite, the glamour girl of all glamour girls, Miss Marlene Dietrich. Good evening, Miss Dietrich.
Good evening, Mr. Allen.
Well, Miss Dietrich, I don't know what to say.
You're one of those strong, silent men, huh?
No, but this is the first time I've ever seen you off the screen. It's quite a shock.
Are you disappointed?
No, I am agreeably surprised. You look just as lovely as you do in pictures.
Thank you. So do you.
Oh, you have seen me in pictures?
Yes. On the screen, you don't look as tall, though.
Well, I'm not as tall on the screen. Marlena, I am a much bigger man in radio than I am in pictures, you see. I don't know what it is, but in pictures, I shrink, if you know what I mean.
And I know what you mean.
The tea shortage. Well, Marlena, let's get down to business here.
Fine, I'm ready. Where are the troops?
Troops? What troops?
Your note asked me to come here tonight and give a show for the soldiers.
Oh, yes. Well, I've heard that you've been touring the country for the Hollywood Victory Committee, giving shows at the various army camps and naval training stations.
That's right. Where are the troops tonight?
Well, I'll tell you, Marlena. I registered in the draft 2 weeks ago.
You mean you brought me here to do a show just for you?
Well, I may have to go to some camp soon, and if you do a show for me here tonight, you can save yourself a trip later, you see?
I'm afraid I've looked into the faces of thousands of soldier boys in the last few months.
Yes?
Yours is the first face I've seen with a 4F written all over it.
Well, I wish you'd do your act for me. They tell me that whenever you appear, the boys tear down the auditorium.
You know how soldiers are, Fred. They love good music.
I know. Every time I pass Carnegie Hall, the soldiers are breaking the doors down But, Marlena, I certainly appreciate this visit, and in return, there's something I would like to do for you.
Really?
Yes, I'd like to give you some fatherly advice about your movie career.
But I'm very happy out in Hollywood, Fred.
Oh, but how long can it last with those rough and tumble pictures you've been making? You're always getting beaten up.
It seems that way, doesn't it?
Why, the way that Jimmy Stewart slapped you around in Destry Rides Again, he ought to be ashamed of himself.
Say, with Jimmy Stewart, it was a pleasure.
That beating Broderick Crawford gave you in Seven Sinners?
What could I do? He outweighed me. I gave away 30 pounds.
30 pounds you gave away in that pit. Well, in Manpower, George Raft and Edward G. Robinson cuffed you around.
It was 2 against 1. They ganged up on me.
Well, how long can you go on taking these beatings? You know what's going to happen in a few more years? You'll be punchy. Now, you don't want to spend your old age hanging around outside of the Brown Derby with cauliflower ears and Maxie Rosenblum, do you?
What can I do, Fred? In pictures, a dramatic actress has to play violent roles.
Oh, give up pictures in Hollywood, Marlena. Come into radio.
In radio, it's different?
Oh, in radio, Marlena, there is no violence, no rough stuff.
Have you ever worked on Eddie Cantor's program?
No, fate has been kind to me, Marlena. But I was talking about radio drama. You know, you can get beaten up and kicked around in radio and not even feel it. Sam does everything.
Who is Sam?
Well, Sam is the sound effects man. Now, I'll show you how it works. Sam, will you bring some of your sound effects over here, please? Now, Sam's coming over, Marlena. He didn't make a sound for himself coming over. I'll do it for him. Marlena, what are some of the things that have bruised you or banged you up in pictures?
Well, in one picture, I was hit on the head by a gangster. I had a lump on my head for 2 months.
You were hit on the head and got a lump. All right, now Sam is ready. We'll show you what happens when an actor gets hit on the head in radio. Sam, I'm going to get hit over the head. Now, I'll read the lines for you. See, Sam is ready here. He's got all his equipment here. I'll read the lines for you, Sam. No, Joe. Don't hit me with that blackjack, Joe. No. Oh, 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 oh. Now, you see, Marlena, I'm getting my skull fractured, and Sam is beating a honeydew melon here, which I am going to eat later on. Well, look, my hair isn't even much.
Radio is wonderful,
Well,
Fred.
I told you. Now, what else has hurt you in pictures?
Well, once I had to break down a door. I almost fractured my shoulder.
All right, I'll show you how we break down a door in radio. Sam, I'm going to break down a door. I'll give you the lines again. You got the door ready? Open that door. You won't, eh? All right, I'll bust the door down. You see, Marlena, that's radio. I have just broken down a door.
And all Sam did is smash a peach basket.
That's all. Now tell me, what other scenes have left their marks on you?
And once I had to ride a runaway horse. I was black and blue for weeks.
All right, now I'll show you how a horse runs away with you in radio. Now, Sam, you see what Sam is holding here? You see what Sam's property.
What are those? Two rubber finger bowls?
Beg your pardon?
2 rubber finger bowls?
No, this is a plumber's mashie that... These are plungers, Marlena. Those are the horse's hoofs in radio. Sam, I'm going to ride a horse. Now, the horse is running away, Marlena. Try to stop it.
Whoa, whoa, nice horsey. Whoa. Oh, help me, Fred. It won't stop.
Whoa, Sam. All right, back up, Sam. That's radio, Marlena. A horse ran away with you, and look, your hair isn't even out of curl.
And it doesn't hurt me to sit down either.
I know, I told you. Well, you've seen all the abuse you can avoid. Now, how about going into radio?
But what could I do, Fred?
Say, I found a script of one of those serial programs on the floor of the studio when I came in this morning. You might have a go at that.
What is the show like, Fred?
It's called Brave Betty Birnbaum. Your part starts on page 28.
But the whole script is only 30 pages.
Well, I know. The first 27 pages are a commercial. You've heard those programs, 2 sobs and a commercial.
Yeah.
Well, let's run through this little scene at the end here. You play Betty Birnbaum, and I'll play the boy's part. I shall be Sean Shapiro.
sorry. I'm afraid I can't play this scene, Fred.
You can't play the scene? Why not?
Says here at the end of the scene, Betty kisses Sean.
Yes, that's the finish of the episode. You kiss me.
I'm sorry, Fred.
Marlena, you don't want to kiss me?
Oh, it isn't that, Fred.
Well, you don't think that I brought this whole thing up just to get you to kiss me?
Oh, Fred, I know your intentions are good.
Well, I realize there's been a lot of loose talk going around since Benny kissed Ann Sheridan on his program last week. People are saying that no glamour girl would kiss me.
Oh, why, that's ridiculous.
You think a glamour girl would, Marlena?
Why not? A girl in pictures kisses all sorts of people. It's part of her job.
Part of her job. It's purely a professional gesture.
And that's all, Fred.
But Miss Sheridan was on Benny's program last week, and she kissed him. Now, how do you account for that?
If the kiss was in the script, it was part of Ann's job. To Ann, it was another head. That's all.
Just another head, huh? Well, tonight you are working on my program, Marlena.
Yes, Fred.
And this kiss here in the script is just another head to you?
Just another head.
Just another head. Marlena.
Yes, Fred.
Will you?
Fred?
Yes?
This is radio, isn't it?
Yes, Marlena.
Sam? Sam, I'm about to kiss Mr. Allen.
Now, wait a minute. What has Sam got to do with it?
Never mind. Let's play the scene.
All right.
Oh, Fred.
Kiss me, Marlena.
Now, Sam. There you are, Fred.
A fine thing. You kiss me and Sam gets wet knuckles.
That's radio, Fred. See you later.
I certainly shall, and thank you, Miss Marlena Dietrich. Thank you very much, Miss Dietrich. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a word from Jimmy Wallington.
I'm not talking, Fred.
Not talking, Jimmy?
No, Fred. Tonight we're saying it with music. Ladies and gentlemen, here is a new song with an important message for every American motorist. It's called Care for Your Car, for Your Country.
Care for your car, for your country. It's your duty to beware of every squeak. Let your nearest filling station make frequent lubrication so your moving parts are always at a peak. Drive in often for car-saving service. Let them keep your valves and carburetor clean. They'll advise elimination of undue acceleration as the way to get more mileage from your gasoline. Though your tires are now on ration, if you use them in rotation and check on their inflation, they'll go twice as far. You have an asset for old Uncle Sammy. Make it last for the duration of the war. Almost every occupation needs this vital transportation. Keep it up to par. Care for your car, for your country. So your tires are now on ration. If you use them in rotation and check on their inflation, they'll go twice as far. You have an asset for old Uncle Sammy. Make it last for the duration of the war. Almost every occupation needs this vital transportation. Keep it up to par. Care for your car, for your country.
After a brief pause for station identification, Fred Allen returns to present Marlene Dietrich with the Texaco Players and the most talented undergraduate of Fordham University. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. WABC, New York.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Texaco Star Theater brings you the most talented undergraduate of a leading institution of higher learning. Tonight, we salute Fordham University in New York City by presenting its most talented student. Chosen by a vote of the undergraduate body, the winner is here tonight as Fred Allen's guest and will receive a cash award of $200. Are you ready to introduce our guest, Fred?
Yes, Larry. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present Fordham University's most talented undergraduate, Donald Regan. Well, congratulations. That's not a relative by any chance. Congratulations, Donald, and welcome to our bespattered Texaco frat house.
Thank
here.
you, Mr. Allen.
Say, Donald sounds a little formal, Donald. I think I'll just freeze your name at Don for tonight, if you don't mind. You go to school here in New York. Is this your home?
No, I live in Youngstown, Ohio.
Youngstown? The Youngstown, that's the mayor. Very happy to have you in town. Youngstown. Youngstown is a great coal and iron center, isn't it?
That's right.
You know, when I was in Vaudeville, Don, I could always tell a city's industries. When I finished my act, all I had to do was look down on the stage and see what was lying there. When I played the Hippodrome at Youngstown, the audience threw so much coal at me, before they let me back on the stage to take a bow, I had to join the United Mine Workers Union. But I came back with a lamp on my hat and took 4 bows, as I remember. But tell me, Don, what are you studying up there at Fordham?
I'm majoring in Latin and Greek.
In Latin and Greek? And what do you want to do when you leave college?
Later on, I'd like to take up music seriously or practice law.
You say later on?
Yes. When I first came to Fordham, I joined the Coast Artillery Unit of the Reserve Officers Training Corps.
Well, you're not majoring in that, are you?
Not quite. When I graduate, I'll be a second lieutenant.
Well, that's fine. Tell me, do you go in for any of these sports at school?
I'm not much of an athlete, but I have played baseball and basketball a little.
Well, Fordham has a great baseball team this year, hasn't it?
Yes, we've won 10 straight games so far.
I know. I hear that Connie Mack has tried to talk Fordham into swapping its baseball team for his Philadelphia Athletics. Connie Mack, they say, was even willing to throw in a catcher's mitt to clinch the deal, the last time I heard.
Sounds like a good bet for Philadelphia.
For Philadelphia, huh? Well, Fordham always seems to turn out good baseball players, Don. Frankie Frisch, the Pittsburgh manager, John Murphy and Hank Borrowy of the Yankees, they're all Fordham men.
Yes, and Babe Young of the Giants is also a Fordham graduate.
Well, isn't John... That's the infield from the... But isn't John Kieran a Fordham boy? Boy, I say. Formerly a boy, I mean.
Yes, Mr. Kieran graduated in 1912.
Well, you know, he was quite a baseball player years ago. Mr. Kieran might have made the big leagues if he'd been a little taller. John was so short, when he came to bat, the pitcher had to kneel down to throw the ball to him. Have you ever seen Mr. Kieran on information, please?
No, I haven't.
Well, he's so short, his little white head just comes up over the top of the table, Don. Mr. Kieran went down to the Adler shoe people to see if they'd make him a pair of elevator pants, but it fell through for some reason. But apart from sports, what other campus activities do you engage in?
I sing with the Glee Club occasionally and also play the piano accompaniments.
Fine.
Last March, I helped direct the chorus in a Greek play we put on in school.
What play was that, Don?
Eumenides by Aeschylus.
I had to open my big mouth yesterday. I'm all right with prepositions, but now I'm out on the field here. Well, tell me, did the students produce this Greek play, Eumenides by Aeschylus themselves? Not bad for the first time, I mean.
Mr. William F. Lynch directed it for us. It was really a tremendous hit.
Well, I'm sorry I didn't see it, Don. Still, it probably would have been all Greek to me, even if I had seen it. Well, I guess that brings us to your piano solo, Don.
Before I play, Mr. Allen, I have a surprise for you.
You have really? What?
Recently, we had a poll at Fordham, and the undergraduates voted you their favorite radio comedian.
Well, that is quite an honor, Don. Now, if I'm polled, I will certainly select Fordham as my favorite university. Well, how about your solo?
Can you wait another minute?
Well, sure, Don. Why?
I have several gifts to present you on behalf of the student body.
Gifts again? I feel like an old Fagin, Don. All you boys bringing me things every week here. But disregard my feelings. Go right ahead.
Well, first, the boy sent Portland this bouquet of roses from Rose Hill.
Well, thank you, Don. Will you take the roses, Portland? I'm always happy when Portland gets roses, Don. She gives me the thorns, you see. And with the pin shortage, thorns come in mighty handy sometimes. All right, Don.
Next, the stuffed ram's head.
Say, that looks better than I do, Tom. What is this card here? The Ram send his regards?
No, Mr. Allen, this certificate awards you your F and makes you an honorary member of the Fordham football team.
Don, the way I feel right now, I'm apt to kick off before the football season gets here. But I want to thank the student body at Fordham University and you, Don, for your kindness tonight. And now, what about your piano solo?
I'd like to play an excerpt from the Grieg Concerto in A minor.
Well, that's fine. Ladies and gentlemen, Fordham University's most talented undergraduate, Donald Regan, plays for you an excerpt from the Grieg Concerto in A minor. All right, Don? Thank you, Donald Regan. Your fellow students, the faculty, and the Fordham University alumni may well be proud of your appearance tonight. And all of us here in the Texaco Star Theater wish you every success for the future. Now, next week, ladies and gentlemen, we will present the most talented undergraduate of Vanderbilt University in Nashville, Tennessee. After hearing the three finalists over station WLAC in Nashville, the student body voted, the ballots have just been tabulated, and the winner is Viston Taylor. Congratulations, Viston. We'll be looking for you next Sunday night. And while Viston recovers from the shock, Kenny Baker returns to sing Somebody Else is Taking My Place.
Somebody else is taking my place. Somebody else now shares your embrace. While I am trying to keep from crying, you go around with a smile on your face. Little you care for vows that you made. Little you care how much I have paid. My heart is aching, my heart is breaking, for somebody's taking my place. Sweet was the start of the story of love with an unhappy end. We had a moment of glory, and now you aren't even a friend. Oh, little you care for vows that you made. Little you care how much I have paid. My heart is aching, my heart is breaking, for somebody's taking my place.
Thank you, Penny. And here's Larry Elliott. Gosh, Larry, you came up so quietly I didn't even hear you.
Yes, Fred, I'm walking on tiptoe these days to save my rubber heels.
Yes, I know a man who does that. He says that every step he takes with his heels off the ground is a step toward getting those other heels off the earth.
Well, he's got something there, Fred, but if he really wants to save rubber, he should start with his tires.
But you can't teach your car to go around on tiptoe, Larry.
No, Fred, but you can teach yourself to drive slowly, stay under 40. Tires last twice as long at 40 as at 60 miles an hour. And have your Texaco dealer check your tire pressure regularly. He'll watch for cuts, leaks, and breaks, too, so they can be fixed before the tire's ruined. And he'll plan how and when to cross-switch your tires for longer, more even service. Your Texaco dealer's regular attention will give you many more miles from your tires, just as his regular lubrication and maintenance will give you longer wear from your entire car. So drive into your Texaco dealers tomorrow and ask for your free copy of his new booklet, Care for Your Car for Your Country. It contains 16 pages of facts on saving your tires, your car, and your money. It's yours for the asking at Texaco dealers, and it will be a big help to you in caring for your car for your country.
And now the Texaco Workshop Player, starring Marlena Dietrich. Miss Dietrich has just completed the 1942 version of Rex Beach's greatest story, The Spoilers, for Universal Pictures. And so tonight, for Universal, we audition a thundering epic of the frozen North. It is the dramatization of another poem found in the pocket of the man who drew the face on the barroom floor after he had toppled over dead. Now, this poem is called The Courtin of Nasty and Nell. Music, Professor.
There's a story told up Yukon way. It's been going the rounds a spell about the Yukon's greatest love affair, the courtin' of Nasty and Nell. The scene is a Yukon barroom. Well, evening. Evening, Levant.
Hi, boss.
Got your piano tuned and ready?
Yep, boss. Man from the phone gang pulled up the wires for me.
Good. You're a-playing for Nutley Nell singing tonight, Levant, and I don't want nothing to go wrong.
Expecting big business, boss?
Today was payday in the mines. Every prospector in Yukon will be in tonight tightening his hide with Chuck and Bilge. Now, you better start practicing.
Okay, boss.
I'll step over and see if my bar's stocked up. Nasty and Nelly was that way ain't no way to be. Well, how are you coming, Pete? Still polishing?
Yep, Nasty, look at this bar. She's as shiny as a seal's hip.
Sure is. That bar's shinier than the back of George Raff's head, Pete.
Things have sure changed since Lutley Nell started singing here, Nasty.
Yeah, Nutley Nell.
Yes, sir, you buying cuspidors and putting lavender sawdust on the floor?
Yeah.
Changing the name of the saloon from the Buzzard's Nest to the Golden Wedgie?
Well, Nutley Nell's won my heart, Pete. If a Nell'll say the word, me and her'll get hitched tonight.
She'll never say the word while Handsome Jaime...
Why, you...
Hey! Nasty, let go of my neck, you choke.
Handsome Jaime. Don't mention that varmint's name again. Now, don't forget.
I won't.
There's only one galoot to marry a Nutley Nell, and that galoot's Nasty Allen.
Quiet, Nasty.
What's up, Pete?
Nutley Nell's a-coming down the stairs.
Creepers. Nell's a purty a-coming down them stairs, Pete.
She sure is.
And Nell's a purty a-going up them stairs, too.
She sure is.
Hello, boys.
Hello, Nell, my little fawn.
Quit pawing me, Nasty. I ain't in no mood to wrestle.
Nell, my little albatross. I didn't know you at first, Mel. I thought you was Mel Nell. Nell, I got something to say to you.
Lay off that jive talk, big boy. You bore me.
Marry me, Nell. I'll build a little shack. We'll be happy. I'll put up 4 walls.
How can we live in just 4 walls?
If and I can get the 4 walls up, the government will put on a ceiling, Nell. Marry me. I'm the roughest, toughest hombre in the Yukon.
Handsome Jaime's as tough as you are. And Handsome Jaime is handsome.
And Handsome Jaime's a pauper. Nell, you've been brought up to luxury. Flannel underwear and soap. What can Handsome Jaime give you?
Someday Jaime will own that good humor wagon.
I ain't got no good humor wagon, Nell, but I got the biggest saloon here in the Yukon. I can give you anything Jaime can give you, except in Tutti Frutti.
Now, look, Nasty. I'll make you a sporting proposition.
Yep, Nell.
I'm a gold digger. Up here in the Yukon, men are a dime a dozen.
Them are the little ones, Nell.
You and Jaime both say you want me. To me, it's immaterial.
Say on, Nell.
I'll marry the one who has the most money.
Nell, with the business I'm going to do here tonight, you're as good as mine.
Get ready, Nasty. Here comes the Greyhound in from the mine.
That's the Greyhound, all right. Now, remember, boys, tonight I got to clean up. If I make enough money, I'm marrying Nutley Nell.
Gangway, here they come.
Open up, Pete. Well, welcome, boys. The golden wedgie is yours. The drinks is on you. Hold on, boys. Now, before you all get wall-eyed, how about a little song sung by the sweetheart of the Yukon, Nutley Nell? Come on, Nell. Give the boys a ditty.
Okay, Nasty. Go see what the boys in the back room will have, and tell them I'm having the same. Go see what the boys in the back room will have, and give them the poison they name. And when I die, don't spend my money on flowers and my picture in a frame. Just see what the boys in the back room will have, and tell them I sighed, and tell them I cried, and tell them I died of the same. And when I die, don't pay the preacher for speaking of my glory and my fame. Just see what the boys in the back room will have, and tell them I sighed, and tell them I cried, and tell them I died of the same.
Nell, honey, that was as purty as a she-coyote a-baying up a canyon.
Thanks, Nasty.
I'm sending for the jesters. We'll get hitched tonight.
I told you my proposition, tall, dark, and pesty.
High me again, eh?
You or Jaime. Either way, I'm a dead pigeon. The one with the most money wins my hand.
Well, I'll win it, Nell. Don't shy away, gal.
I've got to go up. I've got to go up and get dressed for my can number.
Well, I'll get round and see how the money's rolling in. I wonder how the roulette wheels are doing.
Place your bet.
How's the
Place
wheel
your bet.
going, Slim?
Took in 2,000 worth of nuggets, Nasty.
Good.
All right, man, get your dust up.
I'll take 64.
Every number's covered except 27. Here she spins. 27. Nobody wins.
That wheel stopped kind of sudden, didn't she?
Boys, old Nasty can't afford to lose tonight. You boys understand, don't you?
Oh, sure we do. Put down your gun, Nasty.
Okay. I've got to win tonight for Nutley Nell. Well, I'll step over and see how the bars are doing.
Hold on, men, one at a time.
Well, how's the bar going, Pete?
I ain't even got time to pour this stuff into the glasses, Nasty.
No?
I'm just spilling it on the bar and they're lapping it up.
How much you take in?
Close to 4,000, Nasty.
Creepers, the dough's sure rolling in, ain't it?
Man, listen, man.
What's the matter?
I've got news, man.
What is it?
Sugar's been discovered in Louisiana.
Wait. Where did everybody go? What happened, Pete?
Why, the place is empty, Nasty.
There's something foul afoot, Pete. Somebody's trying to stop me from getting the money to marry Nutley Nell. Now, who's behind this sabotage?
Yonder's the cuss that started the rumor, Nasty. Look, over by the door.
Handsome Jaime.
Yes, it's Handsome Jaime. How's business, Nasty?
Why, you lily-livered good humor scum, I ought to shake the maple walnut out of your wagon.
Thought you was a stealing Nutley Nell away from Handsome Jaime, eh?
Nell.
Yeah, Nasty.
Come here, Blossom.
Hello, Nell.
Hello, good looking. You're sure sharp tonight with that bear grease on your sideburns.
Now watch that sweet-looking Jaime or I'll plug you.
Oh, yeah?
Careful, Nasty. He's got a yo-yo. And it looks like it's loaded, too.
I got my poke now. Let you and me mosey.
Now hold on, Handsome Jaime. Nutley Nell's made you and me a proposition.
Nell, you ain't...
Yeah, Jaime. It's up to you and Nasty. The one with the most Morgenthau letters wins me for keeps.
That's far and squaw. Money talks, Handsome Jaime. How much of that treasury cabbage you got?
I got 2,000.
I got 4,000.
I got 8,000.
I got 10,000.
I got 11.
I got 12.
I got 13.
I got 13,000, too. Speak on, Jaime.
Jaime, honey, you ain't run out of voice.
No, Nell. I run out of money.
Well, looks like a photo finish, Nell. We each got $13,000.
There's only one thing to do, boys.
Yes, Nell.
Both of you put up your money.
Yes, Nell.
Cut the cards.
Yes, Nell.
High man takes the money, and I take the high man.
Suits me.
Suits me, too.
I've got the cards right here in my stocking. Where's your money, boys?
Here's my poke.
Here's my poke, too.
I'll riffle the cards. There we are. Pick your card, Nasty.
Okay, I got mine.
Handsome Jaime?
I got mine.
All right. Cards, gentlemen.
King of spades.
Ace of spades.
Jaime, baby. Come to Mama.
13,000 and 13,000. Kiss me, Nutley Nell, you're
Oh,
mine.
yeah? Take this, Handsome Jaime.
Well, you got me. Goodbye, Nell. You're a widow.
Nasty, you killed him in cold blood.
Yeah, Nasty. Jaime didn't cheat. Why'd you bump him off?
I had to, folks. It was my duty as a law-enforcing citizen.
You call murder law enforcement?
Here in the Yukon, Nell, we take the law in our own hands. Handsome Jaime broke the law. I brung him to justice.
But what law did he break?
It's them two bags on the table now. There's $13,000 in each bag. With both them bags, Jaime would have had $26,000. The law says this year no man can take more than $25,000. Nell.
This is where I came in, Fred. Good night.
Thank you. And now, Larry Elliott with a word on waste.
It sure wastes these war days to drive alone when others may be making the same trip. So here's an easy, neighborly way to cooperate with our government in conserving tires, cars, and gasoline. Arrange with your neighbors to pool your car, where several make the same trip each day to work or shops. Work out a schedule by which all can take turns riding in one car. Pooling your transportation is patriotic, neighborly, and thrifty, too.
Thank you.
Remember, if you have room to spare, it's your duty to share.
Now, it's a little early there, but thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. This is Fred Allen saying good night for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast, reminding you that when you burn up the road, you burn up your tires. Stay under 40. Your tires will last almost twice as long. And remember to have them checked regularly by your Texaco dealer. Drive in at any time. Remember, you're welcome. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
"10 p.m. BULOVA, Boulevard Watch Time. WABC, New York, 880 on your dial.
Eight p.m. BULOVA, Boulevard Watch Time. WABC, New York.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Welcome to the Texaco Star Theater, ladies and gentlemen, and a special welcome to our armed forces all over the world who will hear this program by shortwave. Tonight, we present Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, Portland Hoffa. Our special guest, Jack Haley, Man About Hollywood. The winner of the Texaco College competition, Josh Wheeler from Louisiana State University at Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and Al Goodman's orchestra. An hour of mirth and melody brought to you by the Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, in clothing stores today, men can't get cuffs on their trousers or lapels on their coats. We now bring you a man who, everyone agrees, should be given a belt in the back. And here he is, Fred Allen, in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And, Jimmy, I heard that belt in the back innuendo you just foaled there a second ago. Now, do you by any chance know of anyone who is equipped to do this belting?
Well, Jack Benny's been threatening for a long time.
You mean the Mickey Rooney of the gay 90s? Old Grunion Grover is going to do it. Look, let me tell you, Jimmy, he can't lick the point on an ice cream cone, that man. Did you have the ill luck to hear his program tonight?
No, Fred. How was it?
Well, it was, confidentially, it was aspirin bait with music tonight. The program opened. Benny was broadcasting from Camp Callan in California. Mm-hmm. You know, they have a new thing in the Army out on the coast now. Before, years ago, up till this present time, when a soldier broke a rule, he had to do KP duty. You know, peel potatoes, do dirty work. But since Benny started playing Army camps, KP duty has been done away with, Jimmy. If a soldier does something for punishment, he has to attend the Benny broadcast on the camp. They get even with them that way. Well, the program opened tonight. Don Wilson introduced the greatest comedian in the world. Oh. And then Mr. Benny came on and didn't deny it. I mean, he just let it. The greatest comedian in the world. It shows what a sad and sorry shape the world is in. No, honestly, I don't know about that guy lately. Benny is getting so hammy His eyes are beginning to look like two cloves, you know. Well, the show got going. After that, the show got going. Going, I use the word loosely in this instance. And they had some gags about Benny going in swimming and getting his bathing suit full of grunion. His bathing suit, an old suit that he wears. And no one on the program could figure out why the grunion should flock around Benny. You see, a grunion is a little fish they have out there in California. Without enough strength to come east, it stays out. And the people on the program couldn't tell whether the grunion went after Benny because Benny has that wormy appearance. And I figured the whole thing out, Jimmy. The real reason that grunion, these little fish like Benny, is because the grunion belongs to the smelt family, you see. And if a smelt is lonesome, naturally it will go to a man who, as an actor, has smelt for many years. The little fish and the fish. Well, I guess that's about. There were some other things, Jimmy, but we'll skip over them. We're a little late already, I see.
Well, you know, there's certainly more than that to this program.
Yes, there is, Jimmy. You bet there is, Jimmy. And to prove it, I'll turn to the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. New dim-out order to curtail the haze of light thrown on the water by city's illumination vitally affects metropolitan apartment dwellers and store owners. All New York mobilizes to help perfect the dim-out. The Bronx Aquarium announces...
The electric eel will be dimmed until further notice.
Waitress, how did he get out of the tank from the aquarium? Waitress in a 6th Avenue delicatessen reports...
During the dim out, we are serving in chicken sandwiches no light meat.
No light meat. A prominent news commentator says...
I used to say I'll be back in a flash with a flash. From now on, both flashes are out.
Well, what will you say?
I'll be back in the dark with a remark.
March of Trivia interviews several specimens of riffraff to learn their strange experiences since the new dim-out rule went into effect. Now, first, a real Broadway character. What is your name again, brother?
The hipset calls me Sharp Sherman.
Sharp Sherman, eh? Well, what is your work?
Wake is a sucker's pastime, chum. I live by my wits.
You do, really?
Yeah. There's one born every minute. Somebody's got to take him. That's where I come in. Sharp Sherman.
Well, how sharp are you, Sherman?
Well, who is the first one on Broadway to sell them gold watches for $50?
A solid gold watch for 50 cents?
Yeah, the case was a Woolworth Compact.
Well, what about the works? What made them tick?
Inside, I had a cricket.
I'd like to hear a cricket at the moment. I mean... You are a sharp... That joke writer is through. Is that man on the premises? The last joke I'll take from an usher in here. They come But, Sherman, you are sharp.
Who started painting Brussels sprouts with white enamel and selling them for gardenias?
You?
Sharp Sherman, chum. I don't miss a trick.
Well, what about this dim-out, Sherman? Have you worked out a racket?
Oh, yeah, I'm light-legging.
Light-legging? What is light-legging?
Well, it's like bootlegging, only with a light.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, during a dim-out, you can't see nothing. You're afraid to strike a match. A cop might be around.
That's right.
I nudge you and I say, can you use a little light, chum?
What would I need a light for?
Well, supposing you're going in the automat. I follow you in, whip out a flashlight, and light up the slots for you.
Well, that's good. That's
yeah, you're getting out of a taxi. You can't see to pay the driver. You might give him too much. I light up your bankroll for you.
Well, tell me, my bankroll is light as it is already. Tell me, Sharp Sherman, what do you charge for this service?
I don't charge you nothing.
Where does your profit come in?
After I put out my light and it's dark again,
yeah,
I pick your pocket.
Well, give me back my fountain pen and get out of here with that cricket. A chap, pick up the cricket gag as you leave, Sherman. A chap who is unhappy about the dim-out is Fonseca Fradkin. Now, what is your... You are...
You are the original Fonseca. We've had imposters coming. You're in Fonseca. Just checking up. Well, what is your squawk, Fonseca?
Thanks to the dim out, I am momentarily a bum.
Momentarily, huh? Well, what happened?
Well, I was formerly a barker at a certain movie theater.
I see.
All day long, I stood outside, and with a straight face, I'd say, "It's a great show, folks. Step right in. Step right in."
With a straight face, you'd say that.
Yeah.
Well, were you a good barker, Fonseca?
Oh, the best. You could be going home, running for a train.
Yeah?
If you passed by me, I'd bark you into the theater.
Well, how did you do it, Fonseca?
It was a trick I learned from Dale Carnegie.
Oh, I see.
I only took half his course.
You only took half of Dale Carnegie's course?
Yeah, I couldn't win friends.
Uh-huh.
But, oh, how I could influence people.
Well, what about this Broadway dim out?
Well, the first night it was so dark in front of the theater, I couldn't see nothing.
I see.
I kept walking up and down, barking.
Yeah?
I could hear people passing me. I kept barking.
Uh-huh.
Well, 10 o'clock that night, the manager comes out with a lit punk looking for me.
Comes out with a lit punk,
He says, "What's going on, Fonseca? The theater's empty."
Yeah?
I says, "I'm barking, ain't I?" He says, "Yeah, but you ain't in front of the theater."
You mean it was so dark you went straight away from the front of the picture theater?
I barked 2,000 people up an alley.
Well, what did the manager do?
He blew out his punk and says, "Fonseca, you're through."
He put out two punks simultaneously, and thank you, Fonseca Frackin. Well, a young lady who was happy about the lack of Broadway lighting is Miss Vicky Welk. You look pleased tonight, Vicky.
Yeah, the dim out done me a favor.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, for 2 years I've been going out with a certain boyfriend, Chester.
He's been taking you dancing and to pictures, you mean?
Not Chester. He's as tight as the back of a sailor's pants.
Well, what do you do for excitement?
Every night with Chester, it's the same routine. He walks me up and down Broadway.
Walks you up and down. Well, tell me, Vicky, has the dim out affected your walking?
Yeah, lately it's so dark, me and Chester has been wearing squeaky shoes.
Squeaky shoes for what?
So we don't lose each other.
Oh, in the dark, I see.
Yeah, if Chester and me get separated, we listen for each other's squeaks.
And when one of you hears the other squeak?
We follow the squeaks till we get together.
Well, how has this game of hide-and-go-squeak been working out?
Oh, we was doing okay till last night.
And something happened?
Chester and me got split up in the dark.
Uh-huh.
I stop till I hear a squeak.
Yeah?
I can't see nothing. I go to the squeak and grab an arm.
I see.
We walk around for an hour maybe. We're both squeaking, saying nothing.
Just squeaking, uh-huh.
Yeah. Finally, we start for home. I'm listening to Chester squeak, and he seems to be squeaking in a higher key.
Yeah?
Well, we get home, and I bend up to kiss Chester. I get a pucker full of mustache.
It wasn't Chester?
Later, it comes out the guy's name is Salvador something.
But that high squeak.
Salvador was wearing elevator shoes. He was squeaking 4 inches higher.
Oh. Well, with new shoes, we the people squeak, and thank you, Vicky Well. Well, I imagine that about...
Pay your exit, Salty Sam. Falstaff's here with epigram.
Openshaw, you're not back again with more broken-down poems.
Have you heard, said the wren to the hen, never again?
No, I haven't heard that one.
Or, I was lying on the village green, and she was thumbing her tambourine.
No, I don't recall that.
My mother's not doing the conga bouncer. A bee got into her bustle.
Now, enough is enough. Too much in this particular instance. That's done it. Tonight you are my boy, but not tonight.
Tonight we have been discussing the dim out on Broadway.
Precisely why I am here.
Don't tell me that you have written a poem.
No, tonight I have written a song.
A song?
Yes. I have brought the Snug Harbor Serenaders to sing.
These are the Snug Harbor Serenaders.
The little man is a rigger.
Oh, I suspected that.
He was formerly with Lynn Murray.
Oh, he left Lynn Murray, did he?
Yes, yes. One day there were 2 harp strings missing. The little man was seen flossing his teeth. There were words. The little man started freelancing.
And well, never mind all that. What about your dim out song?
Gentlemen, if you will.
The lights at night don't shine as bright. Up and down dear old Broadway, the Wrigley ad has dimmed the chat that used to light dear old Broadway. And Sloppy Joe's cut down his flow. Joe's glow don't glow on Broadway. The streets as black as hack and sack. Since the dim out has come to Broadway.
And the Snug Harbor Serenaders. And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings us now to Kenny Baker. And for his first song tonight, Kenny has selected Estrellita. Al Goodman raises his baton, and Kenny sings.
Estrellita, oh my Estrellita, you are my guiding star, there in your home afar, through the night silvery looking down and gazing into mine. Estrellita, oh my Estrellita, each night I watch for you, and you are watching too, and I know where I may go if wandering stray. You will ever be my beacon light to lead me on my way. Oh, shine on tonight in your palace above. Your silvery light leads me on to love. At your call, as like a bird I'd fly. Estrellita, if your love should stray, then I would pray
gentlemen, here is Jimmy Wallington, who looks as though he had a slogan in mind.
You're right, Fred. I have a slogan, and a good slogan.
What is it, Jimmy?
Care for your car, for your country.
Say, that is an important slogan today, isn't it?
Yes? Care for your car, for if you're careless today, you may be carless tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, make the care of your car systematic with your Texaco dealer's war conditioning service. Don't rely on occasional attention. Keep your car in fighting trim by seeing that it gets Texaco war conditioning regularly. Your Texaco dealer's war conditioning includes Marfac 40-point chassis lubrication, regular care of tires, air cleaner, batteries, spark plugs, radiator, front wheel bearings, crankcase, transmission, differential, and body finish, and a systematic reminder service to tell you when your car should be attended to again. Enlist a Texaco dealer as your personal car warden. Start tomorrow with his war conditioning service and ask for your copy of his booklet, Care for Your Car, for Your Country, 16 pages of car-saving facts, free at your Texaco dealer.
Well, that was very good, Jimmy, but I think you got that same message over much better about 2 weeks ago with that song, remember?
Oh, you mean Care for Your Car, for Your Country?
That's right. How did that song go again?
Show 'em, boys.
Care for your car, for your country. It's your duty to beware of every squeak. Let your nearest filling station make frequent lubrication so your moving parts are always at a peak. Driving often for car-saving service. Let them keep your valves and carburetor clean. They'll advise elimination of undue acceleration as the way to get more mileage from your gasoline. Slow your tires are now on ration if you use them in rotation. And check on their inflation, they'll go twice as far. You have an asset for old Uncle Sammy. Make it last for the duration of the war. Almost every occupation needs this vital transportation. Keep it up to par. Care for your car, for your country.
That's what I meant, Jimmy. Care for your car, for your country. Now, that should be the theme song of every motorist in the country today. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
Mr. Alice!
Well, Courtin. Say, you look as happy as a man with 4 new tires and 2 X cards tonight. Are you ready for some fun?
No, I had too much fun yesterday.
Too much fun? You took a good look at your mother, did you?
No.
Enjoyed it?
Mama took me on a picnic. We went to a park.
Oh, you went to a park? What park?
Belmont.
Belmont? Why, Belmont Park is a racetrack.
We found that out.
Well, how?
Well, Mama and I went out to Belmont early to start the picnic.
I see.
All morning we played tag and leapfrog.
Tag and leapfrog. Good. Fine. Good.
About
good.
2 o'clock, Mama spread the lunch out on the grass.
Uh-huh.
All of a sudden, Mama heard a bugle blow. Then she jumped up and yelled, "Runaway horse, stop him!"
Runaway horse. I'm wrong.
One horse was running around in a circle, and 6 other horses were chasing it.
Runaway horse. Look, that was the first race.
Then every few minutes, the bugle would blow, and the horses would run away again.
No, wait a minute. I'll explain this to you. The horses at Belmont Park meet by appointment, you see. They hire a man to blow a bugle, and the horses run every day on purpose, mind you, not accidentally.
Oh, it's silly, isn't it?
You mean horse racing is silly?
Yes. 40,000 men will go out to see... Excuse me.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. We're talking about horses. You keep that frog out of this. Oh, you want to start again? You say horse racing is silly, you say?
Yes. 40,000 men will go out to see horses racing, and when men are racing, not even one horse will show up.
Well, I know, but what the men have when they get through at the track is not hay, and what the horses had if they would come would be hay. You see, that's what confusing. Yes, horses are pretty selfish that way, Portland. Tell me, what else happened at the racetrack?
Well, some man gave Mama a horse to bet on.
What horse?
Grandma's girdle. It was in... It was in the last race. Mama bet $2.
Well, how did Grandma's girdle do?
It weakened in the stretch.
Disappointing to the old lady, but your mother is very silly to bet. Oh, hello, Kenny. I didn't see you.
Hi, F.A. Hello, Porty.
Hello, Kenny.
Say, F.A.,
Yeah?
have you noticed any improvement in me during the last month?
Improvement, Kenny?
Yes. Our Boy Scout troop has been having self-improvement drives.
What's that, Kenny?
Well, each week it's some great man's birthday, see? And that week we try to live like that great man.
Well, how's it been working out?
Swell. On Thomas Edison's birthday, I only slept 4 hours at night, and all week I was inventing.
Well, what did you invent, Kenny?
It's a combination eye cup and percolator top.
Well, that sounds handy.
If you've got something in your eye, it's an eye cup, see?
I see.
And if you want to make coffee, it's a percolator top.
Uh-huh.
That's...
Well, what else, whom else have you been impersonating?
When it was Benjamin Franklin's birthday, I flew a kite all week.
Well, whose birthday is it this week?
Rocky, fellers, and I want a raise.
Why, every Sunday it's some new trick to get more money.
Oh, loosen up, Bob, just this week.
Well, why this week?
I want to show the scoutmaster my paycheck and say, something new has been added.
Well, if you keep up, something new will be subtracted, Kenny, and I don't mean Latakia. Well, I've got to see if our guest showed up.
Oh.
Well, we were supposed to have Thorndike McKeester, Portland. He played a wolf howl in the new Marlene Dietrich picture. He's hot right now. We were going to have him, but just before the program started, I got this wire here from Jack Haley.
What does it say?
Have got to see you tonight. Very important. We'll be there any minute.
The door is opening now.
And here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Meet our unexpected guest, Jack Haley. You look excited, Jack.
I am, Fred. Did you get my wire?
Yeah, now calm down, Jack. You're all out of breath.
I couldn't wait for a taxi. I ran all the way over from the Grand Central. I had to tell you.
You tell me what?
After 15 years, what we've both been waiting for, it's back.
Well, what is back?
Vaudeville.
You're crazy, Jack. Vaudeville is dead. You remember the funeral at the Palace some years ago? Why, you and I were two of the pallbearers, as I remember.
Somebody opened the grave, Fred.
You mean vaudeville is haunting theaters again?
Willie Howard, Lou Holtz, Phil Baker had the biggest hit in New York. It's a vaudeville show.
Well, I know, but that's only New York.
Believe me, Fred, I've been making personal appearances. I just played Waterbury. Vaudeville is a sensation up there.
Not in Waterbury.
Yes, Waterbury. And you know if vaudeville can come back in Waterbury, it can come back any place.
Why, I died in Waterbury before vaudeville died.
Fred, radio and pictures aren't enough today. Audiences all over are clamoring for vaudeville. What are we waiting for?
We? What have I got to do with it, Jack?
You and I can team up and go back into vaudeville. We'll make a fortune.
Oh, look, Jack, vaudeville's all right for you. You're not working.
Not working? I just finished working in a picture at Paramount, Beyond the Blue Horizon, with Dorothy Lamour.
Well, so what?
I'm giving up all that, Hollywood and everything, to go back in vaudeville. Fred, you've got to go.
Look, I have got 5 more weeks in radio.
Radio? What do you want with radio? This drudgery? This sham? This gold mine?
Well, Jack, I am happy here in my little gold mine. I am just digging and digging away and sending it to Washington on the hour.
You're killing yourself. Look at those bags under your eyes. Your eyes look as though you're hiding behind 2 kumquats.
I know how I look.
Do you ever have any fun in radio?
Well, no.
Remember all the good times we used to have in vaudeville? A new town every week, girl acts on the bill.
Ah, girl acts on
Oh, and all those friends you used to have, Miller and Mack, Lane and Freeman, the LaToy sisters, Jack Norworth, Lucille and her cockatoo.
I've had plenty of birds, but none like that. Yes, I sure had plenty of friends in vaudeville.
What friends have you got in radio?
Well,
Do you know young Dr. Malone?
No,
No. Have you ever met John's other wife?
No.
No. I'll bet you don't even know John's first wife.
I don't even know John.
That's what I mean. Has one man's family ever had you over for dinner?
No.
You've been in radio 10 years, and who do you know? Jack Benny. He's your friend?
Well, hardly. No, I wouldn't.
Fred, come on back in the vaudeville where your real friends are.
Well, what makes you think vaudeville will last, Jack?
You remember Mother Sparrow's boarding house in Baltimore?
Oh, boy, Mother Sparrow. Mother Sparrow used to serve the biggest steak in town. It had horns on it. Why, you could hang your hat on a steak while you were eating it. And Mother Sparrow's rates. Remember, room and board $1 a day?
If you had ulcers, it was 75 cents a day.
You got to wait. Does Mother Sparrow think vaudeville's coming back?
Does she? She's putting out defense workers to make room for actors.
No kidding.
Yes. Do you remember that guy in Philadelphia who used to sell the fake jewelry to the vaudeville actors?
Yeah.
Well, last week he ordered 10,000 rhinestones and 2 coils of chicken wire to make up the rings.
Oh. Vaudeville must be back, Jack.
It is, Fred. All the old acts are getting ready.
What act?
Do you remember Splain's Cats and Rats?
Splain's Cats and Rats. Why, they laid off so long, the cats ate the rats, as I remember.
I met Splain this morning. He's still got the cat.
What about rats?
Splain is casting.
He's casting, yeah?
I saw him going down a rat hole this morning with 2 pounds of cheese.
He's casting. Well, Splain will have his act together in no time.
Say, do you remember Amazo, the mind reader?
Amazo? What's he been doing?
Amazo's been a bartender in a deaf and dumb tavern.
He's ready, too?
Yes, Amazo's opening at Stanford tomorrow.
A mind reader in Stanford. What'll he do up there?
Remember Murphy's midgets?
Oh, sure. When vaudeville died, Murphy shaved his midgets and put them in an orphan asylum.
Good now. Murphy got his midgets out today. He's signing the adoption papers.
Say, just talking about vaudeville makes me homesick, Jack. The straw suitcase, the spotlight, the grease paint on my collar, and St. Joe. They loved me in St. Joe. They were fickle there.
Here's what we'll do, Fred. You and I'll get our own vaudeville show out.
But we'll need 8 other acts, Jack. What comedians aren't working?
With us, who needs comedians? I'll grab 8 animal acts.
Well, who's around?
How about Hagemeyer's talking dogs? They're a panic. You know, one sheepdog pulls his hair down over one eye and makes like Veronica Lake.
The dogs talk, you say?
Talk. At the finish of the act, the big St. Bernard steps down to the footlights and sells war bonds.
Great. We'll open with Hagemeyer's dogs. Now, what's next?
Fifi and her 8 dancing bears.
Fifi?
It's an adagio act. Fifi's dressed like Goldilocks, and the 8 bears throw her around while the band plays Embraceable You.
It'll stop this show.
Then Captain Hoff and his human seal.
Captain Hoff.
Flo McFadden's kangaroos.
Yeah?
And just before when you and I come on, we give them Golden Paul's mathematical hen.
Golden Paul's mathematical hen?
Oh, that hen is dynamite. Golden Paul lets the audience call out numbers. The hen adds them up and then clucks out the answers.
Jack, frankly, do you think we can follow a hen?
Oh, that's right, too. 15 minutes of clucks and then we walk on.
Well, me, how does the hen act finish?
Well, the hen answers 2 questions in trigonometry and then lays an egg in Golden Paul's hand.
No, the hen is out. The hen is out, Jack.
Well, anything you say, Fred.
We can't follow a sensation.
Oh, but wait till we hit vaudeville with this show.
Well, say, what about our act, the act we'll do, Jack?
It's in the bag, Fred. We've got personality.
Well, I know that, but what'll we use for jokes?
Oh, we've got some old wheezes like, steamroller ran over my girl's cat. Has she got a long puss?
Good.
You remember that?
And I've got that one about the cross-eyed man playing tiddlywinks. He always winks when he should tiddly.
Well, that'll be optional.
Yes.
And the one about the little kid who was playing with the hose. His mother said, "Who put the dew on the grass?" And the kid said, "I doed it." Good.
Say, what an act. How do we finish, Jack?
With a wow song and dance.
I remember that old song and dance you used to do.
Sure. What are we waiting for, Fred? I've got 2 straw hats right here. Let's run through the finish.
All right. Wait till we get our hats. Would you give us the hats there, Maestro?
There you are.
All set. Give them the music cue, Jack.
If you please, Professor. It's moonlight all the time on Broadway. Every night the sky is clear. And can always see a lot of stars on Broadway. Every evening they appear. There is no boating down on Broadway, but taxi cabs are just as fine. On moonlight all the time on Hero Broadway, and every night is summertime. Every night is summer, every night is summer, every night is summertime. We don't mean winter. Every night is summer.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, while Jack Haley changes his makeup to appear with the Texaco Workshop Players later, we return you to Kenny Baker, and Kenny sings for you now, Skylark.
Someone's waiting to be kissed. Skylark, have you seen a valley green with spring, where my heart can go a journey over the shadows and the rain to a blossom-covered lane? And in your lonely flight, haven't you heard the music in the night? Wonderful music, faint as a will-o'-the-wisp, crazy as a loon, sad as a gypsy, serenading the moon. Oh, Skylark, I don't know if you can find these things, but my heart is riding on your wings. So if you see them anywhere, won't you lead me there? And in your lonely flight, as a will-o'-the-wisp, crazy as a loon, sad as a gypsy serenading the moon. Oh, Child, I don't know if you can find these things, but my heart is riding on your wings. So if you see them anywhere, won't you lead me there?
So now, ladies and gentlemen, here is Jimmy Wallington.
Congratulate me, Fred. I just passed my driving test.
Your driving test? Well, don't tell me you've been working on the Texaco show all these years, Jimmy, without knowing how to drive.
Oh, no, Fred. But I'm learning to drive a new way. You see, millions of American motorists are taking a test every time they drive these days, testing their ability to get every possible mile from their gasoline. For now, every mile counts. And that's why it's wise to use a high-quality gasoline. Texaco Fire Chief or Premium Texaco Sky Chief. The Texaco dealer, as your personal car warden, suggests you take this 10-second driving test. If you answer these questions yes, you're wasting gasoline. When you start, do you race the motor? Do you use low and second gear more than absolutely necessary? Do you use the choke when the motor is warm? Do you drive faster than 40? Your car warden, the Texaco dealer, also recommends these mechanical tests. Have your carburetor and spark plugs tested, cleaned, and adjusted. Have your motor tuned to top performance. And make sure your car is thoroughly and regularly lubricated. Yes, motorists, pass that driving test. Get full mileage from every gallon of gasoline you use. Now, when every mile counts, use a high-quality gasoline. Texaco Fire Chief or Premium Texaco Sky Chief. After a brief pause for station identification, Fred Allen returns to present the most talented undergraduate of Louisiana State University and the Texaco Workshop Players, starring Jack Haley. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Texaco Star Theater brings you the most talented undergraduate of a leading institution of higher learning. Tonight, we salute the Louisiana State University at Baton Rouge, Louisiana, by presenting its most talented student. Chosen by a vote of the undergraduate body, the winner has come to New York as Fred Allen's guest with all expenses paid and a cash award of $200. Now, Fred, are you ready to introduce our guest?
Yes, Larry. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present Louisiana State University's most talented undergraduate, Josh Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Well, congratulations, Josh, and welcome to Texaco's clowning campus. Have you ever been to New York before?
No, sir, Mr. Allen. This is my first trip.
Well, now that you're here, Josh, I suppose you want to see the sights.
Well, not particularly. I had one thing in my mind, Mr. Allen.
You mean you'd like to have the 6th Avenue L put back up so that you can see it?
No. While I'm here in New York, I'd like to hear John Charles Thomas in concert.
Well, I'm afraid, unfortunately, that you're out of luck, Josh. I believe Mr. Thomas is away on the road at the present time. But gosh, Josh, if you're going to be disappointed, you know, I can sing off a few loaves of shortening bread for you.
No, thanks, if you don't mind. I've heard you sing with Mr. Haley earlier in the program.
Mr. Haley, I get it. Well, there isn't much difference between John Charles Thomas's and my shortening bread, Josh. My shortening bread sounds a little crummier, but outside of tell a difference. But this has nothing to do with LSU. Josh, tell us something about your school.
Well, Louisiana State University is situated at Baton Rouge. The school is called the West Point of the Deep South.
Why, Josh?
The first president of LSU was General William T. Sherman, and ever since General Sherman's time, the military has been stressed. The cadet is the symbol of LSU.
In these times, I imagine many LSU graduates are active in our armed forces.
Yes, the president of our university, General Campbell B. Hodges, was a classmate of General MacArthur's at West Point.
Fine.
And Brigadier General Claire L. Chenault, an LSU graduate, is in charge of the Chinese Air Force combat units today.
You mean the Flying Tiger?
Yes, that's right, Mr. Allen. General Chenault named his unit after the LSU football team. Our mascot, you see, is a great big tiger.
I know, Mike the Tiger. Well, after the fine work General Chenault has been doing with his Flying Tigers, I guess the number one song in Tokyo today is Hold That Tiger, George. But Louisiana State University has a lot to be proud of.
Yes, sir, it's a mighty fine school. And we're proud of our good neighbor policy as well.
Well, LSU isn't operating a branch in South America, is it?
No, but we've had the largest enrollment of Latin American students of any university in the country for some time.
Well, tell me, Josh, what are you studying down there at school?
Well, I'm majoring in music. We have a fine music department, and our opera director, Pasquale Amato, and our symphony conductor, Louis Hasselman, were formerly of the Metropolitan Opera Company.
Would you like to make music your career?
Yes, later on I hope to sing an opera or do concert work.
Well, tell me, do you belong to a fraternity?
Yes, I'm a Theta Xi and proud of it.
Well, fine. I am an old fraternity man, Josh. I am an Uncappa Pepsi-Cola. That reminds me, Josh, I have been sort of looking forward to your visit tonight.
Why, Mr. Allen?
Well, last November, Spenny Spencer, a very charming young lady, came up from Tulane University at New Orleans, and as a gift from Governor Sam Jones in the good old state of Louisiana, Spenny brought me a 100-pound sack of sugar. Of course, that was last November, Josh.
Yes.
Well, the sugar is getting pretty low, Josh. And I know you folks down there in Louisiana kick sugar around. You call it sweet gravel, I believe, if you're using it around. And I thought...
Well, Mr. Allen, I have brought you a gift.
Granulated or lump, Josh?
But it isn't sugar.
It isn't sugar, Josh?
Seriously, no. The Louisiana State University has appointed you an honorary cadet.
Well, thank you, Josh. That is quite an honor. Thank you very much.
And the students at LSU asked and are now presenting to you Cadet Saber.
Well, they say this is beautiful, Josh. What is this writing on the scabbard here?
Well, it's an inscription. It reads, to Fred Allen from the students of LSU, the Old War School, May 1942.
Well, thank you, Josh. Now I am all set. Let them ration their razor blades. I will put an edge on this saber here, Josh, and I will have the biggest shick injector in town. But I'm not joking, Josh. I want to thank the boys and girls at Louisiana State University, and you too, Josh, for your kindness tonight. Now, what about your number?
I'd like to sing the Song of the Vagabonds from Rudolph Primmer's The Vagabond King.
Well, fine. Ladies and gentlemen, Louisiana State University's most talented undergraduate, Josh Wheeler, sings for us the Song of the Vagabonds.
Beggars of Paris town, you lousy rabble of low degree. You rabble of low degree. King Louis to keep his crown and save our city from Burgundy. Our city from Burgundy. You and I are good for nothing but to die. We can die for liberty. Sons of toil and danger, will you serve a stranger and bow down to Burgundy? Sons of shame and sorrow, will you cheer tomorrow for the crown of Burgundy? Onward, onward, forward against the foe! Forward, forward, the lily banners go! Sons of France, around the string, the chain that bound us, and it's down to Burgundy. Sons of toil and danger, will you serve a stranger and bow down to Burgundy? Sons of shame and sorrow, will you cheer tomorrow for the crown of Burgundy? Onward, onward, forward against the foe! Forward, forward, the lily banners go! Sons of France around the string, the chain that bound us, and it's down with Burgundy.
Josh Wheeler. Thank you, Josh. I know your fellow students, the faculty, and the LSU alumni will be as pleased with your performance tonight as we are. And all of us here in the Texaco Star Theater wish you every success in your musical career. Now, next week, ladies and gentlemen, we shall present the most talented undergraduate of Southern Methodist University at Dallas, Texas. After hearing the three finalists over station KRLD in Dallas, the student body voted, the ballots have just been tabulated, and the winner is Miss Fayreen Smith. Congratulations, Fayreen. We'll be looking for you here next Sunday night. And now, here comes Larry Elliott. Apparently, well, you look a little tired, Larry.
Yes, I've been up all night working on my new book.
Oh, new book?
Yes, I'm writing a sequel to Gone with the Wind. It's called Stay with the Air.
What is it, a novel?
No, Fred, it's some figures on how much longer your tires can stay in service if you keep the air up to the correct pressure. Would you believe it, Fred? The average tire will wear out 600 miles before it should if the air pressure is kept only 1 pound below the correct point.
In other words, if you don't give your tires air, they give you the air, huh?
Yes, and here's another thing that ruins tires quickly, speed. America could save 7 million tire miles every year if every driver would reduce his average speed 10 miles per hour. So make your tires last, ladies and gentlemen. Drive slowly, never over 40, and drive into your Texaco dealer regularly to have your tires checked. He'll check them over for cuts and other damage that can be repaired before they're ruined, too. For it's your Texaco dealer's job to keep that car of yours in good running condition, not only with care for your tires, but with thorough, skilled lubrication and maintenance that may add many thousands of miles to the service you expect from the car itself. Use your Texaco dealer's training and experience. As your car warden, he's ready to help you to care for your car for your country.
And now the Texaco Workshop Players. Tonight, ladies and gentlemen, the Workshop Players have no sketch prepared, unfortunately, and so then there will be a short intermission at this time. You're welcome to go.
Hey, say, what is this here, Fred?
Nothing, Jimmy, except that we just haven't any sketch tonight.
No sketch? What happened?
Oh, what happened? Everything, Jimmy. You know I always write the sketch on Friday nights. Last Friday night, I had a great idea. I sat down at the typewriter at home and started to work. Suddenly, I heard 2 automobiles approaching. Then there was a crash. After the crash, I threw on my coat and ran out of the house. I heard a man and woman arguing.
Why don't you look where you're going?
You were driving over the white line.
Women drivers ought to be kept off the road, especially at night.
I smell liquor.
Well, if you smell liquor, sister, it's on you.
Now, wait a minute. Can I help? What happened here, folks?
He drove right into me.
Is anyone hurt?
Well, I'm okay.
My knee hurts a little, but thank heavens my tires are all right.
Now, let me see your license, sister.
Here's mine. Where's yours?
Right here. The name's Homer McGee.
My name's Natalie Funston.
Well, as long as...
Wait a minute, Bud. Before you go, what's your name?
Fred Allen.
I'll put that down.
Me too.
Well, good night, folks.
Good night.
Well, I went back into the house, Jimmy, and sat down at the typewriter again and started to work. A minute later, there was a knock on the door. Come in.
Is your name Allen? Fred Allen?
Yes.
My name is Schuster. Shyster Schuster, attorney at law.
You're a lawyer?
Yes. Now about this accident outside.
A lawyer? It didn't take you long to get here.
I came with the ambulance.
Oh.
My office is in a trailer. It hooks onto the ambulance.
Hooks on? Oh, I see.
My client, Homer McGee, is pretty badly banged up.
Well, I just saw Mr. McGee. He was all right when I left.
I carry a hammer in my coat.
Oh, I see.
You are my client's only witness, Mr. Allen. My whole case depends on your story.
But I didn't even see the accident. What story can I tell?
Oh, you're a writer. You'll think of something. I'll see you in court tomorrow morning. Good night.
Well, after Schuster left, Jimmy, I started typing again. Now, let me see. The sketch ought to start with the... Oh, what's this? Come in.
Mr. Allen?
Yes?
I just saw that Shyster Schuster coming out. I hope I'm not too late.
Well, who are you?
I'm Harvey Haley of Haley, Shapiro, Haley Attorneys.
Haley, Shapiro, and Haley?
Shapiro's the treasurer.
Oh, well, look. Mr. Haley, I am trying to write a radio script here.
I'll be brief, Mr. Allen. My client, Miss Funston, was badly injured in this accident outside.
Badly injured? She was all right a minute ago.
Fortunately, I found a rock in the gutter.
You mean?
A concussion is so helpful in accident cases.
Look, Mr. Haley, I'm writing...
With your testimony, Miss Funson and I will win this case, Mr. Allen.
But I didn't see the accident.
You heard the crash?
Yes.
You just heard I had a rock. Miss Funson has a concussion.
Yes.
Surely, Mr. Allen, you can put two and two together.
Now, listen, Mr.
I'll
Haley.
see you in court tomorrow morning. Good night.
See me in court. Well, I'll get busy on this sketch. Now, let me see. Sketch should open and... Come in.
Who's Fred Allen?
I am.
My name's O'Houlihan. I'm the cop on this beat.
Oh, you're officer? You're the cop, yes?
Sir. What about this accident?
Well, you're a policeman. Didn't you hear the crash?
I'm a sound sleeper.
You just found out about the accident?
Yeah, I pulled in my box. The sergeant was at the emergency ward with the victims.
The emergency ward?
Yeah, the sergeant was with two lawyers.
Schuster and Haley?
That's them. They told me to get the story from you.
But I didn't see the accident.
That's perjury, Allen. You're talking to the law.
Now, listen, law or no law, I have been sitting here 5 hours trying to write a sketch. 2 cars crashed outside. I went out. A man and woman were standing there arguing.
Well, who bumped into who?
Well, how do I know? Nobody was hurt. I came back in here to try and write my sketch.
Oh, you left the scene of an accident, eh?
I had nothing to do with it.
Oh, no, I'll see you in court tomorrow morning.
Oh, yes? Well, I won't be in court tomorrow morning.
Oh, yes, you will.
What makes you think I will?
Here's a summons. Good night.
Well, after that, Jimmy, I gave up the sketch. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. I had to be in court at 9. I slept 2 hours, and yesterday morning at 9 o'clock, I appeared in court. Well, as I walked in the courtroom, the judge was just calling the case.
Next case, Homer McGee versus Natalie Funston, and Natalie Funston versus Homer... Who's suing who?
Your Honor, my client, Homer McGee, is suing Natalie Funston.
Your Honor, my client, Natalie Funston, is suing Homer McGee.
Your client caused the accident.
Your client ran my client down.
That is a lie, you
How have you
shite.
disbarred?
I'll get you put out of law school. Why?
Order in the court. Order. Who's first?
I am, Your Honor.
Put your client on the stand.
Your Honor, Mr. McGee is here in this wheelchair. He is swathed in bandages. His arm is in a cast. You hear, Your Honor? Mr. McGee is suffering intense physical pain. He is in no condition to take the stand.
Very well, proceed.
Your Honor and members of the jury, Mr. Homer McGee sits before you a mental and physical wreck. On the night of May 22nd, Natalie Funston crashed into Mr. McGee. Miss Funston is a lady driver. Need I say more?
What damages are you asking?
Homer McGee is suffering multiple contusions and compound fractures. The index finger on his right hand is broken. He is deprived of making a living.
Mr. McGee made a living with his finger?
Mr. McGee is a radio producer, Your Honor.
And what does he do with his finger?
Formerly, he pointed his finger rigid at the actors to give them their cues.
I see.
Radio actors won't talk unless somebody points a finger at them.
And you say Mr. McGee's finger is useless?
As a result of this accident, the cord in Mr. McGee's finger has been severed. His finger hangs down. A director with a limp finger in radio is through. Mr. McGee's career is ruined, Your Honor. We are asking $50,000 damages from Miss Natalie Funston.
Is Miss Natalie Funston in court?
I am her attorney, Your Honor. Harvey Haley of Haley, Haley, Shapiro, and Haley.
Never mind your commercial. Put Miss Funston on the stand.
Miss Funston is here in an oxygen tent, Your Honor. Miss Funston is in great pain as a result of Homer McGee's drunken driving. Miss Funston will never work again. Both of her kneecaps are fractured.
She made a living with her kneecaps?
Miss Funston is first cellist with the Staten Island Philharmonic, Your Honor.
I see.
To play the cello, she has to hold it between her kneecaps. Today, both of Miss Funston's legs are stiff. Have you ever seen a cello player hold a cello with 2 stiff legs? No. Miss Funston has lost to music, Your Honor. We are asking $50,000 damage from Mr. Homer McGee.
What caused the accident?
It was Homer McGee's fault, Your Honor.
It was Natalie Funston's fault, Your Honor.
Quiet, both of you, quiet. Did anyone see the accident?
There was only one witness, a man named Fred Allen.
Where is this Fred Allen?
Right here, Your Honor.
Who was responsible for this accident, Allen?
I don't know, Your Honor.
You're the witness, aren't you?
I didn't see anything. I was in my house trying to write a sketch for my radio program. I heard 2 cars crash. I went outside to see what the trouble was.
A busybody, eh?
An apprentice busybody, Judge. I had beginner's luck. I didn't see anything. I don't know anything. Now can I get out of here?
Not till this case is settled. Something caused this accident. The court's going to find out what it was.
Homer McGee.
My client is in a wheelchair, Judge.
Wheel him up here.
Okay. Wheel up, Homer.
What happened, McGee?
Well, it was her fault, Judge.
Miss Funston ran into you?
Yeah, I came around the corner. Her lights blinded me. The next thing I knew, she smacked me.
Natalie Funston. My client is in this oxygen tent, Judge. Tell her to peek out. Miss Funston. Miss Funston, peek out, please.
Yeah,
What happened, Miss Funston?
I came around the corner. His lights blinded me. The next thing I knew, he smacked me.
It's a lie, Judge. It was her lights. My lights were off.
My lights were off, too, Judge.
Now we're getting someplace. You say both your car lights were off.
Yes, Your Honor.
Then where did that light come from?
Nobody was there.
Until that Mr. Allen came running out.
Fred Allen.
Yes, Your Honor.
You said you were sitting up?
I was trying to write my radio script.
I thought so.
But I didn't...
Without regard for the welfare of others, you sat writing a radio script.
Well,
Your curtain was up, light streamed into the street.
But
the
you're-
glare blinded these motorists, causing this unfortunate accident.
But I was...
The city is trying to perfect its dim out. You sit at home, flooding the entire street with light.
Well, Your
The
Honor...
court charges you with criminal negligence and sabotage. $10,000 bail. Lock him up, officer.
Come on, saboteur.
Court's adjourned.
Well, Jimmy, the Morris plan went my bail, and I just got out this morning. That's why I haven't any sketch tonight.
Oh, gee, that's too bad.
Yeah, it is a shame, Jimmy. I had a swell idea all worked up. And now, ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder from Larry Elliott.
May we remind you that the annual National Poppy Drive is now on. Display your patriotism and buy a poppy.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. Now, next week, our guest will be Ben Burney, the old maestro in person, and the winner of the Texaco College competition at Southern Methodist University, Miss Fayreen Smith. This is Fred Allen saying goodnight for the Texaco dealers from coast to coast, reminding you not to speed in your car. Speed ruins tires. Stay under 40 and save rubber. Have a Texaco dealer check your tires regularly. Drive in at any time. Remember, you're welcome. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Welcome to the Texaco Star Theater, ladies and gentlemen, and a special welcome to our armed forces all over the world who will hear this program by shortwave. Tonight we present Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, Portland Hoffa, our special guest, Miss Jean Arthur from Hollywood, the winner of the Texaco College competition, Claude Coleman from St. Louis University at St. Louis, Missouri, and Al Goodman's orchestra. An hour of mirth and melody brought to you by Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, the July issue of True Detective magazine contains Fred Allen's favorite crime thriller. We now present this famous crime authority, ready to solve the mystery of who's going to kill the next 60 minutes. Fred Allen in person.
Thank you very much. Oh, thank you. I wouldn't bother reporting, ladies and gentlemen. It's too hot for that. Just nod to me and I'll understand. Thank you very much. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Wallington, I would suggest, if you don't mind, that you read my favorite mystery and True Detective this month. As a little boy, did you ever hear that verse? Lizzie Borden took an axe and gave her mother 40 whacks. That's what it is. That's
I'm
the-
not interested in the Lizzie Borden case, Mr. Allen. There's only one crime that burns me up.
One crime? What is that, James?
The great Jimmy Wallington crime.
Oh, the great?
The great crime.
The Wallington crime, you mean?
That's right. That is that it's a crime that you don't let Wallington do something on this program.
Yeah?
I'm getting sick and tired of standing around here week after week doing nothing.
Why don't you get on the Benny show? He's doing nothing all summer. Probably need a straight man to do nothing, to hold him up to do nothing or something. You'll have company, Jimmy.
Well, you can't knock Jack Benny to me. At least he lets Don Wilson show his talent on the program.
Oh, Don Wilson, that gristle with a hat on. Don.
Boy, I'd like to get a chance at a microphone alone like Don Wilson does.
What would you do?
I'd show you what I'd do, believe you me.
All right, Mr. Wallington, you say you have talent. You say that I'm holding you back. Now, here is your big opportunity. The microphone is yours. Now, what is it you want to do? Thank you very much, Mr. Wallington. Mr. Wallington's records will be on sale in the lobby. And now that Mr. Wallington's hidden talent has been brought out into the open where the air can get at it, we in Toto, which won't hurt it any, we turn to the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. Washington, D.C. War Production Board announces order which will stop production of practically all metal musical instruments in the immediate future. Shortage of metal instruments causes consternation in musical circles. A musician from New Jersey says,
10,000 guys are hoping they take my instrument away from me.
10,000?
Yeah, I'm the bugler at Fort Monmouth.
Well, what will happen if you don't blow your bugle some morning?
Brother, you will hear snoring as far west as Toledo.
And now the March of Trivia interviews several musicians who have been affected by the shortage of the metal instruments. First, a popular band leader. What is the name of your group, sir?
Solid Sam and his 7 senders.
Solid Sam?
Yeah, it's a gut bucket combo.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, our specialty is barrel house. Sometimes we break it down during a jam joust and schmaltz it up till our chops is beat.
You haven't an interpreter with you by any chance. Well, say, you fellas must have a hot outfit.
Well, you can't dance closer than 10 feet to the band.
It's not closer than 10 feet? Why not?
We'll cremate you.
You're that hot, huh?
If you dance your girl too close, you're apt to end up going home with a clinker.
That has happened to me already. Well, how are you coping with the metal instrument shortage, Sam?
That's nothing. I just threw out all the brasses and put in violins. Sam and his solid senders are set for the duration.
Well, now what if there is a shortage later, a shortage of violin bows?
Well, I can make my own bows.
You can get horsehair?
I got a guy at Belmont saving it for me.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, when jockeys ain't looking, he pulls horses' tails and saves me the hair. I'm sitting pretty for bows.
Well, what about violin strings?
Yeah, them I don't worry about. I got plenty of potential strings.
Potential violin strings?
I got 200 cats down in my cellar.
Well, that takes the kitty, and thank you, Solid Sam. Hey, Jim, I hate that when they start their own applause as they're leaving the microphone. Anything like a victim of the instrument ban is, I'm sorry, miss, your name has slipped my mind, too.
I am Madame Olga, my car.
Oh, Madame Olga. Oh, I see you here. You traffic with spirit. You prowl the occult. You prowl...
Madame Olga is a medium.
Oh, I see.
Seances on the hour from 9 to 5 or by appointment.
Oh. Well, now, what about this musical instrument shortage, Madame Olga?
Thanks to the WPB, my studio is a shambles.
Some client broke up your place?
My crystal ball is in pieces. My Ouija board is in splinters.
It is, huh? What happened?
Friday night, I received a call from the head of the Musicians Union.
Local 802?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
The head of the union wanted me to summon Gabriel from the great beyond. He had a warning.
A warning for Gabriel?
Yes. When Gabriel comes, He can't blow his trumpet here in New York until he joins the musicians' union.
Say, that's after hold things up, don't you think?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Well, I opened my seance.
Yeah.
I said, Paging Gabriel.
Aging Gabriel. Yeah.
There was a dank swish of ectoplasm. It was Gabriel.
Yeah.
I said, Gabriel, sound your trumpet.
Well, what happened?
Gabriel must have heard of the metal instrument shortage.
He didn't blow his trumpet?
Gabriel blew a sweet potato.
Well, a yam session is the thing in swing, and thank you, Madam Olga. And now a symphony musician who is greatly upset, apparently is greatly upset, Otto Sussman. Why, you're trembling, Mr. Sussman.
Yeah, Sussman is ruined.
What happened?
I am playing with the symphony fourth cornet.
Fourth cornet you play, huh?
Yeah, it's coming priorities. I am pooling my cornet.
You're pooling your cornet.
Yeah,
huh?
when the symphony is playing, Sussman is using the cornet.
I see. And nights when you are not playing, you let some other musician play your cornet.
It is fatal.
Or something went wrong?
Thursday night, I am pooling. Who is taking Sussman's cornet?
Who?
Hartlich Shapiro. He is with Glenn Miller playing. That is fatal.
Well, how come, Mr. Sussman?
The next night, Hartlich Shapiro is returning the cornet. Sussman is playing symphony.
I see.
The music is playing la da 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 da.
Yes.
Sussman on the cornet is playing.
Just those two notes.
Yeah,
huh?
the symphony is going la da 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 da.
Uh-huh.
Sussman is blowing.
Well, what happened at the concert?
Hartlich Shapiro is not shaking out the cornet.
And?
Inside the cornet is sticking one hot lick left over.
One hot lick?
Poor Sussman.
Well, what?
The music is going la da 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 da.
And you?
Sussman is blowing.
What happened?
Sussman is with Carnegie Hall no longer.
Where are you playing now?
Sussman is soloist at Duffy's Tavern.
Well, your nose tells me there is one bar in Duffy's Tavern you are playing, and thank you, Otto Sussman. Well, I guess that takes care of it.
Bide a wee old droopy jowls. Falstaff's here, they'll soon be howls.
Now, look, Mr. Openshaw,
The Alley Addison is at your service.
Now, not with more of those rancid rondos, I trust.
Have you heard, said the skate to the bait, you'll have to wait?
No, I don't think I have.
I took her into the SHA and tried to get her alone.
No, I haven't heard of that one either.
Mother knew she was getting the policeman's goat when she saw him reach for his billy.
Now, wait. Look, tonight we happen to be talking about the ban on musical instruments.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a poem.
What is your music poem called?
Strike Up the Band.
Strike Up the Band, huh? Well, how does it go?
This WPB order is just the thing. It definitely spells the doom of swing and those off-key bands with their raucous brasses and the jitterbug gates with their hepcat lasses. I hope they stop making saxophones, clarinets, banjos, and slide trombones, oboes and fifes and euphoniums, piccolos, guitars, and big bass drums. Don't get me wrong. I like swing bands. I'm nuts about music of certain brands. It's just one of them things, them paradoxes. Bands ruin my business. I sell jukeboxes. Nickel, 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 nickel.
Thank you very much, Falstaff Openshaw. And as Falstaff shuffles away, we turn to welcome Kenny Baker. Now, for his first number tonight, Kenny has chosen a song from Maytime, Will You Remember? Al Goodman conducting. Kenny?
the fragrant in May. No years that are coming can bring time to make me forget, dear, this day. I love you in life's gray December, the same as I love you today. My heart ever young will remember the thrill it knew that day in Sweetheart, 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 though our paths may sever, through life's last faint ember, will you remember? Springtime, love time,
Maestro Goodman has just given us a synopsis of Three Little Sisters. We just had time to meet one of the girls. And that brings us to...
Mr. Allen!
Portland. Say, what's wrong, Portland? You look scared to death.
There's a lady outside with 3 snakes. She wants to see you.
A lady with 3 snakes?
She says the snakes played on the bill with you at Ithaca.
Snakes on the bill at Ithaca? Has the woman got venom spots on her sleeves and fang bites all over her face?
Yes.
Rosita and her rattlers. Ever since Jack Haley and Ben Burney were here telling me that vaudeville was back, hundreds of old acts have been coming around to see me here.
They're calling you the Daniel Boone of vaudeville.
I know, I heard that, the Daniel Boone yet. Life magazine has pictures of Haley and me dancing in this week's issue. My apartment house lobby looks as though Ringling Brothers is casting there. Clowns, midgets, sawdust, so people are...
There was a magician looking for you before.
Well, how do you know he was a magician?
I saw rabbit tracks in his hat.
Rabbit tracks in his hat, huh? You know, it's terrible. I got up this morning, and there was a contortionist under my bed. Of all... will you answer the phone, Portland, please?
All right. Hello? Yes.
Who is it, another vaudeville act?
Yes, it's Armbuster and his talking dog. You can have the act for $50 a week.
Tell him no.
Hello? Mr. Allen says... Oh, what? Yes, I'll tell him. Goodbye.
Well, now what?
You can have the dog alone for $25.
Well, what is Armbuster going to do?
I don't know.
Well, wasn't that Armbuster talking on the phone?
No, that was the dog.
Dog's calling me up yet. How did the dog get a nickel in the phone to call up? That I will know. Oh, hello, Kenny. I didn't see you coming
Hi,
in.
F.A. Hello, Porty.
Hello, Kenny. Is that your traveling bag?
Yes, Porty, I just dropped in to say goodbye.
Goodbye. Where do you think you're off to?
I'm going into vaudeville, F.A. I open in New Britain Wednesday.
Open in New Britain? Have you been talking to those broken-down small-timers who've been pesting me around here?
I've had plenty of offers, brother.
Offers? For vaudeville? What offers?
I could have gone with Neil and a seal. The Honey Boy Minstrels were after me. They wanted me to sing with black on my face.
No kidding.
Which offer did you take, Kenny?
I'm going with the Novelty Peabodys. They're short a man.
The Novelty Peabodys?
What kind of an act is it, Kenny?
Well, when the curtain goes up, the 4 Peabodys are standing there in pink tights.
Bloodshot Balbriggans, huh?
2 Peabodys pick up a big slab of concrete and put it on the other Peabody's head.
Yeah?
Then the 4th Peabody hits the slab of concrete with a sledgehammer, and it breaks. The house comes down.
Which Peabody will you be, Kenny?
The one with the concrete on his head. Who else?
what happened to the other Peabody?
From getting hit on the head with a sledgehammer 5 shows a day,
Yeah?
he's got fallen arches.
Fallen arches. He got them the hard way, huh? Well, Kenny, getting hit on the head with that sledgehammer, you're apt to get hurt.
What can happen? I got fallen arches already.
Oh, I give up. Portland,
Yes?
you keep an eye on the door. Now, if any vaudeville acts show up, you keep them out. I've got to introduce our guest.
Who's coming tonight?
Well, Jean Arthur called me up a little while ago. She said she wanted to see me, that it was very important. So I invited her over, naturally.
Jean Arthur, the movie star?
Yes, Portland. And you may have heard someplace that 3 is a crowd.
I get it.
Uh-huh. And now, ladies and gentlemen, may I present one of the cinema's most charming ladies, Miss Jean Arthur. I'm happy to see you, Jean.
I'm happy to see you, too, Fred.
What I've been through the last 2 weeks with those vaudeville actors. You know, it's a pleasure to see someone from Hollywood.
Oh, thank you.
For one night, I won't have to worry about vaudeville, Jean. Say, you said that you wanted to talk to me. What's on your mind?
I'm going into vaudeville.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Jean, you're not through out in Hollywood. They haven't cast you aside like an old sarong, have they, out there?
No, I just finished a picture at Columbia.
A short?
No, it's a big feature called Town's Talking. Cary Grant and Ronald Colman are in it.
Cary Grant. Well, why is it when all of you stars make a picture, the minute it's finished, you come east? Now, why don't you stay in Hollywood until the picture comes out and face it?
But I'm not running away.
You're not?
No, I'm joining a USO unit to tour the Army camp.
Oh, good.
That's why I want to talk to you.
You need a chaperone?
No, I need a vaudeville act.
Well, who told you to come to me?
Everybody said, see Fred Allen. He started the whole thing.
Oh, that's fine.
You've got to help me, Fred. What will I need to do a vaudeville act?
Well, you have to have a song, a dance, and a few gags. Do you sing?
No.
You dance?
No.
You tell jokes?
No.
Mm-hmm. Well, what can you do?
Well, just act.
You just act, huh?
Monotonous, isn't it?
Well, now, wait a minute. We have a problem here, Jean. You are going to tour the Army camps. You must have something to do. Can you do any card tricks?
No.
No card tricks. So how about acrobatics?
Oh, I used to be able to kick myself in the back of the head.
Oh, well, you just can't come out on the stage and kick yourself. Kick yourself in the back of the head for 15 minutes. I mean.
Oh, I don't do it anymore. I had to stop it.
You had to stop. Why?
It was making my forehead protrude.
Well, that's good. You get more your money's worth at a phrenologist then. It was a big thing. Well, there's only one thing you can do, Jean. I'm afraid that you have to tell a joke.
You mean I have to walk out on the stage and tell a joke?
Yes.
Alone?
Yes.
Oh, I can't go out on the stage alone.
Well, why not?
Well, I'll get blamed for everything.
Oh, you mean in Hollywood the blame is shared?
Oh, sure. In pictures before I act, the names flash on the screen. It tells who wrote the picture, who directed it, who made the costume.
Oh, well, you can tell a joke the same way, Jean. Now, I'll give you the fanfares, all of the announcements, and everything.
Oh, but how would it sound?
I'll show you how it would sound. A fanfare, Mr. Goodman.
This joke is presented by the Texaco Style Theater. This joke was written for radio by Nat Hiken. Additional dialogue and joke by Roland Kibbe and Arnold Auerbach. This joke is based on an original joke by Mark Twain. The joke will be told by Miss Jean Arthur. Miss Arthur's wardrobe created especially for this joke by Bloomingdale's basement. Mr. Allen's wardrobe by Barney. Any resemblance between this joke and any other joke you may have heard over your radio is highly probable. This is a Fred Allen production.
All right, Jean, now that ought to make you feel at home. Now go ahead and tell your joke.
Where's the director?
Director?
Look, I'm from Hollywood. I wouldn't know what to do without a director.
Well, we haven't got time to get Lubitsch now, Gene.
Well, can't you direct me, Fred?
Well, all right. I'll try to do it. I've never done it, of course. I tell you, I'll tell the joke first to show you how it goes. Now, this is the joke, in case there's any misunderstanding later. A little boy came running up... A little boy... Well, you don't know what these things... A little boy came running up to his mother on a train and said, Mummy, what was the name of the city we just stopped at? And the mother said, Go away, Rollo, I'm reading. A few minutes later, the kid ran up again and said, Mummy, what was the name of that city? And the mother said, We have passed the city, Rollo. Why do you want to know the name of it? And the boy said, Because little brother just got off there. Do you get it?
Yes. Now I'm supposed to finish the joke?
The joke has been consummated, Gene.
Maybe if I said I did it.
I do it. No, Gene. Just tell the joke the way it is.
All right. Will you direct me?
All right. Now I'll direct you. First, look out at the audience and smile. That's right. Now, that shows them that you're not afraid of them. See, that's very important. Now, look out at the audience. Look out at the audience again. Maybe if I read yours, I'd have better luck. Well, I'm new at this directing. You see, it upsets me. Yes. Now, great. Look down at your script. Fine. Now, look out at the audience and laugh. You see. You see? That shows them that something funny is coming. They'll be on the watch for it. Now look back at your script again. All right, now start the joke.
I'm sorry, Fred, I can't.
Well, why not?
I'm not in the mood. In pictures, I can't do a scene unless I'm in the mood.
Well, all right, then. I guess I'll get you some mood music. Mr. Goodman, could I borrow 3 nephews with violins, please? I tell you what we want. We need a little mood music for Miss Arthur. A little mood music, will you please? All right, Gene. Now tell your joke.
A little boy came up to his mother on a train and said, Mother, darling, Mother, what was the name of that city we stopped at? And his mother said, Go away! I hate you!
Wait a minute. All right, wait a minute. Thanks a lot, fellas. That's plenty. Now, look, Gene, we are not trying for the Academy Award tonight. You are just telling a simple little joke.
Was I too emotional?
Emotional? You sounded like Betty Davis at a Rotary luncheon. Gene, there's only one thing to do if you're going to play the Army camps. I'm afraid that I will have to make the trip. I'll have to go with you.
Oh, will you really do an act with me?
Well, why not? Arthur and Allen, abreast from old Broadway.
But didn't you promise to do an act with Jack Haley?
Oh, so what? With a loose coat, a knife, and Haley's back won't even show. Why, you and I will be a sensation.
Well, what can we do?
Now, let me see. Well, we could do a gay 90s routine. You know, you come out on a stage with a leg of mutton sleeves, swinging a parasol, and I sort of saunter by in tan button shoes and peg-top pants.
Yes,
you know,
and then what?
Swagger by. Then you drop your Kleenex, and I pick it up. I tip my boater. We tell a couple of jokes. You remember those old jokes like this? Didn't I see you in Atlantic City?
Yes, I was the girl with the boardwalk.
Girl with the boardwalk. Right, that'll do for one. Now, here's another. What would I have to give you to get a little kiss?
Chloroform.
Very good. And then all we have to do, 18 or 9 of those jokes like that, then we sing one of those old gay 90s songs.
But I can't sing.
Well, neither can I. That's great. Our voices won't conflict. Nothing. Say, how about in my merry Oldsmobile?
You'll be sorry.
Well, we'll wait and find out. Let's try in my merry Oldsmobile with one of those old-time fast tatter choruses. We'll just see how it sounds. Mr. Goodman, in my merry Oldsmobile.
Come away with me, Lucille, in my merry old mobile. Down the road of life we'll fly, automobiling you and I. To the church we'll swiftly steal, then our wedding bells will peal. You can go as far as you like with me in my merry old mobile. Take me up along with you, my darling, do, and we will go up high into a latitude about as near as anybody that has ever reached the sky. We will sail around the lunar planet, making love and hugging every time we scan it, with nobody in the airplane except the minister, you and I. We will float a little, fly on boat a little, while we rode a little, send a note a little, subsequently passing through the sky and having lots of fun. We'll go up into the sweetest skies of blue, and on ascending we will figure out the two, but on returning to terra firma we'll be as one. You can go as far as you like with me in my merry automobile.
Thank you very much, Miss Jean Arthur. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We have no encore. As a matter of fact, to get that song together, we had Mary Oldsmobile, and the patter was from Come Josephine and My Flying Machine. So you know what an encore might turn out to be Gunga Din with a piccolo player. And while Miss Arthur, thank you, Miss Arthur, and while Miss Arthur prepares to join the workshop players later in the program, Kenny Baker makes a welcome reappearance, this time to sing for us, Johnny Doughboy Found a Rose in Ireland.
Johnny Doughboy found a rose in Ireland, sure the fairest flower that ever grew. Oh, the blarney in her talk took him back to old New York, 'cause his mother spoke the sweetest blarney too. Johnny Doughboy found a rose in Ireland, and she stole his heart with smiling eyes of blue. He said, darling, 'tis my duty to make an American beauty of a sweet Irish rose like you. Johnny Doughboy sailed away, and it was his lucky day, even though the skies were gray above. On that isle across the sea, Johnny's making history with his Yankee Doodle arms of love. Johnny Doughboy found a rose in Ireland, sure the fairest flower that ever grew. Oh, the blarney in her talk took him back to old New York, 'cause his mother spoke the sweetest blarney too. Johnny Doughboy found a rose in Ireland, and she stole his heart with smiling eyes of blue. He said, darling, 'tis my duty to make an American beauty of a sweet Irish rose like you.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Texaco Star Theater brings you the most talented undergraduate of a leading institution of higher learning. Tonight, we salute St. Louis University at St. Louis, Missouri, by presenting its most talented students. Chosen by a vote of the undergraduate body, the winner has come to New York as Fred Allen's guest with all expenses paid and a cash award of $200. Now, Fred, are you ready to introduce our guest?
Yes, Larry. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present St. Louis University's most talented undergraduate, meet Claude Carmen. Claude. Well, congratulations, Claude, and more than welcome to our Texaco campus.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Say, tell me, have you ever heard our program out there in St. Louis?
Yes, I tune in every Sunday night.
Well, then, of course, you know the first question I'm going to ask you, Claude.
Yes, Mr. Allen. This is my first trip to New York.
This is your first trip to New York. Fine. Well, I suppose you've been out looking our city over.
Well, I tried to find a sightseeing bus today. There didn't seem to be any around.
No, the sightseeing buses have been taken off the streets, Claude, to save the rubber in the rubbernecking, I understand. There is a new tour, though, that... I'll wait for you, madam. Did you want to laugh? But, we give that service, Claude. Anyway, you just wave at us and we wait. There is a new tour, though, Claude, a new tour that leaves from Times Square. There's a man down there with 30 bicycles, and the tourists ride the bicycles around the city, you see, and the guide goes along on a pogo stick and explains the sightseeing. But, well, that takes care of New York, Claude. Now, how would you like to tell us something about your school?
Well, St. Louis University was founded by Bishop Louis DuBourg in 1818. It's the oldest university between the Mississippi and the Pacific Ocean.
Well, how did the university start? Did someone open a McGuffey reader and a crowd gathered? How did the school start?
No, Mr. Allen. The school started in a one-story stone house near the riverfront. At first, it was called an Academy for Young Gentlemen, and 15 students were enrolled.
15? You mean in 1818 there were only 15 gentlemen in St. Louis?
Well, I wouldn't know, Mr. Allen.
Well, what happened to the little stone house and the 15 young gentlemen?
Today, the university embraces 17 schools and colleges. We have over 7,000 students enrolled, and there are nearly 800 professors on the teaching staff.
What are you studying at school, Claude?
Well, I'm wrestling with law.
Well, that's fine. Wrestling with law, huh? I know a boy who studied law here in New York. He finished his 4-year course in 3 years, sued the college, and got his last year's tuition back. Do you participate in athletics out there at school?
Well, I don't have time for athletics. I have a job.
Oh, you have a job? You're working your way through school?
Yes, sir. After school hours, I work in a clothing store.
Oh, you do really? Which store?
Is it all right to mention it on the air?
Why not? You want to get a raise when you get back. What clothing store is it?
Robert's Custom Tailor.
Why don't you spell it out like a radio announcer, Claude?
Roberts. Roberts. Like that, you mean?
Yeah, that's right. And now that you are a vice president in the Roberts organization, can you tell us any interesting facts about the school, SLU?
Well, a St. Louis University football coach, Eddie Kokum, perfected the modern version of the forward pass.
Uh-huh. He perfected the version that we have today, I see.
And St. Louis was the first university to own and operate its own radio station, WEW. That was back in 1921.
WEW. Say, when you become a lawyer, Claude, you can open your own Goodwill Court on WEW out there.
Well, I'd rather not be a radio lawyer.
Well, no, it is bad. If the case is appealed, you have a rebroadcast at night. Well, you have a fine voice. You can sing in radio, Claude.
I don't know. I think I'll wait until I finish school, Mr. Allen.
Well, you know what you can do? You can mix your law and your singing, Claude. Now, imagine you open up the Goodwill Court singing Zoot Suit, you see? Then you turn around and win the suit, which turns out to be from Roberts the Custom Tailor. But I think I'm getting a little mixed up, Claude. Perhaps we'd better have your song.
Before I sing, Mr. Allen, I have a gift for you.
Yes, Claude.
We heard down at school that you do a bit of boxing occasionally.
Yes, Claude, I do a little boxing, and I have the lumps to prove it.
The student sent you this boxing robe. We thought it might come in handy.
Say, this is a dandy, Claude. This is the robe. I'll just slip it on for size. It's a little chilly in here. Put this thing on, see how it comes out. say, this is a dandy, Claude, this robe. And I want to thank you and the students of St. Louis University for your kindness tonight. Now, Claude, what about your song?
I'd like to sing Dark Eyes.
Dark Eyes, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, St. Louis University's most talented undergraduate, Claude Carmen, sings for us Dark Eyes.
Dark eyes in my dream, I was sad it seemed, and the skies were gray, till you came my way. Then at once I knew that the skies were blue, and my dream came true. For they brought me oh, my dark-eyed one, lovely little dark-eyed one, life has just begun, for I found the sun where the love lies, like you firelight, deep within your eyes, dark eyes that I love.
Claude Carmen. That was fine, Claude. That was fine, Claude. Carmen, I'm sure your fellow students, the faculty, and the St. Louis University alumni will be as pleased with your performance tonight as we are. And all of us here in the Texaco Star Theater wish you every success in your law career. Now, next week, ladies and gentlemen, we will present the most talented undergraduate of West Virginia University in Morgantown, West Virginia. I borrowed the teeth for tonight. I don't know what. The most talented undergraduate of West Virginia University in Morgantown, West Virginia. After hearing the three finalists over station WCHS in Charlestown, West Virginia, the student body voted. The ballots have just been tabulated, and the winner is Mary Eleanor Mulholland. Congratulations, Mary. We'll have the lamp in the window for you next Sunday night. Earlier in our program, ladies and gentlemen, you met Miss Jean Arthur. How many times have you, as a picture fan, said to yourself, where do movie stars come from? How do they become movie stars? What keeps them in the public eye? Well, tonight, we're going to tell you. The Texaco Workshop Players, starring Miss Jean Arthur, present the cavalcade of a glamour girl. This little gem is called A Star is Born, or the Saga of Mona Bodenfelder. Mona Bodenfelder was the most glamorous and exotic Hollywood beauty of her day. Mona was born in a tiny town in Jersey, Upper Ferret Falls. She was the prettiest girl in Upper Ferret Falls, and as a little tyke, when Mona walked down Main Street with her raven pigtails bobbing, little boys would yell,
Hey, Mona, what's your hurry? I'm not playing post office, Mona. Here's to you in a dim out, Mona.
Yes, Mona was
was the most popular girl in Upper Ferret Falls. A few years later, when graduation day exercises were held at high school, the teacher said,
And now our last class award. The student voted most likely to succeed is Mona Bodenfelder. And here is your birthmark plaque, Mona.
Oh, thank you, Miss Boynton. And thank you, class, for voting me the most likely to succeed. And no matter how successful I become in life, to you, my classmates, I will always be just little old Mona Bodenfelder.
And now, class will rise. We'll sing our school anthem. 1, 2.
Hail to thee, our alma mater. We sing your praises to the sky. Hail to thee, our alma mater. For thee, Hayden Bottom Junior High.
Fortune smiled on Mona from the start. The day after school closed, she went to work as hostess at Golden Paul's Big Meat Market on Elm Street. Mona liked to meet people and always had a smile and a kind word for Mr. Golden Paul's patrons. Customers would say,
Mona, how is your cold shoulder today?
Oh, fine, Mr. Swan. How's yours?
Mona, your card.
Did you get your order, Mr. White?
Yeah, Mona.
Close your Boston bag. Your tongue is hanging out.
Thanks, Mona.
You back again, Mrs. Lane?
Yes, I got halfway home, forgot to take my kidneys.
Well, you stay right here. I'll get your kidneys for you.
Mona was happy in her little world of meat, and that fall Golden Paul's Meat Market sponsored a beauty contest. No one was surprised that night at the town hall when Mr. Golden Paul in his shiny new apron stood up and announced,
Tonight, the Golden Paul Meat Market Beauty Contest comes to a close. The winner will receive a free trip to Hollywood and 10 pounds of chuck roast. And the winner, the beauty we will crown Miss Upper Ferret Falls, is Mona Bodenfelder. Now, Mona, here is your ticket to Hollywood.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Golden Paul.
And here is your 10 pounds of chuck roast.
Miss Upper Ferret Falls. Gosh.
All right, band, whoop her up.
The next morning, sitting in the day coach with her ticket and 10 pounds of chuck roast, Mona wondered what Hollywood had in store for her. The first day she arrived in Hollywood, Mona went to see Mr. L.V. Meyer, head of the mighty Diagram Studio. Mr. Golden Paul had given Mona a letter and a veal cutlet to give to Mr. Meyer. As Mona entered the big producer's office, Mr. Meyer looked up from his aspirin bottle and said,
Why, you're beautiful.
Oh, Mr. Meyer.
I'll make you a star in pictures.
Oh, Mr. Meyer.
Gad, those raven tresses, those dimples, that wen. What is your name, Charmer?
Mona Bodenfelder.
Mona Bodenfelder. Why, that name is box office. Mona Bodenfelder. Gad, you're a find. Where's my aspirin?
Here it is, Mr. Meyer.
Oh, thank you. I'll buzz my publicity man. Where's my buzzer?
Right here.
Oh, yes.
Yes, Mr. Meyer.
Mulcahy, I've got a find.
Again?
This is Lena Golden Paul.
No, it's Mona Bodenfelder, Mr. Meyer.
Don't bother me with the details, girl. Mulcahy, get busy. This girl is a star.
Yes, sir. I'll coin a gimmick. Oh, wait a minute. We've used Oomph Girl and Sweater Girl, LV.
I got it. Yes, Mulcahy.
Whap. Mona Bodenfelder, the Whap Girl.
Gad, what a brain. The Whap Girl.
Yeah.
Mona, you got whacked.
Oh, what is WAP, Mr. Meyer?
Yes, Mulcahy, what is whack?
Don't rush me, LV. I just made up the word. I'll make up the definition later. So long.
Well, now I'll get my makeup man. Gad, what's wrong with this buzzer?
You're buzzing your aspirin bottle, Mr. Meyer.
Oh, Gad, I must have swallowed my buzzer.
No. Here it is.
Oh, yes. Yes, LV. Eastmore, this is Hollywood's new star, Sonia Bodenfelder.
It's Mona Bodenfelder, Mr. Meyer.
Yes, that's right. Well, Eastmore, she's the Veronica Lake type, LV. Yes, she's beautiful. What does she lack for pictures? You can see both her eyes, LV. Have you seen Veronica Lake, dearie?
Yes, Veronica Lake has only one eye.
That's it. We'll comb your hair down over both eyes.
Both eyes? How can I see to walk around?
We'll get you a seeing eye dog. Gad, what a novelty. You'll play all your love scenes with mature and a seeing eye dog.
late, L.B. I'll get busy. Gad, a new star. And they said L.B. was slipping. That reminds me. Can you sing, dance, or act?
No, Mr. Meyer.
Well, that's no handicap in pictures.
You mean
The studio will teach you to sing, dance, and act. Starting tomorrow, you will report to the studio school. Now study hard.
You bet your life I will, Mr. Meyer.
Come back to me in 6 months. You'll be a star, Tanya Goldendelfer.
And Mona Bodenfelder did study hard. Every morning, Mona reported to her singing teacher, Professor Baker.
Take a deep breath, Miss Bodenfelder. Inhale.
Yes, sir.
Now exhale. Very good. Now we'll try the scale. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do.
Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do.
Excellent, Miss Bodenfelder. In 6 months, I will make you another Andrews sister.
Which Andrews sister will I be, Professor Baker?
The one in the middle.
Every afternoon, Mona reported to her dancing teacher, Madame Tabova.
First, we were bending down. 1, 2.
1, 2. 1, 2.
Next, we were kicking up. 1, 2.
1, 2. 1, 2.
Pointing the toe at this little darling.
Do you think I'll ever become a dancer, Madame Tabova?
In 6 months, I will making you another Becky Grable.
Every night, Mona took a dramatic lesson with Professor Dimmock.
To be an actress, you must cry, child. Give me tears. Very good. To be an actress, you must laugh. Give me teeth. Excellent. To be a success on the screen, you must master 3 speeches.
What speeches, Professor Dimmock?
Let me hear you say, darling.
Darling.
Roscoe, you mean
Roscoe, you mean
this is the end.
this is the end?
Your diction is perfect.
Is that all I have to know, Professor Dimmock?
Yes, those are the only 3 lines you will ever get to say in pictures.
I'll master them, Professor Dimmock.
Good. In 6 months, I will make you another Shirley Temple.
At the end of 6 months, Mona Bodenfelder was a combination of Shirley Temple, Becky Grable, and the Andrews sister in the middle. Her training completed, Mona reported back to the head of the Mighty Diagram Studios, Mr. L.D. Meyer. As Mona opened the door, Mr. L.D. Meyer looked up and roared.
Well, what do you want? Who are you?
I'm Mona Bodenfelder, the web girl, Mr. Meyer.
You want to get in the pictures?
Oh, yes, sir. You told me.
Here, take this memo. Go to see Mr. Schreiber.
Yes, sir.
Goodbye.
Mona went to see Mr. Schreiber. Mr. Schreiber looked at Mr. Meyer's memo and said...
Oh, yes. Go to see Mr. Hussey.
Mona saw Mr. Hussey. Mr. Hussey said...
Oh, yes. Go to see Miss Carroll.
Miss Carroll said...
Oh, yes. Go to see Mr. Morrow.
Mr. Morrow said...
Go to see Mr. Palese.
Palese said...
Take this slip and see Mr. Salvin.
Mr. Salvin turned out to be the policeman at the studio gate. Handing him the slip, Mona said...
Where do I go now, Mr. Salvin?
You go home, Miss Bodenfelder. This slip is your pass to get out of the studio. Good night.
And so Mona Bodenfelder, Miss Upper Ferret Falls, the little girl who was voted most likely to succeed, found herself outside of the Mighty Diagram Studios, disillusioned and alone. Her chuck roast long since eaten, she couldn't return and face Upper Ferret Falls, and so Mona took the first job she could find. Months passed, and then one day in the Brown Derby restaurant, Mona saw the head of the Mighty Diagram Studios, Mr. L.V. Meyer, again. Mona spoke to him.
The veal fricassee is very nice today, Mr. Meyer.
No, waitress. I think I'll... Well, gad, girl, what are you doing working in this calorie cave?
I have to live, Mr. Meyer.
Why, you're beautiful.
Please, Mr. Meyer.
Gad, those raven tresses, those dimples, that wen.
Oh, Mr. Meyer.
Why, you should be in pictures. What's your name?
Mona Bodenfelder.
Come to my office tomorrow morning, lad of Golden Heifer. I will make you a star.
Yes, sir. In the meantime, what's your order?
Oh, yes. I'll have number 7. Bicarbonate and lukewarm water.
Yes, sir. One producer's lunch. Have it medium luke.
Mona Bodenfelder didn't sleep a wink that night. At last she was to have her chance in pictures.
The next morning, bright and early, Mona entered Mr. L.V. Meyer's office. As she opened the door, Mr. L.V. Meyer looked up and roared.
Well, what do you want?
I'm Mona Bodenfelder.
You want to get into pictures?
But you told me...
Here, take this memo. Go to see Mr. Schreiber.
Oh, yeah? Well, you can go yourself, Mr. L.V. Meyer.
I can go where?
You know where, and it isn't to see Mr. Schreiber.
You dare to tell me?
2 years ago, you said you'd make me a star. You sent me to study singing, dancing, and acting. You said I'd be the WAP girl.
WAP girl?
I studied 6 months. When I came back, you didn't even know me.
I?
You turned me away. I've been working at the Ground Derby. Yesterday, you told me to come back here.
I?
Today, you don't know me again. When I left Upper Ferret Falls, I had hopes. I had ambition.
Wait a minute, girl. Did you say Upper Ferret Falls?
Yes, that's my home.
Upper Ferret Falls. I lived there as a boy. What is your name, girl?
Mona Bodenfelder.
Bodenfelder. What was your father's name?
Osip.
Osip Bodenfelder, my uncle's cousin.
Mr. Meyer, you mean...
Mona Bodenfelder, you are my own great-grandniece twice removed.
I am?
You're a relative. This is the day I've been waiting for.
I don't understand, Uncle Elvie.
For 20 years, I've been putting relatives on the studio payroll. My brother Irving is the treasurer. My sister's husband is casting director. My wife's uncle is a producer. My grandfather is wardrobe man. My nephew's running the cutting room.
The studio is run by relatives?
Relatives are everywhere but in my pictures. For 20 years, I've been testing relatives, but I've never found a relative with talent until today.
Uncle Elvie, you mean that your great-great-grandniece twice removed?
You, Mona Bodenfelder, are a relative. I will make you a star.
Oh, thank you, Elvie.
Now I can die happy. For 20 years, I've been looking at relatives around the studio. Now I can finally see a relative on the screen. Gad, I can't wait to see that name in light. A star is born. From now on, you are...
Mona Bodenfelder, the WAP girl.
That is how Mona Bodenfelder became a Hollywood star. And the moral is, the quickest way to become a star in pictures is to be born in the right family. For in Hollywood, in many cases, blood is thicker than talent. The end.
And now, an important personal message from Fred Allen.
Ladies and gentlemen, they say every comedian wants to play Hamlet. But I don't. I don't want to participate in a tragedy, and neither do you. And yet, tragedy will confront all of us if we lose this war. We'll win, but it's going to take everything we've got in effort and sacrifice. We've all got to do our share. And here's the thing that we all can do. Buy war bonds or stamps. No matter what your income, set aside 10% every payday. $1 out of every 10 to help buy planes and guns and ships and food and the million things our fighting men need to win. It's the safest, wisest investment you can possibly make. Start putting 10% of your income into war bonds or stamps on your next payday. You will be buying freedom for yourself and all of the generations of Americans to come. Thank you.
Next week, our guest will be Maurice Evans, famous Shakespearean actor, and the winner of the Technical College competition at West Virginia University, Mary Eleanor Mulholland.
Thank you, Jimmy. This is Fred Allen saying goodnight for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, reminding you that haste makes waste and speed wastes tires. Drive under 40 and save rubber, and drive into your Texaco dealers at any time to have your tires checked. Remember, you're welcome. Good night. Thank you. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's Texaco time with Fred Allen. Welcome to the Texaco Star Theater, ladies and gentlemen, and a special welcome to our armed forces all over the world who will hear this program by shortwave. Tonight, we present Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, Portland Hoffa, our special guest, Dr. Rockwell, the sage of Booth Bay Harbor, the winner of the Texaco College competition, George Strasser from St. John's University at Brooklyn, and Al Goodman's orchestra. An hour of mirth and melody brought to you by Texaco dealers from coast to coast. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Father's Day. We haven't anything on our program tonight about father, but we do have a man whose jokes will make you yell uncle. And here he is, Fred Allen, in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Wallington, I noticed that you always make me the butt of your jokes when a festive day rolls around. Now, your Father's Day remark just now was a rare sample of your flair for the trite.
Yes, trite is right. I always try to keep my announcements topical.
Well, I know that, Jimmy. I remember on Washington's birthday, remember you said George Washington threw a silver dollar across the Potomac River? Here is a man who, if he was a skunk, wouldn't throw a cent.
Yes, and on Christmas, I said, tonight I bring you a man who looked as though Santa Claus came down his nose and left a bag under each eye.
Well, how do you ever think those things up, Jimmy?
Well, I'm down in the saloon working day and night, Fred. Oh. I write my funny announcements weeks ahead.
Oh, you do, really?
Yes, I've got my 4th of July announcement ready right now. It's a Lulu. Do you want to hear it?
Well, yes, I might as well have it over with, Jimmy.
Okay. To celebrate July 4th, folks, I can't give you a firecracker, I can't give you a sparkler, but I can give you a little punk.
Now, all right, now. All right, Jimmy, touche. I am too tired to argue. I am turning post-haste to the latest news of the week. The March of Trivia presents its weekly lowlight from the world of news. Washington, D.C., 16-day nationwide collection of scrap rubber requested by President enters its second week. Huge campaign is expected to yield several million pounds of rubber urgently needed to relieve the rubber shortage. All around the country, people rush to gasoline service stations to turn in their rubber scrap. At Boston, Massachusetts, a society woman says,
"We of Boston 400 are behind the scrap drive 100%. We're giving rubber parties. A girl can't get in unless she brings a heel."
Thank you. At New York City, a worker says,
"I'm a window washer. I gave my squeegee into the rubber drive."
Oh, you did? Well, how are you cleaning windows now?
Well, I just throw the water up against the windows and I let it run down the side of the building.
And nobody says anything?
Well, in New York, what difference does it make? A few more drips. So what?
At Humdrum Falls, Vermont, a town official says,
"I'm the fire chief. I give the town fire hose into the rubber drive."
Well, how do you put out fires, Chief?
I got 20 old men in the fire department.
I see.
When we get to a fire,
yeah,
the whole 20 of us shinny up the side of the burning building until we get to the top.
And when you and the 20 old men get up on top of that blazing building with no hose, how do you put out the fire?
We drool.
A young lady who cooperated early in the rubber drive is LaBelle Laverne. You made your contribution, LaBelle.
I couldn't do no more than I'd done, so I done it.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, I'm a bubble dancer. I only had one bubble to my name.
Really?
I tied my bubble into the rubber drive.
Well, good for you. What show are you with, LaBelle?
Girls of the Moulin Rouge.
The Moulin Rouge, huh? Well, you were doing your bubble dance in the show?
Yeah, it was the first act finale.
Yeah?
The curtain goes up. I'm sitting in the bathtub acting coy.
Yeah?
The girls come on. They're nymphs bearing luck.
All these nymphs come on bearing luck,
Yeah.
uh-huh.
Well, the nymphs throw the lux into the bathtub.
Uh-huh.
It foams up.
Yeah?
I pick a big bubble off of the foam.
Mm-hmm.
I step out of the tub with me bubble.
Yeah.
The orchestra plays, I Don't Want to Walk Without You, baby.
And you did your dance?
At the finish, I'd done a dervish spin off stage.
Uh-huh.
Blue lights,
Blue lights.
I'm gone.
Yeah.
The bubble bounces on and takes a bow alone. Quick curtain.
Well, tell me, La Belle, now that you've turned your bubble into the rubber drive, have you quit the theater?
Oh, no, I'm rehearsing a new dance.
Something artistic?
It's a vegetable striptease.
A vegetable?
Yeah, as the curtain goes up, it's a victory garden.
Good.
I'm standing behind a watermelon.
Yeah.
The music starts, then I do a dance with the watermelon.
Fine.
For an encore, I take off the watermelon and dance with a honeydew.
With a honeydew. And for your next encore?
Oh, I dance with a tangerine.
The vegetables keep getting smaller.
Yeah, it's a striptease, only with vegetables.
Well, how does your dance finish?
As I'm taking bows with the tangerine,
Yeah.
I point to a grape.
Yeah.
The curtain comes down.
Just in time.
As long as La Belle Laverne keeps dancing, there'll be plenty of rubbernecks in the audience.
Well, that ought to help out the shortage, and thank you, La Belle Laverne. A man whose marital status has been endangered by the rubber drive, he's Nugent Sprocket. You had some trouble, Nuge?
Why, if it wasn't for the neighbors, I'd have killed her.
Killed who?
My wife, that she double-crossed.
Now, wait, now.
I had her by the throat. Get me a tape measure, I says, and I'll beat you to within an inch of your life.
Now, wait a minute. What?
Rubber caused the trouble. Every piece of rubber in the house she gave away.
No kidding.
The rubber heels are off of me shoes. I gotta walk tiptoe.
No kidding.
Yeah, my garters is gone. My stockings I gotta stick up with chewing gum.
Oh.
My suspenders she turned in.
Well, how do you...
I got my pants glued to my union suit with new skin.
Oh, well,
This morning I go into the bathroom to shave. That suction thing that holds my shaving mirror to the wall is gone.
Gone?
Trying to hold the mirror with one hand and shave with the other, I cut off the enemy nose.
I thought your pug looked a little raw there.
I go to take a bath, the rubber plug's going out of the tub.
Oh, that's
I
terrible.
go to take a shower, the hose is going off of the shower.
No.
The rubber sponge is gone, the soap dish is gone.
Well, how did you take a bath?
Well, I rubbed soap all over the bottom of the bathtub and rolled around in it.
Wasn't it gooey?
I felt like an eel coiled in a can of Johnson's wax.
Fine.
I step out of the tub, the rubber mat's gone. I done a power dive into the linoleum.
Well, your wife certainly fixed you up good.
Oh, that hen hawk. She wants rubber. I'm getting the divorce of Newark.
What has a Newark divorce got to do with rubber?
I'll give it a Jersey bounce.
Very Well, I guess that about winds up.
Hold it, pray, my merry gawk. Falstaff's here, his wares to hawk.
Falstaff? Open shore, huh?
Fresh from the doghouse. I've been molting.
You haven't brought more poems, I hope.
Have you heard, alas, alack, woe is me, life is naught but fiddle-dee-dee?
No, I haven't heard that.
Oh, to be a splinter, the things that I'd stick into.
No, I don't think I've heard that either.
And my Father's Day epic.
Oh, you have a Father's Day poem? What is it?
You pull up the railroad track, Mother, and I'll get some ties for Dad.
Now, for your information, Falstaff, tonight we're talking about rubber and the scrap salvage drive.
Precisely why I am here. I have written a song.
Oh, a rubber chant, have
Yes,
you?
I have brought the Peekskill male octet to sing it for you.
These two characters are the Peekskill male octet?
Yes, 6 of them refuse to sing on this program.
Why?
Loyalty to Major Bowes.
But these two finks will sing, huh?
Yes. This little man is known as the Peekskill Nightingale.
But He looks as though he just fell out of a nest, if you don't mind my saying so. Who is this other specimen?
Oh, he was formerly Lawrence Tibbetts' barber.
Oh. Well, all right. Let's hear their rubber salvage song.
If the Peekskill male octet is ready, you may carol, gentlemen.
R is for that raincoat in your closet. U is for that unused rubber mat. B is for your old hot water bottle. B also for babies, you know what. E is for each inner tube discarded. R is for your rubber bathing cap. Put them all together for Uncle Sammy. With rubber we can rub out Mr. Jap. Let's do it now.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And from the Peekskill Male Octet and Falstaff, we turn to welcome Kenny Baker. Kenny nods to his conductor, Al Goodman. Mr. Goodman raises his baton, and Kenny sings All the Things You Are.
Of springtime that makes the lonely winter seem long. You are the breathless hush of evening that trembles on the brink of a lovely song. You are the angel glow that lights the the dearest things I know are what you are. Someday my happy arms will hold you, and someday I'll know that moment divine when all the things you are Time and again I've longed for adventure, something to make my heart beat the faster. What did I long for? I never really knew. Finding your love, I found my adventure. Touching your hand, my heart beats the faster. All that I want in all of this world is you. Promised kiss of springtime that makes the lonely winter seem long. You are the breathless hush of evening that trembles on the brink of a lovely song. You are the angel glow that lights the sky. The dearest things I know are what you are. Someday my happy arms will hold you, and someday I'll know that moment divine when all the things you are mine.
Very nice. Say, Jimmy, what is that you have there? An automobile map?
Why, yes, you might call it an automobile map, Fred. At least it's going to take my car a long, long way.
Oh, you're going on a trip, are you?
No, Fred, this isn't that kind of an automobile map.
Oh, no?
This is a map of an automobile.
Uh-huh.
In other words, a chart that shows every lubrication point, like an X-ray.
Mm-hmm.
Texaco dealers have these, and they use them every time they give a car Marfax 40-point chassis lubrication service.
Well, look, Jimmy, you said this map or chart here would take your car a long, long way.
Well, it will, Fred. Because my Texaco dealer, working by chart, not by chance, gives my car regular Marfax chassis lubrication that will mean perhaps thousands of extra miles of service. You see, Marfax is Texaco's super tough chassis lubricant that stays put. It won't readily wash out, pound out, or squeeze out. It protects every vital chassis point against destructive wear. The proper lubrication of your car is one worry you can avoid if, instead of just asking for a grease job, you ask for Texaco's 40-point Marfax chassis lubrication service at Texaco dealers from coast to coast.
Al Goodman and his orchestra have just played the introduction to a song called Jingle Jangle. Music lovers who would like to hear Maestro Goodman finish a number can tune in 2 weeks from tonight when Mr. Goodman will start the Texaco Star Theater summer program. Mr. Goodman has enough unfinished music left over from the winter to last him all summer. So there's no reason why...
Mr. Allen!
Well, Portland... Say, is that envelope you have there, is that for me?
No, it's for me.
Oh.
It's a letter from Mary Livingston.
Oh, from Mary, huh? Well, what does the Belle of Plainfield have to say?
I'll read it.
Good.
It says, Dear Porty, well, here we are on the vacation Jack promised the whole gang. We left 2 days ago, all packed in Jack's Maxwell.
The Maxwell, huh? Mm-hmm. That Civil War Jeep that he's still... Do you know, have you ever heard how Benny gets the Maxwell to start?
How?
He runs ahead of it with a magnet. The only... But what else does Mary say there?
Don Wilson's got the back seat all to himself.
Old jelly hips, huh?
It says, lots of Don is hanging over the sides of the Maxwell, but Jack has hung 2 red flags on it.
2 red flags on it. You know, when Wilson sits down in a chair, the chair has a hangover. It's Wilson.
Mary says, we just passed one of the army camps Jack played last May. They threw rocks at us.
Well, that's why they loved him in St. Joe. It's sandy country down there. Go ahead. What else does she say?
Jack saw Fred Allen's picture in Life magazine. He's trying to get his dime back and suing Life for a nervous breakdown.
Good. Can't get any more than that for a dime these days, a breakdown and trouble. Is that all?
Yes. Mary says, so long, Porty. Give my regards to Kenny Baker, Jimmy Wallington, and old Sourpuss.
Uh-huh. She doesn't mention me, huh? Well, that's how they are, you know. Oh, hello, Kenny.
Hi, Effie. Hello, Kenny.
Hi, Porty.
I just had a letter from Mary Livingston, Kenny. Jack has taken everybody on a vacation.
Well, when I was working for Mr. Benny, he took us all on a camping trip one summer.
Well, confidentially, how was it, Kenny?
It was all right, but I was hungry all the time.
Benny didn't bring any food?
I built a fire as sort of a hint. Mr. Benny got it.
And?
Mr. Benny handed me an axe, pointed to Don Wilson, and turned his back.
I knew that guy was a cannibal. He'd not only eat his best friend, he'd eat him on Friday. I mean... Be thankful I'm laughing. I know what's coming. You see it. Be thankful I took you away. Be thankful I took you away from that savage, Kenny.
Yes, with you I'm still living. But that's about all.
Now, why, until you came with me, Kenny Baker, you didn't even know what money looked like.
Maybe the next place I'll work, they'll let me touch it.
Now, wait a minute. You get paid every week on this program.
Not money.
What else?
All I get is a piece of paper with some writing and your name on it.
Why, those are checks, Kenny.
What are checks?
Kenny, you've been getting those pieces of paper for 2 years now. What have you been doing with them?
The first one I pasted on my autograph book as a souvenir.
Yes?
The rest I just piled up.
But, Kenny!
Now, wait a minute. You keep out of this, Portland. Kenny, you've heard of the waste paper drive.
Why, sure.
Well, I'm handling the paper drive on this program, you see. Now, if you'll bring all those pieces of waste paper back to me, I'll turn them in.
Oh, it's too late, F.A.
Well, why?
I traded them to a fellow for 25 Pepsi-Cola tops.
Why, Kenny, that fellow bilked you.
Oh, yeah? He took your checks to every bank in town. Now he's around trying to get his Pepsi-Cola tops back.
Well, that will teach him a lesson. Never get it in writing. But enough of this. I have to introduce our guest.
Who's coming tonight, Mr. Allen?
Well, I heard from the traveler's aide that Dr. Rockwell was in town. So I invited him over tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the honor to present for his only radio appearance this season, Maine's goodwill ambassador, that fugitive from a lobster pot, Dr. Rockwell. Well, Doc, I haven't seen you for a long time. Where have you been keeping yourself?
I've been out in Hollywood all year, Fred, working at Earl Carroll's.
Earl Carroll's nightclub, huh? Well, how does it feel to be back in radio?
To tell you the truth, Fred, it seems funny to see everybody standing around here with their clothes on.
Well, California must agree with you, Doc. You look wonderful.
Yes, it's the sun, that climate out there. Why, the first 2 months out there, Fred, in Hollywood, I lived on nothing but orange juice.
Well, why didn't you keep it up?
I got too weak to squeeze the oranges.
Say, did you drop in at Paramount where I made that picture with Benny? You know, I told you to look in and mention my name.
Yes, and it's a funny thing, Fred. Remember in vaudeville, if someone opened an umbrella in the theater, everyone ran in all directions?
Yes, that was an old superstition.
Well, sir, mentioning your name at Paramount, Fred, is like opening an umbrella.
Well, how are things out in Hollywood, Doc?
I don't know, Fred. I felt like Veronica Lake out there.
Well, how do you mean you felt like Veronica Lake?
Well, I only saw half of what was going on.
With that hair hanging down, Veronica Lake's right eye must think she's living behind a horse or something. But tell me, Doc, what are you doing back east? Have you got the good humor concession on the Weehawken Ferry again this summer?
No, Fred, I'm just passing through now. I'm on my way to Washington.
Really?
Yes. Somebody found out I owned a briefcase. And the next day, I got a wire, come to Washington.
Your briefcase did it, huh?
Nothing else, Fred. A man caught in Washington today without a briefcase is a marked man. He's a taxpayer.
What are you, if he has a briefcase? Well, that's right, he has no brief. Well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do down in Washington, Doc?
Why, I'm offering my services to the government. I'll probably be a 90-cent a year man.
Oh, you mean $1 a year man?
Oh, no. My agent gets 10%, Fred. That leaves me down to 90 cents.
Oh, all right. That's the way it is. And sure. Well, what can you do in Washington, Doc?
What can I do? Mm-hmm. Why, the government wants boats, Fred. I can show them what we're doing up in Maine. Up in Maine, we're building boats so fast, they're launching them 2 at a time.
Well, how can they christen boats 2 at a time?
That's easy. One boat is hit with the champagne, the other boat's christened with the chaser.
Well, that sounds good, Doc.
Yes, sir, Fred. They're making boats so fast, every boat that launched there has 4 men swimming behind it.
4 men swimming behind it for what?
Well, they're putting on the rudder. See, Fred, you ought to get busy, too. You want to get busy, get to work on some good cause.
Well, I am, Doc. I've been working tooth and nail the last month trying to bring back vaudeville.
Yes, and I heard about your vaudeville campaign, Fred. You made a mess of the whole thing.
Mess? Why, all I said was...
Sure, all you said was vaudeville is coming back, and what happened? Thousands of actors with perfectly good defense jobs quit. Got their tights and vaudeville stuff out of their trunks and hit the road.
Well, Jack Haley and Ben Burney told me that the country was hungry for vaudeville.
That's right. The country is hungry for vaudeville, but the people can't handle all this ham.
Well, how do you, how do you mean, Doc?
Why, most of the acts have been running back into vaudeville without rehearsing. Half of them have forgotten their acts.
No kidding.
Well, I'm telling you, remember Adolfo the hypnotist?
Yes, the hypnotist who used to hypnotize everyone in the theater.
That's right. Well, Adolfo opened up in Kankakee last Monday. He hypnotized the entire audience at the matinee.
Yes?
Then he forgets how to get them out of the trance. And the audience is still walking around the town there in a cataleptic state.
Well, who'll notice it in Kankakee?
All right, and another thing. Podolsky. You heard of Podolsky.
You mean Podolsky and his educated pigeons?
That's the act. All the pigeons are homing pigeons. Podolsky had 4 weeks booked when the Army steps in and drafted his pigeons.
Drafted his pigeons, huh?
Yes. And the Army ties military information to the pigeons' legs. But no matter where they send them, those pigeons fly back to Lowe's State Theater looking for Podolsky. See, I tell you, Fred, vaudeville's a mess.
Say, I'm glad you told me, Doc. I was thinking of trying a few dates in vaudeville myself this summer.
Stay out of vaudeville, Fred. Those acts will kill you.
Well, I've got to do something, Doc. I'll be out of work after next Sunday.
All right. Why don't you come with me, Fred? After I get through down in Washington, I'm taking out a medicine show.
A medicine show?
Yes, sir. I'm going all around the country with a horse and wagon. Selling vitamins. Vitamins are the thing today, Fred, and we'll clean up.
You mean vitamins?
Vitamins will cure anything. What's the greatest menace to this country today? Night blindness.
Night blindness? Well, people's eyes used to be all right, Doc. Now, what has caused this sudden epidemic of night blindness?
Grapefruit.
Grapefruit?
Yes, I'll explain it. After a good night's rest, you get up in the morning. Your eyes are relaxed, and what happens? You eat a grapefruit, and right away you get a pint of that citrus acid in each eye. Your vision is weakened, and you get night blindness. And night there is where the vitamins come in.
Well, what vitamin cures night blindness?
Vitamin A. You just eat 6 raw carrots with every meal, and you get 800 A vitamins each day.
And my night blindness is cured.
You can see like an owl. There's only one drawback, however.
Well, what is that?
Well, eating 18 raw carrots every day, you're filled up because you can't eat anything else. Naturally, consequently, you start to look like a rabbit. You see, you're weak, and you have no pep.
I can see now, but I can't go anyplace. So I need another vitamin.
Yes. Now you need B1.
Well, how do I get vitamin B1?
Well, all you have to do is to stop eating carrots, and now you drink a quart of molasses 3 times a day. That gives you 2,000 B1 vitamins every day.
My pep comes back.
You feel like Superman. But...
But what?
But eating all that sweet molasses ruins your teeth. So now you need vitamin B2. Gives you calcium. So you start drinking milk. 12 quarts of milk a day. 12 quarts of milk. And that gives you 7,000 B2 vitamins. See? Your calcium deficiency is corrected.
And my teeth are perfect.
Yes, sir. Your teeth are perfect.
Good.
But now your gums are all shut. The reason for that is you're drinking milk all the time. Your gums get no exercise. They get soft and spongy. But now you need vitamin C. 14 slices of whole wheat bread at every meal.
14 slices.
Yes.
The vitamin C fixes up my gums.
Right. And all you have now is just a little vitamin D deficiency.
That's nothing.
With the result of rickets and bowlegs set in.
Oh.
Wait a minute. But good old vitamin E takes care of that.
Vitamin E?
Yes, red meat. For 10 days you eat nothing but red meat.
And I'm normal again.
Yes. Well, that is, you're in perfect physical condition except one thing. You see, from so many vitamins, A, B, C, D, and E, you develop an acid condition.
Well, what cures my acid condition?
Vitamin F.
And vitamin F I get
from grapefruit. You just start eating.
is night blindness. Doc.
I know, Fred, and to cure night blindness, you simply start eating 6
Now, wait a minute.
carrots.
This is where I came in.
Yes, sir, and right there is the secret to vitamins, Fred. If you've got something wrong, vitamins will cure it. And if you haven't got anything wrong, vitamins will give it to you. Right there, Dr. Rockwell's medicine show is going to be a sensation.
Well, I don't understand. Where do I come in, Doc?
Before I can sell anything, I've got to have a crowd. You and I give a concert on the tailboard of my wagon. The crowd gathers, and I sell the vitamins.
A concert? Well, what do we play, Doc?
Well, you play the banjo, and I'll play my 10 whistles. Say, let's run over a number right now and see how it sounds.
Well, all right, Doc. Wait a minute till I get set here, and we can go in a minute. If I can read the script from there, which I don't know. Are you in tune? What is that you have? The pure silver, are we ready? You ready,
Right.
Maestro?
Right.
Thank you, Doc. That number was turning out like the vitamins there. Look at that night blindness again. Well, thank you, Dr. Rockwell. And now as the doctor packs his tin whistle and sphygmomanometer, I should have saved half of that word for next week. Then he returns to sing for us, put your arms around me. All right.
There was a lake, a boat, a boy and girl together were sailing like a feather in the breeze. The moon was bright that night, and while they sailed together, up and down and all around, the words he sang were these. While the ripples on the lake are playing, can't you hear the little motorboat saying, put your arms around me, put your lips to mine. Listen to the way my heart keeps beating, like the motor of a meter repeating. Put your cares behind you. Love for two is too divine. Oh, what fun on the bumpity blue, digging and dragging to heaven with you. So, my darling, if your heart compels you, do the things the little motorboat tells you. Put your arms around me. Put your lips to mine. Put arms around me. Put your lips to mine. Put your cares behind you. Love for two is too divine. Oh, what fun on the bumpy blue, zigging, zagging to heaven with you. So, my darling, if your heart compels you, do the things a little motorboat tells you. Put your arms around me. Put your lips to mine. Put your arms around me. Put your lips to mine.
Kenny, that was swell. And here's Larry. Say, Larry, you are just the man I want to see.
Well, what's up, Fred?
Larry, those little talks you give every week about saving tires. You know, I've been meaning to talk to you about this. I think you can make your little talks more forceful.
Really? But, Fred, what's more forceful than saying tires will last twice as long at 40 miles an hour as at 60?
Well, why can't you say it like this, Larry, in sort of a poetry form? You know, lives of tires all remind us driving fast is now a crime. We can put more miles behind us if we only take our time.
Very good, Fred.
More forceful, don't you think?
Oh, I think so, absolutely. But what about that point I make about keeping your tires inflated to proper pressure? Because the average tire wears out 600 miles before it should if it's kept only 1 pound under correct inflation. Now, how would you say that?
Well, I'd use a slogan, Larry. When you let your tires go flappy, you make a Jap happy. Slogan. It's much more forceful, don't you?
Oh, Fred, you're terrific.
That's the trouble. I'm living it down.
Now, tell me, how would you say this, Fred? Drive into your Texaco dealer regularly to have your tires checked and also examined for damage that can be repaired before it's too late. Have your Texaco dealer check over your whole car regularly, too. His quality Texaco products and his lubrication and maintenance service will make it last longer. Now, how would you say that, Fred?
Oh, well, that's easy, Larry. Just say, let a Texaco dealer help you care for your car, for your country. That's all I'd say.
After a brief pause for station identification, Fred Allen returns to present the most talented undergraduate of St. John's University and the Texaco Workshop Players. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
WABC, New York. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Texaco Star Theater brings you the most talented undergraduate of a leading institution of higher learning. Tonight, we salute St. John's University at Brooklyn, New York, by presenting its most talented students. Chosen by a vote of the undergraduate body, the winner is here tonight as Fred Allen's guest and will receive a cash award of $200. Are you ready to introduce our guest, Fred?
Yes, Larry. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present St. John's University's most talented undergraduate, George Strasser. Congratulations, George, and welcome to Texaco's psychopathic ward.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Allen.
George, you present sort of a problem tonight.
How do you mean, Mr. Allen?
Well, most of our college guests have come from different parts of the country, you know, and I generally ask them what they would like to see while they're in New York. Now, you live in Brooklyn, and I imagine you've seen about everything here.
Yes, I come to New York quite often.
You've seen Radio City.
I have.
Well, you know, Mr. Rockefeller's growing vegetables over there now. He has a little victory garden. He's been having quite a lot of trouble with it lately. One of Mr. Rockefeller's summer squash vines grew out on 49th Street and started growing east on a one-way street. Well, the cop gave the squash a ticket. It was on his beat, so he naturally had to. But you say you've seen Radio City, George.
Yes, sir.
You've seen the Empire State Building, of course.
I have.
Grant's Tomb?
Yes.
Well, I guess you've covered about everything. Tell me, when you come to New York, what do you enjoy most?
Going back to Brooklyn.
George, you are not a member of the Flatbush Chamber of Commerce by any chance, are you?
No, Mr. Allen. But people in New York, and especially some of the radio comedians, are always making fun of Brooklyn.
And Brooklyn folks resent it?
Well, we'd like to know what New York has that Brooklyn hasn't got.
Well, now let me see. New York has Central Park.
Brooklyn has Prospect Park.
Yeah. New York has the Metropolitan Opera House.
And Brooklyn has the Academy of Music.
Mm-hmm. New York has Maya LaGuardia.
Oh, Brooklyn has Maya LaGuardia, too.
Well, I didn't know the mayor had a sideline, George. Well, tell me, what has Brooklyn got, then, that New York hasn't got?
The Brooklyn Dodgers.
Well, that shuts me up, George. Perhaps you'd better tell us something now about your alma mater.
Well, St. John's University was founded in 1870. Originally, it was just one building at Lewis and Willoughby Avenues.
And as the student body increased?
More buildings were added until 1929.
Mm-hmm.
Then a 14-story, $1 million building was erected to centralize the professional schools.
Where is this building, George?
On Skemmerhorn Street.
Skemmerhorn? You also have Kosciuszko Street in Brooklyn.
That's right.
Do you know, George, that Kosciuszko Street started that joke? You've heard that joke. A horse dropped dead on Kosciuszko Street. And when the policeman started to make out his report, he couldn't spell Kosciuszko, so the cop had to drag the horse over to Myrtle Avenue. Well, we have Brooklyn to thank for that joke, George.
That's very interesting, Mr. Allen.
Well, it is if you care for that sort of thing, George. But tell me, what are the major sports at St. John's?
Baseball and basketball, and both teams are coached by Joe Lapchick.
Well, how are your teams? Pretty good?
Well, some of the fellows at St. John's think our baseball team can beat the Giants right now.
I don't know about the Giants. They would probably have a little less trouble with Philadelphia, or Dayton. But what are you studying over there at school?
Well, I'm majoring in science and English.
Do you have any extracurricular activities?
Yes, I've been president of the Glee Club for the last 2 years, and I've also been singing in the varsity quintet.
Well, how long have you been singing, George?
Well, I started when I was 8 years old as a boy soprano.
A boy soprano in Brooklyn? And you survived, George?
Apparently.
Uh-huh.
I sing in the choir at St. Jamesboro Cathedral. The choir director, Monsignor Lawrence H. Bracken, has helped me a great deal with my singing.
Are you still singing with the Monsignor Bracken's choir?
Yes, I want to continue my studies until I go into the service.
What branch of the service are you entering, George?
Well, I'm trying to get into the V5 program of the Navy Air Corps.
You have to be a college graduate to get in the V5 program?
No. The requirements only call for a high school diploma, American citizenship. And the applicant must be unmarried and, of course, able to pass the entrance test.
Well, I hope things turn out the way you want them to, George.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
And now, if you're in the mood, what about your song?
Oh, before I sing, I have a couple of guests for you.
Well, George,
First, the college sends you this certificate and awards you an honorary degree, an FD.
An FD, fund dispenser, is that, George?
No, Doctor of Philosophy.
Doctor of Philosophy. Well, that's fine, George.
And the students at St. John's have asked me to present you with this pair of Indian moccasins.
Say, these moccasins look swell, George. Say, I wonder what short Indians did years ago. I wonder if there was an Indian named Adler who made elevator moccasins for little Indians. Well, it's too late to worry about that, George. I want to thank you and the students at St. John's University for your kindness tonight. And I guess that about brings us to your song, George.
I'd like to sing The Green-Eyed Dragon.
Fine. Ladies and gentlemen, St. John's University's most talented student, George Strasser, sings for us all The Green-Eyed Dragon.
Once upon a time lived a fair princess, most beautiful and charming. Her father, the king, was a wicked old thing with manners most alarming. And always on the front door mat, a most ferocious dragon sat. He made such an awful shrieking noise, so all you little girls and boys, beware, take care of the green-eyed dragon with the 13 tails. He'll feed with greed on little boys, puppy dogs, and big fat snails. Then off to his lair each child he'll drag, and each of his 13 tails he'll wag. Beware, take care, and creep on sponges. Then hurry upstairs and say your prayers and duck your head, your pretty curly head, beneath the clothes, the clothes, the clothes. That dragon went down to the kitchen one day where the fair princess was baking. He stole by mistake some rich plum cake, which the fair princess was making. That homemade cake he could not digest. He moaned and he groaned and at last went west. And now his ghost with bloodshot eyes at evening clanks his chains and cries,
beware. Take care of the green-eyed dragon with the 13 tails. He'll feed with greed on little boys, torpedoes, and big fat snails. Then off to his lair each child he'll drag, and each of his 13 tails he'll wag. Beware, take care, and creep for fine tip. Then hurry upstairs and say your prayers and duck your head, your pretty curly head. In is the glove, the glove, the glove.
That was excellent, George. I'm sure the students, faculty, and alumni of St. John's University will be as pleased with your performance tonight as we are. And we here in the Texaco Star Theater wish you every success in your Navy career. Now, next week, ladies and gentlemen, we will present the last in our series, the most talented undergraduate of Cornell University in Ithaca, New York, Miss Dorothy COURTIN. Congratulations, Dorothy. We'll be looking for you next Sunday night.
And now Fred Allen has an important personal message for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, during the past week, millions of us have been collecting old and discarded rubber for the National Scrap Rubber Drive authorized by President Roosevelt. But there are still countless tons of waste rubber in American garages, cellars, and closets. Rubber that must go back into service to help win the war. The Scrap Rubber Drive ends on June 30th. But please don't wait until the last day. Look around your home for scrap rubber now. Any kind of old and discarded rubber will help. Every ounce counts, so please start collecting your scrap rubber tonight.
After you've collected all your scrap rubber, take it to any gasoline dealer. Texaco dealers and all other gasoline dealers, at the request of the President of the United States, are acting as collection depots for the Scrap Rubber Drive. You may contribute to your scrap rubber, or, if you wish, dealers are authorized to pay you a penny a pound for it. All rubber will be turned over to our government, and all profit from its sale will be given to the Red Cross, USO, and Army and Navy Relief. So gather up your scrap rubber tonight. And tomorrow, turn it in to any Texaco dealer or any other gasoline dealer. Let's all get in the scrap with our scrap.
And now the Texaco workshop players. Tonight they reopen their hillbilly court for a final session. This mistrial is called Mountain Justice, or the judge saw the violin player was tired, so he let him rest his case. Court's open, Taylor.
Judge Allen.
Hi, Ruth. Court's open. Order in the court. First case on the docket.
Uncle Sim Pike versus Moody's Drug Emporium.
Uncle Sim Pike in court, is
Come
he?
to the bar for justice, Judge.
This is where you can get it, Uncle Sim.
I'm asking damages, Judge.
Yeah, state your case.
Friday night, I went into Moody's Drug Emporium.
Ailing, was you?
No, Sunday was Father's Day. I went in to get Pa a present.
Well, how old is your pa?
Nobody knows.
Don't, hey?
No, Pa's so old he's quit moving. Just lays there on the floor.
Do tell.
Every morning I put the cat on Pa's chest.
The cat?
Yeah, and if the cat's fur ripples, Pa's still breathing.
Well, you say you went into Moody's Drug Emporium to get your pa something for Father's Day.
Yeah, every year I get Pa a stick of peppermint candy.
Yeah?
When I get home, I hold Pa's mouth open with the tip of my cane.
Yeah?
Then I run the stick of peppermint in and out between his gums. Pa likes it.
You're a good son, Uncle Sim. Now, what about your case?
Well, after I bought Pa his peppermint stick, my corn started to hurt, so I says to Moody, give me something to lead off these corn.
Yeah?
He give me a little bottle of something.
Little bottle of something, hey?
When I got home, I put the cat on Pa to make sure he was still breathing.
Yeah?
Then I run the peppermint stick in and out between his gums a while till Pa dozed off.
Till he dozed off?
Then I says to myself, Sam, let's have a go at them corns.
You dropped the stuff on. What happened, Sam?
Wait till I take my sneaker off, Judge. I'll show you. Look.
Sakes almighty. You got holes clean through your whole 5 toes there.
When the wind blows through my toes at night, I can't sleep.
Why not?
Turn on your electric fan, Judge. I'll show you.
Okay, I'll start the fan here.
I'll hold up my foot so the wind can blow through my toes.
Yeah?
Listen, Judge.
Mighty pretty, Uncle Sam.
I can stop up my toes and play a tune. Listen.
Quiet. Order in the court. That bass toe's a beauty there, Sim. Get your sneaker back on, Sim.
Okay.
Court fines for the plaintiff, damages assured.
Thank you, Judge.
I'll have you and Zeke Manners over some night when it's windy, Uncle Sim. You can take your sneaker off. We'll have a hoedown.
Yeah, I'll get Singing Sam.
Singing Sam. Bring him along, too. Order in the court. Next case, Rubes Opossum Notch versus, versus Harvey Pinkham. And the charge here says murder. Quiet. Hush your fuss down there. Harvey Pinkham to the bar.
It was me or him, Judge. I give him tit before he could give me tat.
Well, charge here says you shot unto the death one Marcel Duval.
Well, he was trying to steal my gal, Judge. Topsy Pry.
Well, who's Topsy Pry?
Topsy's the prettiest skinful of she in Possum Notch, Judge.
Prettiest skinful of she, eh?
Yes, sir. Topsy was Miss Glover's main cure for 1919.
She was, eh?
Yes, the Duval was trying to Shanghai Topsy. I turned his damper down.
Guilty or not guilty, Harvey?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Stand down, Harvey. First witness, Linker Dander.
Present, Judge.
Occupation, Link.
I run the Welcome Stranger trailer camp down the holler off of Route 26.
You knew the deceased, Marcel Duval?
Yeah. Marcel pulled in at the camp about a week ago, give or take a day.
Yeah. Recall the time, do you?
Well, it was long about dusk. I just made the rounds of all the trailers with my mongoose.
Your mongoose?
Sometimes snakes get in.
Oh.
Poor folks bed down or run the mongoose through their trailers just in case.
Yeah.
Well, I come back to my cabin, put the mongoose back in the safe.
Yeah?
I was strumming the strings of my zither with a turkey feather, playing Lonesome Dove.
That ain't on the hit parade this year, is it?
No.
Okay.
I heard a toot, and this Stanley steamer hauling a trailer pulled into the camp.
Yeah?
I put down my turkey feather, snapped on my flashlight, and went outside.
Yeah?
This here Marcel Duval jumps out of the car. He was wearing a pearl gray beanie, peach-colored spats, a pastel cape with a belt in the back, creton slacks, and one buckle moccasins.
Yeah? Hollywood street clothes, eh?
Yeah. Had 6 gold teeth in front. Looked like he was chewing the sunset.
Yeah.
On his vest hung an elk's tooth as big as a little boy's leg.
For sakes almighty.
On his right hand he had a diamond as big as a Brussels sprout. Not quite as green.
Not quite as green. What business was he in, Link?
You name it, he was in it.
Yeah?
His trailer was full of medicine, hardware, furniture, ready-to-wear suits, pulled teeth, sold eyeglasses.
Want nothing he couldn't do, reckon?
Yeah. On the back of his trailer was a big sign, the Meadow Macy.
The Meadow Macy. What about the murder, Link?
Well, sir, Topsy Pry is hostess at the trailer camp, Jake.
Yeah?
Next day, Topsy took one look at Marcel. She fell like a weather vane in a high wind.
Well, what about Harvey or Sweetie?
Oh, Topsy didn't have no time for Harvey. Harvey'd come slinking around playing a sweet potato. Topsy'd make off beef.
Yeah.
Harvey'd bend the crab and kink his toes. Topsy'd turn t'other way.
What happened?
Well, sir, I was out buttering some tree trunks to keep caterpillars from climbing them.
Yeah.
I heard a shot in Marcel's trailer.
Yeah?
I shot down the hot butter and the caterpillars I was holding and run over.
You did, eh?
Yeah, there's Marcel slumped over his briefcase, Topsy's screaming. Harvey's standing there, his shotgun still smoking.
That's all you know, Link?
Yeah, Marcel's gone. He didn't leave no will, so I took his X card.
Well, that's all right. Long as he didn't leave no will. Stand down, Link. Next witness, Topsy Pry.
The real Topsy's died, Judge. My body's carrying on.
Yeah?
Marcel's gone to that great trading post up yonder.
You was in love with the defunct Topsy?
At first sight, Judge. I was passing Marcel's trailer. The door was open. I seen all that merchandise. I was a goner.
Yeah?
I like a man who's got the merchandise, Jed.
Well, how'd you come to meet Marcel?
I was passing on the way to get some meat back out the bear trap for dinner.
Yeah?
Marcel leaned out of his trailer and says,
Oh, you kid. What'd you say to that?
23 for you, I said.
Yeah.
Blushing behind my meat cleaver.
Yeah?
He says, you're talking to a man with merchandise. Come in and wallow around a while, he says.
Went in, did you?
Judge, I never seen so much merchandise in all my born days.
Sold you bill of goods, did he?
Marcel was smooth, Jed. When he smiled with them gold teeth, you know how mustard looks when it's happy.
Yeah? Sell you anything, did he?
First time. Sold me some Jockey Clod perfume. He said the horse he set was using it.
Yeah.
And a bottle of White Lily face wash.
Face wash,
Yeah. And a pair of seersucker blue bloomers with raccoon bows.
Raccoon bows.
And for being a good customer, Marcel gave me a pair of knitted bookends and showed me how to use them.
Showed him. Well, when'd you see Marcel again?
Every minute when I wasn't jacking up a trailer or fixing a flat, I was with Marcel.
Yeah.
I knowed I never would be happy till I owned everything in Marcel's trailer.
Well, what'd your sweetie Harvey do when he heard about Marcel?
Well, first, Harvey give me money to keep buying things.
Well, why, Topsy?
Well, Harvey thought when Marcel run out of merchandise, I'd come back to him.
He was trying to Shanghai, Topsy.
Oh, he was.
I fixed his wagon.
Hush your fuss, Harvey. Quiet. Proceed, Topsy.
Marcel died in the middle of a proposition, Jed.
Any last words?
Marcel said, sign here. His finger wouldn't raise to point. He tipped his hat, said, excuse me, and died.
Stand down,
Well,
Topsy.
Topsy's died, Jed. My body's carrying on.
I feel the same way, Topsy. Tell your body to stand down, Topsy. Harvey Pinkham?
That Meadow Macy, he was light-toed and lynx-eyed, Judge. I flattened his pucker.
Quiet.
He was trying to steal my gal, Judge.
Petty larceny don't call for killing, Harvey.
I've known Topsy since she was so little, she wore a sugar sack for dieties.
But how long you been going together?
Before either of us could walk, I was creeping with her.
You was creeping with her, hey? You growed up together?
And we learned to read out of the same catalog.
You was happy.
Yes, sir, till this here Marcel Duval come along. Judge, he was as oily as a mouse in a crankcase.
Yeah?
He knew Topsy's weakness was merchandise. He was trying to fry my fish.
Frying fish don't call for shooting, Harvey.
Well, I tried everything else. I was giving Topsy money, Judge.
Why, Harvey?
Well, I was trying to clean this here Marcel out of merchandise.
Where was you getting all this money?
Marcel was lending it to me. The interest was 40%.
Well, why'd you shoot him?
Well, he was trying to get Topsy to run off with him.
Clarify, Harvey.
Well, yesterday, Topsy finally bought the last of Marcel's merchandise. His trailer was empty.
Yeah?
He was supposed to pull out for New York this morning.
Yeah?
I was hiding behind an old whipple tree, watching for Marcel to go.
Yeah?
I seen Topsy going into that there varmint's trailer.
Yeah?
I knowed he didn't have no merchandise. I sneaked outside the trailer to listen.
Yeah?
That's when he tried to get Topsy to leave.
Ain't so, Jed.
I heard him.
Marcel was a gentleman, Jed. He was out of merchandise. He was trying to make one last sale.
He was trying to sell himself.
That's a lie, Miss Pinkham.
He was trying to get you to run away to New York.
Pinkham.
Yes, tis so.
Hold on. Order in the
You
court.
are trying to get me to run away to New York, Jed.
I can prove it, Jed.
Well, get to proving, Harvey.
Didn't Marcel say to you, Miss Fry, I'll show you some New York life?
Yes, he did. Marcel was trying to sell me some insurance.
You mean New York life?
It's an insurance company, Harvey.
Well, I'll be ding-dong, doubly-doo-dad, and who-dang.
And you'll also be held for sentence, Harvey.
Are you going to give me life, Jed?
Court ain't giving you no 20-year endowment, Harvey. That's good. Court's adjourned. Thanks to you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us tonight. Next week, our guest will be Judy Canova, Hollywood's Clown Princess, and the winner of the Texaco College competition at Cornell University, Miss Dorothy Cochran. This is Fred Allen saying goodnight for Texaco dealers from coast to coast, reminding you to gather up your scrap rubber tonight and turn it into your Texaco dealer or any other gasoline dealer tomorrow. Good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.